The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Europe. The Atlantic Ocean converges with rugged cliffs of Ericeira, Portugal, hosting an endless playground of year-round world-class waves. Here, surfing's next crop of superstars continue their pursuit of one common goal: a spot on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Now is the time to seize the opportunity with hopes of securing a spot on surfing's biggest stage. For some, the return to the CT will be familiar. For others, a dream coming to life. The quest for qualification continues at the EDP Ericeira Pro.
It's good morning from Portugal. Beautiful scenes at Ribeira Dilhas Challenger Series action. Back here in a World Surfing Reserve, and already a good buzz around the beach. A lot of free surf waves going down. Some big names like Matt McGillivray, Jorgen Cousinet. Jadson's been out there firing up on his backhands. Olympic champ right there, Kauli Vast with Johan Duru. Another goofy. Been absolutely ripping in the early rounds. Lelor, as we see Huxtable getting ready to go. No shortage of energy from the Brazilian crew as they're vibing out the free surfs this morning, dialing in that energy and that equipment. And they're ready to get down to business, as, of course, are my loyal friends and co-workers, JJ Starling and Ben Mundy. What a pleasure it is to see your faces once again.
Well, it's nice in the morning, isn't it? It's like a nice shot of coffee.
Yeah.
To see you guys first thing in the
We're all
morning.
friends, and like things start to maybe kind of fray a little bit later on, but right now we're all still cool with each other.
Yeah, we're right.
Yeah, we're cool.
We good?
Me and Jess are absolutely fine. A bit like a coffee rush at the start, and then there is the crash. But right now, yes, Paul, it's all go. Really happy. We've got waves. We've got you. We've got a bright future. Challenger
Series can occasionally provide challenging situations. Yesterday was a little bit like that. We had some fog to deal with, and that was really tough. We had a load of calls, well, every like half hour throughout a long day. In the end, we were able to bang out some heats.
Yeah, and I'm glad we did. We had really fun contestable conditions in the afternoon. We saw a lot of actually great rides go down. Luke Thompson was a real great standout. Luca Messinas, we got to call that heat too. It was speed, it was momentum that they were using, and I feel like coming into today, we're going to see that same energy come into play for a lot of those competitors.
Well, Paul, you mentioned the F word, the fog word, didn't you then? I thought we were going to try and just not...
Avoid it.
Yeah.
Like Voldemort.
It's okay retrospectively. You can say it about yesterday.
Oh, I don't like that word, Paul. Please don't use that word. I don't want to hear it again, okay?
Yeah, we know what, we're not superstitious. We're people of science and facts, and someone that's got all the information is Travis Logie. And as luck would have it, he's with Claudia Pint.
Good morning, everyone. Third day here in Ericeira. We have a clear sky, and today, hopefully, no fog, right, Travis?
Hopefully. I mean, you never know when it's going to come in. Even just a slight tweak of the wind, and it just comes in so fast. But for now, we're good, and we've got really fun waves.
What can we expect throughout the day as far as how the tide's going to affect the surf?
Yeah, so we've got a new swell. It's pretty much similar size to yesterday, but a much better direction, and has a bit more power, I think. So we should be good over the high tide, but we'll obviously keep an eye on every single heat. And then, yeah, we're in for another big day, 20 heats.
Thank you so much. Cool. It's a long day. Back to you guys.
Great news. Trav just oozing sort of quite a confidence there. Self-assured with a little cheeky sparkle in his eye when he said the 20 heats, didn't he?
Yeah. He just dropped that in, didn't he? That little fly in the ointment there.
He loves a bit of bedevilment in the morning, doesn't he? Let's dive in and have a look at what's happening atmospherically and with our ocean in terms of energy coming to us from the Atlantic, from our friends at Surfline. What are we looking at here, guys?
Yeah, I mean, Trav kind of handled it well. We do have this dying swell. We saw a big hurricane over the first couple of days right before the comp started. It's dying off a little bit now, but it's coming in at a slightly better direction. Bigger size period today as well, so we're getting a little bit more pulse coming through the point. 3 to 4 foot faces this morning, going into a nice clean 3 to 4 foot afternoon. Still, I'd take 3 to 4 foot, and hopefully it gets us over that high tide mark.
Yeah, exactly. The tides aren't too big this week, as we mentioned. Well, as Trad mentioned, that direction's all important. And then you start to see next 4 days. Yeah, for like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, look down at 6 to 8 foot offshore, sort of, much bigger waves. So we've got swell, we've got a better direction, and I think we'll get through this high tide this morning. We should be pretty sweet, Paul.
Yeah,
okay.
It could be absolutely banging for Sunday with that jump up in size. Could be absolutely cracking out there. Having a look at our first tee of the day, Matt McGillivray from J-Bait, South Africa, Jorgen Cousinet, France, Xavier Huxtable, the Victorian from Australia, Cowley Vast, representing France by way of Varal, Tahiti, and straight into it, Cousinet, finding speed and using the rail just to slice water, and he'll bang a finish, and he'll do it pretty nimbly as well. Bit of a chilly morning before the sun hits the line up. It'll pop up from behind the cliffs shortly. Right now, pastel colours. It all looks pretty pleasant out on the peak. In motion already, Cousinet with a reasonable way to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this heat, Paul. There are some big names in this one. Jorgen, definitely one of them. He got a nice start, potentially a little bit of a slower wave there, but you're right, it's a bit chilly this morning, so maybe getting moving, just getting his first wave under his belt. That's going to be his method. Stay warm for this next 30 minutes. A lot of speed down the line here for Jorgen. Just opens up that wingspan, drives it all the way back to the pocket here. Bit of a check snap coming into this one, but there really connects with that nice lip line, gets a drift over the tail, and then just through this inside section, it didn't really bowl up on him. It went a little bit slopey, so didn't have that inside section he was looking for, but got some nice work done.
Quick in and out for Huxtable, trying to come from deep. One of those smaller ones that ran down the line. Cowley Vast, head on a swivel, make it assessments. So have a little look again, quickly identify the smaller sort of stuff, not really having the energy to tempt him into going for. And a decent early season for Xavier on the Challenger Series in Australia.
Yeah, Xav had a really great start. It was his first ever Challenger Series event over there at Nui, and it was absolutely pumping. I mean, we've touched on it a couple of times now. It was just one of those events where we just had really consistent, great waves. And Xav, he got a 5th at Newcastle, backed it up with the 13th over at the US Open. So he's looking to keep that stride going. It's his first year on the Challenger Series, so he's got to kind of learn and adapt. But there's one thing about Xav, he's been itching to be here for years. You know, he's kind of had to watch on the last couple of years. His best mate, Tully Wiley, got a start up last year in that Challenger Series event. And I feel like Xav's had this, like, dying energy just to be here. And now he's here, he's capitalising on every opportunity.
Tide currently on the way in, high 1040, so a couple hours away from that. Just gone past the mid at the moment, according to my calculations, which generally is a pretty good amount of water on the reef here, so just covered through the inside, but not super deep. So should give a nice even pace to things. And from what we've seen early on as well, from looking at the forecast and hearing from Trav, that westerly direction could give us plenty on the end bowl. So expect a lot of points to come midsection and then towards the end of the wave, as that swell is really able just to focus down the reef right inside the cove here, rather than pushing wide, which can be the case when it's a little bit more northerly. So all of those things are looking good, but just looking at that jump up in size for Sunday as well, could be potentially something quite significant. That's kind of new information that's come over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, we've got this new swell that's starting to form. The wind is starting to form as well with it. So I think that's something that, you know, everyone will keep their eye on, make sure that that wind's not going to come into play too much. You can see it was playing a bit of side shore and then onshore in the afternoon. So I think it'll be big and maybe a little bit everywhere, but we'll have some big sections to work with. So definitely keep our eye on Sunday. We lost so much of the day yesterday because of that, the F word that we may we will not say. But no, I'm kidding. The fog came down and it pretty much held us off from 7 till 4. So a massive chunk of the day. And we got those 4 heats in the afternoon. But we're just going to hope that that doesn't happen to us again.
McGillivray, all patience and composure as he waits in the lineup. Started off the season on the Championship Tour, felt foul of the cut, which is a bummer from his point of view, but making an appearance as a wild card at home in J-Bait, he came out the sky, skydived in.
Yeah.
We were there for that, with his singlet on.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was wild. That was maybe the most wild thing I've seen in surfing. Just little casual skydive in, you know, why not? Into J-Bay, straight down in front of Geordie Smith's house, paddle back out for your heat. I was just like, what the hell is going on? But Matty, that's the kind of guy he is. He is just such a daredevil. He takes so many risks. He does that for fun. You know, he does a lot of those big bridge jumps, just pulls the string right at the end. But he got a big second place at El Salvador, so best result of his career. And in an all South African final, came up against one of his heroes. Matty was just absolutely ripping here.
Yeah, it's the best conditions we've seen at Punta Roca. Absolutely pumping, and even some of those comparisons to his hometown, which Geordie's been a bit sniffy about in the past. He actually repented a little bit, but all right, okay, I don't mind the comparison this year. He rode it back a bit because it was that pumping, and that all South African final, brilliant seeds. And then, of course, the daredevil stuff. Jumping out of a plane, landing pretty much at the keyhole to paddle out. Incredible. Just a really good energy kind of guy to have around on tour. He won't particularly want to be back, obviously, on the Challenger Series. He'd rather be in Portugal for Championship Tour duty. Good chance of getting back there if he can maintain good results inside that top 10 into this event, which, as we've said, is kind of midway point. Having another look here at Cuisinet.
Yeah, Jogan trying to get a backup for that 3.5 that he opened up pretty quickly with in this heat. Just trying to force something here, trying to get something going. This wave a little slower, and that back foot slipping off there for the Frenchman. But we're coming up to that 10:30 high tide, so we are going to see it slowly start to fill up over the next hour and 15 minutes or so, 2 hours and 15 minutes, sorry. So I feel like we will start to see it really just, these competitors maybe start to pick the eyes out of it a little bit more, really start to just find out where these bowls are. We might see everyone go to their rail game a lot more during these next 2 hours of surfing. But interestingly enough for Matty McGillivray, he's actually never surfed the Challenger Series before, qualified for the Championship Tour before we went to this new Challenger Series format in that last crop that qualified through those Prime Series. So with Matty having a good 6 years on tour, to fall back here, it's really different. It's a new format for him. He's had to adjust, but picked it up so quickly over in Newcastle, and he's looked really consistent this year as well.
Yeah, it's been a theme that we've seen. Those surfers who don't make the mid-season cut when they come to the Challenger Series, they quite often have just a little bit too much quality around them. But then you factor that in with all of the upcoming energy and the new names. And Cowley's certainly not a new name at all, but in terms of the trajectory of his career, very much on the up and up. How do you top a gold medal in the Olympic Games? Well, qualifying for the CT. And helping him do that, Johan Duroux, who's been part of that French surf coaching program alongside the likes of Jeremy Forrest. I'll be honest, wouldn't necessarily have picked Johan as a coach as when he was a surfer. It's sort of quite hard to tell from people whether they're going to enjoy doing it and whether they're going to be, have good results. He's been really, really good so far. Cowley enjoying working with him. Cowley, of course, going well in the ratings on the Challenger Series by virtue of a strong, strong final showing in Newcastle early in the year, and that's success for him over there in Australia. Built a platform for his season. He's looking really to go big again here in Europe. Let's remind ourselves how this went down.
Yeah, best result of his career so far. I mean, other than that Olympic gold WSL side. I mean, second on the Challenger Series event. He got himself all the way to the final up against Jacob Wilcox. And it was a goofy foot battle. It was a back and forth matchup. He actually fought all the way to the dying stage. They were hanging on to one last score for this guy, but just came short, taking home this second place. But his surfing belongs on the tour. I mean, it is so well-rounded. It is so versatile. Just a lot of strength behind him as well. He's not scared at all. We know this with how well he does over there at Tahiti. So Cowley, he'd be a great addition to the tour, and I really hope he stays consistent for the rest of the year and we finally see him get there.
Under 20 minutes to go, and it really is pretty meagre in terms of scores at the moment. A couple of waves for Cuisinet. They're both pretty small. The 3-5 early on with the 2, the wave he fell. And then other than that, nothing at all on the board. So Cowley and Maddie at the moment not tempted. No priority assigned between those two. They're not in that rotation yet. They will be when they ride a wave. Looks like Matty's deeper. I'm pretty sure most of us all agree this is a right-hander, so therefore he's got that positional priority. And of course, sometimes get a bit of jockeying at heats as well. Who wants to go to the inside? Don't see so much of that at this particular venue. It's not necessarily a clear advantage. You're going deeper. There's a little bit of latitude as to where exactly the takeoff bowl is. You can see the spread of those two there. So Cowley, left of your shot, a little wide, and he's looking around quite a bit. And just wondering, where is my entry into this heat? Might find it here. Some energy through. McGillivray deeper. Cowley putting himself in a position that's sort of illustrating the point there. Matt too deep. And a Cowley into it, up and swinging. Patient initially. And now we'll get onto this bowl that will run down the reef now. So a steeper section gives it a clip. It's nice and clean surfing. And again, well timed and well paced. Good flow as well. And he'll give that a crack. So the best of the action thus far. So after a slow start, good involvement from Cowley. Right behind him, we'll pick up vision of the exit, really, of McGillivray. As he surfs past Jorgan, I think that was out the back, so just a quick one up the top. But interesting to see that positioning, even though Maddie was deeper, couldn't find himself in a position to get a good wave.
Yeah, Maddie may be kicking himself that he got super caught up in the hassle for that last 12 minutes. Found himself too deep for that one, and Cowley, he really capitalised on that one. I mean, he surfed that wave really well. That's that bigger period with swell we're seeing where we're getting these bigger waves come through, but not so often. So this is that last one of Maddie. It was just that one turn, bit of body language showing us a bit of frustration there too. Zave, he got a piece of the pie. The Aussie in this heat coming through this inside section, similar to his home break. He serves bells a lot, lays into a big end turn there. So Zave getting his best wave of this matchup. This is the wave we want to talk about. Cowley found himself in this wider position. Bit of a slower start. Had this slopier face to it right through this inside section. You can see here, he really bides his time for these sections. Lays into that one with a bit of a snap. Comes back around, generates speed. He's not trying to oversurf this one or force anything. Goes up for a floater and really tidy finish here for Cowley. So nothing out of his skin, nothing out of body, just really nice, clean, tidy surfing here from Cowley. He's going to get himself a really nice score and definitely put him in a good, solid spot in this heat. The dog likes it, fam likes it. Thank you.
Picking up McGillivray on a finish. And as we see Cuisinet as well, all the way down on the inside, so he's ridden the whole way down the point here. And you just saw from him the fact that he enjoyed whatever he was able to do on that wave, which will be good from his point of view with just a couple of rolls of the dice that haven't offered anything of significance. What did he get done here?
Smaller looking wave, but great looking bowl. Just nice up and vertical in that first pocket. Carves this one back around. So it goes a bit sleepy through this inside section, but look how much speed Jorgen is generating off his bottom turns. He is just driving so hard off that back foot. This is where he really starts to get to combo with a carve and a big finish there. So Jorgen, he'd keep a close eye on all of his competitors and know that he's going to keep building, keep himself in this heat. Maddie, you can see that sim weight strategy. He's thrown it out the window. He's just trying to catch waves at this point. Starts us off with a carve here. Swoops it around again. That just textbook trademark carve that Maddie McGillivray's got. Looks for the bowl up through this inside section. Nothing of real substance has this wave given him yet. And then gets a really nice tag on that inside section. His ball's looking really fast. You know, it looks like potentially going for that carbon model there. So we'll see Matty McGill hopefully get himself back in this heat. He's going to be looking for those ones similar to Zabe and Callie, so just had that nice bowl to it.
Yeah, he'll be able to plug in just some energy, get some speed going as well. It'll be a number that'll be useful for him, but just start getting involved in the heat. He's been a little frustrated in the first half of this one. He's in motion now, and he's in rotation as well. In terms of wave catching and prio too out the back. It'll be Huxtable and Vast. And then Jorgen Cusinet, kind of middle of your shot, just prowling his way back towards the peak behind him. Matt McGillivray. Judges will deliberate on numbers for everybody at the moment with 14 on the clock. We're still waiting for that sun to kind of pop up behind these big sandstone cliffs here at Ribeira Dillas. It's a beautiful morning, nice and clean. A little bit of texture on the ocean from some of the north wind we had throughout the afternoon yesterday, but a crisp swell offering us, we hope, consistent energy throughout the day, throughout the tides. All right, let's get some numbers. Vast, 6-point ride for him. Pretty decent. Huxtable with a 5. Still got a number coming for Cusinet, also for Maddie. Right now, this is how we're going to kick things off for a fun day of competition here on the Challenger Series in Ericeira. More live action from Ribeira Dillas right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. A beautiful morning here. Greets surf fans and competitors. Sunny skies, waves in the ocean, tide just filling in, rolling towards a high, bringing energy onto the reef here, quite close to those keeping a beady eye on things at the water's edge. You see a long paddle back going down right now in the channel. This is Huxtable. What did he do?
A lot of speed off this one for Zabe. Floats this first section. He's not scared of a point break. Like I mentioned earlier, surfs bells so much back from that Torquay region. Floats up over in this next lip line that comes back at him and then really just hucks into one of those turns there from Zabe. Keeps it going, has a lot of momentum. This is a long wave. He's taking this a fair way down the point. Doesn't get an inside section to work with, but just looking to back up that 5-point ride. It's a pretty close battle right now between Jorgen and Zabe. There's Jorgen with that 5.87. Zabe not far behind with that 5, so he's going to be asking the question of can he get up into that first place?
Yeah, right now, well, when that number comes in for Huxtable, I'll have a better idea of where he is, but everyone really with an involvement mid-range or better, apart from McGillivray, who's sort of come off worse from the opening exchanges, doesn't have that mid-range number really. That 3.9 is his best. A little bit low energy from him thus far. He's got time, 10 minutes, plenty of time to turn things around. He will need waves to do it. We'll see these lines come through. You can see the direction change as it comes from the left of your shot. That's more to the west, so more just kind of hitting straight on rather than having to wrap around. There's someone who's had amazing success at this venue in the past, David Silva. Humble character, an amazing surfer. Small waves on the backhand. Is there anyone better? It goes faster, generates more drive and power. I'm not sure there is on this tour.
Yeah, he's very good. He is really good. Always sticks for those epoxy-looking boards as well, and he just absolutely flies. And the amount of water he disperses is out of this world. Great sportsmanship there between Judson and Keone. Couple of photos going down as well. Good mates.
Yeah, beautiful scenes. And you can see the relaxed approach, which doesn't mean they're not taking competition super seriously, but obviously it depends on the individual. Some people like to get fired up, go out kind of angry, full of fire. Other people like to be relaxed, kind of mellow. It just feel like the sort of thing that fosters better surfing, generally, being loose, particularly in the morning.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I feel like, you know, why not? You know, sometimes you see a lot of people really staunch. They don't even want to look at those competitors. The only time they're looking at them is if it's from behind the wave. But that from Keone and Judson, just showing that you can do it both ways.
Yeah, Ben Mundy's like that in the car, isn't he, on the way here?
Yeah,
like, we're trying to chat and, like, get some banter, and he's just, like,
He's
looking
staunch.
straight ahead. He's got the headphones on. He's psyching up, doing his research for his first heat, and he doesn't want to chat.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. It's a real... something I've got to learn to get used to, I think. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, he's not going to change now, is he?
No.
He's kind of set in his ways.
We're already at day 3 and it's the same, so 3 mornings in.
Yeah, he's grumpy in the morning, to be fair. He's quite grumpy in the afternoon as well, actually, and the evening, but, you know, he's doing the best he can. 8 on the clock, it is Kuzune. With the best of it thus far, we're all caught up with numbers from the panel. The high score with Kaulivar, so he's lurking with a bit of intent. He's got Pryo as well, and he looks like he's got a pretty good read on the line. I mean, he looks pretty cash in his overall approach. He's very relaxed, almost nonchalant, really. And he's got that sort of confidence. He's always had quite a bit of confidence, but sort of dripping in it. I wonder where we are on the confidence rankings on the CS. He'd be right up there in the top 5, I would say.
Absolutely. Yeah, top 3 maybe. Who's your number 1 confidence?
Mateus Hurdy would have to be up there, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. He'd be my number 1
I'd say
too.
Hurdy.
Yeah. He'd be my number 1 also. I'd put Cowley in my top 3. To be honest, deserves it. Has that gold medal. No one's ever taking that away from him. So I feel like dripping in it is probably whereabouts Cowley should live. Anyone else? Who else rounds out your top 3?
Chico Alves?
Yeah.
7 on the clock here. Let's remind ourselves what went down so far in our first heat of the morning on a Wednesday on the Challengers Series. Kaulivar was patient and he found some good energy. And he got good points out of it, Jess.
He did, and I hate to be the one to say it, but this heat's going to be the battle of the backups. No one has got a real strong backup wave. This guy with the high point of the heat, this was that 6-point ride he just found himself in perfect position for. Matty McGillivray was too deep, and Callie said, all right, thank you, and just made the most of that one. Zave, he didn't want to get left behind here, and he just started swinging on this wave. Found himself a 5-point ride, and in second place right now. This one had such a nice bowl. And this is that variety that we've seen. You can do multiple turns, get high scores for it, or really just only do one and get yourself a nice solid score in this heat. Hot on this guy's tail, though. This is Jorgen, and he's been looking solid too.
My pick to win the event before I even saw him warming up here. I just feel like could well be his year. He's not done anything to dissuade me from that so far. What we've seen in this heat, always competitive, any kind of condition, but you think running rights and that particularly that powerful wrapping turn that he has, and he can mix up that turn and do it multiple different ways. If you're going to be serving throughout multiple days, throughout the rounds here. You're going to need to show the judges something different. So here's a second wave for Cowley Vast, and it's sluggish initially. He won't be worried because so was his first one. He doesn't need a big number at the moment. 2.93. I reckon he might be there already just with the first turn. Certainly by the time he's done the second, and then a good bottom turn. Really nice and dynamic. That's great surfing, really. I think what he had to work with, his line that he chose, when he chose to push the bottom turn and get straight back up, when he chose to extend it out. Great surfing from Cowley.
Honestly, my stress levels were high with the paddling. I'm thinking, oh no, he's about to lose priority. He's not getting into this wave. I love being proved wrong. That was a really nice effort here from Cowley. Didn't need much, like you mentioned, Paul, a 2.93. That is next to nothing, especially for this guy. Found himself 2 really nice turns and then just connected all the way through this inside bowl. No downtime between these last 3. And absolutely just laid into that last section. So he's got himself a 6. I dare say this is going to put him straight up in the lead. Going almost 12 o'clock on that one. Maybe just holding it under a little bit, making sure he got the completion. This heat, it's pretty close to be taking some big risks.
Yeah, tell you what, David Silver's going to be looking at some of these backhand turn sections and just getting ready to go out there and go mad. Really cool to see Cowley connecting energy on the end of his rise. We talked about that end bolt with this more westerly swell, and he's definitely using that. Both of his waves, you saw really sluggish initially, and then the energy through the inside. That is that westerly swell, and he's dialed into that. Joanne Duru coaching him, has been coming here for, what, best part of 20 years and competing, so he'll know the conditions absolutely inside out. Making the drive down from France multiple times and able to lean on those insights. It's Cowley going all right so far. Judges, they're going to deliberate on that. 3.5 on the clock. Who else is up there in the confidence power rankings? I'm going to throw in a couple of names.
Yep, I'm ready.
Yo-Yo Hopkins.
Yep, I feel like this is a new confidence that
Laura
she's found.
Halp. Quiet confidence.
Quiet confidence.
I reckon she's backing herself to go all the way here.
Yep, yeah, I hear you. Tia Zabrowski, I'd say she's got a nice,
for sure,
humble confidence about her. And if I'm Sammy Pooper, honestly, I'd be pretty confident at this wave too.
Just get the engraver to sort of start on the S now for the trophy.
Yeah.
Just go, yeah, that's SA.
Yeah.
Sam, well, yeah. It's Sam Poopo.
Sam.
Yeah, my name on there.
Yeah.
Again. Yeah.
Third time. It's an interesting point in this heat poll because this is where I really think priority is going to come into play, especially in these last 3 minutes. We're not seeing a consistent amount of good waves come through. When they do come through, they look fun.
To that point, we just saw a quick shot of Jorgen's coach, Jan Martin. He was signaling with the backup board to come wide, essentially. See, Jorgen's looking at him now. I don't know whether he's ignoring him or whether the signal's changed. There's Jan. It looked like he was telling him to head wide. That looks like a slightly different signal there. Not sure. Does that mean stay where you are?
Feel like that might be go and sit on your competitor because Zave doesn't need much. It's a 4.38. I'm thinking that's go wide too.
All right, 2 minutes on the clock here. Priority with Jorgen Cuzinet. Cowley Vast goes to first with his second score, dropping in 5.07. It's a France 1-2 at the moment. This is Australia in action with Huxtable, a softer wave. And anytime you see someone take off and look out the back, it's generally not a good sign. Low energy there. The Victorian, not the wave he was after. And he'll try and get away here because he'll be last in the pecking order. It'll be 4th priority, and he is chasing a number. It's not a big one, though. Just a 4.38.
Yeah, I understand why Zave did that. You know, he's trying to create something for himself. He's trying to find such a small number. But with Jorgen being right there with first priority, I mean, he's leaving a door open. So Zave maybe a bit more of a tactical move, trying to move down the beach just so he doesn't get left behind in this heat. There's not long left. He's got to find one of these wider ones and do his best Cowley Vast and just hope that one of these 3 surfers who have priority over him don't go a wave. It is kind of a bit of a disaster right now for Zave, being last in the pecking order so wide and just how inconsistent it is right now. But maybe something coming through, who knows? Miracles have happened. Crazy things have happened before, Paul.
Minute on the clock right now. The lead with Vast, Cuzinet with priority and second. Here's a chance for Xavier Huxtable. And in and out again for him. Won't be the 4.38 required. McGillivray is some way off the pace. 5.48 is number. It's not huge. He's got second priority, so he'll want Jorgen get out the way, so to speak, and then he'll want to find himself a pretty decent wave. Are we seeing that with 30 on the clock? Some energy outside, some movement on the peak. Out the back, we got an opportunity. It could be, if it is the one wave set, you can pretty much guarantee that Cousinet will be using prio. Having a look at Maddie, seeing where he is, checking the watch. Desperate stuff for McGillivray. I think he's realised right now he's just had one of those heats where the ocean did not cooperate with him at all. Didn't really see any kind of mistake, although other than possibly being a little deep at the very start when Cowley Vast was 10 metres wider, turned it into a 6, the high score, in a wave that's been crucial for a heat win. So good news for France with Cowley Vast and Jorgen Cousinet advancing. And that's how we'll kick off our first heat of the day. Men's round of 64 on the Challenger Series. This guy, Cowley Vast. And without having to do too much wave catching, did pretty good point scoring. And they'll enjoy that as they'll bring it in. And that's how we're kicking things off here this morning. We'll keep rolling with the action with a great looking second heat of the day. More live action from the Changers in Ericeira, Portugal, right after the break.
Quand j'ai fait mon premier cutback, c'est là que j'ai
welcome back to live action to the debrief of Cowley Vast with his brains trusted Joanne Giroux.
Et après la dernière, j'ai travaillé.
See the classic finger sort of turns there that surfers do when they're on land, and very, very unique and particular to our sport. These surfers, you know what he's talking about, getting up and getting done. We got the job done. My name's Ben Mundy, joined again in the booth by Jesse Starling. Yeah, you and Paul had a good time, did you? I was out walking around, just chatting away, having a good time.
Always. Paul and I always have a great time. I mean, little bit of sweet. I'm a big Xavier Huxtable fan, but
Right.
I'm also a massive Cowley Vast and Jorgen Cousinet fan. So I was actually really stoked if anyone made that heat, and it just highlighted that it is a little bit slower this morning. We know we're coming up to this 10:30 high tide, so trying to make something happen in the early stages of the heat, similar to yesterday afternoon, it's crucial this morning.
Yeah, I'll tell you who's a big fan of me is my mum, and she texted me saying there's some that I'm not grumpy in the morning or in the evening. She's been listening to the forecast. So I don't know what sure is going on.
Me either.
But I just want you to know, and Paul, that my mum has always got ears. If her son
love your mum.
is getting bad mouthed, or even, you know. So anyway, Vivi's on your case, Jess, just so you know. But yeah, poor Xavier Huxtable, one of the great talents coming through from Victoria down there, along with Tully Wiley. Just couldn't get a wave. I'll tell you what, there's a bit of real estate opening up on that top 10 rankings, though. We just saw Matthew McGilvray, a CT surfer. He's been doing all right. He's gone. Callie Vast was sitting on 12th. So now you think he might start to creep up into that top 10. So already, although it's early days in this event, you're starting to see those little movements on the rankings, which is what we're kind of all here for, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's such a big event in the scheme of things because we have such a solid top 10 right now, and then that top 20, honestly that top 30 chasing are still also close with 3 events left after this one. Nothing is set in stone. There is so much wiggle room still, and I feel like all of these surfers know that they probably can't get too far ahead of themselves, especially this guy. This is the first time he's ever been in the top 10. He knows that he's got to be consistent for the next 3 events, including this one.
Yeah, well, he goes to Jason. I was just speaking consistent, 15 years of consistency from here, from Jaddy. One of the favourite surfers on tour. Still got electric, light-footed, backside attack. Just trying to get a steeper section. Always busy. That board looks really short for these smaller conditions, and now he just starts to get a little bit more groove. Hasn't connected yet. There he does. There's a bit more trademark. So Jaddy still going through, and now a few little bonus sections on the inside. Bit of a wobble with his high tide, but he's still motoring through, and he just dug finally. You can see the frustration. He'd worked so hard just to get that last turn in. But I tell you what, he worked hard for it. Kick at the feet. You can see his intent. Hasn't had a good year so far, but I tell you what, he looked, he showed he means business.
Yes, so fast and electric on this one here from Jaddy. Started off with a lot of speed. And then through this inside section, look how he generates speed just by his own accord. Keeps tricking it back to the power source here. And then it was just all systems go. I mean, just pedal to the metal all the way through. Really nice connection through that inside section. And this was just the gift that kept on giving. He kept finding more and more sections just to go up and attack. Unfortunately, buried a bit of the nose there. Maybe legs were burning. That was a pretty long wave there from Jaddy, but a great way to start. And great signs of energy. He really does have a lot of spark.
Real intent, for Jaddy. As you said, hasn't had a great year so far, sitting well down on the current Challenger Series rankings. But Dimitri Poulos is here. He's the surfer in this seat. You can see him there sitting in 8th at the moment. So he, he's right in the mix. Matthew McGilvray, JJ, we just saw he's lost the heat. And we also saw Jacob Wilcox, number 1. He's out. So already this is gonna slot and change.
Oh yeah.
But there's some movement coming our way.
It's gonna chop and change for the next couple of events. But look at that cheeky little Callie Vast. He pops back up into that top 10 as well. So he's going into the round of 32. Jacob, he'll be looking over his shoulder. Luke Thompson is only 100 points behind him. And then those names through 11 to 20, I mean, serious class. Samuel Pupo, Winter Vincent, we saw him get through yesterday afternoon. Hiroto O'Hara.
Yeah, so all those guys, they're all still in the van, aren't they? Some need to surf this afternoon, obviously. Lob hasn't surfed, so the only person there we can see is Xavier Huxtable, who has had a really good start. He'll be bitterly disappointed he hasn't been able to capitalise on that, so Huxtable will go down, unfortunately. So yeah, it's so tight. And here we go. I just saw Ryan Callanan. He came down, one of the, incredible surfers. He'll be one of the favourites here, especially this bit of swell. He's at 20. Silvera, Sibilic, Lawler, all with CT experience. Crisanto, Bronson Meddy is a world junior champ. I mean, you can just go through this incredible sort of talent from 1 to 30.
Yeah, I mean, it's... If any single one of those guys made it, or if any of those top 10s you're looking at, you wouldn't be surprised because they're all so talented. They'd all be really great additions to the tour or back on tour. I mean, Ryan Callanan is one of my favourite surfers in the world. And the fact that he got knocked off tour, he's back on the Challenger Series and he's still sitting down in that 21 to 30 mark. I mean, it just goes to show how hard this level of surfing is and just how strong the field is. I mean, we're definitely in really good hands when it comes to the future of our surfing.
Yeah. Speaking of pair of safe hands, Chico Alves is down there chatting to Callie Vast.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Coley. How nerve-wracking it is to be the first heat of the day?
It's rare for me to be the first. And when it happened, I like to be surfing in board short. Sometimes I had the chance in Tahiti, but here it's really hard to be the first heat because it's really cold. And then you never know with the tide, with the waves, with the fog, if it's on or not. So like yesterday, they did like 20,000 calls. But it's the game. But yeah, this morning, first heat, it's a tricky one.
How you deal with the cold? You were saying it's really cold out there. Waiting for the waves takes a while. How you deal with it? You're thinking about wearing boots for the next round?
Yeah, no, maybe if I'm first heat, maybe, but no, just a good warm up before. Keep the feet warm and the hands also. And when you're in the water, it's okay. You just have 30 minutes, but yeah, you gotta be careful before the heat.
Strategy for the next round?
I don't know. Just, try to keep the same mindset, same momentum, two good ones. Read the ocean and trust the coaches. So, yeah.
Want to send a quick message back home?
Merci tout le monde de suivre. Ça fait plaisir. Et voilà, into the next one.
Au Chilo, and back to you, boys.
Merci. So, yeah, Kelly.
Allez, bro.
Not rocket science. Just trust himself, trust his coaches, trust his read of the ocean. And if you do those three things and you've got that man's talent, you're going to go far. So, really impressive. You know, he's just trying to get that next level. He's got the gold medal, obviously, at home, and that sort of elevated his profile. But in terms of getting to where he wants that CT, you can just tell he's starting to edge closer, his mindset. He's getting there.
I agree. I feel like you can really see a competitor really start to find their strides and find what works for them when they do start to uncomplicate everything. I mean, you can really see he's just keeping it super simple for himself, just like you said. I mean, 2 waves, 2 good waves. And at the end of the day, that's it. So Cowley just identifying how simple our sport can really be. Interesting in this heat, though, 10 minutes gone. Jatson Andre only with the 1 wave, so it was a 4.17. We got no restarts because we've already seen a wave in this heat. David Silva looking to get back on top, wants to get that first place again. Cool little rematch of the 2023 semi-final. We had David versus Dimitri. I'm not going to lie, David absolutely smoked Dimitri. David got 2 9s in that semi.
That performance here was one of the greatest performances, at this break. David Silva wasn't only just semi-final and the final all week. He'd just been in a whole new level of speed and drive, and so he's got so much experience here. Meanwhile, paddling is chatty. He's paddling and he just can't get into it. Worked really hard to get there, couldn't quite make it. And Poulos still being super selective at the moment. Just a few sets coming through. Dimitri's had 2 quarterfinals, so he's been sort of more consistent rather than that breakthrough performance. What do you think he has to do to get up to that next semi or even, final win, do you think, for Dimitri?
Honestly, he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. I think this is a really great opportunity for Dimitri to potentially get one back on David. All these guys would keep those heats and those moments in their head and know that they want to get their revenge somewhere down the line. So I feel like Dimitri, he just needs to keep playing his own game. He's such a talent. I actually called him to be my dark horse at the start of the year at Newcastle. I said, if you're thinking of one person who might be in that top 10 who could surprise you, I think it's Dimitri. I wouldn't be surprised if he qualified this year.
Okay, on the inside, so Jadson now just staying busy. This is a good approach from him. He's already got that 1 wave.
Wow.
Got a 4.17, which even now in the scheme of the heat looks pretty solid, and then he's backed it up. 4th priority, sitting on the inside, and you can see what he's up for. He's just absolutely on fire here. You can tell by his body language. He's always positive. He's always enthusiastic, but there seems to be an element of manic behaviour about him today.
Is he not just the best? I absolutely love the energy he brings. He's just all systems go. Smart surfing here, got to back up. He's the only guy to have not 1 but 2 waves, and that end turn, wow. I mean, so vertical, had the release in it as well. It just came off this bottom beautifully. Look at that eye line, and then rips that whole body all the way through, gets the full release of the fins, and just the way he carries his speed on these waves that don't have much pushback on him, especially coming up towards this high tide. He's generating all of that by himself. It's just going to show how strong he is.
And you just, he's been counted out so many times. He's always got off, felt the CT, always got back on. He just never, ever gives up. And in terms of goodwill, the amount of time he's spent in competitive areas over the last 15 years minimum, and I don't think any surfer generates more goodwill in that competitive area than Jaddy. Everyone loves him.
Oh.
He's just such a popular guy, just the way he goes about his business. And it's really good to see the veteran here still swinging, and a 5.33. He's the only guy that's got any waves. A pretty good way of winning competitions is the only surfer catching waves. At the moment, he's absolutely doing that out of priority, and he's built a little house. So it's great to see Jaddy back on. But for the other surfers now, 15 minutes gone, Jess, without a wave ridden. Do you start to, when do you go switch up from plan A to plan B? Is that about now?
Yeah, it's pretty soon. Coming down to that 15-minute mark, you're probably thinking, all right, I've had no waves. The guy who's winning's just dropped a 5.33, so he's bettered his score, and he's got that sitting down the beach. You can see Dimitri's already moved himself down to try and get him kind of in that similar zone where Jaddy's been getting his waves. There we go. David paddling himself in as well, but Keone, he's sticking to his guns, staying out the back. But yeah, there's got to be that fine line of, okay, when do I switch from plan A to plan B? Because right now, plan A isn't working for 3 out of our 4 surfers.
Yeah, they're just trying to readjust, look at their position in the lineup. It's not easy. Jaddy's thrown a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons here. Meanwhile, Poulos is paddling for this. So this is Dimitri. So the American fanging down the line. First turn is solid, but it's only a turn. You can tell the power he's got. Lassa pulls the trigger as well. So we are go here now, and there's 2 nice turns. Gets a little bit hung in the foam, and then a little bit of a soft climb, or half climb. Here he goes, a bit of open face. You can tell just not quite getting his rhythm yet. Goes for this sort of foamy, sort of fatty section. He's worked hard, really hard, but his body language indicates just never really connected. So waited 15 minutes to get that wave, and it's kind of just, he was always up against it, always behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, he had some great moments on that one. I mean, that turn was really nice. Held on his toe slide rail for a little too long, almost looked like a mistake, which the judges will lock into. And then the one thing here, he committed to this inside section. He came all the way through, generated so much speed, went vertical, but look how quickly he pulled off that wave. The judges maybe not deeming that one as a ride out, so felt like if he was going to commit to that, he should have just, forced that ride out on that one. And one really big turn there from Dimitri. I have a feeling the judges are going to love this high up than they did for the Keone Lassa wave. I mean, we've seen 2 really different attacks when it comes to getting scores out here. Lay into one big turn or piece together a wave. And I just feel like Dimitri, it kind of made you feel something a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. It had that element of surprise and a bit of unpredictability. And he got a 3.77 for that single turn. Not a massive number, but in the context of this heat, still could be very, very important. And that just leaves David Silva is the last surfer yet to catch a wave. We've got some numbers coming in. We've got surfers paddling. Looks like Jadson Andre with priority uses it, and he's getting down the line. Can he get some open face? He's waiting for it, sort of bumping and shuddering. There he goes. There's the first turn in the pocket. This is a steeper section. Gets a nice bit of fin release there. There's another little swooping down turn. Got some jittery wave here, but he's getting through it. Still staying busy. You can tell, he surfed that wave as well as possible. The Brazilians liked it. And Jadson is just sticking to his game plan. It's pretty obvious. Catch any wave that comes his way and just stay super busy.
Just the fastest, sparkiest guy on tour. I love the fact that he's giving himself such a point of difference in this heat that he's just turning anything that comes to him. Look, this is a solid wave. This is one of the biggest sets we've seen come down the point. So this is that westerly swell. It's coming straight in, and he's sitting wider, capitalizing on these wider looking sets. A little fumble through that inside, but still got some nice work done. He's just staying really consistent, like you said, Ben, and he's just absolutely capitalizing on anything that everyone else isn't capitalizing on. So he's taken everything that comes his way.
Yeah, and it's working so far. Got a few scores to drop for Jadson. So 4.67 and a 5.33. So the scores are in. Jadson's out in front, and White, while he's got a little lead, we've got 12 minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. We have pushed go this morning with a fresh westerly swell. You can tell there's a bit of energy in the ocean, a new sort of source of power, new source of swell. And the person that's best sort of tapped into that swell in this heat so far, Jesse, is Jadson Andre, the veteran, showing that, you know what, age is just a number.
Definitely.
Oh, you can laugh.
Definitely.
yeah, hilarious.
No,
It's
honestly,
age business, isn't it?
honestly, he's so good at surfing. I mean, he's absolutely never lost it. I mean, just how fast he's surfing with as well, and just the way he's reading this heat and capitalizing on the opportunities. I mean, Jadson's really showing that he is a veteran of the sport, and he looks like a dominant surfer in this heat. He's really set himself apart with a 5.33 and a 4.67, has the 2 high marks of this heat, but that's a very stressed out dad right there. That's Julian Lasser. So looking for Keone to find a 0.67, absolutely nothing.
Nothing in it. And really interesting, I suppose, is that in this point is that Silva, another one of the veterans, so much CT experience, so much, well, he's won here before, and he hasn't caught a wave. 9 minutes to go. He needs 2. And right now, his position is really precarious. He's, you know, time is of the essence. We've seen Jadson get 3 waves in 15 minutes, but no one else has. And he's just really, he's got no option now, Jess, has he? Next wave, he just has to go, right?
There's nothing else you can do. You know, you've been waiting for so long. You got to pull the trigger at some point. 22 minutes is a long time to be sitting out there, and you're probably cold, to be honest. You're probably starting to seize up a little bit. He needs to keep moving. He needs to do something, really, you know. And for one of the best guys that we've seen out here, David, he's just had an unlucky heat. He's just ever so slightly been out of rhythm, or maybe sat too far up the point for a little bit. But you could see he finally paddled down, and then a wave came to Keone up the point. So it's one of those things where, you know, you should have been here or you should have been there. Sometimes it is just unlucky. He's got 8 minutes to make it happen. We've seen Jaddy do more in 8 minutes. So just going to try and take a little leaf out of Jadson's book.
Yeah, and the only positive, if you could, you know, really reaching for positives, is that his opponents haven't been able to capitalise at all. They're sitting on a really low scores, a couple of threes. They're saying paddle. So, yeah, really interesting case for Silva. Still right in the mix, despite not having stood up on a wave. We see some lines now starting to come in. The surfers, because the fact that it's been so slow, are starting to, you know, trying to create opportunities, paddling up the beach, paddling down the beach. Plans have sort of gone out the window. You've got to think on your feet. You've got to react to the ocean. And it looks like Lasser is doing that way up the point. There's a wave coming near here. This pullback shot is great. Shows you the amount of scope that this reef has. But that didn't work out. Meanwhile, the surfers on the inside readjusting themselves on the sort of what you would call the proper bowl or the normal takeoff spot. And that didn't break there, so it's just really difficult to navigate your way.
I mean, that wave for Keone, I know he couldn't get onto, but it had a really nice bowl through that inside bit. So maybe, again, just positioning slightly out. David, if he had been a little bit further up, there was points on offer on that, and he's not chasing much. It's a 3.78. I mean, we could watch this next 6.5 minutes. We could potentially have 3 surfers only have caught 1 wave each.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of, all right,
It's a
guys,
one-way showdown.
it's time to start heating up now, because how many times are you going to be looking back at this heat going, how did I not get a second wave? You know, if it comes down to that. And all I needed was a 0.68.
Yeah, exactly.
That is heartbreak if
Yeah.
that's all you need.
It's a really different heat now. You can't really. I mean, they've been in this experience before, this situation, so they do know. But it's rare that there's such a wave-starved heat, and you know, I mean, David Silva, he's not known for just sitting and holding anchor. He's a busy surfer, and he still hasn't ridden a wave with 6 minutes to go. So, right now we've got Chico Alves. He might have a better read of situations.
Yeah, boys.
Yeah, go for it, Chico.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Lovely morning here in Ribeiradilhas. A bit of a night tide right now, but this morning we saw a bit more swell here in the ocean. Yesterday in the afternoon was quite smaller. You can feel it's really chilly here on sand, but everyone looks really warm because everyone is psyched up to get through this round. We've got some big heats coming up, and the conditions are looking amazing, as you can see behind me.
Yes.
And
Chico,
tide's
yeah.
coming in.
Chico, Ben here. It's been a slow heat. How difficult is it for these surfers to read this lineup right now with the tide? It looks pretty hard to read.
Yeah, they are sitting towards the end section here, Ben. We see that on lower tide, they sit a bit further down the point. And right now with this tide, like this end section allows them to open up a bit more. So, yeah, I think the strategy of all of them is staying a bit further on the inside so they don't miss the waves. And yeah, we on this heat specifically, everyone is sitting more towards the inside than early on in the morning.
Okay, and a quick last one. How'd you sleep last night, Chico? How'd you go? All right?
I was the what? Sorry?
How did you sleep last night? What was the reading?
Yeah, I had a really good sleep. I went early to bed, and I got a 95% score on my app, so I'm feeling good today, Ben.
Ah, good. Good to know. Good to know. All right, thanks, Chico. He's fine.
Thank you so much.
He's
Back to you.
95% on his sleep scale, and it's showing. Just the skin, the glowingness, just the aura of the man. And he said it's difficult to read. We did see a wave get ridden here. I'll get Keone Lasser did get a wave while Chico was giving us a rundown. I'll get Jess to break that down for us. So we have got a bit of movement. There's the drone shot showing you just how difficult it is to try and where to sit just on this tide and this fresh swell. Not easy. And
Here we go.
Here we go. We're getting to see some action now. You can see this swell starting to sort of find its way onto the reef. There's a paddle battle at the back. David Silva has to go this one. He is in position. He's going to go. He's waited a long time. So here goes Silva, waiting for his first turn. No signs of nerves. Just gets that little back foot off a little bit of a slip, but hung on. Now he starts to navigate through the fatter section. This turn's important. Just gets a nice little whip in. And then another. There's some bump. He's not really doing his trademark really whip, but he does finish off, so it is consistent. He just surfed to the criteria there, knew that he didn't have to go massive. I mean, the Brazilians are a little bit overexcited. Lasser, meanwhile, also backing up his wave. Really different, bit more rangy. You can see just pumping that wave and then a little vertical whip at the end. So a shorter wave, less amplitude on those turns. But we are heating up here. We had to wait a while, Jess, but we've got a good finish. You can feel the energy.
All good things come to those who wait. That's what they say. And I feel like David Silva just found the best wave of the heat, I'm going to say. I mean, as far as wave size and pocket goes and just how cool, calm and collected he stayed. You can see, though, the fight back here from Keone. He had a 3-1 on that last wave, didn't make that end turn, and I think he got really annoyed by it and just wanted to absolutely detonate that last section. So job well done there for Keone, defending that second place, but wow. Talk about displacing water. David just unleashed on that first turn. Bit of downtime here. Might hurt him a little bit in the score, but how's his composure? Sat for 25 minutes, maybe longer, and then just absolutely nailed this one from start to finish, all the way through to the rocks there. I mean, those fins would be lucky to still be in his board at the end of that wave.
He had to do it. He was right on the rocks. Here he goes. You'll see it here. I mean, he's got enough time for a claim. Or is he just sort of showing the rocks who's boss there?
Yeah, I own you.
Trying to get in the mix. Look where the rock is right there. I mean, they are, you know, funnily enough, I'm no geologist, but they are not soft.
No.
And he has just got in between. But even that, got his board. Looks like he's done this before, don't worry.
Oh, wedged up right on one. So that might be a little love tap to the bottom of the board.
There it is there. Oh, and that's why they're all, I mean, laughing and then anguish. We'll see if that boy's only got a minute. So,
wow.
So that wave was a 6. He needs just a .73 as it stands before scores come in. He's only got a minute to get something. He looks a little bit rattled. Meanwhile, Poulos took off on this wave, Jess.
I was going to say, I hope this man doesn't get left behind. Such a beautiful carve to start this one off. He's got speed and room to work. Wow, Dimitri, don't count him out as well. This is an absolute battle for second. This guy, though, didn't need much. A .73, smart heat surfing here. Crazy looking inside section. Coming back towards him, I was going to say, surely he doesn't attack that last one. Oh, my God.
No, so 34 seconds on the clock. Priority here. Lassa, Adre couldn't get it. Lassa can't get the section. I think he's in second place for the scores to come in. Meanwhile, Silver keeps swinging away. Just doesn't need big numbers, but he likes that. I mean, he's just going, you know what? Almost been rough up and enough. I mean, let's see if he got out the back. This is really, really close surfing. So we're going to... Yeah, there's this big number to come in. So Silver, again, just doing what he has to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's a competitor. He will do anything to get it through. I mean, 2 nice turns there. 10 out of 10 for commitment to the rocks here. Keone just absolutely fighting for this second place. So the judges have a lot to think about here. More waves caught in this last 2 minutes than the prior 28.
Because you think, yeah, exactly. You think
everyone
Poulos' wave was probably the highlight.
Yes.
That's going to be the marker, is it that Dimitri's wave, and then it'll be a matter of whether it's Silver and those last little scraps can get over the line. So there's so much to get through here. Good composure, that Timmy Patterson board looking good. And as you said, he still didn't get left behind. Made it count, Jesse, when it mattered, Dimitri.
Yeah, I would say that was his best wave. I mean, he got a 377 for one turn, similar to his last turn. So he had a carve and kind of a check snap in between there. So you'd have to think it's going above that 377. A 417 is absolutely not out of the question. How high that score is going to go once those last 2 waves of David Silver come in is going to be the question. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Dimitri or David get through this one. Unfortunately, I feel like Keone's going to miss out in this heat, and it looks like scores are starting to filter on in.
Yeah, so Dimitri's wave, you can see there was a 5.8, so he does go up in the second. So now it comes down to this late flurry from David Silver, who needs just a 3.57 with those sort of shorter inside ones. So, I mean, the fact that he's fought back and given the judges something to really think about is a testament to his character. Is it enough? They were small inside waves, they're a bit wobbly, but it's not a big number.
I know.
So it's so tight, and he's checking I bet he's checking his board. It looks okay. Jadson, well, he's pretty safe. He's got first. Really well surfed. Done the job early on in the heat.
Yeah, he just surfed his own heat.
Yeah, pretty much.
He didn't get caught up in this last minute drama. I mean, I feel like, yeah, unfortunately, Keone's probably going to miss out in this one. It's all coming down to that last 2-turner of David. I wouldn't be surprised if it went there, but in the same breath, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. I feel like it's going to be right on the mark there. And Dimitri just did really get that exclamation factor to get him that 5.8. See if we can take a look at it again, because it all comes down to this. 3.57. I mean, he throws so much water. It makes the turns look really dramatic. I don't know.
I think if he had a finish, you could say, okay, that's a bit of a no-brainer.
Yeah,
but the fact that he didn't, I mean, it's all in that first turn. So, really, I mean, it's splitting hairs. It's a 3.57. It's going to be thereabouts. It's such fine margins of the sport. I'll tell you what, though, having waited all that time, got that 6 was really impressive. And so as we said, he's fought back, and it's still taking their time on this one. It's going to be super, super close. It's even hard to try and... There's no obvious comparison. Dimitri's 3.77 was a single turn, so they can't really compare it against another 3.77, 3.5.
Closest to Keone's 3.63.
Yeah.
Which we saw...
Which was smaller and had
it
a
was
few more
smaller and a
turns.
couple more turns. Oh, it's going to be close. But it's not there. It's a 3.43, so he needed a 3.57. So it is going to be Dimitri getting one back on David Silver here.
Yeah, so that is what's that, a tenth of a point almost, a 3.5 wave. That's how tight things are. Dimitri, he gets through, so it's one of the top 10 seeds. Keeps staying on. Jody, well, hands on hips. I mean, talk about a power stance. So what are you going to do about it? So awesome surfing from Jody. Can't wait to hear his interview. But first, we're going to a commercial break and come back with more live action and the interview right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Breathtakingly beautiful scenes above the coast of Ericeira, Portugal. And this iconic surf town packs all kinds of fun wave riding opportunities right now. The focus of our attention's on Ribeira Dilas and particularly on Ian Gouveia, Tara Watanabe, Charlie Kivron, Adur Amatreyan. Four great-looking surfers, all packing something different in terms of skill sets. I think a key attribute will be wave catching, Ben Mundy, because they're going to need to get busy. It's slowed up a bit out there, but someone that's never low on energy and is always good value, winner of the last heat, Jadson Andre with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have Jadson with me. Jadson, was a bit hard this heat. Tide is a bit higher. Talk me through it.
Yeah, as you guys know, I love to ride waves. I'm not one of those guys that drop the anchor out there and wait for the bombs. And sometimes it pays off. So today was one of those days that I was pretty busy in the beginning of the heat, and I ended up winning the heats. So pretty stoked about this. I always struggle to get a rhythm at this wave, and this time I'm kind of figured out a little bit more. And yeah, man, I'm stoked. That was such a hard hit, and I'm stoked to made it.
Yeah, I was saying it's early on this event, but you always had some hard time finding your feet here in Ribeira Dilas. Talk me through the changes throughout the years that made you now gaining momentum on this wave, which is such a hard wave to read.
It is a really hard wave to read. If I say that this wave is a trick wave for your backhand. They're gonna go like Dave the one here, Ryan won here before. So what are you talking about? But for the way I surf, I always struggle to figure out how to surf this wave, and I feel like this time I find out a little bit what I'm supposed to do, and I have some behind the scene tips from you that really know this wave. You also backhand, so yeah, man, I'm stoked, and really important event for me. Stoked to be back, stoked to be like healthy again after pretty much 2 years dealing with some severe injuries, and yeah, I'm so stoked to be here right now.
You want to send a quick message back home right now? I know everyone might be sleeping at this time, but you want to send a message?
Obrigado. Sim, agradecer a todos no Brasil que estão torcendo, principalmente a minha esposa, meu filhinho. Provavelmente a minha esposa está assistindo o campeonato agora, mas o Felipe deve estar lá no sono sagrado dele. É isso, obrigadão a todos pela torcida, mais uma bateria que a gente avançou aqui, bateria muito difícil, mas é isso, bateria por bateria, se Deus quiser a gente vai sair daqui com um grande resultado.
É isso, Judson. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you guys, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Judson.
Stoked, I think, was the key term in that interview. And this guy here looks pretty stoked. Taro, he's such a smooth surfer, one of the smoothest. And you can see his style, his fin release, and then a big finish. That was one of the better put together waves we've seen this morning. So clean. He's just got no rough edges, this kid, has he, Paul?
He's the ultimate technician.
Yeah. Charlie Clement, another super stylish surfer. He's got a nice wave. These waves are improving. And there's a big finish from Charlie. And I'll tell you what, look at this technique. Bang. Arms up, legs wide, easy, and a bit of flair. He's got the showman in him. And again, Adu Amatrain, the bass surfer, had a really, really good heat in his first round. Gets a little bit bogged there, he won't be happy with. Has to reset and start again. Carve nest turns, just sort of nice whip off the foam. And then another one, looking for a big finish like his previous two surfers got. Getting speed here. These balls look quick. Can he finish off big? He can. A little bit of a jitter through there. So probably not as clean or as technical as his opponents, but still strung together a lot of ways, and that was quite dynamic. So, wow. We've got a pretty solid start as opposed to the last heat where we saw Jadson not dropping anchor.
Yeah,
these guys are going for
total
it.
contrast, isn't it? Great energy. It's going to be really good numbers to set the tone for this. Bring it on. Can't wait to see it go down. Interesting to hear Chico Alves giving tips to Jadson as well. Some insights. Imagine those two working together. Imagine them maybe as a detective partnership in an unmarked car.
Yeah.
Just rolling around the streets.
Just sort of the big guy eating the donuts.
Hey, pull over here. It'd never be to do work, would it?
Yeah.
Just pull up for a second, dude.
Guys, let's get some donuts. I got a feeling about this one. Yeah, Chico and Andre.
I reckon there'll be a lot of hunch-based detective work with it. A lot of it would be, I got a hunch.
Yeah. It's sort of more Miami Vice than Sherlock Holmes, I would kind of say.
27.5 minutes on the clock here. Ian Gouveia, another amazing goofy foot surfer. Check the speed he's got. Great looking wave to work with. Lip line float on the backhands. Some nice flicks off the rail in that morning sunshine now, warming up the lineup. He's got the short arm. And he's streaking down for a finish. He's sprightly. And already with good numbers in. That'll be a great entry into the heat for Ian Gouveia. Back in action here in Portugal, looking to get back to the CT once again. In terms of the opening exchange, we've seen a little bit of everyone. Who are you liking?
Wow, I really actually enjoyed Taro's first wave. That came in at his second wave. He's scoring at 5.33. Might have gone a little bit higher than that, to be honest. But Adu Amatrain also a great wave. I mean, look, I'm a goofy. I'm a little bit biased, but I liked what Silva did here. Even that chatter there, he just rode through that chatter and still kept swinging, and then a big finish down near the rocks. You can see speed. He was only going to do one thing here. He was going to go for it. And a little bit of an airdrop right in front of the rocks. People like it. So I like Gouveia. I like his aggression. This might have been one of Ado's first wave. Potentially this is a 6.83. So He's kicked out. It wasn't that wave. It was a wave behind. So Amatraian with a big number. And we've still got Charlie wave at 4.33. So just feeling the energy now. I think we've got over that hump, perhaps potentially the tide. We've got this new swell direction. It just feels like things are coming together a bit more now.
Do you reckon they'd have Chico and Judson, one of those sirens, the magnetic ones that they put on the roof themselves?
Yeah, Chico always forgets to bring it. He has to make the noise himself sometimes. Chico, you've done it again. That might be the tagline at the end. I reckon I can see Jaddy with a little, like, it's all in his notebook. It's got a little black notebook. He just writes down stuff.
Both in leather dogs and jeans?
Sure. And, like, almost high-heel boots.
Or a loafer. Maybe Chico in a loafer, Jadson in a heel.
He's got a Cuban. He's got the Cubans on for sure.
25 on the clock here. We're looking at Taro Watanabe. He is an amazing surfer in terms of the technique, the way he cuts water, his positioning on the wave and with body. It all looks so smooth and dialed in. A radical approach from Kivron early on. Got him a modest number. He just didn't quite get the sections when you make the contrast with Amatraian and the 6.83. There's a lot of content to that ride from Adur. And a pensive look there from Kivron.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's one of the tropes, I'd say, of competitive surfing, that the stylish surfers make it look too easy and get underscored. That's been said about surfers in the past, Paul. Joel Parkinson is probably the prime example of that stereotype. Do you hold truck with that theory? Is that a thing, do you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is that? Why have you come to that opinion? Has it kept you awake at night?
Well, competitive surfing, literally written in the criteria, it says degree of difficulty. So if you make it look easy, essentially you're going against the criteria, aren't you?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Bit of a conundrum there, isn't it?
It's a
strange one.
Yeah, it is. It's very true. And, well, I think Taro's probably potentially could be falling into that sort of paradox. And such a smooth surfer.
Surfers like Joel Parkinson that make difficult things like surfing look easy. What do they make that's easy look difficult by contrast? Is there something else that has to give?
Binomial equations. Yeah. Well, no, because unfortunately for those guys, they tend to make everything look easy. Got that effortless sort of style for most things they do. Reverse parking. Parko's terrible. Yeah, so there, I go reverse parking. They can make that look a bit, some of the easy stuff they make look hard. Hard stuff look easy. Taro often, as soon as he stands up on a surfboard, everything just sort of melts away. But he has got a bit of savageness, doesn't he? He can surprise you with his aggression or his sudden burst of sort of aerials or a hack or something. So he's got that in his locker. It's not all just smoothness.
I'll tell you something else that's not easy to do. Winning a Challenger Series event. And someone that was able to do that in the water right now, Ian Gouveia, absolutely blitzed his way to get the big win last year in beautiful Ballito, South Africa. Gouveia was on an absolute tear over there. He had his favourite surfboard that was signed by Kelly Slater, amongst other people, and his air game launched him back to the CT to kick off this year, where he hung around for a little bit before he was cut, which is why he's back now on the Challenger Series and trying to involve himself in some energy. And he'll do that here, just rolling in, and then opening up with a swoop down. And going up for a vertical stab. Nice and sprightly. Plenty of crisp energy. A good finish as well. Vertical hit. It's a little head movement in it. Leandro Dora likes it. Teserdi. They're bringing the vibes, the support, the volume.
So he had a signed surfboard by Kelly Slater. What?
He won the comp on it.
But did he win the board in a competition or in a raffle or something? Or was it one of his?
I think it's his own board. He got it signed. He won the comp, qualified.
Awesome. Yeah, what I liked about this way was that second turn, he had a little tiny bit of a stumble, and then he just rode out at that mistake with even more venom and got it right up there and then finished really strong. So backing up, a 5.17. As you said, he's won before on this level at this stage. And a bit of a sort of yo-yoing effect between the CT and the Challenger Series over the years. but always is right in the mix, sort of on that cusp, isn't he?
The few surfers like that, aren't there?
Judson's probably the prime example,
on
right?
this tour. I mean, Samuel Pupo would be the one really sort of glaring example as well. That just seems to be consistently too good at this level, but maybe not quite there on the CT. Let's remind ourselves of some of that vision from Ian, who's such a good, positive character with amazing energy. And it's been really good to see him flourish again down in Bolito in 2024 in fun conditions. And he just looked so relaxed with the way he was surfing, everything really well dialed in. He had these amazing airs that he was doing down to the flats on pretty heavy sections. It's basically just enjoying himself. We talk about the stress of competition. He didn't show any of that. He was having so much fun throughout, and he got the win, and it got him back on tour.
Yeah, as soon as there's any type of section, like with any grunt, he's not afraid to throw everything at it, whether it's in the air or and close at Rios. And you can see him here mixing up forehand airs, backhand whacks, and then a massive, massive win that got him back on the CT. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to retain his status, but yeah, he's got that muscle memory of being a winner. He knows he can beat any single person in this whole field. He won't be afraid of. And right now, well, he's got a 6 and a 5.17, so far so good.
Yeah, he's going all right in this. Decent numbers, 11.17 for Gouveia. Got the best of it. Amatreyin has got the high single wave score, 6.83.
Interesting to sort of put some of these serves together in the sort of detective duos. Maybe make some type of TV series. They could have sort of rival ones, you know. Interesting to see Amatreyin be paired with. Kind of thinking Huckabee. Thinking Amatreyin and Huckabee on the beat. I'd like to see it.
No, I'm thinking Winter Vincent.
Vincent.
He's
cool,
driving.
Calm. Yeah. He's got a leather dog. Sharp collars. Dare I say it, even as a professional athlete on the darts.
It's a stressful job, mate. Here goes Amatreyin. Nice snap from him with speed. Look at this bowly section. A stinging snap. Good hit. Wow. Whoa, no. And then suddenly, inexplicably, loses control.
Yeah, really well. It's been interesting to break this down, just what went wrong, because he was just fanging down the line. Maybe just got the fins out of the... Just by the driving off the bottom end turn. He was wiggling here, waiting for the section. Looked good. This turn was crisp. So, okay, you're on to something. And then just drove through it here. Another second turn was strong, and all he had to do was drive around that section. Just got a bump and went down. But prior to that, he was on the way to a very, very good score here, which made this sort of wobble. Just lost his balance. You can see the unevenness of the texture. And the boys, you can see that from really, really stoked to desolation suddenly with a millisecond mistake. So, see if the judges punish that or how heavily they punish it. The first two turns were really good.
He'll make his way out the back, Ruing. Missed opportunity to really maximise. It will be a helpful number. He'll lose to 2.93, but could have been something much more significant. Look at these pulses coming through. This incoming tide is allowing this fresh swell to build again. Dropped off 4 yesterday. It's dialing back up. It's not in a particular hurry about it, but not only just in terms of the size, but the energy of the swell, crucial. And the consistency of it to give everyone opportunities. We'd like to see that. Priorities with Charlie Quivron. We'll want to get involved here. Still plenty of time and he'll go. Good looking wave from steep behind the bowl first turn. A wrapping snap in a pocket. And then some speed for Charlie. Up into the lip, releases the tail. And then climbing over the foam. Nice and sprightly and light on his feet. He'll wind back again. And then dig it in. Kicking up spray. Quick out for him. Nelson Clarek watching on. Coaching duties. Charlie Quivron, the Frenchman. Long paddle back for him. 16 on the clock. A score that will definitely help him out.
He's, you know, we're talking about surfers who have yet to make that grade up to the CT, and Charlie's been around for a long time, but and I've seen a lot of his heats. But I never tire of his surfing. I never, you know, I always look forward to it, the way he approaches a wave. I'm not quite sure why he's never been able to just sort of up that sort of aesthetically looking, that style, that ability just to look great in a wave. It hasn't been able to utilise that as a platform to go to that next level. But I tell you what, he's such a smooth, great surfer. And that wave was really well surfed from start to finish. Those wraps were on point. So yeah, again, just looking really, really pleasing on the eye. But will it be the score that he needs? Needing a 6.34 as it stands.
Here goes Taro fading his entry. First turn's really nice. Nice and aggressive. That one was great as well. Some real vim and vigour to that sort of surf. It's just a short wave though. Here's your heat leader, Gouveia. Will kick a turn away. Who's Charlie Kiveron partnering up with as a detective?
You want some beef. You want some brawn. You want the sort of yin and the yang. You want, you know, so I'll be whacking in. I'm kind of thinking a young guy on the beat. Your Tully Wiley might come in over the top with a bit of you know, that sort of action. I can see Cousinet and Quavant cutting a swathe through the Parisian nights. You know, hitting the nightclubs to gain some intel. But Watanabe, as again, that wave just short. You can see the style. That was a bit more savage. And this turn was great. Look at that, right in the pocket. Drops that left hand into the lip and then comes out. Just didn't have enough sections, you'd think. Still, it's going to be in the mix. 14 minutes to go. These 35-minute heats, so many opportunities.
Do detectives still just drive around in cars?
That's all they do.
Do they not just wait at the office now on their phones? The scrolling, just driving around, picking up sort of heartburn medication from the pharmacy on the corner.
Poor man.
They're always low on the heartburn medication, aren't they?
No, they've got to hit the road, mate. They've got to be out there and amongst it.
Speaking of support crew, can't think of anyone finer have Mike on than Aritz Aramburu. Always good energy, a great ambassador, and he's also working with Adul Amatrain. He's going okay in the water at the moment. Let's go and have a word with him. He's with Claudia.
That's right, we're here at Adit supporting Adura Matrian, the surfer, in the water right now. How does one adapt to the conditions in a day like this?
It's pretty tough this morning. The tide is high right now, and the swell is rising, so it's really hard to make your choices because you don't know if it's gonna be like a small wave here or maybe it's gonna start pushing. And actually in this hit we've seen already like bigger sets. Adur's been lucky enough to get one of them, and yeah, looking for the backup right now.
You're here supporting him, maybe giving him a little bit of mentorship. What can we expect from him for this year and for the future?
Well, he's a super dynamic surfer and he has a lot of energy. So yeah, he's someone that he has a lot of power, a lot of strength, and this wave suits him really well. So hopefully he make the right choices now, and yeah, we can expect a lot of things from him, so it would be nice.
And what are those right choices? Maybe something that you wish you knew at this point in your career and that you're trying to pass to him?
Yeah, I think when you see it from the perspective that not being from the contest, sometimes you make choices like more relaxed and you don't have that stress. So I think it's good to share with him a little bit of knowledge and just make it simple and try to enjoy the waves. It's a beautiful day here in Ericeira, so yeah, hopefully he shows some great surfing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wish he was my mentor.
Wow.
Just carry me around, just add a bit of, you know, make things simple, make things relaxed.
You remember in the days of sat-nav, people used to have sat-navs in their car and you could choose the voice. I had a Ritz. I just found it really comforting when I was stressed, so driving around in urban situations.
Maybe go left.
Just to have a Ritz hour. Maybe
it's
next,
up to you.
Maybe next right if you feel like it, Paul.
There is no bad journey.
No pressure. Here we go.
It's not about the destination.
I mean, it literally is. Amateur in. Wow, up into the lip. Good finish. There's that dynamic nature to his shedding that Aritz was talking about. I mean, super. Are we Is this a gold? Are we on the verge of a new golden era, the Belle Epoque of coaching? I mean, look at some of these names we got on the beach right now.
It's a seamless transition these days, isn't it? It's a real seamless transition from the competitor to coach. And look at that big roundhouse wrap. And then it's really interesting just to get his insights just before Adur on this wave, needing a 3.97 before he took off, and then a big finish. And so after that last wave where he did make a mistake, this time he's you know what, I'm not going to do that again. Learn his lessons. Made some good choices, that's what we're talking about, and rode it out. And Adur. But this wave, we saw this in the little flash of the screen, didn't we, Paul? And we liked it. I think this second turn here was really sharp. Again, it's a smaller wave, but he's just so whippy, so fast. Doesn't get the finish. Just showing what he's got this turn. Wow. Bit of a trademark. Drops out of the sky. Deals with the foam. Bit of shampoo. And he rides out. So tight. 10 minutes on the clock, Paul. There's a struck match between them.
What a heat this is. Really, really enjoyable. They're just going blow for blow. Sixes all over the place at the moment as we wait for a number to come in for Adur. He's already got the 6.83. We've got a 6.47 for Kivron, a flat 6 for Gavea. It's actually just Taro at the moment. It doesn't have a number of that magnitude. Just surprising me, really, given the caliber of his surf and how good he is.
Yeah, it is. It's just right there, and he's got to make some better decisions, perhaps. 9.5 on the clock. It's really tight. What last wave Adur's to come in. Oh, no, it's going to set up for really good last 9.5 minutes. Yeah, everyone's even. Everyone's got to go big. The scores are high. They're going to go for it. Yeah. I can't wait.
Yeah, loving it. Time for a quick break here. More live action from Ericeira right after this. Welcome back to Portugal. Heat 11, around a 64 for the men in the water right now. It's the surfer out of the Basque Country. Gets the improvement, 6.73 his last. And he's rallied into a good position now, 13.56 his total. Solid work for Adur Amatreir. Priority and second place position with Ian Gavea. So let's think about the job of work facing the likes of Taro and also Charlie. Second priority will help Taro. Got to find a connection though, get involved in those sixes. How's he going to do that?
Yeah, he's just had those. He hasn't had the length to ride, which I know is not an absolute criteria, but okay. He hasn't. He's had those waves have had 3 or 2 sections, and he's had to work so hard to get those 4s and 4.4s and 4.93s and 5s. He's got to get just that better wave that opens up because he's got the style, he's got the rail game. He just needs better selection of waves. I've been warming to the detectives at Surfers team, Paul. I'm thinking you've got to have the guys that play it by the book, unimpeachable. Guys, they won't take bribes. Your Cullen and your Wilcox. They play it by the book. They would never put up with some of the stuff that Alves gets up to in the dark streets. Yeah, I'm seeing Wilcox and Callahan just cracking cases, but doing it the right way. Maybe he's Chiefs. I'll take the badge off you. I don't want to do it. I'll even take the gun. Crevon here too, that 6.47. We're talking about that style and how well it worked. He did get a big number for that, so he now needing a 4.70, but down there in 4th priority. So all these surfers have had real flashes of incredible surfing. All got some really big numbers at the start. Only Adua being able to separate himself completely. I think it's going to come down to a classic one set, one wave shootout. Whoever can get that, wave in the 6-point range is going to get through this, but it's so tight.
It's not a big number required by Kivron at the moment, but he's going to have to just deal with a bit of traffic in front of him in terms of that priority order. To get that opportunity, he needs wave to be caught and ridden, or he needs a bit of sea room. Somewhere to sneak away. So a couple of options of doing that here, but nothing like what there would be at a beach break, for example. So not as easy to evade the attentions of your adversaries. Time will continue to tick away inside that 5-minute mark.
It kind of feels like with this new swell, it's probably a bit longer period, whereas the swell we've had over the last 2 days has been a bit more jumbled, a bit more multi-directional, so probably more opportunities. Where this one, the lulls are there. You've got to wait for these sets, and if you miss a set, well, that's 10 minutes of your heat shoot up.
Do you want to know what's rare?
Yeah.
In life, surfing, particularly, just having the right amount of west. I feel like we're sort of in a permanent existential crisis where it's either too west or not west enough. Like everything's just too west.
Yeah.
Today, it's just the right amount of west.
Yeah, perfect amount of west.
How often does that happen?
How often you like, especially some of those comps at Nazaré, you're like, yeah, and then someone will say to you, just whisper in your ear, too west. You go, it's too west. But this is just west. You don't want it too west, but pure west.
How was your pizza? A bit west.
A bit west. It was so close. It was so close. It was just a bit too west.
This guy's got some spark. Redzunas, amazing surfer out of Argentina. There's a lot of firepower in that next heat. Emrod. They got Oscar Berry as well. Number 5 on the Changers at the moment, the Australian. Rafael Teixeira, the animal. Full aggression from him. That'll be a great looking matchup. 3.5 on the clock. No real motion in the lineup right now. Here's the recap, Ben. Adur tore in early.
Yeah, he had an incredible first heat of the event. Got massive numbers, and he sort of picked off where he left off from that. Just swooping. So dynamic. Really, really aggressive. Always puts all the rail in all the water and picking the best waves. And you can see the board speed's sort of crucial in the fact that he can always go big at the end. Yavia, though, fought back. Probably has got the best waves in terms of wave selection. And the goofy footer just finishing off with some big finishes there in front of the rocks. There you go. Just a little head flick as well. Brazilians have liked it. But then Adua, every time he just got a little bit of pressure, he's fought back with waves like this. You could tell when he hit that roundhouse cut back, and as soon as he hit that foam, you could tell he was in rhythm. Had good form, good speed, and then just the finish. You can see the dynamism, the spray out the back. So yeah, really, really technical and committed surf, and that's why he's out in front, Paul.
Important wave here for Charlie Kivron. We speculate how would he get away in 4th prio by going deep on the reef, and he gets a section and he gives it the treatment, but he goes incomplete. And that will be costly, not pulling that maneuver down for 7, the number he needed. You can see a little splash. He's rattled.
Yeah, and I feel like I've seen Charlie in this position quite a few times where they've got that one big number, surf really well, and then he's just scrapping. You know, that wave was 2 minutes to go. Was that the right decision? Or no, he's in a pretty difficult position. In hindsight, it didn't work out, and he often has to do a Hail Mary. So I've just seen Charlie just, you know, be in this position where sort of having to scrap, even though he's got one good number on board, and he's have to get back out there and see if he can manufacture something. It's going to be really difficult. I can sense the deja vu a little bit.
1 minute 20 remaining in our number of 11. With the round of 64 I'm a tray in. Good lock on it, really, with his numbers. And Gouveia hasn't done a lot of surfing, really. Got his first 2 waves with his scores. He's just kind of chilled out since then.
Yeah, had priority for a long, long time, hasn't he? Just waited for that wave. Trying to, well, that's the experience. He knows the 517. He's got to get a wave that's going to improve on that. He'll be keeping tabs on Quivrant, though. He's the surfer who can potentially take his position out. Needs a 4.7. Taro needing a 5.85. So another one who's had a pretty good year so far, but facing early elimination. But he got some action out the back. And you think Gouveia might have a look at this. Meanwhile, that man there, Taro, is up and riding, Paul. And he's S turning around. Doesn't need a massive number. Goes for it there. He's not going to make that. So it looks like that could be his last wave. Meanwhile, Gouveia does use his priority. He's going to see out this heat, you'd think, unless Quivrant can do something in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, just making sure by taking that wave, getting the block. Brazilian squad, they like it. An important heat for Ian Gouveia. Wants to go back to the CT. And half a season of it this year. He's already been there in years past. And a job well done for Ian, who maximised what came to him early on in the heat and avoided really anything dramatic, having to chase much down. You have to say hats off to Ador Amatreyan, who had an extra gear. He had a few clicks more of speed and energy to his surfing. Found the better sections. He juiced them. He looked really, really good out there. Well done, those two. We'll lose Quivrant and Watanabe. And a great looking next matchup will hit the water real soon. We'll see Michael Rodrigues, Oscar Berry, Franco Redzunas, Rafael Teixeira. We'll take a quick break before that. More live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro on the Challenger Series really soon.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to Ericeira. We'll fly up higher World Surfing Reserve and take in morning scenes on a Wednesday. Waves out in the water. Big performances already. Still early, really, in competition. But the action is relentless as we're looking at Emerald taking on Oscar Berry, Franco Redzunas, Rafael Teixeira. I'm Paul Evans, joined now by Chico Alves. How's your morning going so far, mate?
All good, all good. It's getting quite warm here right now. It was a bit cold earlier this morning, but right now we can see the sun on the face of this one as Michael Rodrigues just smashes it.
Tearing in on the Mayhem.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, his equipment looking really dialed in. Got the little baby swallow going there. And Michael Rodriguez, that long partnership with Matt Biolas and Mayhem. I think that's who gave him the nickname Emrod originally. I think that was Biolas as well.
Really?
Yeah, it's a long partnership. It's been pretty fruitful.
Yes, nice snap here. I like the extension on the bottom turn. A bit better here, a bit more release out of that tail. Beautiful swoop. I think that it's actually epoxy equipment under his feet. Looks really lively. Yeah, it looks really lively. And beautiful stuff there. Look at this. Wapa! Nice torque of the upper body, pushing the back foot. And this was Oscar Berry's wave. Beautiful first section. Nice. Gouging snap. Got a bit stuck there, the front foot, but looks like he got a good number on the board. 5, 6, 7 for this one. So nice work there by Oscar, and probably a big finish. Yeah, as expected. Was that considered completed, Paul? Just because he looked really in control. He just had to bail because otherwise he was going to break the fins on the rock. But nice work there by Oscar, and he was able to stand up right on the rock. So instead of the board, there he is, Oscar, looking in control.
Dry docked.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of surfers standing on that rock today, and with this tide is normal because they kind of end on that part of the beach. Rafael Teixeira, nice combo there, float around the section, and nice finish. A bit stuck on that one, but maybe lacking a bit of speed going towards that last section, but nice work here by Rafael. Nice snap off the top. You can see the back arm working in his favor all the time. Just trying to really torque that upper body.
Yeah, interesting. His technique's quite unique, isn't it? He's got that really narrow stance with his legs while he's getting speed. The arms are quite wide, and then just before he goes to the knees, you can see him kind of flex those knees, and everything's just twitched and ready to fire, and he like builds that tension. Then when he hits it, you get the release, and it looks big.
Yeah, he gets really. He has a really low center of gravity, and he uses a lot his upper body to extend those maneuvers. So yeah, it's a unique technique. Basically, it's the one technique that everyone uses surfing on their backside, but it's quite interesting because there's always different approaches on how to do it.
Good morning for the Europeans and the surfers from the Basque Country. Adur Omatrain, the latest of them to enjoy success. Let's hear from Adur. He's with Claudia.
That's right. After quite of a slow heat, Abdur finding opportunity going into the next round. Guided straight heat.
Yeah, it felt great. It was a tough heat, some great names, and yeah, managed to get few waves and made it. So very happy.
We were just chatting earlier with the best crew, including Aritz, who's been here, giving you a bit of mentorship, I would say. What's the importance of having him here supporting you?
Yeah, Aritz has a lot of experience in competition. So yeah, he came here in the last minute to help us out, and it's great to have him around because he's really good at teaching, at showing like how he's done everything, and yeah, it works.
He was just telling us how you're trying to keep it light and having fun in the water. Is that something you focus on before going in?
Yeah, I mean, I try to focus before my hit, but once I'm out there, having fun is like really necessary because otherwise I don't enjoy and I don't surf at my best. So yeah, having fun is a big part of it.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one.
Omatrain, he'll look to try and just bottle that energy, bring it back. Picking up live right now, Razunas of Argentina. Another surfer with a load of aggression and spark. Good section here for him. He'll hammer that big spray. It gives it a punch to finish, just to accentuate that end section. That looked good.
That was a big turn to finish off. that one. We couldn't anticipate by the line he was doing and the speed he was carrying. And the section popped right when he needed to explode. So first turn, bit of a wrap, set it up. Another kind of like small check turn, another one. But for me and for you, of course, Paul, this is the money turn. Bango. Releases the fins. Weight transfer all the way to the front foot. Drifts a bit. Looks stylish, in control and powerful. So I think the score will come most likely from this last maneuver. Look how wide the water was.
Spray the drone.
He sprayed the drone. Look at the technique. It's really low. Pushes the back foot really hard. Torques the whole body and makes it. So I really enjoyed it instead on normal speed because it looked a bit more, even more difficult than on slow-mo. But really nice technique there by Franco. And yeah, he's back in the game. Everyone else has fives and fours, so this is going to be really helpful with 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's involved right now, isn't he? See where it puts him, where he can go from here. So we've extended out our heat time to 35 minutes. That's because we had a couple of slower ones earlier on. I'm just making sure a little extra bit of opportunity for everybody out there in the lineup at Ribeira. Tide will come into that full tide, which will do a number of different things. Quite significantly, that end section into play with the rocks. We saw O'Berry hammer his last turn, and he just sort of stood on the bottom, and the sea just drained away. He was just standing on a rock shelf. And expect to see that throughout this high tide, because surfers will commit to that end section. They're not pulling back at all. It's quite intimidating. So you see that when you come towards it, rather. And it comes at you pretty quick. But a good number to get, 5, 6, 7, for a lot of controlled power on the opening ride for the Aussie. Judges enjoyed it. And he'll paddle in here, chin on the stringer. He really wants this wave. This is why, because he's got a great looking initial bowl, and he'll punt. And he'll just lose the back foot. Tried to hang on to it, unable to do so.
He needed that turn, but yeah, a lot of paddling to get that wave, but the potential of it wasn't quite there. But nice stuff there in terms of paddling. But yeah, he didn't add much time to get the pop, but he actually got a lot of good amplitude on that nose peak reverse. And unfortunately, a bit of a fall as we see Emrod live.
Rodrigues, first snap is with loads of speed. Here's a great section. He'll tag that. Comes out with velocity. And just screeching those tires as he corners around to the inside bowl. Another vicious snap. This is all set-up work, really. Then a big hit, well timed. Another great section. This is where the rocks will come to play, and because of that, they'll just chop that turn and just stomp the tail and get out. Probably a good call.
Yeah, it was. Sitting on a 4-5 this wave was really, really important for Emrod. Beautiful first turn. I really enjoy the drift of the fins on that first one. A bit of a downtime on this section, just based on the conditions right now. He needed to wait for this section, and I like this snap. It was a bit more aggressive. So, as you said, a really good option not to decide to run with that magic board over that rock, but the wave itself was really well surfed. Just the speed he's carrying on such a hard wave to surf, it's impressive. I think this is going to better his situation. I don't know how high he can go, but that first turn to me looked good, so I think he will improve for sure.
22 minutes now on the clock. Number for Rodrigues, 4-6. Yeah, you probably would have thought, particularly when he first stood up and got the speed going, you're thinking, looks like a 6 or better. Didn't turn out to be, so maybe a little undersurfed in terms of the reward from the panel. Sets up an intriguing position in the heat. He leads it, but not up there with the high numbers. Teixeira with work to do. He's got a 5 already. Here he goes on the backhand. Maintaining a high line, dealing with some sort of crossed up stuff out the back, bit of foam on the face as well. Not a great choice.
Yeah, the wave looked good out the back. Looked like was going to double up, but then when it did, kind of ran away from him. So a bit of an awkward wave. Not too much score potential on this one. So you can see here there's like a wave under it, and we thought, oh, okay, he's seeing something down the line, but what he was seeing down the line just ran away from him, as we can see now on this one. So a 3-point ride for this one of Rafael. And sitting on the best number so far is Franco, as we see live action again, Emrod.
Slicing in the morning sunshine, good combo. Look at the speed, effortless, and up there again. Great aggression, much more fizz and spark and verticality to that kind of surfing. How's that going to go numbers-wise? It'll be up there.
Yeah, that was a bit more dynamic, I would say. The wave was smaller, but the work he did was beautiful, as we can see. Shorter, smaller wave, nice snap, tight snap in the pocket, gets around it and gets up there. I don't know how much of an improvement it will be, but yeah, great work here by Michael. Nice snap there in transition. You see the shift of the foot real quick, and this is Franco on another one. Beautiful snap off the top, another gouging carve. This looks like a good one. Another carve. Let's see the finishing, and a bit of a wrap, and a lot of work to get this final turn. He gets it. So he was needing this backup. He's sitting on a 5.77. So Franco there, great work there, Paul, by Franco. Looking lively.
He's really energetic. Been able to cover all sorts of ground. Nothing too repetitive in his surfing as well.
Yeah, I love the first snap off the top. Beautiful carve. Really quick in transition and really aggressive on the way he's zigging and zagging his board. And nice, I wouldn't say nice, but just for good measure, a good finish there. And yeah, he's got a backup, so he was sitting in fourth, but only needing a 2-2-3 to be on a advancing position. So I think that's it for sure. But maybe he can take the lead with this one. And so we are waiting for scores for Michael and Franco, but both of them probably doing their best wave so far, in my opinion. So let's see what Emrod has on this one. And as expected, best wave of Emrod, last one, 5.43 for that one. So with third priority, capitalizing on that wave selection based off that lively, energized approach on that really small wave. So 5.43 for Michael. Nice job there by Michael to get into those fives range. Really important into the context of this heat.
Yeah, just forcing himself into contention, really, wasn't he? That combo turns at the end, you feel probably where a lot of those points came, and just really realizing he needed to muscle up and bring something. Didn't want to get stuck in the 4, so he gets the improvement, which helps him. Number in 4, Razunas, though, gets him to first. So the 4.73 for the Argentine in the lead right now. Plenty of time, 17.5 on the clock. Have a little look here in the spin. This is Franco. And the wave with a wobble to it. That's exactly why no one else even looked sideways at it. And he thought, well, you know what? I've got nothing to lose if I just stand up. If it turns into a runner, I'll belt it. If it doesn't, no problem.
Yeah, fourth priority, so just having a bit of a look there while paddling back out. Franco in the lead now. That last one, 4.73. So as expected, he took the lead In second, we have Michael. Now with that 5-4-3, really important one. And everyone is really close though. Everyone is sitting on 5s. And really low numbers as a backup. So this is going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, it's really well poised, isn't it? And entertaining heat and fun conditions. More live action from the Challenger Series in Ericeira right after the break. Welcome back to Ribeira Dillas. Having a look at Michael Rodriguez, who's just really wanted a wave. I'm not entirely sure why. He was head down. He was swinging for that thing. Really committed paddle. Interesting. Wonder what's going through his mind right now. He's in second place position. It's not safe there though. And we're looking at easily gettable numbers for the likes of Teixeira and for Berry, who are chasing him down. It is Oscar Berry, the Australian, with priority. There's the more modest requirement. 4.36 is all he needs. And Oz will be on the prowl looking for something that offers him, well, at least something of a mid-range number. Not really thinking about the score at all at the moment. You think of 5-6, something better than that. That's what I'd be interested in. His first wave was decent, the 5.67. Shown a lot of power. He's had an attempt at an air as well, which is just a quick throw away. Since then, he's been real patient.
Yes, I think just really trying to make sure the next one he gets, it's the right one to take that lead. Sitting on such one of the highest numbers of the heat, of course, he knows that, and he's taking that into consideration while sitting with priority. But he's not needing much, 4.35. And even Rafael is only needing a 5.04. So I think this is one of those hits that it's anyone's game until the end, especially with these conditions. If we have like a flurry of action where we can see like a two-wave set, and third and fourth are sitting with first and second priority. So we can literally see them both going from fourth and third to second and first.
Here's Franco streaking down the line. Tons of speed. What can he do with it? Not loads initially. Now he'll get onto an open face and just carve to snap to slide to go down.
Oh,
big boost there from Rodriguez.
Beautiful stuff there by Michael. Nice air. Really good amplitude. I don't think it's going to go huge, but I think he can improve his situation with that wave. Again, without priority on this one. Just, he was seeing it down the line, the section. Just puts the foot on the right place, goes for it. Not a huge air, but looked really technical and really clean to me. So for the conditions we have today, I think this is for sure going to help his cause. And it will most likely improve his situation, I think. I think that 4.6 will be replaced by this last air. What do you reckon, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, he's been looking for that for a while. He saw him paddle on that last wave. I think it was another one of those little closeouts that he felt he'd find a ramp on. He found it there. And this was Franco prior to that. Uncharacteristic, really, there, as he just kind of lost it on that turn. Franco leading this heat at the moment over Rodriguez. Oscar Barry will continue to be patient here. Still sitting on a solid number from a long time ago in this heat. That memory fading a bit in his own mind and really starting to think about the task in front of him, which is to find a wave at the moment that needs to be 4.36. Good chance of that going up if and when we get the improvement from Rodriguez.
Nice drone shot there, as we see Eli Anneman coming up next on, I tell you what, one of the biggest hits of this round. Matheus Zerdi, Eli Anneman, Bronson Meidi, and José Francisco, your new favorite surfer, coming up next. So, really, really interesting hit regarding the conditions. Matheus, really, really lively and really well on the rankings right now. Eli Anneman, no, he won in the US on conditions that look, I wouldn't say the same, but they were kind of small as well, and he's really good on this type of conditions. Bronson Meidi, what a great surfer from Indo. He's got so many bags in the trick.
Yeah, amazing. So much pop.
So many tricks in the bag.
Yes, really, really dynamic.
And José Francisco,
he's just
the
been
underdog.
A surprise package, yeah, real muscular approach on the backhand. We've been talking about it's been a theme of different ways to get numbers here on this wave. There are air sections. It's not necessarily the obvious kind of ramp-type wave, but surfers will find them. Rodriguez did that, but didn't go in his top two, just under 4.57 for the air reverse. So not helping his cause overall. Requirements will remain as they were. More time will just slip away. 9 minutes, 15 seconds to go now. So if you're Oscar Barry and you got that first priority, you've had it for a while, you've got one number, and then no kind of backup to speak of. What goes through your mind at this stage? You've had a 5, maybe 7 minutes of just sitting there without really seeing anything that tempts you. What's changing in terms of his own mind, in terms of his strategy, his thoughts?
Well, I think he knows he needs to sit there and wait. Like, there's nothing else he can do right now. If he was sitting on third and fourth priority, he can give a go on the waves like Franco and Michael got caught just before. But knowing he only needs a 4.35 with 8 minutes to go, I can guarantee that he will sit until the set comes to try to get that number. And I think there's some lines coming in right now. Looks like a bigger set out the back. And this is Halle Batista. Always really lively as well on his surfboard. A former QS warrior. Used to see him do corrupt flips and supermans in QSs back in the day, so it's always great to see.
All right, here we go. Oscar uses priority. What's he got for a sear first turn? Pretty decent. Some authority behind that. Good hit onto the lip for Oz. And he'll rip in on a rail. The wave will just keep providing. He'll chop his line down so it doesn't run in front of it. And he'll get some lip. It's a little crumbly. Does well just to time the hit to get spray. Multiple sections. A good finish as well. Right onto the sand rather than rocks, which is comforting. A great wave for Oscar Barry.
Amazing wave by Oscar. I think this wave, it's going to be a high number for sure. I think it's going to be the highest number of the heat. Really well surfed. Just the flow he had on these first sections. Nice carve there. Winds up again. Beautiful click off the top, throwing buckets of water. Gets around it, and a beautiful carving snap. All torquing the body all the way through the white water. And he was able to finish off. Nice click off the top there, and he was going after it, and nice finish there, landing on the sand, showing commitment. He really wants it, and well, he waited a long time for this one, but he made sure it counted, Paul. Beautiful surfing. 6-7-7 for Oscar. Goes from 4th to 1st in a matter of 1 minute. He waited 15 minutes for this one, but a well worth it wait on this case, Paul. Look at this. This was the last turn. How sketchy was this? A bit of a snap off the top and double up on the sand. Hopefully he didn't get hurt. It looked like it was okay, but what a great wave to have. A bit of a loft there. A bit of a loft there, so he's having fun. He knows, he actually knew he was gonna get a big number, so going all the way to the lead now, 6-7-7. Now in third, needing that 5-0-8 is Michael Rodriguez. In 4th, Rafael Teixeira.
I mean, that's not one really part of this heat. Just raise an eyebrow about that. Rodriguez, 6 waves ridden all up, unable to get above the 5-5. And for the amount of speed he's generated, and even the sections and the waves, he hasn't, as yet, been able to turn that into really significant numbers, well, significant to the tune of getting him to advance. He's in 3rd at the moment. He's got a little work to do. 2nd prio is his. 1st prio is with his compatriot, Rafael Teixeira. He's got a bit to do. 5-1 is the number for Rafael. And so we saw the long priority hold pay off for Oscar Berry. Will it do so for Rafael Teixeira? At the moment, he hasn't really got decisions to make. There's nothing coming through, so it's kind of an easy decision to not do much and basically just wait and be patient. And you look calm from the outside, but maybe some turmoil going on inside.
Yeah, for sure. He needs a low number, 5-5-1. Rafael Teixeira can do that with ease.
It'd have to be his best score of this heat.
Yeah,
he's had over half an hour out there, hasn't been able to get that.
If he gets a wave like Oscar's wave, he's going to get it. So it's just a matter of who catches the best ones that come. They all got skills and level to go super highs in terms of numbers. But I feel like Michael got a bit off in terms of the priority option for him of being first priority. So he kept catching like smaller waves on the inside, and now he's trying to stick to that second priority and really pray that a set with more than one wave comes. He needs such a low number that he does that with his eyes closed. So I think, as I said previously, we've seen 4th go to 1st. We can see 4th again go to 1st. So it's just a matter of who catches the next really good one that comes, as we see a bit of a good line coming in.
Yeah, energy pulsing through, 3.5 on the clock here. Priority Teixeira. It is Oscar Berry in 4th. Pro, no one else wanted it. He says tar very much, and he'll go. Bit of a spring in his step, sort of up and down type of stuff for him. Ooh. He'll kick away the punt. Why not? 4th prio, you're in the leads. Spin and go and see what you can grub up. It won't be loads for him right there. He'll still have the lead though. Won't change anything with priority as well. No other takers. 3 on the clock. Let's recap the heat and remind ourselves what's gone down thus far. This was the sprightly start from Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar started off really well. This 5-6-7 from him was a good opening, a really nice backup number to have to start off this heat. Really well surfed wave, connecting all the dots, not making any mistakes. And this was really well surfed. That last turn was big, and yep, he started off well. This was Franco's one. Franco started off with a 5-7-7. With turns like this, he can go really higher than a 5-7-7. If he had a better start on this one, he would go into the 6s and 7s. So Franco there showing a lot of good technique, and this was the best wave of the heat so far. Beautiful wave by Oscar. Big flick of the fins there. Beautiful swooping carve. And just overall, the speed on this wave and the way he connected all the dots was on point. So Oscar there making the better decisions on this heat so far, and that's why he's in the lead. And with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, let's see if Michael or Rafael can actually produce something to try to attack that position.
Oscar once again here. Just buzzing around. Why not? 90 on the clock. Everything else unchanged. Some stressful looks there. Ali Batista in the squad watching Teixeira with priority. Suffering from a lack of waves, really. Now, he's not going to get many more opportunities. Going to have to go something. Second prio, Rodriguez also. Pretty similar sort of requirements for that pair. The first one will slip underneath, though. Under a minute now. Tense moments from the beach. You're watching on, and you're at the mercy, really, of when exactly sets come. You see a reposition. Franco Razunas heading with Emrods, going deep. Get down towards 35 to go. Oscar Barry will just stay well out of this with fourth prio. Doesn't need a number. And you can see Teixeira holding his position, frustrated. He's looking around. He's looking back towards the shore. Not a good sign with 20 on the clock when you need a number. And then turning around, paddling back in the other direction. That's all Michael Rodriguez can do at the moment, as his chances will look slimmer and slimmer. Will count down. I'm not sure we're going to see any more waves being ridden in this. Disappointment for Rodriguez and for Teixeira. Need to say well done to Oscar Berry, who maximised good opportunities, kept a cool head. The long priority hold. Also Franco Razunas. Great energy once again from him. And Oscar Berry came into this one well inside that top 10. Went really well over in Bolito. It's keeping the dream alive here in Portugal. Time for a quick commercial break. More live action from the Challenger Series in Ericeira right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Mayo, official tech partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to live action. My name is Ben Mundy. Paul Evans is having a little break after all that excitement. Had to go dust himself down, have a cold shower. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves, who saw that pretty last heat unfold, but too at time and tide wait for no man. And this heat, Chico Alves is absolutely stacked.
Let's talk me through these four servers. Well, Mateus is pedaling for this one, as we see live. Looks like a good one.
So Hurdy straight up and into it. Mateus, the Brazilian, ranked 3 on the Challenger Series right now. With surfing like this, he's looking like he's in form, zapping and zigging around the corner. And there's a big layback hammer. Got a bit of body language, bit of flair. So Doro likes it. And whoa, out the back. Francisco, this guy is powerful. We saw him on small waves. He's a showman as well. Meanwhile, at the back, so Matty, world junior champion Bronson Matty, originally from Bali, originally from Sumbawa, has lived in Bali in the last sort of 5-6 years under the mentorship and coach of Rizal Tajung, who was actually here on the beach. So Bronson, one of the most electric surfers, young surfers of his generation, Chico.
Yeah, his performance on the Worlds was just next level. Double air. On the final, doing double airs on the finals is just like next level. It's like the Medinas showed us on King of the Groms, like way back on his early stages. And I think Bronson has that kind of like I don't know, he has that spark, he has something else always to show, and a lot of tricks in his bag, so it's always really nice to see him surf, because you never know what he's going to do. And this was José Francisco, nice 2-turn combo and a bit of an air.
Sort of not come out of nowhere, Zabor. Yeah, this wave had a lot more going on. What'd you like about it, Shix?
I just love the flow. Mateus is always really lively. He makes like waves that are really hard to surf a lot easier, and just the speed he was carrying throughout all that wave was beautiful. Yeah, it's just really fast, and he's got a really beautiful style. So it's really easy on the eye to see him surf. And this was Eli, the 3-point ride, a bit of a snap to start, and a really small and hard wave to surf in terms of what we are seeing here, and not a lot of scoring potential. So I think Bronson now live.
Yeah, live action from Bronson. First turn was nice. And he comes around the corner, a little snap off the pocket, and then here he goes to finish off. Whoa, and that's what he's got. That's good surfing. He's got flair. He's actually got Australian heritage as well. And he's just got that little element. I've seen him in the waves in Bali doing incredible airs, incredible flair, incredible progression. You never know what he's going to do. That was a pretty good choice of manoeuvres, I thought. Didn't go too massive, but it was a pretty good exclamation mark.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. As you said, he kind of always goes big, right? He never let himself surf like easy, as we see.
Okay, Eli had him in live action. Second turn is big, so he's got his move on here. Third one, nice little wrap right in the corner section. Another little fade back to the foam, looking for the power source. Here it goes, unleashes and gets the fins out, and he likes that. That was really, really well surfed. Good drone angle. We'll get Chico and Piggott on the different camera, but I think every single section on that he rinsed. The Maui surfer looking really, really strong. And I'll tell you what, this is such a really, really hard. I mean, they're all good heats, but this is a particularly hard one.
Yeah.
Like, sort of Hanneman, Matty, and Hurdy got similar sort of MOs, and you got the big powerhouse goofy footer of Francisco just to mix things up a bit. But this wave, Chico, was well surfed.
Yeah, beautiful first snap there. Winds up again. Boom. Nice transition turn there under the lip carve. Carrying so much speed throughout the whole wave. Goes off the bottom and bang, big turn to finish there. So this is going to be a big number. And this was Bronson's wave, a bit of a snap under the lip, and this last turn was beautiful. Release of the fins and a lot of commitment here, showing us something different and making sure he makes it. So beautiful surfing. And this was Mateus' second ride. Nice layback there, and gets a bit caught in the white water and just rides out of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
We can say it was completed.
Well, it was the slowest completion of all, but tell you what, someone who did complete that last heat is down there talking to Claudio Pinto.
That's right. We have here the winner of the last heat, holding on to the last moment to turn things around. Guide us through what was going through your head while we were waiting for that one.
Oh, I don't know. I had a pretty, relatively good start. Getting a 5-6 out there is not that easy. So I was pretty happy with my start, and then sort of had a bit of an error. Took a pretty bad way with prio. So I just sort of wound myself back a bit, and I was like, all right, settle and just sit and sort of wait, and ended up waiting a fair while for my second wave, and I was glad that I could convert after sitting there for so long. The feet were getting a bit cold, but it was nice to get that score, and sort of, I don't know, it was a pretty big score for out there, so I was pretty comfortable after that.
Do you want to share with us a bit about what you're riding today?
Yeah, I'm on LSD, just a GT. We've sort of been tweaking around a little bit with these boards, and added a little more tail rocker, and the thing it's magic. Got my third in Bolito on this board and rode it all through America. So yeah, thanks to Luke and South Coast Foam for the boards. Yeah, they've just been going amazing. It's been probably the biggest step up in my game this year, and yeah, it's been nice to sort of get some reward for the work that all these guys are putting in and I've been putting in. It's unreal.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Cardieri. Yeah, I'd like to reiterate that Oscar Berry isn't on LSD. He's on Luke Short Designs surfboards, and Luke Short, one of the great shapers over the years from Australia. He's an awesome dude as well, good surfer. So, it's interesting that Oscar's saying that's been one of the big game changers this year, and he's in the top 5. He got a semi-final on Bolito, and it's that magic board that's doing the trick. You must have had a few of those boards in your time. Chico, how good does it feel when you've got one of those ones?
Yeah, it feels incredible. It's always good to try to stay with them at your room on a closed closet as long as you can, because if you free surf with them, I tell you what, they're going to break into in the first surf.
Yeah, comp only.
Yeah, every time you have a magic one, they break on the free surf. So, yeah, it's always good when you have a magic stick to compete, and it helps a lot.
I like too that Oscar said he just had to sort of wind himself back, was his own words, saying he just had to reset. He'd had a good start. He didn't get too much in his own head. He calmed back down and delivered. So yeah, smart surfing as well from the young Aussie, and looking strong. So those scores coming in. So Francisco a 6 and a 4.33. That Eli Hanneman, that last right, we said was his best wave. Well, it was a 7.23, a point better than Bronson's last wave, which came in at a 6.23. So that's the scale set. Francisco's 2 heavy hammers got him a 6, so it's super close. Francisco out in front. There's 25 minutes on the clock. Talking about the scoreboard probably this early is kind of largely irrelevant until all 4 surfers have got 2 waves. Surf has been consistent this morning. More opportunities. We've probably just got through the high tide almost, so that should start to improve as well. Fresh swell so far, touch wood. That fog has stayed away from the coast. So yeah, all guns blazing. We're trying to do, well, as many heats as we can, as absolutely permitted by sunlight today. So we've it's all going together. Matthias Hurdy sitting down there in 4th place at the moment, but on the Challenger Series rankings, he's been actually right up the top of the table. Had a really good result there in the US Open, and he's just been on fire. Look at that aerial stuff, Chico. That is massive.
Yeah, it looks on fire this season. Mateus always had those events where he stands out, but this season he has brought something different, which is consistency throughout the whole season. And yeah, in the US Open, he was just smashing heat after heat, and was giving it all, throwing huge airs, huge turns, and what a great performance from Mateus in
he loves the crowd, he loves the theatre of it all, and he's got that massive air game. His completion ratio is really high too, isn't it, Chico? Not only does he go big, but he sticks so many of them.
Yeah, he's just he's got everything sorted out. He's a really complete surfer. He can do airs on his backside, front side. He's good in the barrel. He's good carving on the rail. So he's got many options to work with. It's just a matter of trusting in his ability and having confidence to perform under pressure.
Yeah, and now he's going to have to do that in this heat. 20 minutes to go. He's had one. Well, it was actually the fourth best wave of all the four surfers in terms of their opening wave. So not chasing big numbers, but needing numbers. Got second priority. Plenty of time left on the clock. We've extended it just to 35-minute heats today. Okay, Francisco without priority. Just having a sniff, maybe trying to sell that wave. It looks like he has. Mehdi is up and riding, the Balinese surfer. Just zigging and zagging, looking for the inside. And then starts to roll his sleeves up now, the inside section. Going to go big here if he can. Just clicks it off. So a lot of work for not a whole lot of reward. As a result, legends of the Indonesian surf, legends of the world, seeing an incredible surfer at pipe. Has really taken Bronson under his wing out the back. The big Brazilian. Zay just clicking away. And he just comes down to this corner here. He's vertical. Surfing is his strength. Whips up so strong. The spray he generates is massive. And there's a third one. He's still going. And there's a fourth one. And he just so can't. You know what? I haven't seen a lot of this kid surf. I'll tell you what, he's been so impressive. Hey, Francisco, what you got any intel? Can you tell me anything about that?
Yeah, I've previously to this event, I've seen some clips of José Francisco, and he's really good. He's got it all. I've seen some massive airs to the left. He's really good at airs. And his backside, though, I tell you what, I wasn't that familiar with it. And look at this. Really powerful, really tight in the pocket, and he just gives it all. I love it. He puts a lot of power into those turns, and this wave was really well surfed. And, yep, I think this is going to be a big number. Look at how much spray he's throwing on even maneuver.
Yeah, the spray just shows how much water he's displacing. He's unorthodox too. There's always sometimes a little wobble, or it's never super clean, but it's so powerful it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. You always feel like there's something that can go wrong, but he does everything right and throws buckets of water in the meantime. So yeah, that wave was perfectly surfed by Jose, and I think it's going to be best number.
Yeah, big number, and also Bronson getting a replay. We've actually got Bronson's coach, Rizal. I think he's down on the beach with Claudia.
That's right, Rizal. It's been a while. We haven't seen you in Portugal. How is it to be back?
Yeah, good to be back here. About 20 years ago, I was here, and now I'm back here with my family, all my boys, and here support Bronson. Yeah, super happy to be here. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Bronson now in the water, coming up from Indonesia in this new generation. What's your opinion on this? These surfers that are coming up and the evolution you've been seeing throughout the time?
Well, yeah, we have a lot of good upcoming surfers from Indonesia. You know, we have Bronson, we have Ketut Agus, and my son Varun, and I think we're in the right way of path. You know, like we have American, Australian, and Brazilian. Now it's about time. You know, Indonesia coming up. We have Rio Waida up there in the WCT. So now we want to more Indonesian championship tour. That's a plan. That's a goal.
What do you think it's the main focus, or should be the main goal for them to make it different, make it further?
Well, I think, you know, get used to traveling, you know, stay from home is hard because we live one of the most beautiful places in the world with perfect wave, and you travel all over the world. Like here, for example, super cold water with wetsuit, and it's different, you know, to get up and cold and to get motivated, to start your day, it's very hard. So yeah, I think everyone's gonna start used to that, you know, traveling, and yeah, kind of have to sacrifice, get out of home, you know. Yeah.
I mean, home is pretty amazing place. It would be hard for me to get out of there as well. Yeah. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. Yeah, it's one of the, you know, you wouldn't think it's an issue growing up in Bali or Indonesia, growing up with perfect waves. You think that would be incredible background or platform to going on to the world and being a professional surfer. But one of the problems is it's so goddamn good you don't want to leave.
Yeah, you just want to stay in the water there. I wouldn't leave.
I know. You gotta have real drive to compete and to win. I think Bronson's got that. He's won the World Junior Championship, so he's already shown that he's got that within him.
Yeah.
You can't. He could probably just cruise at home, be paid free surfer, just blow people's mind with clips. That might be an option, but he's not. He wants to win, and this is a replay.
And he's doing a good job at it. So beautiful nose peak reverse here. So much technique and amplitude on this turn. That slow-mo was amazing. You can tell, like, he's got it. Like, that turn was perfectly placed. And lovely to see someone doing something different as well.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
He can always bring something out. He's had some incredible results. The World Junior Championship was, one of those examples where you just never know what he's going to do. Just live action here. We'll see if he can perform that. I think there was a 10-point ride that we saw back in the World Juniors. Let's unpick this, Chico. This is the 10-point ride from Bronson. Wow. Just went so high and so much torque. And then another one. That's a 20-point ride, isn't it?
That's ridiculous. He just goes for a massive full rotation, lands it. He didn't have time to think about the second one, so he just landed and straight into another massive one. So just technique, the torque, everything is there. And wow, what a performance from him.
That's got to be one of the best ridden waves all year by any surfer in a singlet, right? I can't there's been some 10-point rides that we've got, chopes. Now we obviously did a bit different, but in terms of
turns,
I can't think of a wave that's been better ridden than that by any surfer in the world in the competition this year. So,
yeah, I have to agree with you that thing was insanely good.
Insanely good. To do one was, wow, we've seen that before, but to do two in the space of 3 seconds, incredible. That's what he's got. So right now he's in second place, 6.23 and a 5.1. All the four surfers have got their scores locked in, and there's a bit of a lull in proceedings. We're going to go to a short commercial break with Francisco out in front, Maddie in second, Hanneman chasing a 4.10, and Matthias Hurdy chasing a 5.84. So really, really nicely grouped as with that man here. But we're going to go a short commercial break and come back with the last 15 minutes of this heat for the EDP Ericeira Pro just after this. Welcome back to live action. We've got Matthias Hurdy up and riding, the Brazilian. Currently number 3 on the Challenger Series rankings and needing a score here. Here he goes. There's a swooping, almost a trademark carve. Loads up, and does it. So that's that bit of variety. And there's that's the Matthias. Just the showmanship. There's always a bit of extra, That doesn't get any points. I'll tell you what, it makes you fans. And it makes exciting surfing. We knew that, Chris. But I was going to say to you, Chico, some of these end turns, they've been lacking just a bit of I know, you know, you have to make yourself stand out. And well, Matthias, he can do that better than most, can't he?
Yeah, lovely. It was behind it, and with this wave, I think, as we see José Francisco up and riding now on his backside, and beautiful surfing there, and Bronson behind, so a lot of stuff happening, but was Mateus' wave, this one. Beautiful snap out the back, waits for the wave to steepen up, a bit of a two-stage cutty, waits for the wave again, and beautiful gouging carve and straight into a beautiful air. So I think, yep, just doing it when he needs it, right? And wow, look at that. Beautiful extended air. Front foot almost on the nose. Rides out, looks at the judges. What else do you want? What else do you want, brother? But yeah, great wave there by Mateus. His coach, Leandro.
Super happy with that.
Super happy with that last one.
He's happy with it as well.
Of course he is.
I like that he pushed it. You know, he needed a 5.84, which is a good score, but it's not crazy, but he's still in that extra sort of bit. That first snap out the back is always a good sign when you're getting that first turn out the back with a bit of style and a bit of a lip to hit, and then sets us up inside. So, yeah, Mateus, number 1 seed, number 3 on the rankings. We've already had the number 1 seed, Chipper Wilcox, get knocked out, so he'll be gunning for that top spot with a good result here, a win here. It's Ryan Cullinan, Zen master there. He's got with Nina and his 6-month-old daughter Penelope just next to him. He hasn't had many heats with Penny next to him, so he's in the zone. One of the great surfers out of Australia. And then also team up from Hawaiian coming through representing the next generation. Caius King as well. There's Caius rehydrating, and he is an incredibly powerful surfer as well. So King, McDonough as well. Micah McDonough, he's from Lennox Head. He's another power monger. So there's some real energy coming in this next heat, guys. Do not go anywhere. There's some heavy hitters right there. Arcal, Mikey, and Caius. So a big heat. And Mateus scores comes in. You can see him flapping a 7.13. So he likes it. There's always something going on with he's always flapping. He's always creating interest. He doesn't like, he wants more. He's unhappy with the 7.13. And interesting there. Why do you think? Why do you think Lisandro thought that should be worth more, Chico? What has he got cause for? Is cause for concern there?
Well, I think if we compare it to the 7.23 from Eli, they were completely different waves. Eli's wave had a bit more power, was a bit more bigger, and he connected all his maneuvers with speed and power. So this one came under because he had a bit more downtime, and most of that number came from that last air. The first turn was good as well, a lot of technique on that first one, but then he had a lot of downtime, carve, and then the air. The air was amazing. That's why it's the second best number of this heat. But if we compare to Eli's wave had like a steep wall all over from start to finish, and he was able to connect like 4 to 5 maneuvers with power. So I think it was a bit upset maybe with the number, but maybe analyzing it a bit better afterwards compared to Eli's number, they will understand that maybe it fits well there.
Pretty comparable, yeah. And so either way, he's happy. It's got him into the lead, and that's pushed him all important first place. So we've got the 2.7s. It'd be good to have a look at those 2.7s, as you said, Chico. It's a good point. See the 7.23 from Eli and 7.13 from Mateus. So 0.1 of a point between them, and yeah, two very different types of waves.
Yeah, you see how like Eli's wave was a lot steeper on the outside, and he connected some big turns. And here they both had their moments where we see Eli finishing it off with a snap and Mateus with the big air. But as I was saying, I think Eli's got the nod on this one because that first section was a lot more steep, and the size of the wave was a bit bigger. And not just the size, I just think it's just the connection of the maneuvers he had and the speed he had. So I think it was well deserved by by the judges to consider Mateus just a touch lower.
Yeah, Eli kind of didn't have to go massive on the inside because he'd done all the work out the back, whereas Mateus sort of had to push it on the inside, and he probably thought, I think that's what the guys are thinking. They're thinking that last manoeuvre might have been worth a few more, but yeah, I think it was pretty well judged, well surfed, and it's those two surfers with the numbers, but it's Eli Hanneman now chasing just a 4.84 with priority. So you won't be too stressed. 7 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, Mateus is going everything he can, just trying to generate anything at the moment. So here he goes, Fangen down the line. He'll go for the air. Oh, a little quick zap off the top. It's a nice little wrapping cut back. A third little click off the top. Now it gets steeper and a big finish. So without priority, trying to improve on a 5.5. Staying busy, that's his approach. He's not going to hang around for priority. Meanwhile, Zay, here he goes, the goofy footer. Bit of foam to deal with. It's a little bit off balance, but does recover. Now he's generating a bit more speed. There's that vertical kind of whack. So far he's been out of rhythm. He still managed to sort of get that board up in the pocket just through sheer energy and effort, but it wasn't well connected. Oh, meanwhile, Hanneman, that's a bit more smoother. Bit more connecting the dots. He's getting these good waves. Generates some nice speed through those S turns.
Oh,
but just cut that last
really
turn short. So he kind of went for the 2 for 1 and didn't get any. And he's particularly happy. Cade Matson likes it. Only chasing a 4.84. I don't think, say, Francisco's wave is going to be improve his score. So Hanneman will wait for this. Chico talks through it.
Beautiful snap out the back, throwing buckets of water. Another beautiful snap. Really good in transition. Nice cut back. Winds up again. Beautiful snap, and just a quick snap before he eats the rocks. But yeah, those 2 first turns, they were great. A lot of speed. This was José Francisco's last wave. Vertical snap here. Gets a bit stuck on that one, but this one was a bit better. Really powerful and quick off the top there, José Francisco. So, and this was Mateus trying to improve on that 5.5. Beautiful cut back there, another snap, and a bit of a rock and roll floater to finish. And this was the way we didn't saw from Bronson. Gets a bit caught there on that snap, and
counts. It's all about that wave for Hanneman's. Really, that was the anyone we think is going to potentially upset the apple cart. It's kind of similar wave to his 7. He just didn't have that big finish at the end. So 2 turns out the back, a steep wave, better selection wave, a 4.84. I think it's going to be tight.
I think, yeah, his 7.23 was a bit bigger the wave, maybe out the back, but yeah, he only needs a 4.84, and that wave was really well surfed. So I think we can easily see going into the 5s, I think. Yeah, José Francisco, though, he made his first hit on this event, and he was on his way to making another one. And I'm really impressed by his performance on this hit, on such a really hard hit to navigate through. So let's see what happens on these later minutes of this one. But what a hit! Like one of the hardest hits for sure of the round.
Big numbers, getting logged by all surfers. And still with 3.5 minutes to go, it's still totally in the balance. Nothing's done yet at all. 1 or 2 waves could change everything. They're taking their time on Elo's wave, though. He'll want to know what he got before he's in position to try and catch his next one. Chasing a 4.84. And all the surfers are looking at this while the judges get that down and lock it in. I'm going to have a look at recap how we got here. And it started off really strong from that man you've been impressed by.
Yeah, José Francisco started off strong. He started off plugging away some big backside turns. This was probably 6.07. The wave he connected all the way until the inside. Beautiful carving snap there. And this was the comeback wave for Mateus Zardi. Beautiful snap out the back. Wave gets a bit without much energy on this part. Beautiful carving, and the air was beautiful. Really high the tail was really high, and he connected well that carve with air, so he needed that, and this was the backup 5.8. He improved by a bit, so making a good job on improving on that 5.5, just by a bit, but always great when you improve. So now you have Eli taking the lead with this last one, which was a 6.10, and beautiful surfing, just connecting all the dots and maintaining a lot of speed throughout the whole wave, and yeah, making sure it doesn't fall and performs under pressure. That's why he took the lead. So Eli doing a really good management of this heat with that, sitting on that 7.23, and now a backup of a 6.10.
Yeah, used priority really well. Waited and then picked the best waves. He's got a pretty solid heat total, 13.33. Now Bronson, the Indonesian surfer, well, we bigged him up in terms of his talent and his drive, but, well, this is what happens when you come up against the best surfers in the world. And now, despite surfing pretty well, with pretty solid numbers, he needs a 6.71. Francisco there needs a 6.87. So, surfers in white and surfer in green needing big numbers. The good thing for Bronson, surfer in white, he's got priority. He's just going to hope that in the next 60 seconds he gets an opportunity. See result. They're nervous. They're counting down there. Really, really worried. The surfers at the back have seen something. Francisco now is in fourth. Mateus is chasing him because he's got priority. Result calling it out. It looks like they might get another chance. They're pretty happy there's something coming his way. He's got priority and lets that one go. And now he gets his motors on. He's seen something. He's identified something out the back. So Hurdy in second priority. So he goes to keep his opponent off it. That might be his race run. Meanwhile, Bronson chasing a 6.71. Second turn's important. Clicks it off. There's a nice turn. Can he get another section? And he looks like he has. So now he starts to go down the line. He's going to have to go big here. Turn off the top. Another one.
Wow.
Gets rid of the fins, and he likes it.
Result on it. I'm not sure that's going to be the highest, best wave, well, of his sort of heat, a 6.71. They're trying to sell it. The angle was always a little bit hard to tell the exact sort of just how radical those turns were. But he surfed it really well, surfed it to the criteria, completed his wave. So he's going to make the judges think long and hard about it. Also up and riding here was Hanneman.
Yeah, Hanneman sitting in first. He's kind of safe, right? He doesn't need a squall, but wow. Beautiful nose peak and climb on this one. Massive section, and he threw everything at it. So he was trying to improve on that 6.10. I think he will. That turn was Dragon. Was probably the biggest turn of this heat so far.
Yeah, massive closer with some progression. So he's through. But it's all about this second spot, and it could be a massive boilover. Mateus Hurdy, the number 3 on the Challenger Series rankings, with Bronson Medi in fourth place, needing a 6.71. It's a big number. Here's the wave, Chico.
Yeah, comes off the bottom, waits for the wave to stand up. As we see, he got a big turn. Bang! Releases the fins there, gets around it, waits a little bit stuck behind the white water there. Gets another click off the top, and bang, blows the fins out.
4 turns.
Beautiful last turn. I don't know, is it enough? I don't know.
Yeah, it's...
I want to see this angle.
I mean, that
wow.
That was a nice... I mean, as long as it was a tap, because he knew he had to get down the line.
And the last one, look at this.
But this is the one that the judges will be super interested in. Under pressure.
I think this last turn...
and it's coming in. So Eli gets a 7.83 for that massive air. So that's him with the biggest heat total, perhaps of the whole event, to be honest. Big numbers there from Eli. So he's right. It's all about this second spot, and Hurdy there. Oh, this is a position you don't want to be in, just on the beach, waiting for a score. Your fate is out of your hands now. He's done everything he can.
I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, I think you look at the sevens. We compared the 7.13 and the 7.23. We watched those two waves. Really good breakdown from our production team. But this one doesn't have to be that good. has to be sort of, there or thereabouts. So it's going to be super tight. You can tell by the fact that the judges coming in didn't have sort of the outside section perhaps. It's a big number and it's going to be close-ish, you'd imagine. But is it the 6.71 he needs? That would put him up in the second. That would relegate Hurd. It looks like Sally Fitzgibbons, the game is up for this particular event. We will see him later. The score comes in, it's a 6.3. It's not enough. And you'll see Mateus is happy. Matt is upset through the board into the water, and he's going to have a lot more opportunity. You can expect to see him on the Challenger Series and then the CT. But Mateus, you can see how much that means to him. That's a big win, given he's third on the rankings. It was only, 0.5 of a point from potentially going home without a result. And there's the thing, such fine margins. We say it a lot. But he surfed well. And just Bronson just didn't quite have enough on that last wave to get that little bit extra. Eli Hanneman, though, 7.83 for that last air. There's Sally Fitzgibbons going through his heat. Just didn't get the waves, really. I mean, it's a pretty simple run down that debrief. Surfed one wave really well, but didn't get their back up. So, as all the surfers go through their debriefs, as Mateus Hurdy dusts himself off, and as we get ready for another stacked heat coming our way, we're going to go a short commercial break and come back and see Ryan Cullinan, Mikey McDonough, Caius King and Luke Teamer surf. But before they get angry, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave saved, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
Welcome back to the Atlantic coast here of Portugal. We are motoring through the rounds of 64 of the men's. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Jesse Starling. I'll tell you what, before I get to you, Jess, and I've got a lot of questions I need to ask you about. But first off, we've got Eli Hanneman, the winner of the last heat, down on the beach with Claudia.
Eli, solid performance going into the next round. Guide us through your heat.
Yeah, they kind of got slow. I knew it was going to be a patience game with the tide coming up and the swell kind of dropping. So I just kind of went out there and waited for my waves and just told myself if I get the wave, I get the score. So, yeah, I was feeling pretty calm and collected, so I was happy to capitalize.
That confidence really showed up in how you perform in each wave. What's been the work and the focus on coming up to this event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a pretty hardworking person at heart, so that's never the issue. For me, it's always just trusting, and so I kind of just, lately I've been really putting all my trust in my faith and just understanding that I have what it takes and I have the experience, I have the ability, and I just got to go out and wait for it to be my turn to win.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. Thanks, guys. Good little insights there from Eli. So, for a lot of surfers, hard work is the problem. But for Eli, it doesn't seem to be. he has got a work ethic, isn't he? He's got a hard work ethic. And so he has to channel his other weaknesses, which he says, trusting himself.
I feel like a lot of people have that issue, to be honest. And
I certainly don't.
No,
I'll tell you that.
no, don't be silly. No, but honestly, though, think about some of those heats we saw in the afternoon yesterday. Luca Messinas, it looked like he finally started to trust his decision-making skills, back his surfing, not second-guess his decisions. And we saw this new and improved athlete just out and about in the water. We've got a pretty much all Aussie affair. We've got one Hawaiian in here trying to challenge our fellow Australians.
3 Aussies, and these surfers well. So, we just saw Kaius King. His first wave, not a good one. He lost priorities, but just going to have another swing. North Coast powerhouse. There's that Rap. Really confident surfer. He doesn't second guess himself. A little Rap. I don't mind this, just getting a score on the board. Waiting for a finish if he can. Just biding his time. Clicks the fins out. And another. Just keeps on giving. So small wave, but wow. He's done a lot of turns. That's classic King. That trademark forehand hack he's got. He can do it on 10-foot bowls or on 2-foot runners. You've seen a lot of King and Kaius. What's his strengths? If he gets on the CT, what damage could he do?
Kaius could do a lot of damage, to be honest, and I think just showcasing his small wave surfing on this, and it's so good. Imagine what he could do when he had a slightly bigger wall in front of him. I mean, Kaius just absolutely tore this wave to shreds. He gave us a lot to digest and think about. He has a lot of speed under him as well. Looks like potentially on another carbon board. We saw Maddie McGilvray on one earlier and just found an absolute gem. But Kaius, he's a really, for lack of a better word, spiritual guy. He just fully backs himself. He's really into his health and his fitness. Done a lot of time over in Hawaii as well, so I feel like Pipe is going to be an event that's really going to suit him. And he's an incredible musician as well. He's actually in a band with his little brother and his good mate Bon called Headsend. They've been touring around Oz for a little bit and maybe a couple of gigs in America, but they're pretty cool. They're really cool, actually.
Yeah, well, he's cool to the bone. He's also a support worker up in Byron, does 3 days a week helping out people that need disabilities or that need extra help. As a government-funded project, he does that on the side. I mean, actually, it's kind of get a bit annoying. So what are you saying? Incredible surfer, incredibly handsome, plays in a band, and then helps out disabled kids just for kicks.
Yeah,
so
he's a good one.
He's a good guy and a really interesting surfer. Meanwhile, the Salt Hawaiian up in the seat, the young Timu, he's just going to have to try and mix a bit of power. These 3 power surfers he's up against. And slowish waves. Have been sluggish. Hasn't been able to show his real style as yet, but here he goes. And just kicks out. So, team up has got a job to do up against this mix of Aussies. And then, of course, we've got Ryan Callanan in the red jersey. So, Ryan, you probably well know, won here. I can't even remember what year it was. Maybe 2014, I'm going to say. And he's still up and right. So this is teammate. I mean, it's just wave never really gave him the rail work that he's known for here.
Yeah, but you can see Luke just looks a little bit more comfortable than he did yesterday. Big moment for him. Got out of that opening round. It's his first year on the Challenger Series and hadn't made it out of that round so far this year. So maybe potentially, we talk about this confidence, trusting yourself, backing yourself. It feels like Luke potentially doing that for himself here too. Got some nice moments for us to really work with here, including this one. Just really nice big whack, really, in that section. They absolutely pushed everything on the edge. So Luke, yeah, like I mentioned, first year on the Challenger Series and took out one of the 3 events they have over there in Hawaii with some big names in the final. Shion Crawford, Luke Swanson. You know, it's not an easy field, and he came out on top.
Yeah, if you can win in Hawaii at home with that, those type of waves and that caliber of surfer, it just shows you how much talent he's got. And as you said, first year, just gaining experience, first trip to Portugal to surf here. So, yeah, and as you said, surfed really smart that first heat in the round of 80 and got through, and now he's up against some high caliber surfers, really experienced competitors as well. We'll see how he goes. Just the 3.67 for that first one. Macias, 4.67 for that wave from the start out. The back looks like Ryan is having a look at this. As we said, one here before, and here he goes. The Novocastrian first turn for trademark vertical. Starts to line up the inside. Sluggish, just keeps fanging down the line. And there's a turn off the top, so that wave probably not quite delivering as many open sections as he would have liked.
How's the heart going?
Look,
This is going to really pull on your heartstrings this heat.
I do look, you try and be as independent as you can be.
You do.
But sometimes you form
hometown.
attachments to people, and I really like Ryan. I love his surfing. So I hope he does well, but I love seeing this guy surf. Caius King comes around, and he gets the spray Ryan in the face, which is always a nice little feeling inside. And then a big finish if he can. Big click. He looks really strong and stable. That board looks sharp. And as he comes to the inside, finishes off. So smart competitive surfing from Caius. Kind of one of those guys too, Jess, just been in the limelight for a long time. As a kid, he had a sort of pretty, just a look, and he was in the social media. So it's sort of now getting onto his just pure competitive phase. It's interesting to see him as just a competitive surfer and nothing else. It's still impressive.
He's such a humble guy for how much life he's lived in 24, 25 years. I mean, Caius is just so talented in so many different ways, just like we spoke about. But this wave, I feel like really showcasing this surfing talent. I mean, that was a really nice hack in the pocket there, and just identifying such a nice wave, giving him multiple steep sections all the way through this inside. Caius got a 4.67 for that first one. You're going to have to think there's at least 2 point separation on this. It's a bigger looking wave. He absolutely detonated some of these sections, including that one. He's working with Adam Dufner, who is on the beach, and his girlfriend Sage Goldsbury. She's over here supporting him as well. So he's got that hometown love on the beach. He's feeling the love down here. And then this guy, I agree. He's one of my favorite surfers in the world. I mean, his backhand is so good. He belongs on that championship tour, and he's getting underway here. Really nice vertical hit to finish that one off. Not too much going on before that, but Ryan, just look how low that back knee is. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that when it comes to backhand technique. It is so close to the board. He's driving so hard off that back foot, and if there's any goofy footer groms around the world wanting someone to look up to, Ryan Callanan would be the goofy footer.
I'm one of those goofy foot groms that looks up to Ryan. And had a few injury worries, got back on the CT, sort of has yo-yoed a bit. He's had a couple of years in the top 10. Last year, injury dogged him early on, and he never really recovered, missed the cut because of it. That's why he's here. But as you said, with that technique, it is still so on point. Some of the free surfing performances at home. He had a good result in Newcastle at home early on in the year, and as we know, there's 2 Challenger Series events at his absolute home break, the way that no one knows better. So, there's no excuses. Injuries aside, this year, he's got every opportunity to get back on the CT where he belongs. You'd sort of back him given his talent. Still committed. Still really, this is what he wants to do with his life. So we'll see how he goes. And he's also got his family over here. His wife Nina and their new child, plus Nina's parents. The grandparents are over here hanging out. So, a lot of these surfers, they bring their support crews along, don't they? And whether it's your mates and your fellow competitors, or whether it's your parents or your girlfriends, it's really important, isn't it? Well, how important is it, is my question, to have that crew with you?
It's so important. I mean, it's a really individualized sport, and a lot of people say that surfing is a selfish sport, and you do have to be selfish in some ways, but you got to have a support crew. I mean, without that, kind of what's the point if you don't have someone to enjoy it with, or your team who have helped you get there? I mean, it's people say it's an individualized sport, but it really does take a village to help someone get to the peak of their career.
Yeah, and we just saw Mikey McDonough make a mistake there. Just paddle. He had second priority, had waited for a while and then just paddled for a real insider and missed it. So I tell you what, it's those decisions that can really come back to bite you. Hopefully it won't, but you can sort of see, you can see he's upset with himself. I mean, it's a small thing, but it could have big repercussions, right?
Yeah, definitely. We've seen those tiny little mistakes hinder people's performances all the way through. I mean, there's been so many last-minute dashes to the finish line. So many people trying to get in that top 2 positions, but it's been those guys who have stayed consistent and just committed to their plan from start to finish too that we're usually seeing making their way through. Obviously, we saw a couple of the last-minute hurrahs in that last heat, but again, it was the guys who were consistent coming out on top.
And interesting, Mikey had that massive win up at Snapper at the start of last year. 10,000 points in the bag. One of the great fields, amazing waves. We're like, okay, this, his surfing is so incredible, just fully formed style. And then unfortunately, just never been able to back it up.
Yeah.
So it must be difficult to have hit those peaks so high so early. And then since then, it's been, it's not a struggle, but he's had to come back to earth pretty hard.
Yeah, we saw 3 surfers do that last year, and it just goes to show that even if you win an event, it's hard. You really do have to back it up, and Mikey knows that feeling all too well. Jordan Lawler, he won the second event at Narrabeen and then just couldn't get it going. And to be honest, Al Cleland didn't technically get in that top 10. He was super lucky that John decided to take a year off, and then it went back down to that 11th place spot, which was Al. And did he not just make the most of that opportunity this year? I mean, he's just absolutely killed it. He's back on the tour for next year. But we saw 3 surfers last year win an event and still not make the top 10. So if you're Levi Slauson, Luke Thompson, Jacob Wilcox, you still got to perform.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not a and especially now with even more events. Last year there was only, I think, 5 Challenger Series events, so it was even more an advantage. This year there's 7 or 8. So yeah, it's no predictor of absolute qualification. There's, speaking of the winner of the Newcastle event and top of the ratings, but he's already out. So it just shows you can't rest. Injuries, Jacob's been affected by. Anything can happen over the course of a year. It's such a long year where you get injuries can happen, bad form can hit you happen. You just got to, every heat's a fresh slate. Ryan Callan will know that. He's had some big results over here. I think it was a win here at what was called the Qualifier Series at 10,000 event. Beat Gabriel Medina in the final. And then he went on to France after that and got a wild card into the CT event, made the final up against Julian. So it was one of those things where a win just kick-started kind of his career.
I love that snowball effect.
Yeah.
When you see someone just get on this roll, and it gets really entertaining for us to sit back and watch.
And then in 2022, he came back again. He needed to get back on tour. We got really good waves this year, and he made the final in 2022. So you talk about surfers who've had a relationship with this wave. Well, it's this man here. And whether you can see the surf, the size is much bigger. And look what he did on these massive walls at Ribeira.
It's exciting because we're expecting swell towards the end of the week. And I know Leo Fioravanti, he won this year. And those guys have been sparring partners for so long. They now actually share the same coach, being Dog. And I know Dog's down here supporting Ryan in his corner, just keeping an eye on him, making sure he's going to get back on that tour. But
can't stay away, can he?
No, he can't. He's addicted. Once you're in, you're in. But Ryan is just so good. And we talk about how much we love his back end. Yeah, let's put him on a right-hand point break and we can just sit back and admire. Let the surfing do the talking.
Yeah, let's hope we can get some of that juice. There is a new swell. We saw the Surfline prediction at the start of the day, and it said there's waves all week, and then there's a bump potentially for Sunday. It could be really, really solid. And Mikey here, Jess, well, this is probably a function of making that priority mistake.
Yeah, trying to force it for sure there for Mikey. You can see really frustrated. He's only got 2 ones in his lineup right now, but he's the kind of guy who likes to create rhythm for himself. He doesn't like to sit still very long. I feel like Mikey's been doing a lot of work on those inner thoughts that come into play during heats, and just staying moving and staying active is definitely one of those things that suits Mikey's style of competitive surfing. So I totally understand why he's trying to turn waves right now, especially with 4th priority. But those little ones don't have more, if you surf it up incredibly, don't have more than a 3, 5 or a 4 on it, really.
Yeah, and it's just one of those, I mean, I suppose you like no harm, no foul. Couldn't see a wave, but because he seeded those priority, he effectively gave, he was in front of Ryan and Caius in the queue. Like, you line up for a coffee and you're like, yeah, you're second in the queue, you're getting pretty,
I'm almost there.
You're almost there, and then suddenly you do something silly and you have to go back 2 spots. That's what he's done in terms of wave selection. And so now, given, a free coffee, I'm just going to push this analogy to the death.
No, I love
going to keep going with it.
I'm totally visualizing
He's
this.
given the 2 coffees to Ryan and Caius, 2 guys who love coffee, and they're going to be absolutely nail it. So, yeah, it's a mistake. But I suppose, Jess, it's about how you deal with those mistakes, isn't it? Even in these little heats, it's so important. He's got to just bounce back and know he will get an opportunity.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's just knowing that waves are coming. I mean, Eli said it well, trusting that it'll be your turn soon. You'll get your coffee eventually. Your flat white with 2 sugars, it's on its way up.
It's coming. You can smell it. Yeah, Eli said if you get the wave, you'll get the score. That's what he's going to be telling himself right now. But as there is no waves or scores coming in, we're going to a short commercial break. Sort of reaching the halfway stage of this heat. We're going to come back with more live action here in Ericeira, the World Surfing Reserve. So please don't go anywhere, folks. There's more live action. We'll see more Caius King roundhouses. But right now, a short commercial break and back with the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Okay, welcome back, live action. Mikey McDonough. We talk about decision making. Here we go. Trying to make a man's first turn is strong. Grew up on the point. Second turn is massive and goes down, so that's not going to help. We haven't seen too many falls. Once you start to reach this level and these conditions, it's about how much you push it and making correct decisions. He just went for it there, Jess. And what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, he started so strong, and this wave had a really nice inside bowl, a great push back of power towards that turn here for Mikey, and came through. That is his trademark turn. He lands those in his sleep. Just came up over that section, and honestly, maybe just an eye line thing. It's really hard to break down those moments for Mikey when he's so consistent there. Luke Temmer, though, finding a little double up through here. That's more like it. Using that speed and absolutely hammering that last one. So Luke, 2 turns, but we've seen that combo time and time again pay off. The judges have been rewarding it. Dad likes it.
Dad loves it.
I liked it too.
Yeah.
I'm with Dad.
Well, he was patient, wasn't he? He identified that, as you said, that double up, that little crease, and he saw it ahead, so he knew that it was going to be that when it did double up, there's extra power. And then, yeah, he set it up. He just set up that final turn really well throughout the whole wave and then delivered. So, yeah, it's really smart surfing from Luke. Gets a 5.9, which is a solid score. And that leaves now Mikey needing a solid number. Ryan in priority. Kind of be fairly happy where he's at. He's also one of those guys doesn't mind dropping anchor. Ryan travels with Conor Leary. They're similar surfers in that regard. They prefer to wait for the best waves unless they're absolutely forced to do something different. And so now Cullen's got priority and will be there. Interesting go back back through the mists of time, but when he won here and then went up to Quicksilver, actually surfed against Julian Wilson in the final. Jules got the better of him that time, and sort of, 10 years later, come full circle. Julian's moved back to Newcastle.
Yeah.
Well, with his wife is in Newcastle. Started a company, now sponsors Ryan, so he's effectively his boss in some regards. So those two best mates, interesting over time. They're literally, hanging out, living in the same town, working for the same brand, and a new phase in their careers. I think Julian may have moved a bit south, down towards the Dudley Redhead region. I think, I had to talk to the mayor, see if he was allowed in.
Get the passport stamped.
Got a spot in.
Stop it.
And
beautiful place down there.
Yeah.
You might know that part of the world slightly.
Yeah. Bit of time down there. Back in the day. And right now, Ryan, though, still waiting for that score. 11:30. We're starting to get a little bit nervous. Just that one, 4.67. Not a whole lot. Mikey also trying to come back. Kais King out in the lead with those two sort of relatively small scores. That's the thing about so far this heat. There's no big numbers. So even though time is ticking, no one's been able to grab a stranglehold of it so far yet, Jess.
Yeah, definitely not. I love the way Kais has approached this heat. I mean, he's stayed pretty consistent. This is the longest we've seen him sit still in a while, really. But this guy, make note of it, 5'9", best wave of the heat on 2 turns. So the judges are still going to show that they're loving quality over quantity here. He's finding a crazy double up.
Yeah.
That just didn't really eventuate that one. It was just kind of like a lump of wind.
It didn't double up, it halved.
Yes,
didn't it?
yeah.
And yeah, Luca just staying busy. Sometimes those inside ones can run along, trying to improve on a score. So that wave's not going to count. Kai sitting out there as well, being patient with Ryan and Mikey. Yeah, needing some scores. So, I mean, we don't really don't want to pick this one. Just an insider. Never had. We got that long angle. We can see that wall that was never kind of there. When you're out there, it's difficult to gaze sometimes.
Yeah, did well to identify that wasn't going to have many points on it at all, and just get out of there, wait and sit. I understand the urge to keep turning waves and to keep that momentum building. I mean, he's got 4th priority, so he has that freedom to be able to do whatever he wants. But yeah, this has been a pretty interesting heat. We're well past that high tide mark. We're an hour past it now, so it's going to keep getting lower. Hopefully we're going to see more pulses come through. We won't have those more fat ones and those lully heats. I mean, we're definitely experiencing a tiny lull at the moment, but a couple waves looking like they might rear its head here at the 9.5 minute mark.
Yeah, a few sets approaching, and Mikey's gone the inside, so he's fanging down the line. And he's got speed here, this wave. First section, goes for the air and just kicks out. He just lost his way a little bit. We talked about that decision. We talked about that priority mistake and how you bounce back from it. And right now he hasn't. He's kind of seemed a little bit rattled, and he just hasn't been able to get the waves he needs. And unfortunately for Mikey, the mistakes are compounding, which is what, how do you unspool it? How do you put the brakes on?
It's so hard. I mean, how often do you find yourself almost spiraling, catching yourself with all these negative thoughts just flooding into your mind, and you don't even realize it's happening. It just gets away from you so quickly. So I feel like Mikey, you could see there's a lot of talk going on upstairs there, and he's just got these two voices, just opposing voices, battling it out. Like, why did you make that mistake? Why did you go that way? Why did you go for the air? You should have just hit it, got a score on the board. There's this constant battle of why or what if, but I think he just needs to take a couple breaths, sit out in the ocean. It's surfing. This is something that he's done his entire life. He's extremely good at it. So good at it that he's beat every single one of these people and won an event, So rely on the fact that he's a winner. He's got champion in his blood. He earned that over there at Snapper as well. So he just needs to find that strength and that desire deep down. But Mikey, he's a standout. He is.
Let's have a look how good he is. And probably his career high performance was, as you just mentioned, was at Snapper, Jess. And we've got a little clip here of him and how he performed. He was just he was a well-regarded junior, but no one had really no one really had seen how good he was until this.
Well, I mean, what a wave to win at. You know, it's not like it was a grovelly 2-foot. It was lucky, you know. It was pumping. Snapper was absolutely pumping. Every single person had a chance to showcase how good they are. This wave, it's so easy to surf good here. So you really had to just put your best foot forward. And Mikey, honestly, didn't really feel like he got out of second gear. This is the Mikey Madonna that we know and love, just absolute powerhouse. He just turned it on for this one, and I mean, took it home. You could see how much it meant to him, so much emotion, and so close to home, just from Lennox, which is about, what, an hour from Snapper Rocks? It's not far.
Yeah, working with James Wood through that event.
To be honest, that's probably, I know it's such a perfect wave, but it's probably the hardest wave to win at, because everyone's on their best at that wave, just because of how easy it is to surf good there. The wave is so perfect. So for him to win that event, I mean, it just goes to show that he has what it takes to be there and at the top of the crop. He just needs to back himself a little bit more.
Yeah, and as you say, this all the factors that can, you know, brings into surfing, such as luck or wave starved, all those sort of things, they get eradicated. You know, with snappers pumping, it just comes down to just how good a surfer you are and how's your mentality. And Mikey proved he's got both. So right now, he needs to lean on that. It was a while ago, and just see if he can just trust his surfing and get back into it. You know, in some respects, he's lucky that his other surfers hasn't really been able to capitalise. It's been a pretty low-scoring heat, but Kaius King started early and he's been quiet ever since.
Yeah, I've really loved the start from this guy right here, Kaius King, just showcasing that he's not scared of a right-hand point break either. He'll find these ones that bowl up down the line, and it's just looking really fast. I love the equipment choice here. I know he's just made the move over to CI, and it's working for him. Really fast, sparky boards, and got those first two scores straight away. Then Arkau opened up the gates with a 4.37 here, and just how silky smooth is that backhand surfing?
Yeah, a wave that didn't deliver in terms of sections, but he eked out every sort of maximum. You know, got a 4.37 for that, and he's been waiting ever since for second. Meanwhile, yeah, Kaius, he just made good decisions early on. It's just a bit bigger, so just a bit more energy in this wave.
How's that? Didn't spray one, but two competitors on this wave. I mean,
is there any better feeling in surfing?
Well, with an inside bowl, that's like having two pastel donatas and a coffee in the morning. That's a great feeling all the way through. And then Luke Temmer, highest wave score of the heat for these two turns right here. I mean, he's got a 5.9. He's sitting with a little bit of pepper in his back pocket because he has this number. That second turn, a lot in it.
Okay, live action again. So Mikey in fourth priority is getting his inside waves, trying to manipulate a score out of these insiders. He's working hard on this one. Nice combination, sticking with it. Got his groove back on here. Just trying to get back in the heat, and you can tell that wave didn't get the in section that he needed or wanted. And the body language suggests he's struggling.
Yeah, and I think I even heard some encouragement from the beach. One of the boys yelling out, "Come on, Mike." You know, they know that he needs that vocal support, but you can see it's just one of those heats where it feels like his headspace has gotten the better of him. There's a lot of frustration going down. He's trying so hard to make it work, and he's just got such a beautiful style when he does really start to open up. But this wave never really bowled back towards him. It stayed, it had that slope the entire way through, and that frustration towards the end there. I mean, yeah, I feel like a lot of the Lennox boys back home, it'd be hurting them as well. There's such a tight-knit community. Our producer, actually a Lennox boy himself, so he might be crying on the other side of the truck.
He's a blow-in, mate. He's an absolute blow-in of the highest order. And if he's been telling you that he's not, then
but he snakes me out there. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
He's a Johnny-come-lately, that one, mate. And I wouldn't just put that out there. But yeah, the Lennox boys will be watching, and they'll be concerned. He's been in that fourth priority loop where he's had to catch the poor waves just to try and get back in it, and then the poor waves haven't allowed him to show his surfing. So yeah, it's a bit of a loop at the moment he can't get out of. Meanwhile, there's other problems with other guys. So Ryan, you know, he's got 3 minutes on the clock. His team up. Well, he's not waiting for anybody. He's going to keep cracking away. Ryan netting a 5.17. Luca just trying to improve on a 3.67 to make Ryan's job harder. And Callanan, well, he's got to get something. Meanwhile, Kaius King is up and riding. Current heat leader. Goes for the air, and that goes down. So that's not going to be a counter, you'd imagine. So we've got 2.5 minutes, well, 2 minutes 45 seconds. Ryan Cullen has had one wave in 35 minutes, and he's waited probably the better part of 25 minutes for this wave. He's got to get a, well, he only needs a 5-2-1 as a boys paddle battle. That shows how much they want.
Paddle
2.5
battle.
minutes on the
Kick.
clock.
Kick.
And it's on. It looks like team's going to get it. Okay, sets. Well, you think sets approaching, but Ryan's has ignored a lot of these sets over the last 20 minutes. He can't ignore much longer. He's got no time. He's got to have a crack. He knows the score he needs, and he's got a bit of interest here, so he's looking around. Almost gone. Here we go. So this is the wave that's going to make or break his next 7 days at the very least. Ryan Cullen up and riding. Gets a nice first turn and forward. Not a nice first turn, a terrible mistake. So that shows even the most experienced and great surfers can get in all sorts of bother. Waited 25 minutes for it and then just had to get this first turn in and then keep moving.
Look at that front foot straight off the side of the board there. Yeah, wow, that is heartbreaker. I'll take this one for 5 if you want to have a moment.
Yeah, I'm a little bit rattled by that. I mean, how many of those turns has he done in his life? 4 billion? But that one was an important one.
Oh, frustration there for Ryan because you could see he had a lot of interest in that wave. He waited a really long time. That was his second wave in 34 minutes, you know, so potentially just cold even, you know, that foot literally just slipped straight off the board there. It looked like it might have had an inside bowl as well. So sitting there 4th priority in the middle of the pack with 59 seconds on the clock, this is not where you want to be right now if you're Ryan Cullen.
His race is pretty much run, and everyone, all these guys that get knocked out have had, you know, hard luck stories. Ryan's had a great career, but you know, he's come home from Australia, he's brought the family. You know, it's a big investment in him and his future. And as it stands right now, he's in a bit of bother, but there's a lot of action coming. Mikey's got priority, so after all this time, he's finally got this first priority. Needs a 6-6, so this could be very important. Mike's first turn is strong, a lot of spray. Little wrap, he looks a bit more calm and composed now. Fanging down the line, little less turns, but the wave not cooperating. And you can see that this wave is not going to give him anywhere near the 6. His race is gone, so he's hands on head. He's in the same boat. He's invested in his future, and it hadn't worked out in this particular instance. Had a rough heat from start to finish. Ryan's going to go. He's not going to get that, so his heat is done as well. So that's a hard lesson for him. So Teamer and King, fair play. It was a grindy heat. They got the job done relatively early, and it's probably a lesson there for other competitors. That waiting game, it's a risky strategy.
Yeah, it's been today's theme. I mean, if you can get... A lot of these guys are winning the heat in the first 7 to 10 minutes, really. If you're Jadson Andre, you won it in the first 3, basically. He was just turning so many waves before any of his competitors got anything. So, yeah, definitely heartbreak for the two more experienced, Mikey and Ryan. But the underdogs, they're prevailing today.
Absolutely. So King was solid. Teamer was smart. And they got rid of the 2 Aussies. So while we take a stock of things, we'll go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series in Portugal, Ericeira. It's the EDP Pro having a look at a heat full of hard carving surfers. Hiroto Ohara, Japan going all right, number 11. Coming into this, Morgan Sibilik, we know what he can do. Aiden Massenkamp, the South African. Afonso Antunes of Portugal, having a pretty good season and event so far. He's in good form. I'm Paul Evans, joining JJ Starling. We love this matchup.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Talk about talent, leveling up. Aiden Massenkamp getting it started in this one. I feel like a lot of the guys actually might have got a piece of the action. Feels like we had a bit of a flurry. Really nice float, so much speed. Comes back around straight into a hook and a great looking end section to really tee off on. So Aiden Massenkamp, he's going to take the pressure off early on himself. And Morgs had a great run of wildcards at the start of the year. Wants to get back to that championship tour. Gives us a roundhouse, a little bit of a sleepy wave so far, a bit more sprightly on that turn there from Morgs, and just really, really nice turn there. That board looking really fast under his feet from the board lab back home in Oz, coming through and gets a finish there. So 2 nice waves to start off there for Morgs and Aiden. And I knew it, a bit of a flurry. Afonso Antunes, just a 1-5 to kick off his campaign, so just slips on that second turn there. But we're underway, Paul. We're underway.
Up and at 'em early on in this 35 minutes, 2 scores, order of the day. That last heat really struggled to provide opportunities for everybody as we go through the top of the tide just about, but pretty high water on the reef right now. So some of the in-betweeny ones not doing a lot. It is about the sets and who can dial into them. And you think if you can get a good mid-ranger or better thrown in early on, it feels like Massenkamp did some nice, sharp, incisive work with the rail. Went fast, stayed light on his feet. Let's see where his number goes. Can't wait to see Hiroto Ohara still maintain underhead high. Don't think there's many people carving harder than him. Rail to rail. Unbelievable surfer. Let's see how he'll go out here. Honing in on Massenkamp. Thinking himself. Based in Cape Town. Coming from a land of long right-handers. That is South Africa. Morgan Sibilik, you know all about his storied career already thus far, which featured Final 5 appearance among other things right now. Back on CS duty. Lurking there in the 20s. A big result here in Portugal would be huge for Morgs.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Morgs, I feel like I've said it about a lot of people, but Morgs definitely is a CT surfer. He belongs back there. I mean, first year on tour, gets to the Final 5, gets 5th in the world. Unfortunately, then fell off that second year. We saw it in that pretty cool kind of behind-the-scenes WSL show that we saw out there for a little while. But Morgs, he's just been scrapping to get back there, really, those last few years, and then got some wildcard appearances and dominated through that Aussie leg. I mean, he made semis, quarters, and he's been working really closely this year with Hoggy, who's just been, I feel like, a really great addition to Morgs' team.
Yeah, who are some of your favourite characters on Make or Break? Who did you sympathise with the most? Matt McGilvray sleeping in the car?
Yeah, that was a hard one. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I really liked the Make or Break season. I hope they bring it back. I found it quite entertaining.
Pretty cool look behind the scenes. Right now on the main stage is all about doing it in the water. We'll go past the 29.5-minute mark. Judges will have a think about the exchange really between Massenkamp and Sibilik. Morgs chasing down his wave a bit more. Aiden's a few more chances to breathe for his turns. From wide, a little speculative paddle from Morgs and a rueful look down the line as well. Why not? 4th prio. He'll hang down there on this end section. The West Swell providing a few more end bowl opportunities up top. Antunes and Ohara with priority will wait for a while and then they'll say, you know what? This is the wave I've been waiting for. Hiroto Ohara pushing down the line. Quick hit off the top. And then makes his arc in the pocket, and he can swing and do tight radius turns and find the steep section. Up again, very nice indeed. And after waiting a while, good way to get in the heat. Here's Massenkamp will go in the lead with this wave. He's already got one in, and that was a really nice sparky turn. Very good. And he's ripping in here. Massenkamp again, he's on his way to a big number. He's really close to terra firma, but 2 good waves from him, and he likes it. He's feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, I love these last two waves. Talk about sprightly. There was a lot of energy going down between those two. That was a great exchange between Hiroto and Aiden. These guys, their confidence, that is so important when it comes to having good heats and really adding scores to their board here. This is a great looking wave here from Aiden. Probably one of the best waves we've seen in the last couple heats. 3 massive turns and then a finishing one all the way onto the shore. I mean, he was right on the shore break there. Aiden, this wasn't looking like it was going to be anything special paddling in, but he just absolutely surfed this wave up. I mean, entire 3 fins out the back of the wave here, and then again just hammers one last finish. Gets off the board, gives us a little fist pump, and then this guy, how much speed was he surfing with? I was sitting here going, oh, okay, he's really just gone up a level, just how fast he's whipping through these carves. It's reminding me of shades of what we see from Sammy Pupo, where his calves add to the scoreboard here. He's just laying every single turn as hard as he can there. So speed is key for these two surfers, and they just have been pushing so hard. You can see we're getting past this high tide mark. This one really bowling back to Hiroto, and he's giving us something different to work with in comparison to Aiden's hard rail carves all the way through with a finish here. So judges definitely have a lot to think about right now, but they're 2 great waves and a really cool back and forth matchup between so far Morgs, Aiden and Hiroto.
Yeah, epic opening exchanges at the start of this heat. Let's get down and get fresh insights from the Australian Camp Kaius King. Winner of the last heat is with Chico Alves.
Boys, I have with me Kaius. What a great heat. You were telling me it's always nice to get the first one out of the way, right?
Yeah, for sure. That first heat's always the scariest, I reckon. So yeah, it feels good to get a win in that one and yeah, get the ball rolling.
How do you deal with conditions like this? The tide is quite high, it's really slow, so wave selection is key. What was your game plan coming into this one?
I've been free surfing here a bunch and just watching it. I watched a fair few heats before mine. I was down here all day yesterday waiting in case they're in, so I was supposed to be surfing yesterday at around 1 p.m, so different timing today. So just a lot of watching and yeah, just studying it and feeling it too, surfing and that kind of thing.
Is paying off? You want to send a quick message back home?
Yeah, g'day everyone who's watching, family. I've got my girlfriend here, Sage. She's my board caddy. And yeah, super stoked for all the support. Aussie team, Duffy, my coach and that as well. Yeah.
Let's keep the ball rolling. Good luck for the next round.
Thanks heaps. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cheers, boys. Back to you.
Nice, stoked.
He's stoked. Threw a g'day out there too.
Yeah, g'day, mate. Quite a mellow sort of character, isn't he?
Oh, he's so calm.
Pretty laid back?
Super laid back. And it's such a funny dynamic because him and Rasmus are so laid back, they're so chill, but playing like a heavy metal rock band. It's just like these two really contradicting things, but they go so well together. And Bond, their drummer, is even more cool, calm and collected. So yeah, I find it's a funny little enigma to me, but they're very talented musicians, that family, Dad Justin as well. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be pretty happy for Kaius.
Good start for him. In tough conditions and tough heats in this round of 64. We're close to finishing it off. We've got one more heat of it. And we'll be all wrapped up with that, and just 32 surfers remaining on the men's side of the draw. 24.5 to go in this. Good number for Hiroto Ohara. You talked about getting points for carving maneuvers. The 6.5 for him. The rail game real strong, even on a smaller wave. We're waiting for a second number. I think it'd be really significant for the South African Mason Camp. He's already got a 6 in. Morgs with a 5. So it's really our surfer in green out of Portugal, Antunes, at the moment, who's not got involved. That's okay, 24 on the clock, plenty of time. But from wide, Morgs will snaffle up an opportunity here. Fourth priority can do this for you. In front of him, he sees a section, gives it a really big, full-blooded crack, but with speed to keep going. And get a set-up snap, and then down the line once again for a finish. And he'll click that. Very neat and precise geometry to go around the rocks, and then a nice little canter as well up the beach. Very well done.
Canter is a crazy call. That was so good. I was just hands up in the air thinking he's straight on the rocks going, what are you doing? Get out of there. But just found a little channel. He's all good. Really nice first turn there. A bit of sparkiness in it. Feel like this is the Morgs that we're used to seeing. Can come out and really explode on these big sections here. Nails that last one and just somehow tippy-toed through that little rock canal, and he ended up all right. But yeah, Morgs must have seen Aiden's wave, watched it from the back and just seen spray going flying, knew he kind of just needed to turn it up a bit, doing his best Cali Vast this morning, finding a wide one under priority, a set wave too, and making the most of it all the way through this inside. And wow, this is the highlight of the wave, just the rock dance through the inside there, and as you call it, a little canter up the beach with the boys supporting him from behind. Slow-mo Baywatch canter. This is sweet.
Yeah, almost sort of became a bit of a trot. It looked really, really good. And those end bowls, the Westwell will do that for you. Fourth priority. Doesn't have to be a bummer. You sit wide and you can snaffle up opportunities. Morgan Sibilic will put himself in a better position with a score. Thinking about what he's been able to do earlier on this season as a wild card in Australia, Bells Beach, all the way to finals day for a third place finish, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Morgs that we're used to seeing on the CT and just came out with really fine form and just absolutely blew up the field, basically. I mean, wild card straight to third place, was down there working with Nathan Hedge, like I mentioned earlier, and just felt like he was back at home, to be honest. Look at that turn, so high up and under the lip, and it, do you reckon he just went vintage? We got old school Morgs out there. And then up on the Goldie, he didn't hold back either. He just kept going at Burleigh. I mean, he surfs this wave so frequently. Now lives up on the Gold Coast and just was in fine form. You could see he was feeling really confident, and you can see how bad he wants to get back there.
Tell you what he's feeling now. He's annoyed. He thinks he got undered a bit on that last wave. He wanted more.
Yeah, 4.9 for that last one there. Set wave, 2 big turns, but yeah, the judges deciding that it wasn't as good as his 5-point ride on his first wave.
So he'll think about that and reflect on what he needs to do next. What kind of a wave, particularly, the kind of surfing to apply to it to get himself in a stronger position. Right now sitting in second, but think about Hiroto Ohara's number, the 6.5, and the patient approach from Hiroto at the moment is what we're seeing. Second priority is Antunes. He's got nothing on the board thus far. Time's still on his side at the moment, 20.5. You don't particularly want to leave it late, but it's an option. Saw that last heat go pretty quiet, though.
I feel like the start of the year, when we saw Morgs as wildcards in those CT events, it felt like it relit the fire for him. You know, maybe he was just struggling a little bit with just the knockbacks and getting so close to qualifying last year. I mean, he wasn't that far off of getting in the top 10. So, yeah, I feel like we saw this, like I mentioned, vintage Morgs. It came out. It felt like it was back to his rookie year on tour, and that's the form we were seeing him in. So, Morgs just need to find that cool right now. I know he's frustrated with that 4.9, but 20 minutes. I mean, we've seen heats 1 in 5 minutes today, to be honest. It's definitely a long time to keep you calm and just push harder. Hopefully it revs him up even more.
And Toons holding down the peak at priority at the moment, but with a bit of work to do. He needs at least 2 waves at the moment. Just throw away numbers for him, not connecting with energy thus far. He'll easily turn that around when he uses this priority, though. As we see some lines starting to make their way in, filter their way down the point here. A little bit of a ruffle from our Nortada breeze, the north wind. Pretty typical on warmer days around this part of the world. And this wave, one of the reasons why it's used as a competition venue is the ability to handle that wind. The wave kind of wrap in as well, so just sort of clean up as it goes through to the inside. A little bit of interest shown wide from Hiroto. He'll go here. So here goes Ohara. Here's that drive. The crumbly lip will get the treatment. And he'll compress and decompress, just kind of prodding and nursing that board forward, and then a really dynamic maneuver to give it a full whack on a crumbly inside section. It will be a score that counts for him. 3-4, the number currently, to jump up to an advancing position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he held on for that last turn. I was a little bit nervous there. I was like, oh, what's going on? But, I mean, 3-4, it's not asking much for that. And some really explosive surfing on that way from Hiroto. I feel like he's really cleaned up his act this year. I mean, he obviously as well got super close to qualifying last year. It all came down to one heat at Rio, which unfortunately left him falling short of that top 10. But it feels like Hiroto's come through a lot more polished this year, looking like he's more dominant, more confident in himself. And these boards looking really great under his feet. Starts with a nice drift up and over the foam. Takes it all the way back right round for a roundhouse here. And then this turn here, just really pushed hard off that back foot. You saw that knee pretty much touch the rail. Got the ride out. It wasn't maybe the cleanest, but he got it. So he's gonna really throw that question for this 3.4 here. But look at the technique, how he keeps pushing that tail up through the air of that lip line and then comes back around there. So yeah, Hiroto, he wants it. I feel like he wants it more this year, and his decision-making skills have got better. He looks a lot more confident in himself. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that went to the score and then some.
Let's see how we go. Sits with the judges right now, around about midway point in the heat, just past that. It's just over 17 minutes to go in it. We extended out that heat time just to afford more opportunities, as we'll deal with high tide shootout most of this morning. It is on the way out now, so a couple more hours of it going out before we'll see a bit of a change in where the waves are breaking. Particularly, we'll just see sort of more waves breaking throughout the heats. That tide will run out, but right now we're enjoying opportunities when they come through. But the mental game, the long priority holds, and it's easy to do that when you've got good scores already locked in. But when you're Afonso Antunes and you don't, and you're sitting an awful long time, you're just hearing the beach announcer, that number getting smaller in terms of how long you got left, and the number getting bigger in terms of what you're chasing. I mean, good chance of that happening when Hiroto's score comes in here as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, an 8.4 is a massive number to be chasing here for Afonso. I mean, he's the youngest of the pack. He's definitely the most inexperienced, but Afonso, he's got a great team behind him. You know, I saw him this morning just really putting the reps in for that early morning surf, trying to stay calm. You can see he's positioned himself really far out, so maybe identifying something that we haven't seen so far in competition today, opting for, you know, that tide to really start to drop out and do his best Sammy Pupo, because we've seen Sammy get scores from way out there too.
Good number for Hiroto. The 5.93 drops in. He think first and second now with solid totals. Lines out the back there. Good news for Portugal as we see Antunes on the hunt. He needs to get going here. There's a couple of ways out the back. I'll have a little look at the first one. I think he might prefer what's coming through behind, a little soft and crumbly, that first wave. Let's see if anyone else will show interest. O'Hara thought about it for a second, had a little speculative glance down the line. And Antunes, the slow paddle, and he's up and into it here in an important way, just to stay in touch really, scoreboard-wise. Out the back, it's a little sluggish. Got that really clean, casual style. It'll just open up a bit with a nice hit. Couple of times in the pocket, good rhythm to that. What's this inside got? Not loads of points scored thus far. He'll snap out some spray again, and then onto the inside for a finish. Some release from the tail. He waited a long time to get involved. He's involved now. Well, this put him scoreboard-wise. He needs two waves, of course. Get something mid-range and then see where you go from there.
Yeah, how relaxed did he look on that wave? He just looked like he was in absolute cruise control. Started off with a nice carve. Loved the vintage Andy Iron spray he has on his board. I think that was Adrian Robert Turner who created that one. But yeah, really nice stuff here. Just a bit down the line on that second snap in the pocket here. But look at this bowl. Really identifying one of these deeper ones that allowed him just to go really technical on that last turn. Got that drift of the fin, similar to what we saw from Hiroto. Maybe not as much rotation, but nice critical turn there. The judges will definitely be loving that finish from Afonso. I don't think it'll go crazy high, but it's definitely going to put him back in this heat. So did well to keep his cool and not fumble early on that wave.
Yeah, heading in the right direction. Didn't really have that moment that really wowed us particularly. It was nice, neat and tidy kind of surf, and a good momentum builder for him. He'll want waves to start coming through now with a little bit more regularity, because he needs to surf his way back into this heat. That'll be part of the job done. But you think it's a couple of sixes or better really. First and second place with those numbers above 12 points. So gonna have to get going here. Be interesting to see how Morgs goes next. He's got priority right now. He was a little miffed at the fact that he got a 4.9. Some turns done down on the end bowl. Let's see how he responds here.
Yeah, it could go one or two ways when you get frustrated in a heat. Like we saw with Morgs from that 4.9, it can leave you feeling almost a little bit bitter and twisted, you know, thinking that, oh, well, nothing I can do is right. The judges aren't going to give me the scores anyway. Or it can go kind of polar opposite end of the spectrum and be like, all right, well, if you want me to give you a score, I'll give you a score. I'm going to absolutely belt it. So I'm hoping Morgs goes more towards that side of the spectrum and just gives us, you know, that true, just really gritty Aussie, straight up into the pocket Morgs that we know. And he's having a look here, so come on, Morgs.
Sibilik, roundhouse in the pocket, up into a crumbly lip line for a hit. Once again, gives it a crack. Nicely timed. A good rhythm to this surfing, nice pace to it. Section in front of him again. Rail work with authority and power. And he'll flow through inside bowl section, a hit on the end from him. Great way to respond.
Yeah, great way to respond. Felt like he lent a little bit more towards that. I'm just going to belt it. And it makes for such good viewing for definitely us as spectators, but it makes the judges, you know, take note of that never say die attitude. Morgs, he comes up, starts with a roundhouse into a nice check turn combo here. And this is really where he starts to lay into it. That's a big turn. Heaps of spray out the back, finds his rhythm through this inside section here, pushes hard off that turn. You heard the beach really liked that one. Up and over the foam here through this inside, gets the fins out for a cheeky little finner at the end there. So Morgs finding his stride. He had really nice rhythm on this wave, just kept building his tempo down the line. So that's going to feel nice for him. Even if it doesn't go as high as that 7.43, it's got to be a nice kind of moderate builder.
We're going to be really well poised here. Good news for Portuguese fans on the beach in the form of Antunes with the 5.87 in. He's involved in the heat. We're going to get a number for Sibilik as well to come through. This one's setting up really nicely. Just over 11 on the clock at the moment. Aiden Massenkamp leading this one. More live action from Ericeira right after the break. Big heat in the water right now. Good numbers coming down as well. The action absolutely hotting up. We're getting major connections from our surfers in the water. And as you can see on the scoreboard, bit of a movement from the Australian Morgan Sibilik, 7.57. High score of the heat so far. We speculated how would he respond. So being a little disappointed with his rewards from our panel for his inside work. Well, exactly like that. He's gone up there with a high score.
Yeah, he's found this rhythm we were talking about, 7.57, highest wave score of the heat. So now basically that 5, he just needs to drop it. He's put pressure on red and green. So Hiroto now chasing a 6.08, Afonso a 6.71, 8.5 minutes. We haven't really seen more than maybe 2 lots of sets coming around that time, potentially 3. I'd say we might see 3 or 4 more solid wave set opportunities. But with this low tide dropping out, the good news is these smaller ones, they've got a really nice cupped out bowl coming towards them. Hiroto on the answer back here.
Yeah, crucial wave for him. First turn's really nice. Check this bowl. Beautiful carving jam. Really tight in the pocket again. Throwing buckets. Wow, this is brilliant rail surfing from Hiroto Ohara. He'll knife one up in the lip, still going, and he'll bang that finish, just forcing the issue. And there was a lot there. And you think about, well, let's think 757 for Morgs, what he was able to do. Felt like a steeper wave for Hiroto.
It did, and a bit of a bigger wave as well. And you can see he's working with Snake at this event. Snake was just to the left of where the Aussie crew was sitting. He stared straight at him at the end of this wave. Great looking carves here. He's really relying on his rail work, and he's held these lines longer than what we saw on his 6.5. Look at that, just so much torque through his body here. That outside fin will be out of the water, lays into a really nice carve, uses the entirety of this wave and slashes one more time. Says hello Snake on the inside there for Hiroto, but just that bottom turn, I mean, he just uses that so much to his advantage. How hard he drives from the bottom of the wave and then just accelerates and explodes as soon as he's up the top. It's just technical elegance. I mean, it's so good from Hiroto Ohara, and a 6.08, I'm calling easy, and might even go best wave of the heat.
Just forcing things a touch on the inside, but he'd already done great work with the rail out the back. Something really special should be coming his way. It is a massive number that drops in. 9 points for Hiroto Ohara. We were wowing as he went down the line, and brilliant rail surfing. We talked about his technical ability and playing it cool in terms of wave selection, absolutely nailing it. You saw Antunes wanted that wave. He was buzzing on the inside. He had to get out of the way and let Ohara go. But to turn that into a 9, fantastic stuff from him, and he's way out in the lead with a huge total, 15.5.
Yeah, highest wave score we've seen of the event so far. I mean, 9 points. It's just excellent surfing, and it had to go there. It was so on rail. It was so just perfectly timed off the bottom as well. So he's definitely added pressure back on Morgs. He's chasing a 5.36, and Aiden, I feel like he's made a mistake. He had higher priority than Morgan, but he's dropped back down. And Morgs potentially just making a bit of a move further up the point, trying to find one similar to Hiroto's. Afonso, though, a big answer back is what he needs, a 7.06. So priority is really going to come into play in these last 5 minutes.
Yeah, what a heat this is. Really, really entertaining. Ohara will just go. Well, no, he won't. He'll try. Wave won't quite let him in. But with a 9-point ride in the bag, dominating this now. So you'd be thinking with 15.5, making it through this heat, chances are, who's going with him? At the moment, Mason Camp occupying that second place position, but down the order in terms of prio. Highest score of the event so far. Let's have another look at the 9, Jess.
Oh, how good is surfing? I love this wave. Just absolutely laying it on rail. His entire outside fin just leaking through the top lip line of that. I mean, 9 points, it just had to go there. It's just so much speed, so much drive and acceleration coming through every single one of his turns. Lays into it not once but twice at the end. I just love the look into the beach. It was just like, all right, you like that one? It was just so cool for Hiroto. 9 points, highest wave score of the event so far, and that's exactly how this wave is supposed to be surfed.
Hiroto Ohara eats and leaves no crumbs here with 4 on the clock. A 9-point ride. We've seen people claiming 3s and 4s. He just goes the stare down at the end of that ride. A cool customer, an entertainer in and out of the water. And with 4 on the clock, who's coming with him? Antunes priority. He's going to need to use it. 7.06, that requirement. He'll just want another wave that looks like kind of energy Hiroto tapped into.
And maybe needs to find another gear. I mean, he got rewarded for his 5.87 for kind of looking like he was just in cruise control, to be honest. Like, he just seemed like he was really relaxed, really calm on that wave. For a 7.06, he's probably going to need to push a little bit harder, push himself out of his comfort zone a little bit as well. I mean, look at the caliber of surfers you're coming up against. Morgs, Hiroto, Aiden, these are all really high-quality surfers. So Afonso, being the young gun in this heat, is going to have to push himself a lot harder to get that 7.06 and really challenge Aiden and Morgs.
Just over 3 on the clock here. O'Hara and Mason Camp at the moment advancing. This was the early work from the South African, and he looked pretty sharp.
Yeah, haven't really seen much of him since, but loved these opening turns. I mean, Aiden was pushing so hard. When he came to these sections, he was just absolutely detonating them. Finding waves that gave him multiple turning opportunities as well. Some people only finding one per wave, so Aiden was just eyeing out these perfect rides. This was a really cool wave, 6.5 for just so much body torque on these rail calves here from Hiroto. We knew something good was coming when we saw this wave. He just looked switched on, really fired up and ready to go. But this was the wave. We absolutely loved this. Everyone wanted a piece of this, but Hiroto using priority, so smart, so classy, to be honest. I mean, just the way he used this wave, used it all to his advantage, never went too far out of the pocket as well. Lays into it twice through this inside section for a 9-point ride. I mean, what more could you ask for? Thank you, Hiroto.
He's lit up the beach here. Hiroto O'Hara, a dominant performance from him. He played it pretty cool. With priority early on in the heat paid off for him. Sometimes your rhythm is just there. The ocean feels like it's cooperated. Getting the way is part of the job. Been able to do the surfing on the wave. That's the bigger ask. He's done that. All right, 140 on the clock. And he'll spin from that 4th priority position from wider. On the inside, a quick in and out for him. Meanwhile, a little tussle on the peak. Morgs, important wave for him. Doesn't need a big number to threaten Aiden. First hit's really good. He'll swing on a rail. Just get a little caught there, but he'll clean it up and come around. So, getting up a couple of times on the insides. And he'll want to try and get a finish in here, just force something on the inside. Wave has other ideas. He just basically runs out to sea in there, and he's down in the rocks. It's a nasty spot to be in. Commitment from him to bring that all the way through. 5.36 is what we're looking at, and without the finish, it's the stuff done out the back.
I feel like maybe he's lacking one turn on that wave to really solidify that 5.36. I mean, that first turn into that carve combo was really nice. I mean, it could definitely push that 5.36 to really sell it to the judges. He would have been loving a finish. I mean, he commits to those rocks. He's really definitely not scared of them, that's for sure. But yeah, my gut instinct is maybe lacking one last finishing turn there for Morgs. I don't know, but if you're Aiden, you probably want to get at least one more wave. Let's take a look at it in a nice close angle here. Hits that first section. That combo there, really nice. He was on his way to the score, just mistimed that section. I was a little bit nervous that maybe he wouldn't get there. That was a really nice carve, so he's adding points once he gets through here. Just couldn't get this finish though. This is really where he was hoping just to solidify that 5.36. It was well on his way. Had a little tango with the rocks. Oh! Really bad tango with the rocks there. Head down in the rocks. I mean, it could definitely go there. He got 3 nice turns on that wave. Maybe was looking for a little bit more to say yes to the judges to make him really convinced that it was a yes.
I thought it was like way better than my first one. First one was shit, and I was like... The second half, first snap into the second half was so sick.
Tense moments down on the beach. With Morgan Sibilic waiting for his number to come through. Remind ourselves of the 4.9 earlier on. I think he needs half a point or so better than that. Is that what we saw with that wave? We'll find out soon. Frustration from Antunes. Just run out of time, essentially. He's absolutely delighted. Gets the number and then some. So significantly better. He felt it was better than his 5 that he got early on. He gets a 1.5 on it. And he's absolutely delighted. You can see how much it means to him and his crew. We get some insights from that Australian crew soon enough. But Morgan Siblick absolutely delighted. You can see how much it means, and a really entertaining heat. I mean, something for everyone there, really, for a neutral. Brilliant entertainment. Exceptional serving from Maroto O'Hara. Good competing from Morgan Siblick. He's on a bit of a roll here. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back from break, a very special guest coming into the studio to talk you through it. Stay tuned.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Mayo, official tech partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro. Bright sunshine, massive numbers coming through in that last heat for a brilliant surfing and entertaining morning of competition. We're going to have a full day as we'll run through here. We're expecting some big entertainment. We're joined myself, Paul Evans and JJ Starling, a special guest in the form of Chipper Wilcox.
How you guys going?
Mate, not the result you would have wanted today, so you're sort of processing on that at the moment, but, you know, you're watching a lot of your mates. We've got 3 of them in the water as well from the Australian crew right now, but first of all, yeah, disappointment for you, just kind of not a lot of waves out there in your heat.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when you're in the booth this early in the event, but I'm excited to be here, watch the boys heat, and yeah, it was hard yesterday afternoon. It was a long day. We waited around with the fog pretty much majority of the day, and then they decided to run, and it was the waves were hard. There was equal opportunity, but yeah, I just had a bit of a shocker. So I'm not going to sit here and complain about how bad the waves are. It's just a difficult wave, and it's been hard for everyone.
Overall, Challenger Series still fun. I mean, you came here in first place position, so you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year. I've had probably the highest of highs in my career, and probably some of the lowest of lows as well. I've had an ankle injury that I've been dealing with for a couple of months now that I had in America in the event, and just trying to recover from that. It's been a great experience. It's been a different one. It hasn't been. It's been character building. So that's always a good thing. It's always hard at the time, but I think I'm getting towards I'm on the build back up now. I feel like I've hit the rock bottom and I'm on my way back up.
Love it. We'll look forward to get your insights throughout this heat as well. Take a look out in the water and have a look at Liam O'Brien, Kijiri Nishi, Jacko Baker, Tully Wiley. So 3 surfers you all know plenty about. Nishi as well is someone who can really turn it on and bring that spark. As we'll have a look at this lineup and look at opportunities. The tide now on the way out, which also feels like a great time to get some fresh insights from our local expert in the form of Shiko Owls. What do you think of conditions, mate? What do you think of that 9 that just went down?
Yeah, I called it. I saw it live, and I thought it was one of the best waves we saw the whole event. And
so you're taking credit for that. Okay, interesting. Here we go. It's Nishi on the backhand, pushing really hard. He goes so fast, and Vert The knifey, just freshly re-dyed the hair red. Bit of a trademark colorway for him. It looks pretty good on him, as does this kind of surfing. Really nimble. It just kind of zags to get away from the rocks. Decent way to kick things off there.
Great wave there. Super fast on his backside. They kind of really adapt well to these conditions. I don't know if it's something they surf a lot, but I tend to understand that all the Japanese, they surf really well small waves. And yeah, he's super fast and just connecting this wave really easily. So yeah, beautiful surfing here at the end as well, like a Giro. What do you reckon, Jacob?
Yeah, he surfed it well. He had really good timing and rhythm on the wave. I feel like the Japanese surf small waves very well. If you've been to Japan, the waves are a lot smaller than this and a lot more difficult to surf. So as soon as they've got a little bit of wave behind them, their timing and their flow is really well matched of these waves. It's a good start to the heat. I think Tully caught a wave as well, potentially in the exchange. Here we go. Oh, that was his second wave that we just watched before.
Yeah, beautiful surfing as well. Just really tight in the pocket. And as you said, he has a lot of speed considering the size of the wave. And this was truly Wiley's wave. The 4-6, the replay. Nice float there. Gets around it. Looks like he's going to get a bit of a bonus section here at the end. Nice snap. And another snap and a finishing turn. So nice surfing there by Tully. You can tell he needs a bit more push sometimes, and when he gets it, he can go really high on the numbers.
He's a big boy. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
But he timed that one pretty well. It looked like there was a big split through the middle of the wave, which made it difficult for him to kind of have the flow throughout the whole wave. Looks like there's a good set coming here. It seems like the last heat they kind of changed the scale a little bit more towards the end. They were a bit more generous with the scores, so I feel like these guys are going to put down some big numbers. Here we go. Here's Jacko on a, I don't know, it's hard to tell. Looks probably a good wave if he's going it though. He knows what he's up to out here. Oh. The big fella. Lobby. Here we go.
Beautiful wave here. Nice double up, Paul. Looks like he's going to stand up really nicely for him. Let's see what he can do. Bam. Oh, wow. Big, big turn. Drifting the fins there. Trademark carve from lob and nice finishing turn. So wow. 3-turn combo on a beautiful set wave. I think this is going to be a big number.
Looked a lot like the best wave of the heat so far, didn't it? Cleaned it up for the finish as well, getting that punch on the inside.
Lobby straight out of Brisbane, it was saying there. He'll love to see that. Oh, here we go, Jacko.
And a bit of an insider here. First wrap. Jacko always does so well here in Ribeiradilhas.
Oh, nice timing.
He always has a really nice timing to his maneuvers.
Oh yeah, he times it so well. He's, I reckon that's one of the best attributes of his surfing. His timing is just so on point, especially in a right-hand point like this. It's just, he made the final here, I think in 2021 potentially. So he knows what he's looking for. He knows the waves that he wants, and it looks like he was just a little bit out of the exchange. Well, he fell off on that first one actually, so he kind of had to get something just to put himself in the mix. You can go pretty much almost a half or 3/4 of your heat out here without catching a wave, and then you just put yourself in a really hard position. So he's just getting something on the board there, keeping himself relevant in the heat. But I think this wave here is probably, I personally think this could be one of the highest waves of the event.
Wow.
His timing was so good. It looked like it was a bigger wave. Yeah, wow.
Beautiful carving there, and the finishing was big as well. So as you said, I think it can be a big number, that's for sure. As we see the nice bottom turn and the timing, drifting the fins, just making sure he makes it. And yeah, what a way to finish off that wave.
Beautiful surfing from Liam O'Brien of Australia. He's got an amazing technique on a rail. I'll tell you who else does. Hirota O'Hara's just dropped the biggest score of the whole event with absolutely textbook carving. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Claudia.
Beautiful day here at the beach, but more than anyone, the Japanese crew is having a blast with Hiroto getting the highest score of the event so far. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, amazing, yeah.
Got us through that wave. Were you did 3 really good critical turns. Got us through that wave.
Yeah, I had a first priority, and then, Morgan got a 7.5 on the previous heat wave, and yeah, I needed 6 points, and then I saw the wave. It looks like potential to get a 6, so I took the wave, and then the waves just opens up all the way through the inside, and I feel like I didn't do much special. I just trying to stick my turns and then, make the wave, and then, stuck together 9 points.
Do you want to leave a message in Japanese, and how is it to be here in Portugal representing your country?
It's not too many Japanese here, but we have a few competitors in Portugal, and then, we're cheering up for everybody, especially for Japanese, casual in the water now, so we're gonna we have a tight crew, and then hopefully someone get through to the final day.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely love that. I didn't do much on that wave. Come on, mate. There's that one turn of it. The 4th carve was unbelievable.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Not trying too hard and getting 9s is always good.
Yeah. Love his energy. Everything about him is just such good value. Hasn't been able to get those consistent results across the season and really challenge for a CT spot. Have seen him quite often throw down huge numbers in early rounds and go missing a little bit. Let's see if he can change things this year here in these conditions. Always an entertaining character. 23 on the clock right now. It's a couple of scores for Nishi, the goofy out of Japan, that are solid, but another really big number in this one. It's excellent. It's 8-3-3. An absolute quality surfing from Liam O'Brien. A huge number for him, and how good's this going to feel, Chippo, to just wait around a little bit, other surfers catching waves around you, and then just drop a huge number.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in. It's a very nice position, and Lobby will make some good decisions off the back of that. It's no better way you can really start a heat. Jacko also dropped a 6 in there as well, so he kept himself in the exchange there after slipping off on that one, which is good to see. And I think who's got priority? Tully's got priority, so yeah, all the boys are in a good position. It's going to be, hopefully we get a few more waves. It's the hardest thing out here. Sometimes you have heats with lots of waves, and it felt like maybe the last heat there was a good flurry of waves towards the end there, but who knows?
In terms of Liam, like looking at his season this year when he's making his New Year's resolutions, I mean, he wouldn't have been hoping to be surfing in this event. Coming here after falling off the cut, do you feel like you got an advantage coming up against the Challenger Series surfers? How does that play out, that dynamic?
Yeah, it's definitely a different position to be in. You obviously start the year, you want to be, I'm sure Lobby, I see him as like a top 10 surfer on the World Tour. I think he surfs so amazing, and I feel like he will get back there and he'll prove that to people, but it's just a surfing career can just have so many ups and downs. Everyone knows that. You're dealing with a very unpredictable thing in the ocean, and sometimes it goes your way and other times it doesn't, and I feel like Lobby's got a great mindset for approaching that, and he doesn't mind that he's back here on the QS. He's just getting straight into his work and proving that he's one of the best surfers here, and he'll get back on tour, no worries.
And in terms of like changes with the mid-season cut gone, I think it's fair to say fairly well received from surfers.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a great call. I'm really stoked that the WSL listened to the surfers and probably also the fans as well. I feel like since it's been on, it was never very well received by anyone. So it's kind of baffled it lasted for so many years, really. But moving forward, I'm stoked it's out of here. The surfers that qualify get a full year to show their skill set in a large majority of waves. You're going to have slabs, you're going to have right-hand points, you're going to have lefts, you're going to have high performance, and I think that's, if you qualify for the World Tour, you should have an opportunity to showcase your skills in all types of waves. So I think it works good for everyone.
And other significant changes as well to the Challenger Series. We've added extra events as well. We're going to Pipe as well. You've mentioned you had a little bit of a setback with an injury, but extended that season, more events, more opportunity.
Oh, it's amazing. I think Pipe is... I can't wait to see how everyone approaches it. You're generally being able to surf pipe in an event, you've got to be on the World Tour pretty much to experience that. So it's awesome for everyone on the Challenger to be able to get the chance to experience surfing at Pipeline. It's probably one of the heaviest waves there's an event at, and yeah, it's going to be cool to see everyone's approach and see who's got the heart for it.
Indeed, I think finishing it up there, it's going to be wild, especially on a wave so dangerous like that. You need to think about the things making the heat, but firstly, your safety and having the will to go on a huge bomb, and you need to have that will in a couple of rounds. It's not only like a wave; you need to make 2 rounds, so you need to perform under pressure. And but sometimes that's actually great. There's surfers that really enjoy not thinking too much about the competition and thinking more about what they are dealing with in terms of the ocean.
Yeah, sometimes that can make it easier, really, because you're just so terrified for your own life. You just want to survive and just make sure you make good decisions. But no, it's going to be an interesting event because there's obviously a way bigger field in the Challenger Series than there is for a CT when the CT's on there. So there's going to be some interesting heats. There's going to be some onshore heats. There could be some gnarly heats, and it's going to be really cool to watch.
And in terms of you getting an early loss here, at what stage do you kind of stop thinking about that and start thinking about your first heat in Saquarema? When does that kind of click over?
Yeah, it's probably already happened. I feel like I'm quite used to having setbacks and losses, so I feel like I can approach them quite well, and I was really happy with how I reacted yesterday. Obviously, this wasn't the fairy tale comeback that I was hoping for, getting back into this event, and after all, the main success for me was just kind of being here. At the start, when I got this injury, I was looking at potentially getting surgery and missing all these events. So just being here, having the chance to compete is a success for me, and yeah, just to challenge myself. I could be at home just living a mundane life and going through the processes still, but I'm just so stoked to be here challenging myself against some of the best people. I'm not at 100%. I'm probably not even at 70%, to be honest with you. But I'm just stoked to be here. I get to travel with the boys, get to try compete, and yeah, I'm so fired up for Saquarema just to keep doing what I love, and that's competitive surfing.
We're all enjoying our time here in Portugal, and the thoughts of Jacob Wilcox here in the booth with us. Time for a quick break here. Liam O'Brien's got a big number on the board. He's looking for another wave. We'll watch how he goes about getting that right after the break. Back at it here on the Challenger Series, Heat 16 to finish off the round of 64 for the men. Goofy out of Japan, Kishiro Nishi at the moment. Pair of fives, good enough for him. But Liam O'Brien is holding. He's got an excellent number, an 8.33, locked in. A really nice wave, well ridden. He's still looking for a backup. Also, pretty healthy number for Jacko Baker, the 6.1. Carved his way to that after a little bit of a slip up early on. Tully Wiley, the Goofy out of Australia, with a little bit of work ahead of him. Here's Liam O'Brien in motion. Flick off the top with a ton of spray. And he'll set himself up to the inside bowl. Pushing. Smooth, polished approach. Aggressive at the same time. And he'll do some nimble work to stay off the rocks. There's not a lot of room to move in there. But he'll cut the turn down and avoid any drama or mishaps down on the rocks. So he'll go to the lead by some measure here. He's having a good heat.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good backup. 833 already. This smaller wave was sitting on 4th priority, so he had to go. And I think it was a nice wave for considering the quality of that wave. He surfed it really well, and I think he's going to go into the lead, and he's going to have that, at least that backup. As Jacob was saying, sometimes you can get caught on sitting on a really good wave and not having a backup for like 10, 12 minutes if you sit around. So it was great for him to make the decision to go on that, don't you reckon?
Yeah, that was good. His board looks amazing. He just looks like he's flowing so nicely out there. I watched a fair few heats of this round and over the last couple of days, and I really like how Lobby's looking. He just looks so polished, and he's hitting the mark so well out there. It's quite a hard wave to look polished and nice on, and Lobby is definitely doing that. So yeah, it's that'll be a good backup score. But yeah, it's crazy how time just can go so quick out here. You can have a 35-minute heat and we're already down to, it's been 22 minutes almost gone. So yeah, the time can just tick away, and you can get yourself in a pretty sticky situation. So yeah, I'm excited to see how the rest of this heat goes. Tully has got the priority, so I'm sure he's going to be wanting to execute on a good wave here. He looks like he's up the point a bit more. Sometimes it's hard when you're up the point there because a lot of the waves can come in and under. So sometimes it's hard to see them, but I'm sure Tully knows what he's looking for. He comes from Bells Beach, which is probably the most similar wave in the world to this, or the best practice you can probably have for it. So I'm sure he knows the line he's looking for. But yeah, it's a bit sleepy right now.
It is. It's taking a long time for another set to break in the lineup. And what type of adjustment you think you need to have in terms of board selection for a wave like this? Because the wave, it feels like sometimes it's steep, but most of the times it's not.
Yeah.
So you kind of like want to have that board that holds the line really well, but at the same time you want a board that goes through really flat sections sometimes.
Yeah,
so
it's hard to
it's
find
a gamble.
Yeah, it is a bit of a gamble. Just thinking about what I've been riding, it would probably be very similar to what Lobby's riding now. It's like a new DNA DHD model. It's a 511, around 28.5 litres. It's weird this way because you do get pocket, but in between that there's so much downtime. So I feel like what's almost more important than your board that you're riding is where you're drawing your lines from, and just trying to stay in that middle part of the wave where you get the most push out of it, and really trying to make sure your impact is out of the top and you're not wasting too much time on the bottom of the wave, which I feel like Lobby's done really well in this heat. But yeah, I feel like my DHDs always go really well over here, and watching Lobby, it looks like his is going great too.
Yeah, I was speaking early on with Judson, and Judson said, well, I came here so many years, and only this year I understood that I don't need to put as much pressure on my bottom turn. Otherwise, I lose too much speed on the bottom turn, and when I get to the top, I'm kind of like, or late or not as explosive as I want. And he said, yeah, you just need to surf like lively and like put less weight during the transition and then explode on the top. And I think that's a main factor here to really connect those dots, and I think Lobby's doing that really well. That's why it looks so lively. Of course the board helps, but it's just the way you actually read the wave and place your turns and the lines you're doing. So yeah, it's a learning curve to surf this wave. I had the pleasure to surf this wave since I'm really young. But like seeing guys like Vasco actually perform here, they kind of know like how to go in that middle part and always have like that pocket coming at them.
Yeah, that's
and yeah, you just feel like, oh, why is his wave standing so much up and mine looks so flat all the time? And it's just a matter of where you're doing your bottom turn and the way you're approaching the wave. So it's a learning curve to really surf well.
What's this stuff we're looking at on screen here out the back, Chico?
I told Forge. No, I'm kidding. It was quite there for a long time, a bit of fog, but I don't think, I don't know how much time we have left until that fog comes in, but hopefully it stays around that area and we are good. So
Right, sunshine at the moment on the beach, but you can see out the back a little bit of a marine layer lurking
Coming
with
in.
intense, which is ominous in various different ways. If you're Liam O'Brien, you're feeling reasonably good about life right now. The 4.9, not a bad back out all. He's got a really meaty top number, the 8.33 for him. So good total locked in already. 9.20 on the clock. The early work at Nishi paid dividends, pair of fives, still sitting on that. It is Tully Wiley from fourth, just the one wave ridden with priority. He's had it for a while now. And when will he scratch that itch? Really, when anything quality comes through, he hasn't had to do a lot of decision making, has he really? There's been nothing to kind of question him. Is this something I should be going? It's just kind of sit and wait type stuff at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if we get a multiple wave set where it puts us. Jacko Baker with a 6-1. He's also looking for a backup score. So all in play here at the moment as we just sort of settle down after quite a fast start to this heat and pretty frenzied previous heat as well with loads of action going down. This one a touch quiet right now. A little bit of texture as well from the wind. Just need some of this energy. We need some waves.
No, it looks like there's only one thing that's coming in, and that's that fog. I thought the
huge wave.
I thought
looks
the wind,
like a huge one.
Yeah, it does. There's a tsunami at the back. It's. I thought the wind was meant to stop the fog from coming in. I'm still trying to work it out. The fog. It's from my understanding, it's a reaction from when the water's really cold, like it is now, and the air is hot, and then you get the fog that comes about. Yep.
Yeah, and most likely in Portugal, you will see a lot of fog when it's like 30 degrees without wind.
Yep.
At this time of the year because the water is really cold. So, and it doesn't go away for hours because there's no wind.
Yep.
So especially on glassy days and hot temperature around this area, around these months, we get a lot of foggy days, especially early in the morning. But yeah, from here to until north, until Porto, we have a lot of fog. But going south, you don't have it, which is a funny thing. As we see the recap, this was early stages on this one. This was Keijiro Nishi. It was looking good, Jacob. He started off well as well.
Yeah, definitely. He's got that timing down. He started strong. It works well when you start strong and you put the other guys under the pump a bit when there's no other waves coming through. But Lobby, the smooth operator on this thing, it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, he got the best one so far on this one. Luckily, nice little tag there and another carve and a big finishing turn here. Bang! 833, looking smooth. What a nice way to start your heat with an excellent number. And this was the backup. Nice snap. Always staying in that middle part of the wave, and he was able to finish it off. 4.9 on this one, and it's not even bogging, right? That one is
silky,
looking too good. Yeah.
Silky smooth on the rail. It's a hard wave to look like that. Here he goes again here. I'm more interested with Tully at the back. Lobby's already smashing this heat. Oh, wow, look at that.
Nice turn there.
Just
and
like
another one.
But he's at the Burley Rocky. Swerving around. He's done this a million times before. Oh, that's silky. Nice. Good to see what's going on out the back, Tully. Oh, he didn't actually even go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the obvious point is that wave came through the lineup and decision not to go from Tully, who's now in third priority. So he's had a paddle.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of speaking about earlier. When you're sitting out the back there that far, sometimes you can paddle and miss it, or paddle and not really know what it looks like and lose priority. It's pretty easy to say from here on the couch, but when you're out there, it's a whole. You get always looks like there's a set coming as well when you're out there.
Well,
actually looks like there's one coming now.
It does look like we've got lights coming through. Just over 5 on the clock here.
Not really.
Oh,
hard to tell.
Yeah, it is so hard to tell, but I reckon there's going to be something here. Giro's got priority, I'd say, over Jacko, but it looks like there's a few waves in this set.
Here we go, Nishi into it, first turn, drives hard and pushes, just stabs it up nice and vert. They'll just bank off a slopey section. It's been quiet since his opening engagement. A pair of waves at the start of the heat. Now we'll fire back to life with under 5 on the clock.
He's making it work. He would have loved to get that one clean on the end there, I'd say, but he had a nice silky start to it and it was surfing nice. Here we go, lobby again. Jacko must have caught a wave then too, because he's down the end. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see what he got up to. But yeah, this heat's kind of, the time's the killer here, the time and the lack of waves. But 2 people have got to get through still.
4 minutes to go, and Tully was sitting a bit, as we see. He caught a wave, so he got in the exchange on this set. A bit of a snap here, just trying to gain that speed, and a bit of a late hit there. So, and this was a Jackson one, nice float over that section, another float, and the wave closes out, which is something really rare here. And this was Keijiro's wave. I think this was the best one of the exchange, right, Jacob?
Yeah, it was. It just had that light, like it just ran along the reef a little bit nicer. I thought the other boys' waves, if you were out there in the lineup and you would have went them, you would have thought you were on a great wave, because what you're looking for out here is something that's got a lot of wall. Unfortunately, those boys' waves just had too much wall, which is something that you don't usually get out here. But too much wall. It looks like these smaller ones, they've just hit the reef a little bit better.
Yeah, Liam here. Nice snap there. Beautiful transition into this one again. Just throwing a lot of water for the size of that wave, which is really impressive. And yeah, connecting all the dots, and I think he will improve on that 4.9. I felt like this one was better than his 4.9. So I think he's comfortable in the lead. But that fight for the second place, I would love to see Jackson and Tully trying their best with some opportunities here at the end of this one.
Yeah, it's always good to see the boys get an opportunity. Kejiro has surfed a smart heat though. He's just taken the opportunities away. He's finished his waves and he's picked waves that have suited the backhand quite well. There we go. There's that fog. This heat is going to be a fight against the fog.
Yeah, I think he's just passing by around the corner.
We saw nice and
Heath.
optimistic. I like it.
It was like
positive Chico.
Yeah, beautiful.
He's going
It's
around.
one of the things we love about you, mate.
Like the fog knows there's a surf competition going around, and he's going around. Look, he's in Pedra Branca already.
It is.
He's not coming here.
Yeah.
Look,
that's good of it.
There's a roundabout. It's a jet ski. Hey, don't come here. Around.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a strip of it. On the other side,
Yeah.
it looks like it's clean. It's cool to see from this angle.
Oh, amazing stuff. As we see reef just around the corner, which is a barrel wave. It's foggy there. But not Ribara. Ribara is sick of the fog, right, Paul? Ribara had enough yesterday.
90 seconds on the clock here as we'll finish out round of 64 for the men. Liam O'Brien dominant in this. The 6.33 in for him. He'll improve the back up and go big on the board. 14.66. Good total. We're still waiting for the third wave of Nishi. We'll get a marginal improvement. Yeah, he does 5.3. So just consolidates a touch and makes life a little bit more difficult for Jacko Baker, who's looking for 4.87 now. Tully Wiley, 6.37. Priority with Tully. Only a minute on the clock, though. Are we going to get waves? See some interest.
He did get a buzzer beater last heat, too, so he's got it in him. Just whether you get the chance. Jacko might be in and under here.
Looks like a good one.
What's he need? He needs a 4.87 on this wave. Boom. Beautiful first snap.
Wow. Beautiful carve.
It's looking fired. Oh, no. It's looking fired up there for a bit, but the wave just let him down a bit. But I reckon, I don't know, thought he could have milked that thing to the absolute death. Whiz, here we go. Throwing it round. Oh, the ocean just didn't provide the boys of the best opportunities there at the end, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for them, really quite hit for the last 15 or 20 minutes of this one. So not too many opportunities, needing a 6-3-7. This won't be the score. The wave is quite small and he's doing his best, surfing really well, but the wave isn't quite there, right, Paul?
Just running out of energy, not quite getting the connections in that heat. It's amazing to see some surfers like Liam O'Brien just get multiple opportunities and others just can't quite make it happen. It'll be frustration for the likes of Tully Wiley and for Jacko Baker. Yujiro Nishi, he's rallied well. Hasn't ridden a load of ways, good enough for a second. Bit of a clinic from Liam O'Brien. Getting that excellent number and just showing exactly why he is a CT pedigree surfer. Speaking of which, it's been great to have the thoughts. Chippo Wilcox in the studio. Maybe we didn't want to have you in this early on, but we're going to wish you best of luck for recovery for the ankle and for the rest of the season as well. Good luck with all of that.
Appreciate that, Paul. No, thanks for having me in here. Always good to chat a bit of, I don't know, shit with you guys. It was fun. Thanks for having me in here. And yeah, I look forward to watching the rest of the event and cheering on all the boys and girls in our camp.
Great stuff. Well, we'll see what happens fog-wise. We saw a little bit rumbling through. We'll be keeping an eye on that, but we're hoping we'll be keeping rolling with the action. Women coming up soon. More live from Ericeira right after this.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Welcome back. It has been a massive day of surfing so far. We have run through the men's, but we are back with the women. We're going to see the ladies out in the lineup, and it's a big one. Kicking off with Sally Fitzgibbons, Zoe Benedetto, Tia Zabrowski, and Annette Etchebarri. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Shiko. Our Shiko, the women are out there. We're into the main round. What are your expectations? What are the standards you're expecting to see from these ladies?
I expect big things. Look at this hit. Just some really, really big names, up-and-coming talent, old veterans like Sally. So I just feel like we've got it all. And yeah, what a great way to start this round. This hit is going to be exciting.
Yes, Sally kicking us off already. I mean, she is just the queen of class, and she's so consistent. Zoe Benedetto, she got her campaign underway here too.
Yeah, beautiful snap there. She always has a really good approach to this wave. Last year she was surfing really well as well. Wow, big turn there. A bit late to that one, but was a make. So great start there by Zoe. And out the back we saw Annette as well, sister of Janire. Beautiful carving snap there. Janette always so polished on her surfing. And nice snap as well. Beautiful read on this one. And looks so effortless. Wow.
Oh no, right at the end there, it just came unstuck, and you'd have to think this lady, one of the favorites on the Challenger Series right now.
Yeah, Tia on a different type of equipment there. We saw, we can tell it's a different board color, which is, I would say maybe carbon or epoxy.
Yeah, definitely.
But nice choice there. And this is Sally's first wave. Nice layback there. A bit of a thin drift again, and she steps out.
Yeah, we've got a bit going on in this heat. I mean, that's a lot to digest. We've got a lot of waves to roll through. Sally feels like she's been watching the competitors, a lot of the men earlier in the morning, and sticking to that catch a lot of waves strategy. You know, we saw a lot of heats this morning won in those first 5 to 10 minutes because those who sat and wait, it didn't really pay off for them.
Yeah, like Ribeira is always a mix between like the waiting game and not being too anxious about making wrong choices. So it's quite an in-between devil in your head that is always playing around, where you need to decide whether you're going or not on a wave. And especially like on days like today, when you're sitting further out, you cannot really tell what's going to happen down the line on most waves. We can tell like there's those clear ones, they take it and they're excellent numbers. But other than that, it's just really hard to understand what's a 6 and what's going to be like a 3-8 or a 4. And sometimes that's the difference between making a heat or not, you know?
Yeah, there is a lot of decision-making that goes on. Someone whose decision-making skills were on point in that last heat, Liam O'Brien-Lobby, who is down there with Claudia.
That's right, Liam, on point, moving into the next round. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels good. Bit of a slow heat, but I got lucky and got kind of gifted a nice one at the start, which set things up nicely. But yeah, it was a tricky one. But yeah, no, sometimes it goes your way and you get a few nice waves.
That 8-point ride was one of the highest scores of the contest so far. Guide us through that wave.
Yeah, as I said, it was just like one of those waves that you just got to hit the sections really. Yeah, I had to wait a little bit for it. I let a few decent ones go that Kajiro went and got some decent scores on, so I was a little concerned out there. I was going, damn, I'm kind of blowing this. But nah, fortunately that set came through, and yeah, as I said, it was just an obvious good wave, and I just had to surf it and not fall off.
Just recently you shared a few clips in Portugal earlier this year. Is it good to be back?
Yeah, love it over here. I was fortunate enough to come over for the CT at the start of the year up at Peniche, and yeah, now we're back here in Ericeira, and yeah, it's unreal. A little bit warmer this time of year, so it's that's nice. But yeah, love it over here. Heaps of fun waves and really cool place.
Thank you so much. Good luck for our next one. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Lob, touching on that CT earlier in the year, it looked absolutely freezing for that comp. It gets pretty chilly over here in the winter time.
Yeah, like most likely on days like where we have offshore, it gets really, really cold in the morning. So when it's firing, it's always really cold during the winter. So yeah, it's just like a matter of like having the right equipment. But yeah, there's people that use all sorts of stuff like boots and how do you call it?
Hood?
The hood as well, yeah. I use both.
I would use both too.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. When it's firing, I love the way being comfortable and not being like really chilly. And on the good days, you need to wait a lot for the good ones. So as we see live action, I think.
Yeah, Zoe Benedetto using up this first priority here. Just a bit of a waiting game at the start of this one. You can see she's really biding her time to get around, and just straight off the board, that front foot, unfortunately coming undone. She started off so strong though, so just a little bit of a regroup, plenty of time. We have extended these heats to 35 minutes. So that one hopefully isn't going to come into play by the time we run through these 26 minutes. But Zoe, she was a standout a few years ago, getting a 3rd place, eventually losing to Alyssa Spencer, who took the win that year. But it feels like she's one of those surfers who has a really nice relationship with this wave.
Yeah, I think her style of surfing, I'm going to hold that thought and see live action.
Pause on that one. Annette, having a look here. She had a great opening round heat when we saw the women out there. Starts off with a beautiful roundhouse, and wow, big money turn in the pocket there with the completion. That's exactly what she was hoping for, and her confidence, it's building with every heat. But yeah, talk me through what you think of Zoe Benedetto and her and this surfing at this wave.
Well, I think it's just the way she approaches the Ribera suits her surfing really well. I'm going to go back into that after this one of Annette. But yeah, Annette was really interesting this last turn. She matched the timing of the backwash as well, which is always great.
Wow.
So she got that before, but when she was on the lip, the backwash kind of like lift her turn up and looked really, really good. And I think this is going to be a really good number based on that last maneuver. Was really technical and really tight in the pocket, as we can see. When she gets into the lip, we see kind of like a backwash coming in, and was perfectly placed. Because sometimes you can get caught on the lip when you go with the backwash. You go too fast up, and then you go behind the lip. And I think she read that wave really well. But yeah, we were speaking about Zoe. Zoe has like a really interesting line. She always goes a lot in the middle, and she always like drives off from the middle to the top. And we were speaking about that on the previous seat with Jacob, how important it is to surf this wave sometimes from middle to the top instead of doing like long bottom turns. And yeah, she's got that approach where she can like really surf really tight in the pocket, but at the same time not doing like massive bottom turns and losing too much time in between maneuvers. So I think that helps a lot her surfing here in Ribera.
Annette having another swing here, staying busy in this heat, gets another section to work with, so not as critical as that last one, but still getting really nice completion done, showing us a lot of variety in her repertoire. So we are waiting on a couple more scores for Annette to lock in, but right now we had some big numbers come through for those opening exchanges. Sally with that 6.5, Zoe 6-point ride, and then Tia Zabrowski and Annette both opening up with 5, so it's pretty evenly matched as this heat plays out.
Yeah, as we see Annette on a different type of wave, a bit of a release of the fins on that first carve, and then the finish. Liked it. I don't think it's going to go massive, but I think she might improve actually with this wave.
Yeah, I feel like that second turn, it just keeps adding. I feel like, we spoke about this yesterday, someone who comes to mind who did it really well, Luke Thompson, just built a house, got his foundation scores, his fundamentals done really early on in the heat, and then from there just built every single wave. It just kept adding to his scoreline. And Annette, in the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes, she's found herself in the lead now. She's got a 5 and a 5.5, one last score to drop for Annette. And she's going to be feeling comfortable, but potentially not too comfortable when you have the likes of these three ladies in second, third and fourth. Tia Zabrowski obviously being an incredible standout here last year. First ever Challenger Series straight to the final.
Yeah, it's impressive. Tia is one of those surfers that come in every now and then, each probably 10 years, I would say. It's not often we see someone coming in and winning everything at such a young age. And I think, yeah, she's proving she's one of the best on any conditions. And yeah, it's amazing to watch.
Right on cue. Tia, unfortunately, a little uncharacteristic. Seeing her take that one, not capitalizing on it though. Sally here, looking to get another win. Took out the #1 spot last year, right at this wave. Comes around for a roundhouse. Wow. Beautiful bottom to top turn combination.
Nice surfing.
Yeah, she's just got this on dial. Look how fast her board looks right before the rocks there too. Wow. Sally putting it all on the line. Tia now out the back, trying to get one back on Sally. Yeah, this has been a great exchange. I feel like these two always match up. I feel like we always see Sally and Tia just battling it out in every competition, at least once or twice. But Sally, she's definitely not holding back on these ones. What do you see with this one for Tia?
Yeah, Tia started off with a bit of a snap and the wave just disappeared. It was really flat, but I tell you what, this wave was amazing. Yeah, Sally started off with a beautiful cutback in the pocket, winds up and does a big turn here, releases the fins, kind of like a layback jam, beautiful carving snap, and I love this tight gouge again. I really enjoyed that last turn before running over the rocks. I think this wave is going to be her best so far. Based on that first turn, that's got to be a big number.
The thing I love about Sally surfing is it's never gone out of fashion. She stayed so relevant and so powerful all throughout her career. I mean, just how technically good her bottom turn to top turn combinations are it's never gonna age. That traditional type of surfing, I feel like it's so easy to watch. It's nice on the eyes, and it's no doubt that every time she comes back to the Challenger Series, just her putting her best foot forward, she usually comes out on top.
Yeah, it's true. For so many years already being a standout in and out of the water, because I think Sally adds up out of the water a lot, being the person she is and how humble she is and how hardworking. I think coming from Australia as a young surfer that has someone to look at, I think Sally is a big reference for all the ladies that really want to be a professional, humble, and kind person in and out of the water. I think she's got it all, and I think that's, after all, that's the best part. That's kind of like the legacy she's leaving behind, and that's why she's so respected everywhere she goes. I think Sally has done so many big things, not only for Australia but for herself, of course. But it's impressive the amount of years she has been competing for and the love she has for the sport. It's really mind-blowing.
Yes, Sally, I feel like we've had a lot of incredible moments from her this year, including that last wave that came in at a 7.5. But as Sally's gone over her career, there's been a lot of highs, a lot of lows. I feel like, especially over this year, we've had a lot of emotion from Sally. You know, she's been a lot more vulnerable with the fans, the spectators, her fellow athletes. You know, she's cried up on stage this year. Even when she got second over at Nui, she was just so stoked to still be competing at such a high level at this point in her career. And I don't think she realises quite the mark she leaves on people, especially all of these women on the Challenger Series. She really does set that benchmark for the type of competitor you should be, the type of human you should be as well. You know, she's the first one here in the morning and the last one here at night, and always with a smile on her face. She has time for absolutely everyone, and she's up and riding here. Here's this style that we know and love, but don't get too much of it on that one there from Sal. But yeah, I agree, Shiko, just such a timeless human. And I think she'll definitely, whenever she decides to hang it up, hopefully nowhere near soon, she'll leave a mark on all of us in the surfing community.
Yeah, she needs like at least like 20 retirement parties.
At least.
You know, like for the years she has been around, I think she needs at least 20 throughout a whole year of retirement parties. But I don't think she's doing that anytime soon. So we need to wait for that. But once she decides that, yeah, we just need, the world needs to prepare something really, really special for her, because she deserves it all. And a bit of a lull now, though. We've seen on the previous heat as well, and was quite slow as well.
It is quite slow, so we feel like it's a perfect time to maybe go to a quick break. We will be back right after this to round out the back half of this heat. Portugal Ericeira Pro has been putting on an absolute show for us today for the Ericeira Pro. We are back halfway through this heat, and Annette straight up into this one. We're into action here. Absolutely tagging this one. Comes unstuck there at the end. And she's pushing it though. It's something that I really love to see in her surfing today.
Yeah, she started off really well. Nice carve. Beautiful tight jam in the pocket. I love this float. And then this one, bango, blows the fins out, throws a lot of water, but the wobbling of the backwash took the best of her on the one.
It did, unfortunately. That's the second time we've seen her go down right on that end section. She had that backwash time so perfectly on her 5.5. It was just one big jam that got her majority of those points. So just mistiming it ever so slightly on that last one. She's sitting pretty comfortably in second right now. Tia Zabrowski chasing a 5.51. Well, actually, it's probably not super comfortable when you need probably the most consistent server. Well, actually, the most consistent server. She's number one. Tia Zabrowski needing a 5.51. Zoe Benedetto with a 4.5. You're kind of looking over your shoulder a little bit scared at this point.
Yeah, like being second right now for Annette, we're sitting on 2.5s and knowing like Tia Zabrowski needs a 5.5. It's quite a low requirement, and Zoe Benedetto as well needing a 4.5. It's dangerous. It's like a danger zone. So I believe with 40 minutes to go, anything can happen. At least for those for the fight for that second spot. I feel like for now, based on the score total of Sally, I think she's pretty safe on this one.
Yeah, definitely. 7.5 is one of those high marks. You know, we've seen a couple excellent scores go down today, though, in the men's side of the draw. That 8-point ride from Liam O'Brien. We got a 9 from Hiroto Ohara. A very humble Hiroto as well. He just said, I did a couple carves on it. You know, I was like, no, you actually laid into that one.
Never happened. I never saw that happen in my life. I was just actually just placing turns. And then I listened to the score and it was almost a 10. Okay? I was not trying too hard. The wave was just beautiful. Yeah, I've seen many beautiful waves and they turn out like 3s and 4s. but yeah, no, it was ripping. Hiroto is always really, really impressive in Ribeiradilhas.
Yeah, definitely. Just like Sally, I mean, she won here last year. She is on top of her game here in this heat as well. That 7.5 and that 6.5. She's picking up right where she left off. I mean, talk about just being the veteran of the sport, being so consistent at so many different waves around the world, especially this one. And guess what? We get to look at it all over again. You got to enjoy it right here. Chico, how was it all?
Yeah, it feels like yesterday, actually. I was watching the footage, and it feels like yesterday I watched Sally tear this place into pieces. And yeah, she was on fire, as expected. And she was looking lively and happy and just with a lot of good energy and aura around her. And we could tell she was going to do big things. And what a great win for her. She surfed it really, really well. And one thing that I think she improved, if we can say she improved, but yeah, she improved in being a bit more radical sometimes. She's got more tricks in her bag. She has like a couple reverses. She's trying different stuff as well, which is quite impressive.
Back to live action. Zoe Benedetto here looking for a 4.5, but getting caught behind. So started off so strong in this heat, but 2 mishaps. Unfortunately, her foot fell off that last one and then stuck behind. This lady, though, Tia, we're looking for her to do something pretty big here. We know she's got it in the bag. She's one of the most consistent surfers on the Challenger Series. Big turn, but goes down. So a little bit uncharacteristic right now from Tia Zabrowski. It's funny, though, because you know, she's such a strong competitor, and we almost expect to see a lot from her now with everything she's given us over this last 12 months of her competing on the Challenger Series, but fumbling a little bit right now. But she would have to be, I'd say, one of the most consistent surfers. She's had 2 seconds, a quarterfinal and a third. So she hasn't dropped behind a quarterfinal in her Challenger Series career so far.
That's impressive. I think this is the first time we can say she's a bit behind, And let's see how she can deal with the pressure with 10 minutes to go, because she's kind of behind. I'm just saying this because there's 10 minutes. She has 4th priority, and there's not many waves. Not based on the score. Yeah, not based on the score she needs. So a 5.5, it's a tenable score for Tia at any moment. But by the conditions we have right now, it's slow. There's 10 minutes to go, and she's sitting in 4th priority. It's as closest we can get to see Tia in trouble. Okay, this is the closest we can see her in trouble. So let's see how she can deal with this situation right now, and hopefully she gets a lot more opportunities until the end of this one.
Yeah, definitely. She's such a well-rounded competitor for how young she is, you know, only 14 years old, making a final in her first ever Challenger appearance right here last year. So we know she's got a great relationship with this place. So yeah, I think it's interesting to see Tia on the back foot. This is going to be a new side of her competitive skill set that we're all not used to, you know, as far as spectators go and commentators. So I feel like Tia, this is going to be interesting to see right how she bounces back into this one. She's right up the top of the ranking. So, I mean, 14 years old, the youngest on tour, and you're number one. You know, you've got to be everyone else looking up like, wow, what was I doing at 14 years old, you know?
Yeah, Tia is in the lead, as we can see on the rankings. Right, Jess?
Yeah, well ahead. 20,000 points to her name there for Tia. And someone we're seeing coming up later today, Yolanda Hopkins. Love seeing her up in number 2, and so many Portuguese women.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. We never had a Portuguese woman, female surfer, to qualify. So it's amazing as a Portuguese surfer to see Francisca, Teresa, and Yolanda in position to qualify this year. So there's a lot to happen still this season, but yeah, they are looking good this season.
Yeah, love seeing so many European ladies up in that top 10, top 7 qualified. This lady, she's up there.
Wow.
Having a really consistent year so far. Sally, wow.
Oh, no.
So much talk in that turn, but just couldn't come out of that last one. Annette here looking to defend this second place. Has a 5.5 and a 5 to her name. Comes through this inside. A lot of foam to work with, but handles it for the ride out there for Annette Gonzalez. So she's looking strong today. Sometimes I feel like with Annette, you can see her misjudge her decisions a little bit. She's looking really confident. Tia here, one section, big hammer into it. Maybe starting to find her strides a little bit more here for Tia. She's starting to answer back, sticking to what she knows best, which is surfing.
Yeah, Tia here just trying to build something out of nothing on this one, but I love this last turn. Big, big, big off the top there. Really short wave though, not basically the type of wave maybe she was looking for, but that's trying to find a rhythm. That's important, as we see another angle of this one. Yeah, this will probably replace her backup, I would say, the 217. So yeah, Zoe now live.
Yeah, trying to find some green face. Got stuck behind on that last one. Really nice slash in the pocket there. Sticking in that mid part of the range, like you talked us through, Chico. She's got a really good read on this wave. Nice slash to finish that one off. So Zoe getting a bit of work done towards the end of that wave there. So scores to come in for all 4 surfers, and then we'll get a real understanding of where everything's at for these last 7 minutes. I feel like we're going to hopefully get one last exchange. It's really close between all of these ladies. Zoe.
Yeah, beautiful carve there. Gets a bit caught behind on this one. Works really hard to be on the open face again. Nice kind of like snap, I would say, and a cutty. But yeah, I feel like she had a lot of hard work on this one, but the wave was quite hard to surf. So I don't see that score go massive. And this was Annette's last one. A bit of a carve, snap out the back, pumps a bit over that white water, and an awkward finish there. So yeah, just a flurry of action, but we didn't saw no one really like standing out on this exchange. Maybe Zoe was the she got the better of this exchange. Let's see. Or maybe Tia actually with that big turn.
Yeah, got one nice turn.
Yeah.
I really liked the way that Annette attacked that wave. I feel like she's got a really good read on this wave. I feel like her energy looks higher than the other competitors. She's really fighting for every section. You know, she's fighting for this second place. You can see that she's got a lot of drive to get through, where Sally, she just looks comfortable. She looks really comfortable in her own skin. Her surfing at this wave, honestly, her surfing at every wave worldwide, you know she's going to give it her all. But lucky us, we got a couple lines coming through. It's Tia out there with first priority. You can see these two almost tussling for this wave, but it is going to be the young gun, Tia Zabrowski, looking here to get back in this heat. That's a nice big turn here for Tia. This is more like it. Carves down, comes again. She's staying in the pocket. This is exactly what got her to the final last year. Really tidy stuff, and she likes it there for Tia. Almost felt like she was like, finally, I've got myself a good one in this one.
Yeah, what a moment. Talking about pressure, being able or not to deal with the situation. First priority after 5 minutes, and that's what she does. That's why she's in first. We're sitting on 20,000 points. Beautiful surfing. I loved it. First turn was massive, really tight in the pocket, down carve, really quick in transition. A setup snap, and I love the finish. I think the finish was the one of the biggest turns, the first and the last one. So yeah, beautiful surfing here by Tia, just connecting well the in-between and finishing it up strong, which is something that judges love. Beautiful turn there, throwing buckets of water. I love the climb, really quick climb, but yeah, lovely. I think she's going to improve her situation for sure with this one. She's needing a 5.51. That's pretty much guaranteed. I don't know how much she needs for first, but this is going to be a big number.
Yeah, we've got all scores in except for this last one for Tia. So she was chasing a 5.51. If I know anything about Sally, she's competitive. She doesn't want to get beat by the 14-year-old, so she's up and swinging again. Looking at better a 6.5 here.
Wow.
Goes for an air. Unfortunately, just not sticking the landing there. Those fins drifting out under her there. But look how freed up and open she is to be able to just go for maneuvers like this.
Yeah, it's what I was talking about. I feel like Sally is taking to the youth there. Look at that. Bang, to the flats. That's she was just a touch light. You see how the lip hits her board but can't really project. Yeah, she was just a bit extended on that one, but she's going for it, which is great to see. If she lands that, that's gotta be a big number. So yeah, with 3 minutes to go, I think we're gonna see an exchange.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Tia, she's gonna get a score that's probably gonna rocket her up to that second place. I mean, a 5.51, you definitely think it's gonna be sitting around that mark. I've been wrong before though, and it looks like early indications it actually might come under.
We've been both wrong.
Yeah, so
on this event.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Chico, on that one? It came in at a 4.77. It's almost a point under what she was requiring.
Well, I thought she surfed it pretty well. I thought it was a bit harsh. I don't know. I thought the score was a bit higher. I was thinking about the sixes. I don't know. Maybe I just misread the comparison to the other ways. But yeah, I thought it was a touch higher. I'm impressed by sorry. Oh no. Sorry. The 4.77 was the single turn. The single turn maneuver. No. Oh, that's more like it. Okay. 7.33.
I was
okay.
scratching my head
right.
there a little bit. I was like, swear that was better than a 4.77.
Yeah, we were just questioning our old knowledge about surfing.
Yeah.
And,
I was like, I have done everything wrong in my career if that was a 4.77.
Same.
Thank God. We're on the
I
money sometimes, Chico. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we
were
don't.
fine. 7.33, so one of the best waves of the heat. Makes sense. She surfs up to a 7.33. Looked like it. So yeah, we were right. So we just forgot about that she had a wave previous to that, which was a 4.77.
Cheeky Tia, confusing us a little bit in the booth here.
Sorry.
But she's applied pressure. She really has. Now Annette chasing a 6.84, Zoe with a 6.34. Good news is priority is in their favour. So if you're going to hope for one more set, one last roll of the dice here for these two ladies, and it's going to have to be a pretty convincing wave Really timely put together from start to finish. Both of them looking great this event and this heat so far too.
Yeah, they are. Like Zoe got a 4.07 for that smaller wave, and Annette got 4.67. So they didn't. Only Zoe improved on her backup, but not enough to be in the advanced position. So Annette needs a 6.84 and Zoe needs a 6.34. So they need quite big numbers for the conditions we have on end, and it looks pretty fat.
Yeah, the
right
ocean looks a little quiet. Zoe potentially having a look here. Let's see if she rolls the dice. It's going to roll under her. Sally, though, forever the grommet. She's up and riding on her feet again. Most waves ridden in this heat. Goes for another air. Just can't pull this one around. So got the pop, got the fins, but just couldn't rotate that body over her shoulder to spin to the shore there. So Sally goes down, and it looks like time is going to be the enemy here for Annette and Zoe. So Tia, really, really smart surfing and had pressure applied to her and answered back to it from Tia. We saw her in a position we haven't seen her in before, and she answered back beautifully.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there. 7.33 to sneak into that second place position. So a bit of a hard eat for her, but that's it.
Yeah, well, as far as rankings go, Tia in first, Sally in third. So those two high seeds moving on through. Unfortunately, we do lose Annette Echebarri and Zoe Benedetto. Good thing Brazil is just around the corner. We've got a big heat coming up next, guys. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming up for the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this very quick short ad break.
The EDP Ericeira Pro is brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a world surfing reserve. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Beautiful day and no fog in sight for the EDP Ericeira Pro, and it's the women in the lineup right now. Big heat on our hands. Soph McCulloch taking on Kira Pinkerton, Kana Nakashiro and Mirai Ikeda. So two Japanese ladies taking on one Aussie and one American. Really stacked lineup in the field right now. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Shiko Owls. Heat number one. They really gave us something to talk about. We talked about your expectations for the women. Heat number one, I feel like lived up to it. Your thoughts for heat number two?
Yeah, I loved it. We saw excellent numbers, and every time we see excellent numbers, it means we saw good surfing. So I'm really pleased to be here with you, Jess, and enjoying this round 32 E2 with Sophie, which is really, really good on her front side, and we've seen her over the years surfed really well here in Ribara as well. So I think she's one of those surfers that adapts really well to this wave and these type of conditions as well.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch, she's a world-class surfer. She's CT caliber with no doubt about it. She's had a full season, well, an almost full season on the CT actually. Unfortunately, having a pretty bad ankle injury right before her first event on the Championship Tour event, so missed out on pipe, came back straight into her first CT, which was a quarterfinal right here in Portugal. Oh, not so much here, just maybe about an hour away in Peniche. But Soph, I mean, she's such a strong competitor, such a strong surfer, and this year had to miss Bolito, but other than that, hasn't dropped below a quarterfinal finish, so she's already been super consistent, and we're hoping for more here. This lady on your screen, though, Mariah Kedda, one of the young guns, a rookie on the Challenger Series, if you'd like to say. This is her first year here, and not known by too many around the world, but such a powerhouse when she gets on the waves.
Yeah, the last round she surfed it really well, connects. She has a beautiful bottom turn. She always connects, and as you were saying, like every time she puts pressure on the lip, she goes with everything. I love it, and she's not afraid to fall. And a lot of Japanese surfers every year we see more and more in different names, and that's beautiful to watch. Coming so many and so talented from that region. And they are always so kind and so welcoming to everyone, which is always nice to see them do well. It's one of those, they have that correct, you always feel like seeing them do well makes you happy,
yes,
you know, right?
Yes, definitely. They're such kind-hearted people. They have a really cool community around them. You always see all of them down the beach supporting each other, whether it's the boys supporting the girls or the girls supporting the boys. Kana Nakashiro, she's had a great year. I mean, coming off a second place finish at the World Juniors right at the start of the year, got pipped right at the end actually by Luana Silva. So it was a pretty cool back and forth battle between Kana and Luana. And I feel like that was a real kind of introduction to the surfing world for Kana Nakashiro. She's got a great run of QS campaigns over in the Asia Regional Series, but that second in the World Juniors really set her up to show that she means business when it comes to this international level.
Yeah, and Kira Pickington as well. Really a standout last year as well. Always surfing so well. Right end point breaks. I feel like she's used to that. She has the type of surfing that breeds good waves to the right-handers. So, yeah, it's always good to have her back. And what a great matchup we have on our ends with 28 minutes to go. It looks a bit slow right now, right?
Yeah, definitely. We've got the ocean's taking a bit of a breath in at this point in time. But yeah, like you mentioned, Kira Pinkerton, such a standout here last year. Coming away with the third place. Tia Zabrowski picked her in the semi-finals. But Kira being really open on her Instagram recently about hitting a wall. You know, she was hitting burnout and just turning to nature and just didn't surf for a little while. Went inland, hung out with her family and just reset. And I think being that vulnerable, being that open about, you know, feeling really burnt out, maybe a loss of passion, and coming back this year, she's looking really set, a lot more confident in herself. Started the year off with a fifth place, a quarterfinal, but sometimes all you need is just to stop, reset and come back swinging.
Yeah, we see most of the times when you compete for so long, you always have like those doubts and those years where you don't feel like yourself and you want to just like get away from it. And yeah, it happens to in many sports that happens, but in surfing it happens a lot as well. We saw Philippe, for example, Toledo, after being world champ, taking a year off to dedicate his time a bit to the family and being home. And I think, yeah, Kira, being open about that is always good to let everyone know that even though you're good at something, as surfing, or you're one of the best in the world, you have your own mental issues, I would say, and you're working on it, and that's no problem about it. So it's great that everyone nowadays is so open about that. Before, we wouldn't see that much happening. People talking about their feelings and their struggles. publicly. And nowadays, I feel like it's more and more refreshing to see people do that, because you can get inspired by certain careers or certain athletes that you like, and you learn with them. And I think even for the younger surfers that are coming up, to know that it's not all roses and that the career is tough, just like any other career, right? Like if you're in business, if you're in any other career, there's your moments, ups and downs. So it's beautiful to see that sports is taking that action to educate younger athletes to understand that you will have your moments that you won't feel that great.
Yeah, definitely. Kira's such a great role model to so many young girls around the world, and sometimes it's tiring. You know, Kira's been around for a really long time. She's been competing in QSs since she was super young. I'm talking 10, 11 years old. So over a decade now that she's been competing and chasing her dream. And I'd go as far as to say that she's probably the most powerful woman on the Challenger Series. She is so strong when she's up on her feet. But right now we're 30 seconds away from a restart. So 10 minutes gone, not a wave ridden in this heat. So patiently wait these next 20 seconds and hope someone gets to their feet. But she's looking pretty quiet out there in the ocean. We're well past this high tide mark, Shiko. What are we looking at right now with the fact that it's been such a long lull?
Well, I think sometimes when you're like 1 hour after like high tide or 1 hour coming like almost high tide, there's like moments where it like looks like the ocean goes on pause, and it's like, okay, for 40 minutes I'm going to be a bit more calm, and then I restart the machine again, and then there's more and more waves coming. So yeah, we are on pause a bit.
Yeah, well, while we take a quick little moment and wait for some waves to come in this heat, Sal was all over them in that last one. She's down on the glass with Claudia.
That's right. Standing next to me, the champion of the 2024 Ericeira Pro, Sally. How is it to be back here?
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. Like, everything about this place, it's pretty cool now that it feels like home. And only a few years ago, I was like, wonder what this place is all about. You know, we would come here to go to the event at Super Tubes, and I heard about it, and then, like, it looks a little like Bells, and it's running right. And then now to be here, like, you know, the last few years and get to learn the waves. It's just a really cool profile wave, and I love trying to apply myself and, you know, see how my surfing like fits into it each year I come back. And yeah, I'm excited for the heats to come.
You've been having such a consistent year throughout the CS, now coming back from the World Games. How is it to get the title for Australia?
Oh yeah, consistency is an interesting thing. It doesn't ever feel like you have a grip on this thing after many years in the game. You always just, I don't know, I guess the energy around the surprise of it, like, you know, building up even to this heat now, you just like, you know, 4 days, I wonder what that 35 minutes will hold for me. And just leaning into that and get that like little bit of electricity inside of you. I know that I still really want it and I still really love it. And going over there to the ISA games was just brilliant. Like, having our team come together the way they did, it was just like, it was a career highlight moment, and got those connections now for life. And that Aussie spirit, it runs deep and it's definitely alive.
Just quite recently, you were sharing and being vulnerable about how those ups and downs throughout your career affect you. I'm absolutely sure that for the youngest girls, as such a role model to share and be vulnerable about this, it represents a lot. What does it represent for you to open up like that?
Oh gosh, I guess maybe because I've been gifted with like a lot of big emotions, and I get to express them through surfing. And when I bump into anyone on this journey, I just think they're so brave and courageous for leaning in. It's a hard road, it's so unknown, and there's so many amazing surfers in this world, and it's just like, it could lead somewhere, it could not. And I think the thing to, I don't know, I just think it's so worth it, all of it. You get an answer either way, and it really helps you evolve in life, and take it in your stride and just step up to the challenge. And if you consistently do that, then you just get one more opportunity. And I guess at this point in my career, that's what I hope for, is just one more chance.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you back. Good luck for the next one.
Cheers, guys. Enjoy the surfing. Hi, everyone at home.
Is she not the best person ever? She is just so cool, and she's just such a light, and we're super, super lucky to have her in surfing. I mean, she's such a talented athlete. She almost went to soccer, but we're pretty stoked that we got it over here at surfing. But got to correct my wrongs. So when we have a 35-minute heat, 15 minutes is when we do have that restart. So we got about 90 seconds for a wave to come through before we see that clock round back up to that 35-minute mark. Yeah, big lull happening so far in this heat. Really feeling like these ladies might be getting a little bit chilly out there, but potentially a couple lines starting to come through. Sometimes I feel like this lineup can trick me a little bit to thinking there's some sets coming through, and then right at the end they don't eventuate to anything.
Yeah, it's just because of the angle of the camera, I think. It feels like there's lines coming and suddenly there's nothing coming. So, yeah, I believe we are just seconds away from that restart. I don't know if they are not going to catch a wave on purpose or not, but we see White having a look here, and everyone else is.
It's an interesting formula, actually, whether the girls are chatting to each other out there saying, okay, don't catch a wave, guys. Let's get this restart. Let's get this extra 15 minutes. You can see Kana, she was having a look at that last one and potentially a little line coming through, but you know that these ladies aren't just going to roll the dice on anything. They want to see themselves on the best waves. I was chatting to one of the many coaches down here, Matty Cattle, earlier, and he's been saying to his athletes, it's all about wave selection. That's what's all the best surfers are doing today. They're winning heats on sometimes 2 or 3 waves, but just choosing the best ones that come through. But in 15 seconds, looks like we're rounding this clock back up to that 35-minute mark. And we're going to have a restart because there's not much coming through. And as per usual, probably going to have a wave roll through right on that restart mark. And there it is. There's the horn. So 15 minutes, not a single wave roll through. That head judge deciding that there wasn't enough opportunity. But it looks like we will hopefully get a couple waves come through for this heat. We want to give our Challenger Series athletes every single chance possible to make sure they're getting their best foot forward, channeling their best surfing. So Sophie McCulloch, Kira Pinkerton, Kana Nakashiro, Mirai Aikeda. The challenge hasn't started for them yet. So we are going to go to a quick ad break and see what they can do with this new 35-minute clock right after this. We've hit the reset button on this heat. New clock timer, and we've finally got a wave running through the round of 32. Heat number 2 for the EDP Ericeira Pro. Soph McCulloch getting us started. We are underway, ladies and gentlemen, in this heat. Scruff, she didn't want to wait around any longer, but we've got to start, Chico. This clock, it's not going back to 35 again.
Yeah, I know. We waited not long time, quite a few minutes, more than usual for the first exchange, but what a wave to start this one. Sophie making the most of that wave. That wave looked actually really fun, Jess. So let's have a look at the start of this one. Repositioning the back foot, nice cut back there to start this one off. Another cutty, staying close to the white water, and bango. Nice finish. So really nice start for Sophie, as expected, and just composed surfing overall.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff to kick off this one here from Sophie. And she's not mucking around. She's back up and riding again.
Wow.
One big jam, but that board just gets away from her there. She's going to have 2 scores on the board, one keeper, one that should hopefully throw away before the end of this next 31.5 minutes here. What went wrong, Chico?
Yeah, I think everything was going right until something went wrong on the lip, as you see. She maybe placed the board too high on the lip and lost it. So, yeah, but that turn, she was going to go big on that section and was looking really good from that angle. Looked really clean. And, yeah, unfortunately, she had the fall.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch, supported a long time by O'Neill, works really close with Rob Bain, who actually was the first ever winner right here at Ericeira. So they had a championship tour event back here in 1989 and 1990, and big old Rob Bain took it out for the first time, taking down Glenn Winton in the final. And I actually think he might have won on his birthday as well. And I know Rob, he's a massive supporter of his O'Neill athletes, so he's probably tuning in as well, maybe feeling a little bit nostalgic watching on these heats, knowing that he's had a big win here. But yeah, they ran this event as a championship tour event in 1989 and 1990 as well. Tom Curran was another winner back here in 1990. And on the women's side, Pam Burridge, the only winner here as a championship tour event, taking down Pauline Menzer. Bit of history, a couple of stats.
Thank you so much, Jess. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, ran as a CT way back in the day. And I know Soph wanting to try and add her name to the list, the long list of winners that we've had here before. So starting this one off with a 4.67, that's that last one at 0.5. And no takers from everyone else. At this point, what's running through your mind, Shika? You're a little bit nervous. You've been sitting for quite some time, over 20 minutes now, and you haven't caught a wave. You know, what happens now? When do you start to change your plan?
I'd be terrified. I'd be like, why me on this heat? I've seen so many good waves this event. Why me on this one? But yeah, I don't know. It looks really, really slow out there. I don't know what's happening, but we have been on the last 20 minutes. We haven't seen a proper set coming in. And yeah, I think just for the other 3 surfers, maybe just like wait still and see if there's a wave coming. There's not much you can do when there's no waves breaking. Just gotta pray that something is coming your way, and you're gonna make sure that when that wave comes, you don't fall. So yeah, the waiting game sometimes is a little bit annoying. Like when you're competing, you want waves coming in, and waiting is like stressful. Like you get anxious about like that next one that should come in. You're like 6 minutes left, please now. You can come out. I think I remember looking at the clock many times and being like, wow, 5 minutes and 40 seconds, what a number for a set to come in. And mentally be like, this is such a good time for a set to come in.
Right now would be great.
Imagine like 4:23 to go. It's not like a moment for a set to come in, but 5:40, it's perfect. It's like the number on the clock is like.
Because you can get back out and get another wave.
Yeah.
You can build your scoreline in 5 minutes. Easy.
It's just like, you know.
Especially at this size for Ribera. I mean, the paddle back out's not hard.
Yeah, but it's funny, like mentally, how many times you speak to yourself while waiting for a set on a heat, and sometimes you'd be like, if I was on a free surfer, I wasn't even speaking to myself. I was thinking about other stuff. But as you're in the heat and fully focused on the task you have in your hands, and you want to make sure you get through the next heat, you just keep thinking about the next wave that is going to come in. And yeah, but looks like there's a big set coming.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of internal dialogue that goes in between the ears once you're in that competition mode, the pressure's on. But yeah, finally we might start to have a couple waves trickle on through in this heat. These ladies have been waiting a long time to get their heat started. Right now, Scruff, she keeps swinging. She wants to keep the momentum going her way. She wants to stay warm, to be honest, keep on moving. So the only lady with a score of any substance right now, it's a 4.67. This has been the most uncharacteristic heat that we've seen for this entire event. We haven't seen a heat so slow all event, really, all day. It's been absolutely pulsing, and it's quite you know, it's a bit bizarre because we are well past that high tide mark. We're waiting, you know, we're kind of moving towards these really fun bowly insides. And we think about that last heat, there were so many waves that came through. Every single girl got in that 6-point range, had plenty of opportunities. So this heat, hopefully starting to heat up now. Here we go. Looks like Kira Pinkerton having a look, says no. So she's still being picky, still wants to find that one that's going to line up for her. But here we go. Kana Nakashio, second in the World Juniors, getting her campaign underway here. She's really sprightly and fast on her feet. That's a good looking turn. This is one that she waited for. That was worth waiting for there for Kana Nakashio.
Yeah, she waited a long time for this one, and she made sure it was the right one. I think she was sitting further to the left and got the better of this exchange. And what a surfing she has. So fast off the top and off the bottom. And I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, definitely. It had so much spark, a lot of speed behind her turns as well. And just watch how good she is. Her bottom turns are so technically good.
Yeah, I love the approach. Really nice gouging carve there. Really aggressive. I love the variation with the snap under the lip. Matched the wave really well, and the end turn was perfectly placed, avoiding the rocks, making sure she was there on time, and yeah, just a third turn. I think it's going to be a big number.
Yeah, Kana Nakashio waited a long time for that one. It's a 6.67, so she's straight out in the lead, really starting to give herself a bit of distance. With that restart, though, we still have so much time left in this heat, so we are down to that, just under that 25-minute mark. These girls have been out here for what feels like a really long time. You know, it's a long time to sit and wait and start to go over your plan. Okay, am I sitting in the right spot? Should I start to move? We know that they've got a lot of crew and family on the beach. That lady, though, she was so impressive on the opening day of competition. And Nat Law, I mean, her backhand, it was so sharp. One of the most informed surfers, Lele McGonigal, giving Teresa just a bit of a warm-up hug there. Really long-time friends, those two. Spent a lot of time together over the years, both being on Rip Curl. Along with this lady here, Amura Suzuki, she's got a bronze Olympian medal, and she's coming up against Yanire Echebarri, who's just seen her little sister get knocked out, which probably was going to fire her up a little bit more. Make sure that she gets through, do it for the family.
Yes, indeed, and winning in El Sal as well. So coming in with a lot of momentum to this event. Really special moment seeing her little sister crying over her shoulder when she won. Was a really cool moment in El Salvador. And yeah, Yanira, if she gets the opportunity, she's surfing really well. I love her technique, the way she talks, the upper body, really the back knee always bended, and yeah, she's got style, and she's vicious when she gets a really good one. So can't wait to see that next one.
Yeah, we've got another taker here from Kana Nakashio, looking to back up that 667, just the one turn, but picking up right where she left off. So much strength and power in her turn. She's looking just on point every time she gets up on her feet. I love the way she just backs herself all the way through every single one of her turns here.
Yeah, beautiful hand turn there. She's sitting on a 667. There is a lot of lulls right now in the ocean, so that's quite an interesting backup, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen one-turners go down as backups and really come into play, especially as heats start to tick by. 22.5 to go in this one. She comes in at a 317, but we've got movement out the back. Kira Pinkerton, we can see her kicking. Maybe this is going to be the start of her heat. She's been out there for a long time. Same with Mariah Ikeda. Mariah deciding to move up the point. She sat down for a really long time. We got some waves coming through, a bit of swell in the direction of our ladies. Will they eventuate on this outer peak here? Potentially a pretty nice little bowl coming in. Kira, she's having a look here. Positioning is so key when it comes to this point break, and it's just going to roll in and underneath them. Time rolls by. They've got to get their heat started at some point. And it looks like Kira, she's going to have a swing here.
Yeah, looks like a fun one. Nice wrap there. Winds up again. Nice gouging snap.
Yeah, you can
really
hear
tight.
her mum on the beach having a big cheer when she laid into that turn here. I've called her one of the, probably the most powerful woman on the Challenger Series. Just her ability to display so much water through every turn. Scruff. Sophie McCulloch out behind her. Grabs it straight back to the foam here. She is so good. She's just so nimble. So much drive coming off her bottom turn. Slashes into that trademark turn of hers. And she doesn't want to get left behind in this heat. You can see her boyfriend Lob, Coach Doof on the beach. 21 to go. We finally had an exchange here, Chico. We finally had a couple waves back to back that we can really break them down and pick the eyes out of the two.
Yeah, this was Sophie's wave, a bit smaller than Kira's wave. Nice wrap, nice bit of a, oh, gotta be stuck on that one, on that snap. Roundhouse cut back, that was a bit better. I enjoyed it a bit more, and yeah, just a complete ride. She will definitely improve on that 0.5 she's sitting, but this one, I really enjoyed this wave. Nice snap here. And then the finishing turn as well was big, so I expect this to be one of the highest numbers of this heat. I really enjoyed this last turn. Bang! Throws a lot of water behind.
She just moves so much water. I mean, she must be pushing so hard off her back foot. She's just so strong, and her timing is everything. Her timing when she gets up to those sections, I mean, she just has this ability to really just make you feel like, oh, wow. You know, every time she really connects with a section, and especially as it gets bigger, I feel like Kira's game just keeps lifting. You know, she's got some incredible clips on her Instagram from massive Indo barrels. She did a big stint over in the Ments, just chasing some really, really big swells, and kind of shocked us all how not scared she is to pull into some really big, scary barrels on some very shallow reef breaks too.
Yeah, that's always impressive when you see someone charging 8-foot waves in Indonesia with a shallow reef, and for Kira to be doing that, it goes to show she's got the complete package. You know, she can surf 2-foot or 3-foot ribaradillas or 10-foot Indonesia, which is something great to have in your bag when traveling, knowing you can surf anything, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, the number looks quite interesting for her, and let's see who's riding this one.
Here we go on the inside. Kira Pinkerton looking for a backup number. Gets up to the lip there for the first turn. That's nice. Really puts it on rail here. One last snap here for Kira Pinkerton. Look, trying to back up her 5, 6, 7, and Mariah Ikeda had a big paddle there, so a bit of a priority mistake. Sophie McCulloch here out the back. She's got to be careful. Kana Nakashio using priority over Scruff. One big hit. It's going to have a bowl through the inside, but she's too deep. So a couple mistakes here from our Japanese ladies. It was a nice turn from Kana, but only the one maneuver, and then Mirai still yet to catch her first wave. We're almost down to that half. Actually, we're over this halfway mark in the second part of this heat, and paddled for a wave and missed it. Unfortunately, that's for Mirai, so she'd be really looking to reset, regain priority, which she has, and look to use it in a smart way. But Soph, keeping her distance, making sure she's not getting a priority interference.
Yeah, I think she did a good job for Kana here. Just maybe a bit of a block move, I would say, because that wave didn't add much potential. But Kira, though, on the other hand, beautiful first snap, really tight carve, and a bit of a foam claim at the end there. So nice surfing by Kira. I think Kira is going to go into the lead with that one. And suddenly Kira was waiting probably 25 minutes for her opportunity, and now suddenly she's in the lead. So great management by her, and this is Ikeda.
Yeah, Mirai, one big hit there. Waited a long time. It was just the one maneuver, but it had a lot of punch behind it, had a lot of grunt. So Mirai, she won the Asian Surf Championships last year in the Maldives. She was a really big standout, and pretty sure she won 2 divisions, the Open Women's and the Juniors. Qualified for the Challenger Series for her first time this year. Made a couple mistakes, so looking to regroup. Scruff now up and riding. Bigger looking wave. We've got some sets to work with here. That's a really nice slash to start, and she's too deep as well. So we've got a positioning error from most of our ladies right now, trying to find the open face here. This is Kana. Really nice swoop to start this one off, just generates so much speed off this bottom turn. Really relies on her technique to get her up to the top of the wave and then just unleashes once she does. So Kana moving on through, trying to dodge a couple of rocks in there as well. You can see the Japanese contingent supporting her there on the beach. And Mura Suzuki getting ready, coming up next. She's found herself right in the rocks there, but she's all right. But yeah, a bit of a positioning error from some of our competitors out there.
Yeah, I feel like when it's small, sometimes you can get caught out of position because when there's a big lull, sometimes you just paddle a bit too further in, and then the set comes and you're not really in position. But yeah, Kana here, just beautiful 2 first carves, and then I love the finish, just in control, and I think she definitely improved the 317 with this one. But yeah, Kana looking good. As you said, she looks lively, and she's smashing it.
Yeah, a lot to digest for the judges. There's a couple of turns in there that are really special from Kira Pinkerton and a couple of combos from Kana. We are going to come back and figure out what the judges think of it right after this short ad break. We are back to round out what has been a pretty eventful heat in the round of 32, heat number 2 of the EDP Ericeira Pro. But right now, bit of fun. We've got more than just surfing going on. There's a skate park down here as well.
Lovely.
Lovely. Are you scared of a skate park?
I am. I'm really bad. I'm not talented at all at skateboarding, but I saw them skateboard yesterday, and it was lovely to see. They were ripping out there.
Yeah, no, it's cool to see the two sports combine, and it's really nice to admire, I think, from both sides, you know, skateboarders to get to admire the surfing and what we do, and for us as surfers to show that, you know, concrete does hurt a lot more than the ocean. So hats off to all the skaters around the world.
Yeah, they are brave.
We've got just past this 13-minute mark, and scores have come in. So we got this new situation to break down here. Kana Nakashima with a 6.67, got a 5.4 on that last wave. So she's found herself in the lead. Kira Pinkerton here, 5.67 and a 4.97. This lady on the answer back, chasing a 5.55, held down the lead for a really long time. Found room to work with through this inside. This is more like it from Scruff. Just absolutely unloads, goes for the finner, just can't get over that section, pushes too hard. Kira Pinkerton now looking to lay the rail.
Wow.
So much water off that back foot. I mean, she just displays it, disperses it everywhere from Kira Pinkerton, and she doesn't even look like she's trying too hard. She still feels like she's got another level or two to give.
Yeah, that last turn was massive. Can't wait to see what she did on the outside. And Sophie there with a bit of a mistake there at the end. beautiful combination of maneuvers, and the last one she had the fall, but let's break it down. The one from Kira, nice cutback, beautiful snap, and this last one, bang, throws everything at it, and lose the fins out, and Sophie now, beautiful cutty, nice gouging carve there. She was on her way to a big number, nice snap, and here, oh, a bit of a mistake there, Jess, by Sophie, right?
She did so well to regain that from being in the air, but unfortunately just not having the power to back her in that inside section. This is Mariah Aketa. She's been quiet this heat. This is more like it from her. There's the third turn. And unfortunately couldn't get up there for that final section, but it feels like she's starting to find her confidence. Wow, good looking wall ahead of Kana Nakashio here. This is starting to really switch on. Wow, beautiful bottom turn to top turn combination. She loves it. Gives us the fist pump from the water, looks back to her team on the beach. So all four ladies getting a pretty good opportunity to open up here.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Kana connecting really well her turns, looking really speedy on the face of the wave, throwing buckets of water. So I think she's going to be really hard to beat on this one. She's looking impressive as we see this last one. Beautiful gouging carve on the face of the wave, winds up again. Another tight snap in the pocket and a good finishing. I love the claim. I think the claim adds up to a beautiful wave that she just had. And yeah, I think she will improve once again because we have a set wave with three-turn combo out the back. And yeah, that's what judges really want to see here in Ribeiradilhas.
Yeah, just such classy technique, just so beautiful off the bottom, and a really nice looking wave as well. We haven't seen a wave with that much size come through for quite a while. Mirai though here, she got a bit done on this wave too.
Yeah, beautiful, like tight snap in the pocket and really quick in transition. She didn't even touch the bottom of that wave and she was already on her way to another turn. But as you said, a lot smaller the wave, really hard to surf, and she couldn't really get a rhythm on that one. So she's looking a bit off on this heat. She's sitting in the fourth place, only sitting on a 337. We are waiting on this one, but it won't be a major number, right, Jess?
Yeah, we've got scores starting to trickle on through. Sophie McCulloch's last wave, it came through as a 5.53, so best of her heat so far. But she's still looking for more. She's still down in that third place position. Right now, Kira Pinkerton waiting for what we assume is going to be a pretty healthy number for that last wave there. Kana Nakashio with a score to lock through as well. Mirai and Soph are still going to be chasing numbers. First priority is with Kira Pinkerton, second with Sophie McCulloch. And wow, early indications saying Kira Pinkerton's, the judges, they really liked it. 6.43, almost the best wave of the heat, that last one. She's gone to the lead. Now Kana Nakashio looking to better on that last wave. She's chasing a 5.43, so judges just slightly deliberating these last two waves for white and green. So Kana Nakashio looking out for more points to get back to the lead. But just like we mentioned, it's not just surfing here. We have so much going on, whether it's skating. And a lady who knows it also well is Claudia. She's down there in our activation area.
I mean, I don't know it all well, but we're going to test now with the Millennium Quiz your knowledge, Jesse and Chico. If you win, you have the chance of getting this jersey if you're the best, if you get the best result of the week. And if you have the best result of the day, you get this beautiful t-shirt from this event. So cool. Are you guys ready?
We're ready. Yeah, let's go.
I was born ready.
So what's the name of the biggest and most stable surfboard? Fish, shortboard, longboard, Towin.
I don't know what a Towin is, but I feel like that's...
Towin is when it's huge.
Oh, a towin. Oh, yeah. Longboard.
Yeah, towin, yeah. Longboard.
Correct. Yes. Let's go next one. Which year Teresa Bonvalot won her first QS circuit?
What?
No, sorry.
I lost you.
Her first event on the QS.
Oh, gosh.
You're
Portuguese.
Teresa Bonvalot, I know for sure. which year Teresa Bovalon won her first QS?
2021, 2019, 2020, 2022.
2021.
19.
No, 21.
Which one?
21. 21.
That's correct. Chico, you just won, probably. I don't know. I'm not going to claim it. This amazing T-shirt. And then if your result got a good score throughout the week, a great jersey.
Do they have XL?
Everyone can try and come to the beach and try to beat Chico and Jesse.
It's too hard. It's too hard. Too much knowledge.
Mate, you're not going to beat us, is basically
it's-
what we're saying.
Yeah, it's basically impossible.
Give us the T-shirt now.
Yeah. XXL, please.
And I'll have a XXL as well with all the bread and croissants I've been eating over my last 2 weeks in Europe. So yeah, get down there. We've got so many activations going around. We've got you in the sea accommodation down there. If you stand on the surfboard long enough, you get a free accommodation potentially. There's a dinner up for grabs, a massage too. Okay, little beauty parlor
If you stay in
session.
third,
Okay.
I think, third place gets a massage.
I would love a third place
great.
massage. We also have the EDP activation down there. I saw Annette Echevarri dropping off one of her wetsuits. She was donating it and they were going to reuse it, upcycle it to use for better cause. An older Wettie. So if you've got some older Wetties, bring them down to the event, chuck them in the bucket and they will be reused and recycled, which is nice to have our neoprene just keep on going further for the environment once we are finished with them. We are close to the 5-minute mark in this heat, and wow, take a look at this number, 7.83 from Kana Nakashio. She has gone way out in the lead. She is feeling pretty out there. She's pretty safe. Kira Pinkerton now down in second, 6.43, chasing an 8.07 to take the lead. But all eyes on these two ladies here. Sophie McCulloch, 6.57 is what she's after, and Mariah Aketa, a 7.7. Scruff, 6.57. What are you expecting for a 6.57 from her?
Yeah, she was on her way to it, right? If she didn't add the fall at the end there, I think she was on her way to it. She got a 5.53 for it. So that last turn was massive, and I think she was on her way to make that number. Right now, we have a bit of a lull. I think it can be really, really hard for her to get that number with 4 minutes to go. Not based on her talent, based on the lulls we usually have. And we had a bit of a flurry of action as we see the recap, Jazz.
Yeah, we have. These last 10 minutes have really given us what we've been waiting for. This wave here, though, 7.83. This has been the highlight of the heat here from Kana Nakashio, just absolutely laying into a bunch of maneuvers. I beg my pardon. This is her first wave. That was the 6.67, dodging those rocks. So it has kind of been the show of these two ladies. And Kira Pinkerton looking smooth here.
Yeah, Kira applying a lot of power into maneuvers, just blowing the fins out. I don't care.
Wow.
I'm going to throw buckets and I'm going to get into the sixes. And that really out their cause, and this was the 7.83 you
Yeah,
were
we've
speaking
seen
about.
two really different approaches from these ladies. One, multiple maneuvers strung together from this lady here, Kana Nakashio, just tagging the eye out of it, really, not getting ahead of herself, not getting too far out of the pocket. Where Kira Pinkerton, she's got her scores based on 2 turns, really, per wave. So a couple of different approaches right now. Sophie McCulloch on the chase. Mariah just kind of been left behind in this heat, unfortunately. Never really got out in front of it to keep it going. She's got the talent, though. We definitely know that. Chasing a 7.7 last 3 minutes. First priority is sitting with the lady in blue, Kira Pinkerton, who's just been an absolute powerhouse. Third here last year. She's looking to get one back on Tia Zabrowski and has the chance to do that if she keeps getting deep in the round. So Tia Zabrowski, Sally Fitz getting through that first opening round heat here for the round of 32. We'll see them into the round of 16. Exactly where they want to be. Man on man coming up after this. But 2.5 minutes time will tell which of these 4 very talented ladies are going to be joining them. So a bit of a lull. This has probably been the quietest heat we've had all day.
Yeah, the quietest. I think was one of the biggest lulls I've ever seen.
Ever.
Yeah. It's like a 23-minute lull, right?
Yeah,
before the restart.
it was a really long
huge.
time.
Yeah, we were like, I was like, where's the waves at? But yeah, now
Where's
we
the
see
waves at?
but now we see some big numbers, and by the score line we can see there the opportunities which allowed us to have a great time as well. So
Yeah, I've loved it, Chico.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed your company.
Thanks so
I see
much.
where you're getting at with this.
It was like a 15-minute company.
Yeah. 1 minute 40 to go, so we are holding on to the edge of our seats, seeing if Sophie McCulloch can get away. Kira Pinkerton, very smart, sitting on her inside right now, so she can play block at any point in time with this first priority. Almost just letting Soph know that she's there, and she's going to take any opportunity that comes through. Soph looking for a 6-5-7. Kira Pinkerton isn't going to let a 6-5-7 slip through her fingers, so she's going to have to be pretty smart with this play, or at least hope for a 2-wave set and not have Kira better on her next exchange. Just over 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, let's see what she can do now. With 1 minute to go, Sophie. Tense moments, Jess. I'm really nervous for her.
Yeah,
you?
I am too. Yeah, Scruff. She's actually one of my good mates as well. I know she works so hard in the off season to try and get herself back here, especially coming back from injury too. I mean, heartbreaking times right before her first year on the championship tour. Had full-blown syndesmosis in her ankle, had to get surgery as well, and then her surgery got infected. So it was a long time out of the water for Sophie. Came back, got a half season on the tour. She didn't really have a moment where she was able to open up, just like we know that she's able to, but she definitely belongs there. You can see Kira, she's kicking and scratching to get over across to Sophie McCulloch here. 15 seconds on the clock. The ocean is looking pretty quiet here, so Kira Pinkerton fans are hoping nothing comes through. Sophie McCulloch fans are saying one last opportunity, but unfortunately it is going to be too little too late for Soph and Mirai. We're going to see Kana Nakashio streak on through to the round of 16 alongside Kira Pinkerton in what was a pretty cool back and forth affair between these ladies. And I feel like these next heats will definitely take a leaf out of their book. Try and get a wave done early. But there it is. There's the official results. It's Kana Nakashio and Kira Pinkerton. We'll see Sophie McCulloch and Mariah Keta in the next Challenger Series event coming up in Brazil. But that was, yeah, a pretty interesting heat as far as it goes. But we will see what the next ladies do coming up in the round of 32, heat number 3 for the EDP Ericeira Pro. And we will be back with plenty more action right after this short break.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
The highest mountain, the deepest valley, the broadest ocean wouldn't keep me away from Challenger Series action. Can't wait to see how heat number 3, the round of 32 for the women, stacks up with Teresa Bonvalot, Amuro Suzuki, Annette Lelor, Yanni Etchebarri. I'm Paul Evans. I'm delighted to announce I'm joined once again by Ben Mundy, who's had a 4-hour break. He's fired up, he's ready to go, he's excited.
Yeah, I can't wait. Well, I kept coming in trying to have a crack, and you know, Chico and Jess just wouldn't get out. I was like, come on, give me a go. And they're like, no, they were loving it too much. So I am refreshed and I'm ready to roll.
All right, live action here, straight into it. Suzuki just kind of clawing away down the line and thinking, yeah, nothing really happened on the inside. Yanni wants in. I see a lot of desire out here, a lot of passion. And I think there's going to be fireworks, Ben. You think no one's going to give a quarter? No one's going to expect one to be given.
Yeah, no, this.
What does that mean?
You're right. This could be movable forces meeting some unmovable objects.
The anvil and the hammer.
And it's
rock in the hard place.
Yeah, all those things. It's look, it's already started. Look at that. That's up in a grill. That's Teresa Bonvalot. Unsurprisingly, she's one that doesn't mind a scrap.
Doesn't mind a splash.
No, I don't like it when you're right, Paul, but I'll tell you what, you called it. You get immediate vindication, and she's got the priority because of that aggressive nature right now.
Teresinha on the backhand here. She knows this way better than anyone in the draw. Little fluffy with the white water, but she cleans things up pretty well. Nice hit there. Good spray from Teresa. Nice combo to finish. Great start for her. Portugal will be stoked to see her get involved early on. Probably get the best of the early stuff that went down. What are we expecting to see in these 35 minutes, Ben? What are we looking for? What kind of sections? What kind of manoeuvres?
Well, we're looking for manoeuvres on sections.
Right.
Yeah, look, it's been slow, as we've seen. We've seen a restart. That kind of shows you that, you know, you're going to have to, I reckon, even just dial down your expectations of what's a good wave. Teresa's done a pretty good job of it here. If a wave comes your way and you're in position, you go. I think that's, let your surfing do the talking and stay busy would be my approach. Not that counters any weight, but yeah, so I think that's what these surfers will have to do, not get caught up in that last 5 minutes, stressing out, having one wave. This is a replay, we see a nice one big turn, so there you go, there's the other option, just belt one big section and get some scores. Meanwhile, Etchebarri, she's got some reach on her arm, she swings those levers, she's pushing and pulling, and she finishes off strong. So, we talk about being slow, well, it's been a pretty strong start to this. You know, initial heat. Well, yeah, I'm feeling good vibes.
Yeah, sleeves are rolled up, aren't they? The elbows are out, and it's game on here. Love it. Let's see Annette Lelor. I thought she was the outstanding surfer for me in the early round. Thought she was great. A paddle there. Unable to get on the wave, but I think her timing, the backhand for her here. Let's see how she compares to Bonvalot and to Yanni on the backhand. Judges will make those comparisons as well. Judges have had a pretty good day today.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've had fun.
Yeah, every day's a good day if you're a judge, for sure. Just up there judging people. And, yeah, they've been... I can't remember controversy or any whiff of a, you know, a few... Not, you know, they've been bang on.
They can't remember the last time they had one of those white bread baps with a slice of cheese in it, because they've been having the fruits, the scrambled eggs, the muesli.
They can't remember a fruit-free week, that's for sure.
The premium coffee experiences.
They don't get scurvy shots when they go home.
Annette Lelor, oof, there's that spark and fizz, even on a smaller wave. Look how powerful she is, yes. Gives it another crack as well. So even that smaller wave, it wasn't as tall, but I just thought the aggression from her was very much on point.
Yeah, you mentioned that again, and she's got that backhand. It's one of her absolute weapons, and she can get it really, really tight. She waited a bit for this one.
She feels like one of those surfers that one of her strengths is her strength.
Also, one of the instances we talked about, she'd made a priority mistake. She paddled for a wave and didn't get it, and because of that, she was forced into a different strategy. And you know what? It kind of paid off. Although, as we see some lines approaching from deep, darkest North Atlantic.
Yeah, look at this, starting to pulse now. We love to see this. So lower tide in that reef will just drain and offer more opportunity, more sort of in-between medium-sized waves. They'll be available for surfers, maybe down the priority order to try and turn into scores. Every wave absolutely crucial out here. It's going to be so tightly contested. Bonvalot, nice entry. Good first turn. And then a softer section. She's patient here. Again, super tight in the pocket from her. That's nice. Finish goes slightly wrong, but I thought some nice work before that. Hang on. Good power here and aggression. And talking about being in the pocket, she's coming from behind. Wow. Great carve to slash. Bonvlo almost gets in the way. Suzuki nice enough not to run her over. She kind of straightens out. That was good.
Yeah, that had a zip and a zest to it. Live action, though.
Yeah, Chibari from behind, and won't get there. That wave looks good as it will run away. She might have a couple of wistful looks down the line there. Let's see what she could have had. Meanwhile, hang on. Oh, it's a scoring frenzy and a little dousing from Lelor. Gives up a little taste. Wow. Another great hit from her. Really enjoying this. So intense. You could just sort of feel how much these women all want to beat each other.
Yeah, that dousing, as you mentioned, that was, that was... She did need to do that.
That's personal.
Technically, yeah. I mean, in terms of where the wave was and what she needed to do in terms of points, nil pois in terms of just shoving it, getting some high-powered hose in your opponent's face, massive points. Here we go. We just see it. Boom. Yeah, have a bit of that.
Have that.
And then a nice one. This is all about this last section. Boom. That's a big power turn. She didn't even need to claim that. She just stood straight. Bonvlo's wave. Just here, I thought there was a little double-up section. I think, she might be on here. Unfortunately for Teresa, it just kind of ran off and she couldn't get that last section in. So you think that way is not going to be one of her 2 counting scores if she does better. But this was the wave pull. We saw out the back. So extra speed, extra venom, and then a nice little photo there. Kept it was all about these two. Whoa, and she could have extended out and decided not to run over her opponent. So
love that exchange.
Looks like Suzuki and Lelor doing the best, but all that was going on.
Yanni. Wow. Rhythm
of the night. So, yeah, well, our fears of a slow heat thus far have been disproved, Paul.
Just over 25 minutes on the clock. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat with Claudia.
That's right, Ken and Akasio again here with me, going into the next round with another amazing performance. Got it through your heat, and how you feeling?
Yeah, my heat was so slow heat and restart, but yeah, I get good wave, good score. Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, do my best next round.
Few words in Japanese.
応援ありがとうございます。ここ初めてでラウンド2でいいスコア出せて初のマンマンまた次あるので夜中なんですけど次も応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one. Back to you guys.
You can see how much it means. She's absolutely delighted with that one. A tough heat, wasn't it? In a variety of ways, not only in terms of the opponents, but like the conditions from the ocean as well. And to be able to get the win against some big, big names, full of confidence.
Yeah, exactly. Just that Japanese sort of conveyor belt of talent just keeps driving on. Paul, you're lucky enough to sort of go to every single surf contest that is broadcast on the planet. So you have seen the Japanese surfers coming through, and they're just endless, isn't it? Every year there's a couple more of incredible young talents. And especially in the women's.
Didn't make the Asian Games recently.
I know. Was a clash was there with the Pan American
I sent
Challenge.
about 25 emails, but I don't know. Maybe they need to check their junk folder. Yeah.
But, and, Amira Suzuki showing a medal at the Tokyo Olympics, bronze from memory. So that's how good she is. And speaking of good surfers, I was one up and riding now, Paul.
Yanni Echibari on a roll here. Backhands is a weapon from her. She uses those arms as levers. Gets the board up. Nice, tight, whippy vert. And you can see the concentration, the focus on her face. She loves competing. She loves competing particularly against surfers like Teresinha and Nats. They've surfed a lot of heats together, and they all mean something. There's a bit of spice in this one.
Yeah, well, Teresa has seen Janir just come up through the rankings as a junior. Would have seen her just progression. And now, sort of every year, look, Teresa's still surfing amazingly great, but I'm not sure she's sort of rapidly improving all the time, just as the way surfers' careers go. She's improving, but not accelerating, whereas a young Janir who's, 6, 17, 18, that's just the nature of life, Paul. Sometimes that progression when they're young is much faster. Teresa's at a much higher level, I would say, but it's narrowing. And so Janine, now every time she gets a chance to put one on her and, you know, show the class, she will. And it actually means more because she's watched her grow up the whole life.
Yeah, the scorecard just being peppered with numbers right now from our panel. Here's Bonvalo. Low line, bang, into the lip and down. So got there a touch late. And if you do that at Ribeira, can be tricky even if you know the wave real well. Yanni ain't hanging around, super busy. Couple of big cracks from her. Tried to square up again. Wave number 5 for the Basque. She's right up for this. Meanwhile, bit of quality here. Good steep section, Suzuki. First turn, uses that rail, super patient. Really nice again. The power, but with the smoothness and the control, that was sick. Oh, this is going to be a great score from her.
Wow.
Very good chance of being the high score of the heat so far. That was pretty sick.
And some rock action for a bit of icing on the cake. That wave was so well surfed, and she's calling for, I don't know, she's trying to first get out of this. Get out of this rocks first, because there's no obvious exit, and looks like, yeah, she made it a new one.
Board damage in there. I mean, it's been a factor throughout, hasn't it? You commit to that end section, board can get ouchies down on the rocks. Hopefully it's just equipment.
She's going to make the decision whether to go up the rocks and start again. It looks like she is. She's got the lifeguards there. And you can see what she's been getting rolled over there over the last few 4 or 5 minutes. These high-performance boards, they're not made to resist whole amounts of rock damage. They're lightly glassed, they're super responsive, so any type of little bash will get them. And those rocks have claimed hundreds of boards over the course of this event alone. So
yeah, it's been a feature, isn't it, throughout really of what we're seeing. I mean, the surfers finish off the rise. They bang the last turn. They kind of fall back off the tail, and the board goes with the leash. So quite often the surfer themselves only a couple of meters away from the rocks, but it's the board that's bashing around.
Which basically what they're doing is protecting themselves at their board's expense. Which, you know, if you absolutely are 100% committed, you may put your body on the line. Not the new JS. No, it's just a thought. But I tell you what, that wave, she's had to go through a bit of pain and lost a fair bit of time. But I think it's going to be worth it because she surfed it so well. The 2 big calves out the back, these 2, you identified it as a good wave. Had that slip despite the foam on it, and she just drove through. We haven't seen a lot of those full-blooded rail calves this morning. And there's another, and she finishes off really smooth. She was late to that, but it still made it nice and sweet. There's those rocks.
Oh, wow. She was so close.
And so, talk about putting your body on the line. Well, I'll take it all back because she did. And that was just for this turn.
Yikes.
Maybe in a point or 2.
Wow.
That's why she did it, and that's where she ended up.
Into the rock garden you go. The board gets damaged. The scoreboard gets damaged as well. Suzuki goes excellent. 8 points for her. And just like you mentioned, that board change and losing a bit of time will feel a whole lot better when you hit. Our beach announcers letting you know you got an 8. Big score for her. Well, the 3 surfers who have a lot of heats against each other are kind of scrapping it around. And Moro Suzuki surfs to her own rhythm and goes excellent on the score. But always, the moment she paddled in, it felt like being a quality wave, but she had to do some powerful smooth surfing to get those numbers. Speaking of which, and that Lelor backhand from her, one of the better backhands at this wave that we've seen on the CS so far this week. Doing some deft footwork to stomp the tail to avoid rocks. She'll make the paddle back. Second position prior to that number coming through. It's a huge number she'll need for first. It won't be that. Let's see if it helps her overall position. It is absolutely relentless. Suzuki got almost all the way back out of the lineup. She just snaffled an opportunity. Meanwhile, Bonvalo wants in on the action. Good looking wave for Teresa. And she'll go a couple of hits. It's like she's got the Monday 1 boot.
Has she?
Did she ask you for?
I'll tell you what, it's catching. We saw Jacob Wilcox. He had one on. He had the one boot yesterday. And not because of the injury, not because of the ankle, he just likes it. She absolutely is. If that's an injury issue or not. But yeah, she's been late to the party on all these waves. Just get behind the section. Hasn't been able to hang it up there and make any damage on the end section. Got a couple of low scores, so it's just not going her way at this stage. And I would say, as we see this, very different approach from Anat. Look, so much power. Even those little S-turns on the open face, that was a third turn was too short, but then she started to engage that rail and finish off strong. So she might just edge her way forward, and she did. So Anat lay low with a 5.67 to go with a 5.10. So just incrementally nudging up the scoreboard, leaving the European surfers with plenty of work to do. And I don't think it's been a particularly good event for the Portuguese surfers so far. Paul, we've lost a few of them. And right now, still plenty of time left, but we don't want to lose Teresa, the number, right up there in the rankings. Had a semi-final start to the year. One of the form surfers. And right now, she's got a serious job to do with 16 minutes to go.
Got time.
Who's your favourite ever Portuguese surfer, Paul, of all time? I'm hoping that gap isn't that you can't think of one. There's too many to think of. You just
Are we going competitive or free surfers?
I'll take either.
I like Pedro Boonman.
Very good tube rider.
Good name.
Good name. Vote for Pedro Boonman. Yeah, it's a good vote for Pedro. Yeah, he's a very, very good surfer. One of those barreled humans on the planet.
You weren't expecting me to say that, were you?
No, I didn't see that coming. I mean, I think you may have, left a few off the list there, but yeah.
I like Thiago Oliveira from the old school.
Yep.
Used to dominate this break right here.
He did. He did indeed.
Jose Gregorio, he's up there. I like him.
So many good surfers, Paul. So many great surfers from this incredible
Can't forget
surf
Saka,
country.
the Portuguese Tiger. Can I have a favourite four? That's them.
That's them, okay. All the men? Yeah. Interesting. In the modern era. Yeah, so many great surfers. And Teresa, well, she's one of them. But I tell you what, now needing a 6.7. She effectively needs two waves, I would say. She needs to improve to 4.7, so she's going to have a go here, Paul.
Yeah, he's one of the all-time greats. Bomb the low, whipping on the backhand. Little low-line wiggle for a nice hit. And then just sort of finesses and caresses the foam climb finish. Does it pretty well. She's a little off the pace, though, right now. Needing a decent 6 here. Not sure we quite saw that there. We'll see where it goes score-wise. Good chance of being an improvement from her, but a really entertaining heat. 14 minutes, a little over that left. Time for a quick commercial break. When we come back, let's see if tomorrow Suzuki can continue the dominance. Stay tuned. Right, sunshine in the afternoon here. The prospects out on the water for surfers like Anat Lelor are good when they connect with energy, as she's doing here. She's got a ton of speed, but the wave will just stretch away. So, in second place, prior to that, no improvement. Forthcoming right there. Pair of fives, decent. But with a bit of a lead and with a major number with the 8-point rider, Moro Suzuki. Should be feeling a little bit more relaxed with the way things are going. The 5.83, something she can work on. Here goes Yanni. Echebarri. Bang, first turn, had loads. Really busy. Gets there sort of late, but actually, that gave it a bit of drama.
You heard some of the crowd go, oh, so I didn't know if she's going to ride it out, and she did. So, yeah, whether that counts as being a bit of an unclean finish, or, as you say, just add a bit more drama and a bit more risk, the judges will decide. Interesting that Nat Law made a big mistake caving that first wave. So, yeah, Yannick, that first turn was pretty whippy. And then she just starts to square it off. She was a bit late. She could have made that last turn cleaner, would have got a few more points, but she's going to improve her score, you'd imagine, hitting a 6.2. Probably not that, but up there in the range of things. Heard some news to hand. It's good to having some of these new, fresh, up-and-coming commentators on board that can just sort of fill you in with all the deets, what's going on in the world. And Jess Starling just pops in the booth and says that poor Teresa Bonvalot has got a serious injury. She's had a load of sea urchins in her feet from, hold that thought, Paul, as we see Suzuki just ripping down the line. She's going to keep with this nice float. She's got an 8 in the locker, trying to improve on a 5, and she's got a lot of speed. Yeah, got loads of sea urchins. So deep she has to get surgery. Shows you how heavy it is. And can't get that till after Brazil. So she's surfing on anti-inflammatories and with the booties, which it's got to affect booty, got to affect your performance. A little bit late. That's been a bit of a recurring issue on these waves, just trying to get to those sections in time. She might just try to improve it to 5.83, maybe not. Got the heat on lock. Well, I once had a very serious sea urchin I couldn't get rid of. I didn't know surgery was an option back then. And eventually went to an old mate, and his solution was some cabbage leaves that you put in your sock and you wear for 2 days. It was in my heel, and I was so kind of ready for this thing and so desperate, I gave it a whirl. 3 days later, out it came. About 3 to 4 months after the injury. So that's what I would subscribe to Teresa. Maybe even in the water, a bit of cabbage in the booty, and it could solve a lot of problems, solve surgery.
Fascinating stuff. And that Lelor here, up and going, good looking section, bang, wow. Again, under the lips, snapping. Lelor up once more, good rhythm to that. All sorts of rocks appearing, hang on. Here goes. Today's a Bonvalot. She doesn't look, wow, that was a great turn. Doesn't look like she's feeling pain at the moment. She's probably running on adrenaline.
Yeah, that was a classic backside jewel, wasn't it? There was some big hangers, some big spray.
How does the cabbage help?
It's got like extraction element in it. You know, where you put on the cream that extracts things with boils and things, magdoplasm. So whatever the chemical is that is a withdrawing ointment, that's a naturally occurring substance in cabbage. So it effectively...
Would it work with curly kale or the rest of the brassica family?
Well...
Purple sprouting broccoli? Or
I think the cabbage is good because you get one big leaf, you can put it in your sole of a shoe, almost like a sole. Anyway, hold that thought, because this is the woman that's surfing with that issue. I'll tell you what, she's, as you said, Paul, didn't look too upset by it. That turn was one of her best of the whole heat. That's what she's got, that vertical snap. She can't finish it off because those rocks are playing on her mind. She's been in there before, famously.
Ooh, yeah.
And that's right where she was.
That was nasty right there as well, because...
Yeah,
she was sort of going head first there. Yeah. That was horrible. Hate to see that, actually. That's
And, you know, she's really lucky there a few years. Meanwhile, this probably, I think, might have the most savage turn of the whole heat. This one, wow, she just really, really cracked it. 12 o'clock, a lot of spray. Didn't have maybe the fluidity of Amuro's 8-point ride, but she had the savageness, and that's going to be a good score for Anat.
6.87 for Lelor. consolidates in a major way and really now puts pressure on surfers chasing her down. Echebarri, Bonvalo, their numbers, they're up there. Yanni with Pryo, 6.97, just call it a 7. And Bonvalo in all sorts of trouble now, looking for a massive number, 8.5. Well, it's 8.47 to be specific. But she needs to go huge. A couple of ways will do it, a couple of 6s, a couple of high 6s, really. Just about enough time for that. Brussels sprouts, maybe a couple of them in the sock.
Yeah, I think they would work. It's just in terms of the application, not so much the chemical that does the job. In terms of the cabbage is a perfect kind of fit for the shoe. So I also think it's probably the best fit in terms of extraction. So it's a double whammy.
French word for cabbage is a shoe as well, incidentally. So yeah,
interesting. I was working at the tracks office, and people thought my feet smelt better when I had the old dead cabbage in there, which is interesting.
6.5 on the clock. Let's recap it. Suzuki's early work was pretty brisk and sharp and decent. She built up a head of steam, and from there she never really looked back.
Yeah, really great surfing. She's been on point, just ignores a competitor there. But this was the one, the little frothy wave, but she identified straight off. It came from out the back, and then refund on this inside. Big carve. Second one is even nicer, a bit more amplitude. Third is strong as she hits the lip and just gets a bit of fin release and then finishes off nice and clean and then goes on the rocks. She lost her board to that wave, but she scored 8 points. A worthy transaction, I would say. Meanwhile, of the backhand surfers, there's 3 of them, and it's Nat Law, the one that's been doing the biggest turns, the biggest spray, more aggressive, and Bonvalo and Gonzalez Echebarri haven't been able to match her power or her wave selection. That means Suzuki and Law have a pretty solid lock on this heat with 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, a bit of a spread on the scale, but Teresa back at it now. Her number drops in. It's the 6-2 kick up for Veselko, who's had great success already this year on the Challenger Series. Look at the heat she's got though. Taking a Tessa Thiessen, Noah Clapp, Lele McGonigal. And you consider the sort of talent, you think it's amazing that 2 of these servers are going to be eliminated at this stage already. The competition. Noah Clapp making her way out.
Yeah, really made a performance. Well, sort of hit the world stage here last year, actually. It was a really good performance, and she's only improved since then. It was really impressive in her first heat as well. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing Noah out there again. Less of a unknown quantity this time, so the surfers will be very aware of what she's got and what her capabilities are. But up against a stacked team, yeah, Veselko, the former World Junior Champion, Tyson, experienced French surfer, and then, of course, McGonigal, who's been on fire recently. So, yeah, that's all coming our way, Paul. You know what the good news is? We'll be here. Me and you'll be doing it.
Seen any better backhand attacks than Nat Lelor so far from what we witnessed? It's still early stages of the event.
She's been impressive, yeah. I'm struggling to think of a more sort of vertical whip. We saw... was it Zé Francesco, the Brazilian, was pretty impressive yesterday. It was those really, really heavy hits on his backhand. He actually got knocked out today, so he's gone. We also saw, of course... Yeah, no, you know what? I think you're right, Paul. I think that may have got the goofy, heavy-hitting trophy at this early stage of the event.
Bonvalo's done half the job. The 6-2, she locked in. That's brought the requirement way, way down. She just needs another wave like that, just slightly better now. From 4th Pryo, though, I reckon Lelor, Suzuki will have something to say about that. Also, Echebarri with now.
Well, this is where Bonvalo's fighting spirit may come in. She doesn't have priority, but she needs a score. To me, that starts to ring a few alarm bells. She doesn't mind getting there. She'll either distance herself from her competitors and try and get away, or go in there and try and ruffle some feathers and see if they can make some poor decisions. With only 3 minutes on the clock, that last wave she showed what she can do in terms of her surfing, so we just need some action. The current sort of vista doesn't look too crash hot.
When's the last time you made a poor decision, Ben?
Last time I made a poor decision? Well, I had a 2.5 hour break and I did some work in it, so that was pretty... already on reflection.
Questionable.
I'm not happy with that. So there's that one. That was 2 hours ago. So yeah. Well, today or just in general. Yeah, no, I was very appreciative of the time off. And, you know, yeah, you know what, so good. You can just walk around this beautiful. You can go for a swim down on the beach if you want to have a little time off. Go have a chat, you know, the surf fans on the beach who were so pumped. Yeah, there's always competitors lurking around, always up for a chat. Had a nice little yarn to Liam O'Brien, who got through his heat. Always good to see Lob. He's got something interesting to say.
Here we go. 2 minutes on the clock. Great way for Echebarri. Hammers a turn. The speed's amazing from her and has to come around a corner. She'll do that. Yanni forcing it a bit now. So sticky inside, brilliant out the back. Let's see where it goes numbers-wise. Here's Lalor. Whoa! Look at that hit. She's throwing buckets of spray. And she has found the formula of backhand surfing here. Those two are sort of tangled up next to each other on the inside. 90 seconds on the clock.
Oh, my gosh. Oof. Chatting to each other. You're okay? Yeah. Oh, Lalor. I'll tell you what, she wants to get out now. It's the paddle battle. Oh, it's on here.
Here we go.
1 minute. Nothing like a big rock gets in the way of that paddle battle. That'll upset the adult cart. And not kicking. Oh, it's on here. Look at Lalor motoring. Really good contrast of two styles there. Gianni out the back with some two really nice turns, but they just couldn't find that next section. Whereas I felt that Lalor didn't offer those sections, but she still managed to just hit it just at the right time with really good timing. They're going
dominating
for
the
it.
paddle battle, isn't she, Annette?
Yeah, so this... Okay, so Lalor had priority. Bomb blows at this turn. Oh, nice. And I think you like this one, Paul. It didn't look like much of a section, but somehow she got around it. And just the spray she generates is really, really impressive. And another quick two turns to finish off. Meanwhile, the young bass surfer, her first two turn, that was a really good turn, that first one. And so was that. You think, okay, she's on here. Just that section there, she missed. And then once she missed that, it sort of unraveled a little bit. And it was a messy finish. But those two turns out the back were really, really impressive. So I just kind of feel a bit unlucky, but may have left a few points on that wave, Paul.
Listen, fair play. What a heat this has been.
Yeah, exactly. It's been incredible. I mean, what do you do? Which of the, you know, is it natural or goofy? You know, what do you like?
It's just had so much. I mean, the score screen is just sort of blowing up and going mad. There's all sorts of numbers all over the place. We've had so many waves ridden. The spray that we've been seeing displaced, water everywhere. I mean, it's just been relentless. And we identified it and we thought, hang on, this could be spicy. It's exactly what we've had. Brilliant exchanges, intense competitive surfing, generally pretty mistake-free. It's been people capitalizing on opportunities. The big number, the 8-point ride with Suzuki, but we're waiting for a score for Lalor. What do you got, Ben?
Well, that last wave of Janier was a 6.57, so that was right near the requirement. I said she may have, but in the meantime, Annette had actually improved the thing. So it doesn't matter in the end, but yeah, I think, Annette Lalor and Suzuki, probably the two highest combination for two surfers we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, one of the best heats of the event so far, I would say. Really, really entertaining stuff. Quality from Suzuki and from Lalor. And it'll be bits of disappointment for Echebarri and for Bonvalot. Sun shining here still. Quality waves out there to be taken by Challenger Series surfers. Time for a quick break. More live action from Ericeira, Portugal very soon.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave save, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
Welcome back to the action here. Challenger Series back in Europe. Back in Ericeira, where we're up to Heat 4, round of 32. Kika Veselko of Portugal going good on the CS, number 5 in the world. Currently taking on Tessa Thiessen of France, Noah Clapp of Germany, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, Evans and Mundy in the studio to talk you through it. We've had such an entertaining heat. We just want to keep that form going. Having a quick look at Lele.
First turn was really strong. Second's nice as well. She's got such a good wave here. Oh, and a third. And she's not done yet. So in terms of opening up with wave selection on point, well, Leilani has done that. There's another one. That's 5 and counting. Let's call it half a dozen right now and finish it off. So 6 turns at varying degrees. The first 3 pretty strong, and this wave's looking great. Veselko, former world junior champions, we know, right up in the rankings, and one of the favourites for this event. I would hesitate. She too has got a nice looking wall in front of her, swooping and S-turning, waiting for it to stand up here. That was a little bit sticky and she saw the rocks coming, so probably didn't quite maximise that. And a relatively small score, 2.67. McGonigal, the Costa Rican surfer, is going to come up with a pretty strong start of the heat, which is exactly what she would want before she paddled out. What did you want from this heat before they paddled out, Paul?
Just a point that just came to mind. I think in a heat like this, and particularly the last one with this sort of quality of surfers and just the way the waves are, I reckon you get one mistake. I reckon you got one gimme like that we just saw. I don't think you can afford to make kind of 2 mistakes like that, 2 waves. I just think there's going to be enough kind of wiggle room to do that. So, all right, there's that one. Didn't go so well for Kika, but from now on in, she really needs to make her waves count because opportunities, I mean, they're pretty hard to come by. This one's going to be intensely competitive.
Yeah, you're probably right, especially if you are going to make the mistakes. If make them super early in the heat, it's probably the time to do it. It gives you more time to get back in there. 35-minute heat's a long time out here, isn't it? Especially that last heat. So many opportunities. So, yeah, but a big number dropping there, Polly, for that first wave of the Lele. 7.67 off the bat.
Yeah, huge number in for McGonigal. Backhand hammers from her. So continuing on the theme of the goose really coming to terms with this wave. And a big number to kick things off. Momentum very much with her. And that will feel great on the paddle back. Here's the information from our beach announcers, Prescott and Lisboa.
Ah, the dream team. Experience. Multilingual. Experience. Speaks many languages. And yeah, they're masters at the game. Know when to give the scores at the right time. And yeah, it's a big shout out to them.
A little over 29 on the clock. Let's go and check in with Amuro Suzuki. She's excellent.
Amuro Suzuki, excellent. Taking over the Portuguese athlete also in your heat with an amazing performance, committing all the way to the rocks. Guide us through it.
Actually, I was very nervous because this is my first heat of this event. But I really wanted win to this heat, so I tried to the front of the log, and then I made it. And then I'm super happy to make through the heat, and yes.
Few words in Japanese.
応援ありがとうございます。勝てて嬉しいです。次もみんながワクワクするようなサーフィンできたらいいので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
You know, sometimes, Paul, you see the surface athletes say, I'm super happy, and they look absolutely miserable. Not Amuro. She said she's happy.
Name names, Ben. Who looks mish when they say they're happy?
Eli Hanneman, at won his heat, he looked miserable, but he's just the way he approaches it. Amuro has a million-watt smile. You could tell she was really, really happy with her, performance, and just radiant. Really like to see a happy, joyful face. And Amuro ripping, and so she should. 8-point ride.
We got to go here. Smaller wave. Doesn't mind it. Gives it a prod. And then she's patient. Sets up, looking down the line. Eyes up a section here. Tags that. That's how you get a backup on the board.
Yeah, that's smart competitive surfing. Obviously now we need a 7.67, but that's what all the years of coaching, that's what they tell you. It's a rule for a reason. Put on some scoreboard pressure. And yeah, she's backing up that first wave. She just was in the right spot. And she scrapped into it early. Probably immediately from that big number, she's probably thinking to herself, you know what? Just get in rotation, get another wave, and keep building. And she's done that with that wave. That last turn was a little bit soft. She would have liked to have hit that lip a little bit harder, but with a 7.67 in a locker, she's got plenty of room to work with. So yeah, well surfed. Well played, I would say. Do the coaches at coaching school, I'd imagine, what are the fundamentals of the surf coach school, Paul? I'd ask you.
Well, like when you go into science, everyone's got a Bunsen burner at their desk and you got your beaker. At coach school, you've all got a board and you have to hold it up and they go, okay, show us, stay where you are signal. Meanwhile, live action here. Thiessen, what she got for us. Some nice swoops. And again, redirecting tons of spray. Just stabbing it in the pocket. Board in perpetual motion. A little run here for Clapp. Just pick that wave up at the end. In terms of the exchange, it seemed like a less significant kind of wave. Well, the surfer representing Germany.
Yeah, in surf coach school, the curriculum, you've got the board waving. That's pretty important. Probably 2-term. Kind of thing. You've got to get them all through. What are some of those? Yeah, they do vary by individual coach, but there's got to be basic here. I expect Clapp's coach would have been thinking, you know what, she's waited a long time for this. Wouldn't have been happy with the probably score, but happy to see up and riding.
Yeah, they're pretty sticklerish with the hats as well. When the only school uniform is you have to wear a baseball hat
as a surf coach. Yeah, for sure. There's also, the videoing is an important aspect of it. Sort of make it just always a little bit shaky and a little bit off, and that is some turning there from Tessa. She also waited a long time.
Yeah, it was good surfing. I like that.
Again, one of her strengths is the backhand, I'd say, for Tessa. We've had the fortune to watch many heats over her career, competing over here in Europe and elsewhere, and yeah, that backhand's one of the strengths. So apart from that 7.67, which is backed up with a good number from Lalani, the other surfer's just starting to fight back into this heat slowly. And they obviously have the carrot or the stick sort of, segment. When to use the stick, when to use the carrot. Very important part of surf coaching. You want to get those two mixed up, Paul?
Just under that 24-minute mark here. The quality laid down early on by Leilani McGonigal. Been backed up with the 4.83, and she's streets ahead right now. We are waiting for the number for Thiessen. It drops in as a 4, so maybe would have hoped for a little more out of that wave. And kicker for Veselko, who got a good wave early on and turned it into a 3, really. A couple of mistakes from her on that. Didn't quite get the rhythm right at any point. She's been made to just think about that for a while. But now she's got priority. This will be a big opportunity for her. And other than Lele's wave, no one else has really got hold of much in all of that time. So the scoreboard hasn't done a lot. So from her point of view, she'd be like, all right, my turn now.
Yeah, it's that 767 is an anomaly right now compared to the rest of the scores. Kicker, you know, Kicker will know that pretty much well. She's such an experienced competitor. She's had a win on the Challenger Series this year, Paul. Started off really strong in Newcastle. Has had a CT experience. So yeah, just the trajectory just keeps going up for the Portuguese star. You look at these waves that were in Merewether and Newey. This is the type of sort of conditions she really enjoys. Strong, powerful right-hand points, what she's learnt to grow up in over here in Portugal. And she just tore it apart. Matched power with power and managed to go all the way to a final for 10,000 points. Yeah, if she can get back into the final reckoning, she'll be dangerous. Once you've won once, just to learn that is so important. See how much it means to her. Flying the Portuguese flag with all the crew. So yeah, great surfing from Veselko.
The Hoyo shout out.
Yeah, for Hoy. See Hoy as a surf coach would be interesting.
Here goes Thiessen. Small soft wave here. She'll stick with it though. And as she finishes with a flick off the white water, right behind her, Kicker. What's she got for us here? Some body movements, some board movements too. And she's involved in the heat once again. She'll get the finish. Not an amazing looking wave, just in terms of the size and shape of it. Surfing was reasonably good from her. I think she's got plenty more, as we just saw. She reminded ourselves of that glorious victory in Newcastle. What did she lay down here, Mandy?
Yeah, I mean, she laid down, you know, a first real sort of wave of note. You know, there wasn't a lot of variety, which held her back. Tended to be kind of a little bit stock standard, but she did put in some spray, and she'll get she'll get herself back in it at least. Meanwhile, Tyson, that's a very small wave, so she was up against it, just trying to generate spray. Even with that backhand of hers, pretty technical, but you know, yeah, there just wasn't another push behind her. She kept having a go, but I just think that's, you know, even though she got length and got a lot of turns in, none of them sort of made your eyes water. She did finish off strong, so give it to her. I mean, out the back, you see that just a bit more dynamism from Francisca's wave. She'll probably get the nod in that one.
Yeah, numbers in. Tessa, 4-2-3. We'll wait for Kicker's number. A little over 20 minutes to go in this. Still plenty of time. Meanwhile, on the inside, Thiessen with a quick look. Quickly identifying the fact that wave wasn't offering a lot. So priority with our heat leader, McGonigal. Has already gone up close to that excellent range, 767. First entry into this heat from her. And when we get a number in from our panel for Kicker Veselko, everyone will have a couple of waves ridden, although, I mean, Noah Clapp's still really looking for a second wave, actually. So we'll wait for that before we get a proper situation. But Kicker ain't hanging around. She'll go here. Covering a bit of ground, having a swing, why not? From having no real priority. The wave always a bit sluggish and underpowered.
Yeah, she's just really quickly trying to back up that score, but live action, Clapp up and riding.
Here's Noah, tight in the pocket, and then coming around for a climb up the foam, which the board went up there. She didn't fully commit to that turn. It was kind of body into it as well. A little bit of completion, though.
Yeah, I think the surfer paddling out may have had some minor influence on that decision in terms of where to do the turn. She kind of had to sort of straighten out a little bit, and then as a result, a little bit late. You know, it wasn't in any way an interference, but just in a periphery, just enough to make you think about it. And Clapp needing to improve on a couple of threes. So I'll see what she said. So she got the hands out there, a nice little double up section, and then I think almost Kickers tried to get out of the way by going inside, and that just caused it. But she finished off, she hit it, completion. Just a lot of scores, really average scores dripping through at the moment. At 767 still an absolute outlier in terms of the statistics. You want to sort of do the median or rather than the average of these scores, Paul, given that outlying
Yeah, so this
score.
just happened as well. So another wave there for Kika. Wow. She's been mega busy. So we've got a couple of numbers due to her. Full commitment into the rock garden on the end of that wave. And she is such an intense, fiery competitor. Loves to surf heats, loves to post big numbers. Their brand of power surfing. The previous to last, 4.73. She got another score as well. Good chance of improving when that comes in. She'll improve her overall position just ever so slightly. Still remain in third place. The numbers are pretty low at the moment in terms of requirements. A 3.5 is what she's looking for. And other than Leilani, a great wave at the beginning, struggled for quality in this.
Yeah, it's been a poor heat in terms of
sluggish surfing.
Yeah, the waves haven't cooperated. We just haven't, especially after the fireworks of that last heat where there was a fair amount of sort of human drama, but there was also just really, really powerful surfing in the pocket, and they came thick and fast. So this is often the way. Sometimes heats turn on and off. Still got a bit of time left, but yeah, you're right. No one's really, except for Leilani, been able to, you know, float our boats, get us excited. We want to see exciting surfing. We want to see big numbers. We haven't had it yet, Paul, and hopefully we'll get some in the next 15 minutes.
Oh, I don't doubt it for a second. You look at the quality that we got out in the water, and I think all of this just kind of pent up surfing will be unleashed. Meanwhile, Lele in action with priority, waiting for a bit more of a quality wave. Found that there. Here's a good looking section for Tess. What she got for us. Backhand maneuvers. And nice and sharp. She'll just flick off the top. Doesn't drive the bottom turn hard. She goes hard off the top. Off the bottom, it's a little bit sluggish from Tess. Meanwhile, Noah Clapp. Nice clean style. And a steep bowled out sort of bottom of the wave, but gets it up there before the rocks and gets down. Another heavy-footed approach with a big snap. Brutal with the combo. And so Veselko is building momentum here.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. A bit of firing up. That was a better wave. Look, she's fired up. She's really said, you know what, I'm not hanging around. She's got waves every sort of 30 seconds, every minute.
What's this paddling technique? It's unusual.
Does kicking make you go faster, Paul?
Yeah, but I thought the arms are quite unusual.
Yeah, look at this. Just, we saw all those waves and there was no real way that allowed anything open or on rail. This wave did for Francisca. I would say this turn here, which opened up, she got a little bit caught, and that was probably the money section, but she did recover really well that last big turn right in front of those rocks. Here we go, see it here. So that
bang
is a great recovery. Sorry, not that one. That was the one that was a little bit iffy. This one, much tighter and smoother. So yeah, that's Veselko needing only a 3.5, whereas these ones, I mentioned Noah Style, she kind of steps on the back foot a lot. I like the fact that she held around there. A bit more spray, but it's been quite lateral in the surfing, unfortunately, for Noah, and she couldn't really commit to those turns because of those geological formations at the bottom. And Tessa, I think, probably left the most points on the board in terms of waves. I think that turn there could have been a little bit stronger. She's just pulling those turns a little bit short for what I can have seen her do in the past. So just not quite in sync at the moment, not showing her full range. And then they just keep coming. Whereas Leilani, again, just a little bit, almost 3/4 turns, finishes it off, trying to improve on a 4.83. Not sure if that wave's going to do it. That was a nice finish.
Yeah, that was cool.
But it was just the turns beforehand. Didn't have any punch to them.
13.5 minutes on the clock here. Scores to come in from our panel. Bright sunshine, waves out on the point. More action from the Challenger Series in Ericeira right after the break. Welcome back to the action here. We'll fly past the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Beady eyes on the lineup, trying to figure out where's working, what's good, what isn't. Where do I want to sit? Where are my sections? How's my tactics going to play out? All of that stuff. What are the judges liking? What are they enjoying? Well, we can partly answer that. They're liking Leilani McGonigal's backhand attack early on. 7-6-7 puts her in a strong position in a heat that's been a little short on quality overall, other than Lele's big 7 early.
Yeah, we thought that came out of the trap straight off, pretty much first set of the day. McGonigal just ripped in, 7.67. Like, here we go, we're on here. Often a high-scoring wave at the start, elevates everyone else's performances. Unfortunately, that hasn't panned out. Just a lot of 4s and 3s. I've been impressed by Veselko. Has fought back strong. She's got a lot of waves.
She's got a wave to come. Yeah, we're waiting for that score, aren't we? That 2-turn combo is ultra aggressive. You know she's going to bring that. Let's see where that goes. There was that combo on the inside. The judges are having to think about that, which tends you to think, okay, well, it's not going to be in the 4s. It's going to be something much more significant.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, it was well surfed and finished off strong, which they do like. She liked it. So, yeah, you think that's going to be, well, as we see, needs a 4.44, so pretty happy that she's going to get that. See, McGonigal looking pretty calm and composed out the back there with that massive 7 in a wallet.
Yeah, numbers useful. 6 for kicker. Super useful. That'll help her a lot, and it'll calm things down as well. Good news for the Portuguese fans. Kicker Veselko in second place position with a little bit of distance on the likes of Thiessen and Clapp chasing.
Well, she likes short-hand points. We've seen that story at Merriweather. Paul, you saw her in J-Bay surfing, and she got a start there. That must have been interesting to watch. She must have went well down there. What, the power and the flow and the extra juice?
Does seem to be a wave that takes a few laps to figure out as well. So you're always at a disadvantage without having the experience. Here, a complete different story altogether. She knows this wave better than anyone. I mean, we talk about that and how crucial it is. Leilani McGonigal's been coming here a long time as well. Her experience is paying off. And she is on the inside on a good section. Just over 9 on the clock. Kicker, a prone look, and identifying not the way she was after. So in second place right now, and a little look back at her crew as well. 9 minutes to go. Tessa 581, also the number needed by Noah. Oof, hang on.
Yeah, used her priority well. And then she's just been the only surfer managing to get these really open-faced waves, Leilani. I know that was a little bit soft in the middle. Just that nice green, clean face. And then a finish at the end, trying to improve on that 4.83. So, you know what? She's surfed it smart. 8.5 minutes on the clock. Okay, well, we know that surfer is another Portuguese hope. Yolanda Hopkins. Really strong start of the year, sitting in that top 5 rankings. She was within 1 or 2 heats, you know, a few years ago making the CT. Actually lost her father just in between while that event was going on and found it really hard to unpack and just missed out. But she's come back even stronger this year with some good solid results.
There was the one heat with Vaina, wasn't it? All came down to that.
Really did in Brazil. And yeah, so she's been so close on the cusp. Just goes from strength to strength though, so you just know that eventually if she keeps knocking on that door, she's going to get to the Holy Grail, which she's wanted all
I talked to her last week. Do you know what she said?
What'd she say?
She said, I'm going to win that event, Paul. Do you know which one she was talking about? This one.
Was she?
She said she's going to win it.
She's going to win it?
Yeah.
Wow. When you're that high in the rankings, that's the only goal, isn't it? And, you know, we talk about knowing the wave. Well, she's surfed how many heats?
She's not here to make up the numbers at all. She wants to go for the win. She feels like she's the best surfer on this tour. And I think that's the kind of
confidence.
Yeah, it's confidence.
That's the mentality you need.
Yeah, that's what you need to believe. Otherwise, if you don't think that, why else are you there?
Yeah, well, you're not making it. She never wants to make up the numbers. Super committed. Super, you know, just focused on being a professional surfer and all that entails. Always stuck to her own plan. stuck to her own guns, and it's great to see that being rewarded. Some Olympic sports, some more recognition from the industry, some good sponsorship, more support, all allowing Hopkins to do what she does best, which is go surfing and wake up early. They're the two things she's really good at. So, she's up next. Look like her compatriot, Francisca Veselko, has just snuck into second here. A bit more of a kind of a slow lull here. The conditions look great. The texture in the water looks nice.
Do you know who I think is dangerous? Noah Clapp with priority, 581 the number. Haven't really seen a lot of her. But I tell you what, she'll be patient. She'll wait to make a quality connection. She'll show something a little different. This was the sterling early work of Lele.
Yeah, by far the best wave we've seen. Not only this heat, but for a few heats. And she absolutely went to town on it. It counted 6 or 7 turns. And it just kept giving good pace to it. Nice green wall, and she absolutely nailed it, and that was what got her out in front. She hasn't really had much to worry about since then. Veselko had a bit of a nippy start. She sort of started off slow, and then she just decided to just stay busy. She's not going to muck around. She's going to catch as many waves as she can and start doing this sort of stuff. She got a 6-point ride for that. Would have been even higher if she just had come out clean at the second turn, but she's fought her way back into the second place. But as you said, Paul, Noah Clapp just lurking down there, needing a 5.81 with priority. So she's probably the danger at the moment, as McGonigal just backs up that big number she got at the start. Those two surfers out in front. But it's going to be one more opportunity, you think? One or two, perhaps?
5 on the clock here. McGonigal sits that start, just improved the backup a touch as well. So just turning the screw a little bit. Let's see what Thiessen can get going here. Showing not a lot of interest at all. Maybe a little deep there. Just couldn't get around the section either which way. It's not going to help her out at all. Noah Clapp still with that priority. 4.5. She'll wait to identify a wave that's a 6 or better. We know she's capable of that. Had a great run through this event last year. She hasn't had much going today, though. Hasn't got into the 5-point rides yet. That's why she's currently in 4th. The requirement identical for her. And Tess, other than Tessa now with 4th priority. That's going to be tough. Going to be tough to find that number. Nervous moments in the back end of a heat, particularly when you see the ocean quite becalmed.
Yeah, this new swell, it's good direction and it's got a bit of extra dimension to it, but the lulls have been a constant throughout. It's
happy with the westness?
It might be too west. It might have gone too west again, Paul.
Too west.
Might have went from like, I don't know, 270 to 272 or something like that. Or dropped down from 272 to 270. Maybe 269.
Yeah, famously, you can't get more west than 270, though, can you? Because that is literally
you
too
can.
west.
You can get 2 west. There's west and there's 2 west. So, probably, I don't know what you're talking about, Paul, because you can. So, give us all your oceanography degree and all that sort of business. But anyway, and there is, the longer period means there's been more lulls, unfortunately, for this. We've got 3 minutes. We want something. We want a flurry. We want to see Veselko defend her second spot. We want to see Clapp get that priority and see if she gets one more opportunity to say what she's good at. And Tyson there as well. We just want a bit of action. Not too much to ask for, is it, Paul, at a surfing competition?
I like these moments as well, though. I like adding to the tension, the way things are just setting up for that dramatic finish as well. It's all part of the drama of surfing, isn't it? You get those moments of intense wave riding and scores coming through and all sorts, and then you get the period of calm, and it's all dictated. It's not the surfers themselves that decide that. It really is just the vagaries of wind essentially blowing over seawater a long, long way away, out there to the west somewhere.
Beautiful shot though, the reef and the little bays. This is a coastline that just keeps on giving. The fact that we're about 30 clicks from Lisbon, one of the great metropolitan cities of Europe, is incredible. And then if you just keep heading north for about 800 kilometres.
Am I right thinking you popped into Lisbon on your break?
Yeah, I had a break. I popped into Lisbon, went to the museum, had a coffee, had a nice little lunch.
Barro Alto?
Yeah, went and saw the, did all that. There was so much to do. I had so much time off. I was like, I did one of those open top bus tours, popped in and seen a few friends.
The food court?
Yeah, went to the food court. Yeah, depending Botanical Gardens, had a quick peruse. And then...
did your receipts, just did some expenses and stuff, had a bit of extra
straight to
time.
gunning. Yeah. So, yeah, beautiful stretch of coast, beautiful Bolter Reef, but right now we want to see some waves start to come in on there. You can see there's a wave up there a bit further up that lots of people surf on. There's a few waves around the corner that we can't mention. But there's so many waves on this coast. But right now we just want some waves to come in here. 90 seconds on the clock, Paul.
Well,
could be a damp squib.
Kika doesn't mind. I think Portuguese fans won't mind if nothing happens wave-wise. They're pretty happy. She's second at the moment. She's forced away there, really. Just muscled in with that 6. And let's see now how crucial that'll be. So coach Yulan Lassa, coaching Leilani, who's leading this, leading it by some measure.
Oh, decision-making time. She looked at that one. It's really difficult to choose your way. 55 seconds. This one's going to have to be it. She's got no other option, Paul. Take it away,
Yeah, here goes Clap. Looking for a 5.81. Has to pump to try and generate speed. First turn is a kick out. Not what she was after.
Yeah, just waves didn't deliver. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. So there's no other option. I mean, kind of had to go that wave, or did she? Well, it's 30 seconds on the clock. It's not too much she can do. It just didn't deliver. She goes again, though.
Clap once again.
Portuguese will be happy as we see a bit of a victory lap for Francisca.
Veselko will snap. Nice looking section here. Goes up. Super vert. Look at the passion.
Granville. Tops off.
Now you can see how crucial a heat that was for Kika Veselko. 5th position on the Challenger Series, a win already this year. What a place it'll be for her to try and back up that victory with another showing on finals day at home in front of an adoring crowd. We're some way away from that yet, though. A few more rounds to get through. Surfing like the stuff we witnessed from Lele, that'll definitely help get you there. Showing a great start to this heat with that big score, and from then on she was able to improve. Never really had to put too much energy across, sort of invest in really competing with situations and priorities and all of that sort of stuff. Kind of surfed her own heat, which will feel really nice. Be able to conserve the energy as well. Time for a break here. When we come back, we'll have an update from our panel on the last action that we saw. We'll bring in Chico House and JJ in for the call as well. Stay tuned.
Was brought to you by EDP, official energy of the EDP Ericeira Pro. By Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination. By the Mafra City Council, Ericeira, a World Surfing Reserve. And by Mayo, official tech partner of the WSL in Portugal.
All eyes peeled to the beautiful coast of Ericeira for the EDP Ericeira Pro. We had a pretty exciting heat in that last one. This is the round of 32, heat number 4 breakdown. Leilani McGonigal starting with a 7.67, carried it all the way through for the win. And Kiki Veselko so high up on the rankings. Started off this year with a win. She is on her way to another great result. Round of 16 coming her way. Next up, Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal taking on Sarah Baum, Eve Wong, and Daniela Rosas from Peru. So I feel like we've had a bit of a trifecta here. You know, we've had all 3 of our Portuguese ladies compete heat after heat. So all eyes of Portugal really peeling to the ocean right now.
Yeah, Yolanda sitting in that second position. And this was during the break, the second of white. Nice blow of the fins there. And she makes it. Wong there. Good job, really stylish surfer from Hawaii. And this is Daniela Rosas. Beautiful cut back there. Always so competitive and always tries her best to do big turns like this one. And she was able to fit one more and she bails. So great wave there by Daniela to start off. And this was Yolanda.
Yeah, Yo-Yo getting her campaign underway as well. A little caught behind on this first section, but gets nice and tight in the pocket there. Potentially a bit of frustration, felt like she maybe got the scrap of those sets. So out of this priority rotation and back in here, using up second priority. We know she loves to catch lots of waves and heat. She's a momentum surfer. Lays it on rail for a third turn here. Has a bit of wall to work with if she gets in this inside section. Styles up some speed with a finish there for Yolanda Hopkins. So she's adding to her scoreboard at this point. Got a 2.83 for that first wave. And Bormy, here she is. We love this backhand. Nice hook in the pocket from Sarah Baum. And she's going to round out this one. Oh, it's non-stop. The ladies, they found a flurry. A bit different to the last heat we did, Chico.
Yeah.
This is Daniela Rosas from Peru. Such a standout on this first day.
Oh.
Big hit, but goes down. So a mistake in the early moments of this heat here for Daniela. But wow, talk about that backhand whip of Sarah Baum.
Amazing. Yeah, right now the tide is getting lower and lower, and we see a lot more opportunities. This is live action again. Sarah on the inside, a bit of a snap there, waits for the wave to build up, and you could tell by the start of that wave that was quite small. Not much scoring opportunity on that one, but yeah, that big turn she got previously was really big.
Yeah, really nice end turn from Bormy. Originally from South Africa, now resides right where we have 2 Challenger Series events in Newcastle. Break us through this one, Chico.
Yeah, first really tight snap and a bit of a wrap, and then the wave just completely disappears on her, and this was Yolanda's wave. Cut back, start off, floats around it, and here was she was a bit late to the face of that wave. Got the carve done into the double up, and nice finish there. That was but well timed, that last one, and this one I really enjoyed the eyeline speed, and then boom, big turn, redirecting the nose of the board all the way around and looking at the same time really stylish, which is always great when you see someone do a big turn.
Yeah, Bormy has one of those styles that it's just timeless. You know, it's really easy to watch, and she's just such a classy competitor as well. Eve Wong had an incredible first round heat, going excellent in the early days. She's back up and riding here, looking to better her situation. So Eve, wow, that's more like it. Really nice turn in the pocket here. Comes back through this inside section, missed times ever so slightly, but fair enough. Those rocks were creeping up real quick. Yo-Yo, looking here, wants to really find a nice section to work with. Goes down in an awkward way there for Yolanda. And just one quick turn for Daniela out the back here. So we've got a flurry of waves. We're seeing so many opportunities come through. Every single lady making the most of it, and potentially one more out the back here for Sarah Baum. This is a good looking wave. Bit of size, but decides not to go.
Next one, I think.
had a nice bowl to it. So let's see if there's any takers for Bormy on this next wave here. She's kicking, she's showing some interest. Here we go, swings, Sarah Baum. This gorgeous style we were just talking about from Bormy, so smooth when she gets onto this green face. Starts off with a hook, doesn't like it though. So bit of time. The ladies can probably take a breath at this point in the heat and say, all right, let's just reset. We just caught about 1 million waves in 8 minutes. And while we debrief and we take in those last 1 million waves, let's go down to Lele, who was on the glass with Claudia.
That's right, Lele going to the next round in first, back-to-back with the Portuguese surfer Kika Veselko all the way to the end and getting that 7-point ride. Get us through that wave.
Yeah, I was really lucky. I just wanted to start with priority on the inside just because it's been pretty slow today, and I knew if I was able to start off with a good one that would set me up for a successful heat, and I'm just lucky it played out that way and was able to control it pretty well. All the girls are so good that right now just decisions makes the difference in every heat.
How is it to be here in Portugal? Have you been exploring a bit around?
Yeah, I actually have my 3 best friends from home visiting, and it's been so much fun. They're like the best cheer squad ever, and we've just been exploring around and having a lot of fun between heats.
With this result, you just climbed a little bit on the rankings. How does that feel, and what's the goal?
Well, of course, every event you just want to win, but definitely I think we have a long year ahead of us. Just my goal this year is to do as good of and smart of surfing as I can, and I feel like I've improved a lot from last year, so I'm just looking to showcase that. That's my main goal.
Do you want to leave any words in Spanish?
Sí, hola a todos en casa, muchas gracias por el apoyo, aquí vamos que vamos, ojalá en la próxima ronda podamos dar más buenos scores, pura vida.
Thank you so much, good luck for the next one.
We love that smile of Leilani McGonigal. Interesting, from the second longest left-hand point break in the world, but has an incredible backhand when she does go right. So Lele showing that she's got a lot of practice going both ways there. We're looking forward to seeing her in the round of 16. We're going to man-on-man after this, and that's something all of these Challenger Series competitors crave. In that interview, though, Yolanda getting this one.
Yeah, a beautiful carve and a big hit off the top, biggest turn she got on this hit was that last one, and she timed it well, and it was a critical section. So lovely turn there by Yolanda, and of course she makes it, powers it through. Look at this, bang, really tight in the pocket. And I like, one thing I like about this maneuver is the steepness of the wave, which is sometimes rare here, and that wave at it, this was Daniela, big
wow
snap off the top, and then the wave closes up.
Just the one big turn, but look at the power off the back foot there, Chico. I mean,
wow,
really tight in the pocket there from Daniela. This is a great battle between all 4 of these women right now. From that opening exchange and what you've seen so far, who do you reckon is going to come out on top? Give me your early heat predictions. Throw it out there.
I've been enjoying a lot Wong surf. I think Wong impressed me a lot on that first on the previous round. I think she has a lot of talent, and her surfing suits a lot this wave. And of course, Yolanda sitting in that second spot. You always need to take Yolanda as an option, just because she's so competitive and she's so powerful, and yeah, she has been surfing really good all season. So yeah, that's my guess.
That's your guess. I love it.
Those two.
Well, Wong dropping in some scores now. We'll wait for all of them to lock in before we give you guys a full update, but it's non-stop. Yolanda, she's looking again here, decides that she doesn't see anything more on that wave. Interestingly enough, all 4 of these ladies have made it to the quarterfinals right here at this event. Not one of them made it past that round. So they're all sitting around that same mark. They clearly all have a great relationship with this wave, so it's really going to be knowledge and how hard they're hitting the lip. It's going to edge them in front of the rest of the field here. Scores slowly dropping. The best we've seen so far was that last for Eve Wong. Previous to last, it was a 5.37. So we're just past this 23-minute mark. It's gone quick so far, these 12 minutes. It's completely shifted from a heat we saw not too long ago, where we had a restart, we had a 23-minute lull, and now we're seeing a pulse of waves coming through. This is exactly what these ladies were hoping for.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone was wishing for that. I think it's always great when you see 4 surfers in the water getting all opportunities to perform their best. And as many more waves as we can get, the better, right? If it's a non-stop set rolling, would be perfect. So yeah, hopefully we can see a lot more going on, because the level is getting higher and higher. And I believe right now, the more exchanges we have, the more big scores we're gonna see. So, and I feel like the level is so high right now. Every heat, there's like 3, like all 4 surfers can win the event, kind of thing.
Definitely.
So it's super interesting to see. So we just want to see them surf at the end of the day and catch as many waves as possible. So.
Yeah, the Challenger Series, it's definitely not for the weak. I mean, every single surfer is so talented, and you wouldn't be surprised if either any of the men or the women in the draw came home with the title. That's how high the bar is. Saw Dougie Silva on the beach there. He's working with Eve Wong down here at this event. Something he touched on in his interview, post-heat interview that he had, was that they're just trying to work towards Eve surfing like herself. You know, she said she just wants to surf like me, and Doug's trying his best to draw that out of her, take the competitive pressure aside, and just let her surf and have some fun. And I think that's a really unique approach that they're taking, but it clearly seems to be working for her.
Yeah, on that 537, she looked really good, really smooth, relaxed, and you can tell she's got so much technique that if she relaxes and she lets her surfing do the talking, she can post some big numbers. And I think we spoke too soon about the lulls. Didn't we, Jess?
Oh, we need to bite our tongues. We have the fog. We can't be, we've now pronounced the F word, so we can't be saying that word, and we also now have an L word. We can't have an L word either. That's my bad. I'll cop that one on the chin there.
All good, all good. As we are waiting for waves, because we have a bit of a pause of the ocean. And hopefully in the next few minutes we see a flurry of action. But right now, Yolanda with that last one, 533.
Yeah, score's pretty much locked in for all 4 surfers. We're waiting on one more ride there for Eve Wong, which I do believe is that last combination of turns we saw her take all the way through down the point. But Yolanda, that last wave for that 2-turn combination, 533, feeling like most of the points lived in that second turn. It was a really nice steep section. The bottom turn was beautiful, and she just really connected with the lip line, and it feels like the steeper the waves get, the more Yolanda thrives.
Yeah, she loves it. Every time you have a big section or a meaty section to attack, she's there. So she loves those hard sections to navigate through, and yeah, it's one of her strengths, I think, making those sections on heats and trying really big turns on really meaty sections. And yep, she's doing that well.
You see the winds starting to pick up a little bit. It's one of the bittersweet things that we have at this point, where the wind can pick up a little bit, but it's actually pretty sheltered, Ribera.
Yeah, especially the inside, which is quite interesting. You can start the wave out the back with a lot of wind, and when you come surfing towards the end, it gets glacier, gets a bit more glass at the end of the wave. So when you're surfing that inside corner on high tide but with wind, it feels glassy, the wave at the end. But yeah, it doesn't get much affected because the face of the wave actually stays clean. So as we see Yolanda here having a paddle on this one.
Yeah, she's up and riding, gaining speed straight away. Nice little kick out, I'm going to say. Little snap to start this one off comes through. That's a good looking turn there. From a swoop to a big lip line combo. Through this inside, drifts the fins. She likes it. It's great body language from Yolanda Hopkins. Coach on the beach says, I'll take that one as well. So Yo-Yo, she's a momentum surfer. Every time she's up on her feet, she's trying to build. She's trying to chase towards a higher score, and this is definitely doing that.
Yeah, and she was sitting with 4th priority, which is interesting. But I love this turn. Bang! Drives through it, gets another beautiful snap, and a good finishing there, blowing the fin. So I think this is going to be her best so far. And interesting part, again, she was sitting in 4th priority, so finding a bit of space in between the other 3 surfers and doing her best wave, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this was what I love the most about Yolanda Hopkins surfing, is that no matter what priority she is, no matter where she is on the point, she's always looking for more. She's willing to swing on anything. She's willing to hit any section, and we got to see that in plain sight on this wave. I mean, look at that finishing turn. Really drifted that tail up over the coping there, grabbed the fins, pulled it back around, gave us variety, laid it on rail there too. So Yolanda, she's just that type of surfer that you know is always going to give us more. And she's absolutely never, ever, ever going to give up. She is just so hungry and has this amazing never say die attitude. So Yolanda, she's got a big looking score dropping in. Eve Wong briefly went to 1st place. Her last wave was a 5.47, but look at this, Chico, 6.67 for that last wave.
Well deserved, I think. She connected all the dots on that wave, and although it was a small wave, she surfed it really, really well. So 6.67, well played by Yolanda. And it's rare to see someone with 4th priority getting those types of numbers. So really smart from Yolanda, where she's sitting and how she saw that wave a bit under the pack.
Yeah, she definitely capitalized on an opportunity that no one else saw. So maybe a bit of local experience coming in. You know, she's competed at this wave for a really long time, majority of her career, and it feels like she knows it just that little bit more than the rest of her field.
Yeah, I think most of the game plan around surfers that competed here a lot is based always on the same strategy, which is start off strong out the back, do a long one, and then paddle like really slow to the outside again, so you can give yourself opportunity to catch a double up going paddling back out.
Well, let's see if Yolanda's plan is going to stick out for her. She's currently leading the heat with 15.5 to go. We will be back to see who will take this win right after this short break.
EDP Ericeira Pro. I have the background channel series.
Yolanda Hopkins, she's holding down a convincing lead in this heat. We've got 13.5 minutes to go. Eve Wong not too far from her at this point in time. We've hit a bit of a lull in this heat, but we've got a solid one on our hands. Daniela Rosas chasing a 6.17. Bormy, a 6.14. Bormy's had a pretty interesting run of events over the last couple of years. Last year, we didn't see J-Bay on the championship tour. It was just an off year with the Olympics, but we had a specialty event there. Sarah Baum, she got the call up for it and actually took home the win at Jeffreys Bay, and I feel like that would be really high on everyone's list to win an event at.
Yeah, but I feel like every time we see her surf on her backside, that's a possibility, because she's that good and she knows that place so well. And at the end of the day, it's really a pleasure on the eye to see her just smash it on her backside, because she's that good. And one thing that I wanted to mention as well is lovely jam coming back from the break.
Oh yeah, it was nice music, wasn't it?
Did you saw this? It was lovely. I loved it. So yeah, your voice and the music was just like, I was like, I'm on the right place on the right time.
Chico Alves approved. I love it.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. The jam is approved. Come on, boys. This was lovely.
Yeah, we've got a big team working hard to make this all happen for the production. So we're very lucky to be bringing to you a high quality broadcast with jams that Chico Alves has approved. So thank you to everyone who makes this happen. Because if not, we wouldn't get to see some of the best surfers in the world battle it out to try and find their spot on that championship tour. And this is a pretty crucial event. I mean, this is the halfway mark of the Challenger Series this year. We're here at Portugal. We'll head to stop number 5 of Brazil, not too far away from here. Everyone will probably go straight there from Portugal, but it feels like this could be the event where we really start to see just results swing in certain people's ways. You'd have to think with a big result here, you could almost solidify your spot on the tour.
Or you can kind of start your campaign as well to qualification,
Definitely.
right? Like you turn the page in Ribeira de Ilhas, you go to Brazil, second big result, and you're there as well. So it's clutch moments here in Ribeira de Ilhas halfway through, and yeah, it's a bit of a make it or break it, right? Situation, and yeah, glad Ribeira de Ilhas is part of that journey for the surfers, and yeah, what a place to define halfway through champions.
Definitely. Looks like we got a couple of lines rolling in our way. On the inside here, it is Daniela Rosas using up her first priority. Waited a long time for this one. Is chasing a 6.17. That's a big hit in the pocket. Hucks it back again. So Daniela using each and every one of her rails. Slams it for a finish there. She likes the feeling of it. We're just coming over that 10-minute mark. Felt like we had more waves rolling through out the back. Here we go, Eve Wong. That was with priority, so maybe a bit of a mistake there. First priority now swaps to Yolanda Hopkins. More energy coming our way. Here's a replay of the last of Daniela.
Yeah, Daniela started off with a beautiful cutback, nice snap off the top, wave, doubles up, beautiful wave, really nice wave selection, and the finishing turn was brilliant, bango. So nice wave, completed 5 turns, and she was needing a 6.17. So yeah, she's giving herself a chance to come back on this one with 9 minutes to go, and more lines approaching.
Yeah, Daniela Rose is looking good. Yolanda Hopkins, she's looking really good in this heat. Works super closely with her coach, who just by coincidence is down on the beach with Claudia. Actually, just kidding. They're not. We might catch up with them later, but that was just a little tease. Sorry, guys.
It was great. I love to do that. But yeah, always a good tease is always a good moment to tease our public.
Yeah, just keep the audience on their toes. But right now, we can see a little bit of a lull, but guess what? The tease is over because we're going down to the beach. Claudia is there with Yolanda Hopkins' coach. Take it away, Claudia.
John, Yolanda is in such a great position right now on the rankings now, giving us a great performance here in Ericeira. What's been the work? What's the goal? And what do you think is going through her mind coming up to this event?
Yolanda's work ethic is unrivaled. Nobody works even half as hard as she does. But she's always got this focus of to win everything. We never go trying to get a result. We go to win everywhere. It's never secondary. And she's in a very nice, comfortable position on the Challenger at the moment. but we still need 2 more keeper results. There's still a lot of work to do. There's 4 events, and like anything can happen. It's surfing, so we just have to take it heat by heat, just keep trying to win heats, not get too wrapped up in the scores and the points, and just focus on what we're doing, what we can improve, and just keep trying to move forwards one piece at a time until the puzzle's finished.
As far as competing at home, I think it works differently from surfer to surfer. How is it for her to compete in Portugal?
I think you can see she made a couple of mistakes in the beginning, and that's a little bit because she's super patriotic and she just wants to win at home so bad, because she's green and red like the Portuguese flag on the inside. So if you cut her open, she's green and red, and she just wants to win so hard that she make a couple of mistakes because it means a lot to her to win here. It'd be a big thing.
And I'd love to have Yolanda representing Portugal. Back to the action in the water.
Yeah, we love how much Yolanda loves her country, and she's up and riding with a beautiful opening turn here for Yo-Yo.
Wow.
Lays it on rail once more. Oh shit, there's no stopping her now. So much speed on this wave. Brings it back to the pocket. Yolanda, give us a spin. Why not? Get out there before the rocks. Eve Wong, she's out the back. She wants a piece of it too. Don't leave her out. Really great flow. I mean, she's just finding her strides. This event goes down, unfortunately, but felt like she got a lot of rhythm done before that. A bit of a mistake there from Daniela Rosas, but wow, talk about that wave from Yolanda Hopkins. I mean, it just ticked every single one of the judges' criterias.
Yeah, it was really well served. Felt like she felt the energy from coach, right, on the beach, and she start going after it. She needs 2 more keeper results by the coach standards, as we see. This was Green's replay. Bit of a cutback. Daniela, nice snap and pokes the nose there. So unfortunately, fall. We see Edgar Grogier there supporting Daniela, and this was Wong. Look at this, beautiful snap to start, carving, beautiful style, really smooth off the bottom, off the top, and lovely ear on the pocket. And another one, she was on fire. She couldn't stop.
Just such good rhythm on that wave. And then we saw this one from Yolanda. I mean, this was something pretty special.
Yeah, I love this first turn. Was really critical. Then combining with this carving snap off the top. Nice off the top, off the bottom again. And I love the 360 at the end as well. I loved everything about this wave, but this turn alone was really impressive. Just making sure she applies all the pressure she can on that specific section, and yep, 767.
That's what we're talking about with Yolanda. The steeper the wave gets, it feels like the better she gets. You know, she really can level up, and that's what's something she really plays into her strength, is she's not scared of hitting these steep sections. She really wants to get her board either nice and vertical or really projecting down the line, and that's exactly what she did on this wave. You can see John there, he absolutely loved it. Big smile from him, big let's go for Yolanda. 767, best wave of the heat so far. And it feels like Eve Wong, she's just in such good flow, feeling really confident and comfortable in her own skin, and her style just looks so beautiful in combination with this wave.
Yeah, it's like the perfect fit. Look at this beautiful carving snap there, effortless, beautiful snap ear again, winds up, and just as we speak, the commentator curse and a bit of a fall. And Sarabam though, 510. Nice first snap, another gouging carve, sets it up the end section, waits for the wave to kind of give her that end section, and bango. Nice. Quick snap again. 510 for Sarah. And live action again.
Yo-Yo, she doesn't stop. So much speed coming off of her board here. I mean, just all eyes on Yolanda. She's giving us variety. She's giving us speed down the line, finishing with a float. I mean, that's the smile you want to see from your coach. He's saying, calm down a little bit. You can pump the brakes because you're well out in front. You got a 767 and a 667. I mean, she's just looking really dominant. And proud to be here. She looks really proud to be a Portuguese and just representing her country here. You can see other coaches on the beach maybe feeling the opposite end of the spectrum. Daniela Rose's team, she needs a 5.2. She's had, last couple waves, she's had a bit of a fall. Bormy, looking here, 6.1 is the number she's looking for. Slow carve to start us off. Gets up there for a backhand floater. Really nice carve back to the pocket here. Starting to wind up. Just loosen up through those shoulders a little bit. Comes through this inside with a vertical finish. She likes it. She looks to her crew on the beach. She's always supported Lukey Thompson, Luke Slipen, Connor Slipen. They're a really cool group of people traveling together. Those South African surfers. Bormy, a big part of it. So she's chasing a score these last 2 minutes. Everyone goes pretty crazy for him. No takers on this set coming through. Yolanda's going again. There's no stopping her. Comes through this inside, gets out right before those rocks. 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, it's just been all systems go. Daniela, really nice looking bold. That's a great way to start off this wave. Bit late to this section, but goes up and over and too far over her toe rail. So her camp are feeling it as well.
Oh, I felt the frustration there. I saw her like having second thoughts going for that floater, and you can feel when someone has a bit of pressure under their feet. And after that carve, the wave was so good that the only thing I could see going through her mind was like, don't blow this wave up. You know, like, and she did exactly the opposite. But it happens a lot, especially in these like tense and nerve-wracking moments where you're needing a score, and you get such a good wave that it's impossible not to feel like the nerves. And yeah, she was on her way to a really good number. That wave had excellent numbers all over the place.
You could see from her camp there. Once she fell, it felt like they fell also. You know, you win, if you win, your team wins, but if you lose, your team feels those same feelings too. So 50 seconds to go, Eve Wong. She's kind of going to only really keep an eye on Sarah Baum at this point in time. Sarah sees it at the score. She gave us the fist bump to the beach. She reckons she's got that 6.1 coming towards her. Scores are locking in. It comes in, it's short. It's a 5.23, so still chasing a number. It's a 5.97, so she's reduced the requirement, but with 30 seconds on the clock, Eve Wong, she's out there. She's got the second place. She's got priority. Needs a big score to jump up to first. It's an 8.61, 20 seconds to go. Second, third, and fourth are out there. There's a wave coming through. Eve Wong, she's got to be careful. Got to make the right decision with priority here. 10 seconds to go. We have a paddle. It's going to be Bormy on the inside, scratching into this one. Unfortunately, can't get into it, so close call there for Eve Wong. And we're going to see a very happy Portuguese community because Yolanda Hopkins, she's moving on through. She's adding more points to her board alongside Eve Wong, and what a way to end that heat. I mean, so many back-to-back ways.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Eve was surfing really good, but she was in danger the whole time. So unfortunately for Daniela and Sarah, they are out, but they were surfing really, really good as well. As we can see by the scores, everyone was really close from second to fourth place. And yep, congrats to Yolanda and Eve Wong.
Yeah, feels like we've hit a new record for this one. 33 waves ridden in this heat. So many waves caught from these ladies, but they were all just making the most of everything that came their way. There's the final results. Yo-Yo, she's moving on through. We'll see you in the round of 16 along with Eve Wong. Unfortunately saying goodbye to Daniela Rosas and Sarah Baum, but we'll see them over in Brazil. Lots of more action coming up this afternoon, with plenty more of the women out there trying to find out who is going to be our round of 16. Don't go anywhere. More action-packed heats coming up right after this. It's been non-stop here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. We are straight into live action for the round of 32, heat number 6. The women are out there in the lineup right now on your screen. Irene Rodriguez, she's had an incredible year of competing. Takes this one straight back to the pocket. Really explosive surfing has got her best results this year, and that's what we're looking forward to seeing from her this heat. That's more like it. Really nice and tight in the pocket from Irene, back to the power source and with a finish there. So that's a way to start your heat. 35 minutes on the clock. I'm Jessie Starling, joined by Chico Alves, and I mean, look at this matchup. Alyssa Spencer, Laura Rupp, Irene Rodriguez, and Louise Lepront. Talk about a matchup of high-quality women.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer, one of the standouts here in Ribeira. Always a threat on her backside. She's so good out here. Laura Rupp, up-and-coming Brazilian. So good. Yeah, she did. Alyssa Spencer did really well last year.
Yeah, Alyssa,
right,
a past winner here before as well. Just so in tune with this wave. One of the strongest goofy footers we have on the Challenger Series. Had a rookie year in 24 on the championship tour, and she had a wave already.
Yeah, a bit of a snap, really fast on the line, trying to build some speed. Nice. Off the top, whips it up there. Really nice. She comes back into the pocket, and then the wave just gets really small. But yeah, and I was saying this is Louise Lepront from France, and trying to from South Africa. And Arena, though, this wave was fantastic. I believe she did like 8 to 9 maneuvers, and they were all very well connected. I love this maneuver, kind of like forcing that one, but this one was great. Pushing the fins a bit more, getting a carve and a finish. So really long wave, and with a lot of maneuvers to break it down. Jess.
Yeah, great wave selection there from Irene Rodriguez. We just saw her just give us a bit of variety as well. We saw her really lay the rail in, get up nice and tight in the pocket, release the fins like you mentioned. Yeah, she's looking pretty strong in this heat, and a bit of a paddle going on. So while we digest those scores that are coming through, Yolanda Hopkins was on an absolute heater in that last heat. Looking forward to chatting with her on the glass right now with Claudia.
Yolanda, what an amazing performance. Here back to Portugal. You've been having such good results this year. How are you feeling? How's it to be here?
I mean, it's been pretty amazing. This year started pretty good for me. I'm always hoping for better, but yeah, I'm in a really good place right now. I was just saying to my coach in my first couple of ways in this heat, I was like, I don't want to lose in the first round at home. So I was kind of a bit tentative. Even my turns weren't coming out as the way I wanted. And by the end, I was like, if I'm going to play it safe, I'm just going to lose. So might as well just go big. And I actually started having fun. And yeah, loads of waves came my way. I was really happy. It was actually quite a consistent heat. And yeah, I was just trying to have fun. And it was a blast. I loved it.
We're just talking earlier with your coach about how it is important for you to be representing Portugal and how a bit of a patriotic it is for you. How cool would it be to win here in Ericeira this year?
I mean, it would be a stepping stone. Like, to try to, not even just to think of like achieving the CT, but winning at home, it's just another feeling. Since I started having heats, like international heats at home, I felt what actually competing here and all your crowd like supporting you. Whenever you're going into the water or coming out, there's always people just whistling and like cheering for you, and they come from all over the country just to come and watch you. So it's pretty important, and it's one of the contests I would love to win because I love this wave.
Not only winning at home, that could mean qualifying. How do you feel about that part?
I mean, it's like kind of looking down the line, and I'm trying to stay in the moment, but that thought always comes and creeps in. It would be really important to be in this crowd, to qualify with this crowd around me. It would be incredible.
Congrats and good luck for the next one.
Thank you so much.
Really feeling the love there from Yolanda Hopkins, saying how much she'd love a win at home. And honestly, we'd love to see her win at home. She's looking really sharp. It was a great way to open up her campaign here for 2025. Wow. Nice inside snap there from Arena Rodriguez. She's got the best of that first exchange. It's a 5.83, and she's looking to back it up relatively quickly here. Alyssa Spencer, previous champion at this wave, just coming back to the power source here. She's looking for a steep section. We know her backhand is lethal. As soon as we see that bowl up in front of her, couldn't find it there, but that 2023 win really crucial to getting her onto that championship tour for a rookie season last year. Unfortunately got knocked off. We're excited to have her back here at Ribeira. This lady, Louise Lapront, first year on the Challenger Series. Moving on through to the round of 32 yesterday after her opening round heat. Got a couple of turns on that wave to start with. You can see maybe a bit of frustration not finding some vertical lip to work with, but a relatively new name that we have to surfing here.
Yeah, Louise Lapront, really good on her backside. Surfing really tight in the pocket. A bit of a under the lip snap there. Beautiful roundhouse cutty. Staying close to that power source. A bit of a check turn as well. And I liked it, this scarf under the lip as well. So nice wave there. I don't think it's going to be a huge number, but was a pretty well surfed wave by Louise. And this was Alyssa trying to improve on her scoreline, but the wave wasn't quite there for her. And this was Arena building up speed. Winds up off the bottom, a bit of a down carve, bit of a snap again, and a nice finish. I really enjoyed the finish, was critical, and was on the steepest section of this wave, so I believe most of that score will come from that last maneuver. But she looks really lively. Every time she stands up, you can really tell that she wants a lot.
Yeah, great looking board speed. As soon as she's on her feet, she's flying down the line, or at least trying to generate speed, and it's carrying through all of her turns. Hence why we're seeing these really vertical attacking finishing turns from Arena, and I think that shows someone who has a really good understanding of this wave. If they can carry their speed from start to finish that wave with just as much speed as they're starting with, yeah, they've definitely got this point break dialed in. But like I mentioned, Arena, she's had an incredible year so far. She started off in the World Juniors and kind of came flying out of the gate. I'd never really come across her before until the start of this year, and did really well. Went deep into the draw at the World Juniors over at La Union in the Philippines, and then got the call up to go on her first CT event over in Brazil, and actually took down world number 1 at the time, Gabby Bryan, and made it all the way through to the quarterfinals in her first championship tour event. Talk about a confidence booster.
There's nothing better than being a wild card and being able to eliminate the number 1 in the world. Of course, that's a big confidence boost for you and for your name in general when up and coming in the surf scene. And yeah, that's brilliant stuff from her. And now the situation, with 24 minutes to go, we have Arena in the lead with that 5.83 and the 5. So she's in a comfortable lead right now.
Yeah, and just looking so confident for her first year on the Challenger Series. Along with Louise, it's her first year competing on this tour as well. She's currently in second. It's a 4.67 and a 4.07 that has her there. And Alyssa Spencer, not really getting too much done so far in this heat. Not a massive score by her standards, a 5.07 down here working with Chris Gallagher. A pretty cool team that he's working with, Tara Watanabe, Noah Clapp, Levi Slawson. So they've been like this cool group of humans just traveling around from Challenger Series event to Challenger Series event. But then you have Laura Robb. She's a little bit more, she sticks to herself a little bit more, a little bit more solo, travels with either one of her parents when she comes to the events, but has had an incredible year. I mean, started off with her best at Challenger Series result. It was a 9th, and then went to Bolito and bedded, got a 3rd. So she's already knows what it's like to make a semi-final. She wants to come here and keep lifting, because I want to remind you, it's not 5 spots to go to the championship tour this year, it's 7. We're extending the women's field to 24 on the championship tour next year, and that's a massive step in the right direction for women's surfing.
Yeah, I believe it's a massive improvement in terms of how many can qualify. And I'm glad that happened, because I feel like with the level being so high right now, I would say from 1 to 40 or 50, they all rip. So I think they all deserve to have some extra spots to fight for. And it's a massive improvement, as you said.
Pretty interesting year for female surfing this year, actually. On that championship tour, you know, we started off, we had 16 women on the tour. Then we came to the cut and we narrowed it down to 10. Sorry, 15 women, beg my pardon. Then we narrowed it down to 10. 11 to 14, although they didn't make that top 10, essentially they didn't fall off tour. They actually just got the back half of the season on. Their spot was guaranteed into the 2026 season, so the only surfer we lost off the championship tour, unfortunately, it was Sally Fitzgibbons, although we love having her here really setting the bar. So this means there's a lot more spots up for grab, including the 2 extra ones in the 7, but they don't have as many CT surfers who've just fallen off to come up and compete against. So I feel like if there was ever a year to have a massive door open to qualify, it's this year.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of young surfers that are angry for that, that's for sure. And there's a few names that I can't wait to see perform on the world tour. One of them is Tia, of course.
Who else comes to mind for you who you think that would be a great fit and an addition to the women's side of the championship tour?
Just based on personal relationships, Sofia Medina. I'm friends with her older brother. Yeah, I would love to see her qualify. I think she was really close last year. She works really, really hard. And of course, being Portuguese, if I can say, the 3 Portuguese.
Go for it. Hell yeah.
Teresa, Kika, and Yolanda, of course. Yeah, it would be massive for the Portuguese surfing. So, yeah, those 4 I would love to see on tour. But that's just personal opinion. And, of course, there's a lot more involved. And everyone has their own favorites. And that's it.
Yeah, who knows? It could be this lady on the championship tour next year. Step in the right direction with those 2 opening scores. It belts it for a finish here for Irene Rodriguez. Love the variety she's throwing to us. Alyssa Spencer now. A lot of water out the back on these first 2 turns. Now it starts to bowl up ahead of a great bottom turn.
Wow.
Winds up into this one. Comes back around. She's just got such a great vertical whip on her backhand. Something big on the inside here.
Wow.
Massive vertical hit. That's the Alyssa Spencer we know and love right here at Ribeira. She is just picking up exactly where she left off in 2023 and giving us shades of this I'm here to qualify, Alyssa Spencer.
That was massive. That last turn was one of the biggest turns we saw all day. And the steepness, the speed she had, and the pressure she applied on that end section was incredible. Let's see the replay of Louise. Interesting takeoff for Louise, and massive turn there for really hard section to deal with. And this was Alyssa's wave. First carve, a bit of a setup, snap, and this one, bang, releases the fin. The fins gets really tight in the pocket and then just waits for it and smashes it again. Bang! Throws buckets of water
Yeah, particularly love the way she uses that back arm to wind up into her turns, give it that extra drive. And Irena here, she got a couple of combinations done too.
Yeah, smaller wave. I think her previous waves were a bit better than this one, but nonetheless, great work there. She was giving 150% on that wave, and that's always really welcoming on the eye. And this was the last off.
Wow.
That was dynamic.
Wow, great hit from this lady right on your screen on her last wave. She's not mucking around, straight back into it. Slices in the pocket, a little under the lip. There we go, goes up above it. So 4 turns with no downtime in between them there for Laura Rupp. We were fangirling over the other 3 surfers, and she's just come in and said, hang on a second, don't forget about me.
Yeah, I'm here, and I've got a lot of power and technique, and she's got a lovely style as well. She's really powerful, nice under the lip carve, a bit of a snap, and she was able to finish it off. So, but I thought the first one she got was a bit more dynamic, the turn she got. But this wave, from this angle, I prefer. Looks a bit more steep, also the wave.
Yes.
But interesting stuff. When we got here on Sunday, it was huge, right?
Yeah, massive.
Massive storm, really everywhere. And first person I saw going surfing, Laura Rupp, with a mother, and it was massive. And I was like, wow.
And so young still, only
Yeah.
18 years old for Laura. And we're seeing Louise have a paddle here. That was with priority, so a bit of a mistake there for our young South African surfer. But yeah, Laura, she's just looking like she's oozing confidence this year. She's backing her decision-making skills, and just, I feel like it's easier said than done. But when you sit back and watch and you just see the surfers just create the momentum for themselves and capitalize on every section that comes their way, they're usually the surfers that go pretty deep into competition. I feel like she was really learning that over there in Bolito. She just kept building every single heat. It's translating over here now in Portugal. Scores to lock in for the last of green, red and blue. But this already has been stacking up to being quite an interesting heat. All 4 ladies are in this one. Potentially a bit of a set starting to roll through. Priority is sitting with the lady in white, your Peruvian surfer, Irena Rodriguez. But it is going to be Louise Lepront looking on the inside there. Maybe that bit of inexperience coming through, paddling for the wrong wave.
Yeah, just she saw something down the line we couldn't really see on the broadcast, but yeah, she missed it, and she lost an opportunity to catch the next good wave that comes in, and that's always really annoying when you're in such a good position to catch a good one.
Alyssa Spencer here, spring-loaded on her backhand, just throwing so much water, looking really in tune with her equipment as well.
Wow.
Great turn, goes down, buries the nose, unfortunately, there for Liz. But she's looking the most sprightly, the most spring-loaded that I feel like we've seen her in the past 3 events. She just seems really confident. She's looking stronger than ever. She's been posting her workout routines on her Instagram, and they look like they hurt. They look really painful. Her workout routines, yeah. So she's dedicated. She's working super hard to get herself back on that championship tour level, spending a lot of time down in Mexico working on her barrel technique, whether it be forehand or backhand. She knows she's got to be good at it if she wants to get on that championship tour again for a second time. Pipe, it's a scary wave, but guess what? These Challenger Series surfers, they're there. They're going to be competing there this year for the first time in Challenger Series history. And I feel like it's those people who have that experience in barrel riding are really going to exceed at that event, and there's going to be some big points on offer. But look at this score rolling through for Alyssa Spencer, a 7-1-7 for that massive combo of turns into a huge finner there on her backhand. Alyssa Spencer, she knows what's up here at this wave, up and riding here. Irena pacing herself around this section. Nice carve to start this one off. Leans over that rail a little bit more. We're looking like we're going to bowl up through this inside. That's a great looking turn from our Peruvian surfer. That's a nice carve. Held it all the way through and gets out before the rocks say hello. Now it's our Brazilian surfer's turn, Laura. Great looking turn in the pocket. Great technique on rails. She's really finding form now with the completion. It's a back and forth battle right now between all 4 women, and there's just so much competitive fire, competitive nature between these 4, and it looks like, honestly, it could be a 4-man final.
Yeah, these last few waves, they were incredible. Like we saw Arena on probably her best wave, and Laura as well on her best wave, in my opinion. So let's break it down. Nice. Kari gets a bit stuck here, but wave waits for her. Nice snap under the lip. Beautiful fin drift off the lip again, and a tight gouge. And boom, she was able to finish it off right on the rocks. And this was Arena's wave, a bit caught behind that white water, but she was able to gain some momentum afterwards. Beautiful cutback, and bang! I love that blow of the fins on that section. I think that was the money turn on that wave, and this is Louise live action.
Going up and over that first section, looking pretty light on her feet here. Digging that rail in, bringing it back round for a nice carve. Slash in the pocket here. Builds up speed, goes nice and vertical on that end section hit. Gets out before those rocks, so she's staying pretty light. Very agile from turn to turn here from Louise Lapront, but I feel like she's going to need to dig a little deeper if she wants to get out in front of these girls, because they're starting to really heat up from Alyssa, Arena and Laura.
Yeah, I feel like she needs to put maybe on another gear. On her next wave, she needs a bit more, like the Laura, Alyssa and Arena, they're stepping up a bit more their game as well, and yeah, she just needs to try to go into the 6 range if she wants to get through this heat, because Laura Rob just got a 6.5 and a 4.83, so she's in the lead now.
Yeah, another score to lock in for Laura still. We're still waiting on that last of Arena as well, which felt like it was going to be a pretty nice number coming through. Louise looking again on this inside section. Alyssa Spencer, we can confirm her scores are in. She's out the back with first priority. Right now has the highest wave score of the heat, looking to drop a 3.67. Here she goes. Great looking bowl ahead of a really nice snap in the pocket. Gains speed, goes up for the last turn and holds on. You can hear her support crew. They love that one there from Gally.
She was stoked.
Bit of rail work right now from Arena, transitioning into a great looking Rio in the pocket. So the judges with a mouthful of scores to go through. I mean, this is just back-to-back surfing from all of these women in this heat. Every single one of them want them. This is the last of Arena here, Shiko.
Yeah, nice tight carve. Winds up again. Gets a bit stuck on this one. Builds momentum for this last turn, and she gets a really critical snap off the top on that last section. And this was Alyssa Spencer. She was kind of in trouble before this one, but I believe with this one she's going to be pretty safe. Beautiful last turn, a bit late, but she managed to pull it through, and she made it.
Yeah, she did so well to keep her board out of the water on that one. I mean, she did so much damage out the back. Look how late she got to that section. Her board got out and over that lip, though, came through that inside and got the rider. You can see there, Levi Slauson, Gally, they're happy with that one. Big smiles on their faces. So Alyssa answering back to this commotion that we've seen from Laura and Arena on their last couple waves. Scores starting to filter on through right now. It's a 6.5 and a 6.1 that has Laura out in the lead. Louise Lapront's last wave's not going into her top 2. And plenty to digest still from Alyssa Spencer and Arena Rodriguez. And it's non-stop. We've got waves going through, but we need a moment. So we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back to see who is going to round out this heat right after this. It's been non-stop in the round of 32, heat number 6. We got 8 minutes to decide who we will see into the round of 16. Scores are filtering on in. Alyssa Spencer adding to her total. It's a 6.1 for that last wave, but it's not over yet. Laura Rupp, who has been on fire this heat, she's got scores to drop. And Arena Rodriguez, it's just been so back and forth between these three ladies. Louise just needs to get herself back in this game with priority. It's going to work in her favor. But this last one of Laura while we were in the break.
Yeah, beautiful snap off the top. Another carving gouge on the face of that wave. Waits for the wave to give her another opportunity. Wave gets pretty small. I don't know if that's going to happen. Nope. So we are still waiting on that number. She needs a 6, 7, 8.
It feels like we're building up to something big in these last 7 minutes. I feel like we're going to have one really big showdown between every single one of these ladies. You can see Laura right now kicking towards something. She's desperate to get through this heat. Currently in second, and big points. I mean, there's a massive difference between the round of 32, the round of 16, and then between the round of 16 and quarters. You know, it jumps and jumps. It's so tight on the women's side right now. Even with those extra spots, you've got to be super consistent this year. And every single one of these ladies, they know this. Alyssa Spencer, she is really desperate to get back to that championship tour event. We know she belongs there too. I mean, her backhand, it's some of the best in the world.
Yes, it is. As we see, look at her. Sofia Medina getting ready for the next heat 7 against Ila, Kuala and Aguirre.
Yeah,
really
great
important.
heat coming up next. Ellie Harrison, Eden Waller, Sol Aguirre. I feel like all of those ladies really close to each other in the rankings as well. So this is going to be a bit of a battle for who's going to come out on top in those rankings. Keep edging towards that final 7. We're going to make it after we crown our next CT rookies over back at Newcastle, back home in Oz. 5.5 minutes to go in this heat. Laura Rupp, I mean, such a talented Brazilian surfer. I mean, the generation of women that have been coming out of there, we think about Silvana Lima, Tatiana Weston-Webb, to someone now who's on tour, Luana Silva. You know, Laura, she wants to add her name to that list of women.
Yeah, I feel like she's got potential. She's really talented. Laura, I think, progressed a lot over the last 2-3 years. Yeah, she's on her way to become one of the best from Brazil, that's for sure.
Ellie Harrison on your screen from Barwon Heads, Victoria, along with Sol Aguirre. Watching on this heat. Ready for battle. Coming up in the round of 32, heat number 7. We're so close to deciding who our round of 16 are going to be. And we know these 4-man heats are hard, but the wait is over after this round. You go into man-on-man. The game plan, it just changes completely. So all of these ladies, they want to get to that man-on-man. Feel like there's more opportunities when we're in that, but wow, we've had a heat on our hands. It's been one of the best heats of the round. Let's go through this recap, and it all started with this big number of Alyssa Spencer here.
Yeah, I feel like this has been one of the better heats of this round, that's for sure. And yeah, Alyssa started off strong with the 717 and beautiful surfing by Alyssa. Some big turns and some better decisions. That's why she's in first. And yeah, Laura did a really good job as well on this 6.5. I really enjoy her power and technique on the top of the wave. I think she really excels when the wave is really steep, and you can tell she's really dangerous when the wave gets good. And this was the backup from Alyssa, 610. Really nice snap, and really late to that one, but she was able to make it. So nice backup for Alyssa. And with 3 minutes to go, we can say she's pretty safe on this one?
I don't know. It's pretty close right now between first, second and third. And with how competitive those three ladies are, I wouldn't be surprised if it chopped and changed a couple more times in these next 3 minutes. Looks like we've got a couple of lines starting to roll on through. Priority, it's really going to come into play here. Louise trying to get herself back in this heat, chasing a 7-3. That's more like it. Really nice vertical hit in the pocket to start this one off. Biding her time through this inside. Patiently waiting to go vertical again, and she does. 2 nice cracks there for Louise. Right out the back behind her though, Laura trying to defend this second place. She knows she needs to stay on her toes, stay alert, floats this section. Really nice shallow bottom turn, gets up there but can't quite get that board back under her feet. So that's going to be a mistake. She probably won't improve her scoreline here. Let's see what she got done out the back here, Shiko.
Yeah, smaller wave than the waves she caught before, but nice carve there. Similar one on this second effort. A bit of a catchy rail there, but she tried to finish it off, but she was late. So the second part of that wave was a bit off-timed, but Louise was looking like she was going to do her best wave. That first turn, as you said, Jess, was really impressive, really tight in the pocket, and then the wave just ran away from her. But this first turn was nice, really vertical, and the section was solid. So yeah, she was on her way to a good number, but the end of that wave wasn't really good.
Yeah, it's not going to be the high mark of the heat. It comes in short. It's a 3-4-7. Louise, from a really talented family out of South Africa. We got to see them all compete over there at Bolido. Got an older sister, Leah Lupron, and they've got a really cool back and forth battle, those two. So Louise coming over here, continuing to compete and try and fight for her spot on the Challenger Series here. She's going to need to get a little bit of work done in this next 1 minute, 10 seconds, chasing the best wave of the heat. It's a 7-7-3. Arena, right now, eyes on her out the back. 6-7-7 is what she's looking for. Currently has second priority. It's going to be her best number of the heat. Hasn't broke out of the 5-point range yet. Looking to go above and beyond to get up into second, move on through that round of 16 and get some pretty crucial points towards her name. 45 seconds to go. Alyssa Spencer with first priority. You can see Matt Myers on the beach. That bright yellow hat, you can spot him absolutely anywhere. 30 seconds to go. This is Arena right now, chasing a big score. It's a smaller looking wave. No damage done yet. That's a nice looking slash. And another. She's going to need more through this inside if she wants to get that score line really rocketing through. Now Liz goes big on a turn out the back here for the American. Nice little setup carve for that inside smack through the inside. And this heat is pretty much all she wrote. No, she's not. We got Laura Rupp just getting back out there for one last wave, but it feels like the story's been written. We've read this chapter and it looks like we're going to see Alyssa Spencer and Laura Rupp moving on through. Unless I missed a turn of Arenas, it needed to be a pretty big number for 6-7-7 to get her through this round. But what a great battle between all three of these ladies. This is that last one of Louise Lupron here.
Yeah, a bit of a under the lip snap. You can see the body language, a bit of disappointment there. This was the last from Alyssa. She's in first. As I said, I think she's a bit safe on this one, and she's just surfing that good and that fast off the bottom, off the top, and that part is looking magic under her feet. So she's looking solid at this event. This was Laura's last. A bit of a wrap, a lot of white water on that face, on the face of that one, and nothing else happened. And there's still this wave to come in from Arena. She's needing a 6-7-7 on this one. Let's see. Nice snap, another beautiful snap, really quick off the bottom, off the top, and then it's over. So I don't think that's enough for.
Yeah, scores looking like they might not reach that margin there for Arena Rodriguez. It had to be her best wave of the heat so far, and we saw some pretty solid surfing from her over that last 35 minutes. It comes in, doesn't go into her top 2. Great effort, though, from Morena Rodriguez. But just like we thought, Alyssa Spencer, Laura Rupp moving on through. She's got to be pretty chuffed with that there for Liz. She's got a great relationship with this wave. She's carrying it on through, and we'll see her compete again in the round of 32. Coming up over that next couple of days, 2 more heats to decide what the rest of our round of 16 is going to look like. We've got a big one coming up next, that's for sure. An all-international affair, but it was this lady taking home the win. We'll be back with more action right after this.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Welcome back to the action here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. Heat 7, the round of 32. We'll see Sophia Medina, Ellie Harrison, Eden Waller, Sol Aguirre, which is pretty good news. Even better news is I'm currently being joined in the booth by Ben Mundy and a very, very special guest indeed. Someone has just come off the back of a heat win. Should be feeling extra confident. Always a pleasure, especially in Portugal, wherever we are, to hang with Yo-Yo. How you doing, mate?
I'm good. I'm feeling really chill right now.
Yeah? Chill after your heat?
Yeah. The heat is the super hectic one. Right now is like mega mellow.
I didn't actually see yours, but I'm just assuming you smashed it, yeah?
Well, yeah, I probably wouldn't be in the booth if I didn't. I wouldn't be up for it.
How's everything going for you anyway at the moment? All dialed in, boards, everything, surfing?
Yeah.
Keen to win this one, qualify?
Ready. I've been ready. I just want to go out there and do my thing, and I think the last heat kind of showed. In the beginning it was a bit like too focused on doing what I wanted to do, but then after I was just trying to have fun, and I had a couple of really good waves.
Love it. Well, we look forward to plenty more from you. In the meantime, out in the water right now, 4 surfers going at it. This round has been absolutely brutal throughout, really. You look at the names and the quality that's there. We do have to lose too, but speaking of some of the top surfers in the draw, one of them, Alyssa Spencer, she's with Claudia.
That's right. Decisions made at the beach with an amazing performance. Alyssa, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I was happy to get a couple of good waves and win that heat.
You're just telling me how you're feeling a bit sick before your heat. How does one manage that when you just have to perform at your best, but you don't feeling your best?
Yeah, I know it's, there's always so many things outside of our control, and sometimes we can't control getting a little flu or getting sick sometimes. So I just tried to really like simplify my game plan today and just think about getting myself on 2 good waves out there, and yeah, just staying hydrated and trying to rest throughout the day. But I'm happy that I was able to get a couple of good waves and pull it together in that heat.
You did pretty well. Can you guide us through your heat?
Yeah, I definitely went out there with the game plan of wanting to sit and wait and get 2 good waves, and I kind of scrambled at the beginning of the heat and took off on 2 pretty bad waves. So right away I was not really following the game plan, but then I pulled myself together and was like, okay, you gotta wait, trust yourself, and just put yourself on 2 good waves and, you know, just do your surfing. So that's what I tried to do at the end of the heat, and it ended up working out.
Absolutely smashed it. Congrats. Good luck for the next one. Thanks to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. Alyssa Spencer. She's had great success here in the past. It's a venue she loves on the backhand. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, having a look, Sophia Medina, Salagere, Ellie Harrison, Eden Waller will pick up Sol right now. In action. A little sluggish entry to the wave. She's pretty patient. And then goes up pretty late, just slightly overcooks the finish. Voila, the youngster, she's been amazing in the early rounds. Super precise surfing. She's so light on her feet, vicious in where she puts the board. What's impressed you about Eden Waller?
I mean, she's got, well, we call it in Portuguese the pica, and in English I reckon the fire. She's got that. The other day I was in the dark surfing, as I do, and she was the second person out.
What, 3:30 a.m.?
Pretty much, almost. You almost got that right. You see her through this wave. The beginning was a bit slow, but she found that little pocket right here, got that inside ball, managed to get a couple, like, finished quite nice. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a really nice, like, 3-4 turns.
So she was second person out. Did you grab the nose of her board, turn it back towards shore, and just push her in and just say go in?
Nah.
Okay.
It was a bit hectic. There was loads of fish hitting our boards as well. That was a nice one, little finishing turn from Sol.
Do you try and, I mean, she's so young when you're up against those sort of up-and-comers. What's your approach? Do you change your approach when you've got those inexperienced competitors, or do you just play your own game, or you just try and psych them out sometimes? You were there once. You were young, up against the up-and-comers.
Yeah, I think I just match their froth, so I don't really see much difference. And I mean, obviously, I use my experience a little bit when we're going against heats, but other than that, I feel like a grom myself.
The enemy deserves no mercy, right? I mean, I know that's your mantra, Ben.
Yeah.
100%.
I saw you saying that in the mirror this morning, just before we came to work.
Yeah, some of these young commentators come through, give them a little touch-up.
Oh, a nice one from Sophia. Get a little 2-turner, a little foam climb. And a nice little finishing jam.
Wow, so a lot of waves getting ridden. So consistent here at the moment at this sort of first 5 minutes of this heat, Yolanda. When you were out there, did it go to plan? I suppose you had a plan A, plan B, and a plan C, but did it kind of work out the way you wanted it to?
I've been having like a kind of like a loose plan and just go with the flow from that. In the beginning, I felt like I just keep working in the first 10 minutes and then kind of like wait for those sets. It actually started getting a bit more consistent in my heat, so I was quite lucky. The first few waves I found that it's a little bit stiff. I could have I got a couple of good waves, but I felt like I wanted to perform and I wanted to do something in the wave, and the wave wasn't exactly giving me that. So after, I was just like kind of did a little reset and just try to have fun, and I think that's when my scores start to come out.
Scores dropping in here straight off the bat. Look at those lines approaching them out the back. But Paul, 5.83, 5.43 for Eden. Sol with a solid score, so we like this. Starts off strong and hopefully just keeps building and building with more and more drama and fireworks throughout the course of the rest of the heat.
Yeah, it's easy to see these waves, particularly on this tide coming a long way. What are you looking for here exactly? What kind of wave? It's the wave of the walls that have been identified generally, right?
Yeah, kind of like the ones that look a bit more like a closeout, to be honest.
But the other ones I usually go, and they do close out.
This seems like a nice double up for Sophia.
Beautiful.
Gets a big turn.
Bang.
Nice.
Medina hammering a section. Nice stretched out wave. Bigger wave than we've seen for a little while as well. A lot of energy. That kind of double up shape to it, didn't it? Hang on. Here goes Harrison. Look at this little runner for her. Big hit into the lip for the Victorian. Back again, squeezing the juice. Inside, steep section. She'll snap the finish as well. Oof, Eden Waller going super vert. Bang, couple of times. Very nice indeed. She's super creative, audacious.
Charges. She's been already packing some big barrels down with her brother down in Mexico.
Yeah.
So she's absolutely will take off anything. So it's a pretty incredible package.
The rocks in there, yeah. You had a few moments with them. We've seen it happen throughout the day. What about yourself down the years?
Yeah, me and in those rocks have like a personal connection. I spent my fair share of time up, trying to ride out the waves. I mean, when you're competing, you want to finish that last turn, and it's worth it, even if you damage yourself in the board.
He goes Agere. Tentative lip line float to an inside, to a nice re-entry, up steep with the board. Just kind of flicks down and controls it. Medina back at it, so a real frenzy here. Judges have got their work cut out.
Ooh, that was almost a... Did it bang it?
Yeah, we've seen a bit of that happen, haven't we? Real close
Hectic.
quarters down in there. Medina's not hanging around, she's out. Sol's going to have to deal with jumping over the rocks a bit.
Yeah.
It's a pretty indication that last wave, and yeah, you've probably seen it more than us, Sophia Medina, just the improvement levels. I think it's the last sort of year or two. She's just starting to really sort of go through the gears now, and well, live action is never stopping. The young Californian fanging down the line, and she's right near those rocks, and she'll finish off and get out hopefully before those rocks. So yeah, just rapid fire here. No time to even have a chat, Paul.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's an absolute frenzy right now. We're seeing this swell pulse. Sol has been dry docked.
Yeah. Not a good place to be out there.
In this situation, you just basically went with the set to go and trying to find some clear water.
I'll just like jump over the white water and put the board beside me and just try to like wiggle my feet all the way until it goes dry rock again, and then just make my way up. And if you wait around, it's kind of trickier because the water keeps draining out. Yeah.
Crikey, that did not look good. So talk us through this wave, Yo. What did you like about it?
Started with a really nice flick here. She trying to make speed down the line. Kind of waited a little bit, but you can tell she wanted to have that finishing turn, but ended up like quite close to the rocks. Sophia went a little bit tentative on that first one, but then did a really nice open swoop, a little snap, and finished with a nice little clicky out there.
So that inside section, and it was Sol that ended up in there with this wave.
Yeah, she kept looking for the open face, but it was just kept running. She got a nice little finish, but not much else before that.
Yeah, that was she paid for time. She paid for potential board damage. She's checking it out now. I'm not sure if that wave was worth the potential injury, but it looks like she's okay.
Yeah.
Checks the fins. And
a little bit rattled, isn't she? Understandably so.
Ooh, Sol is quite a ruthless competitor. She's a really good competitor.
On the Hopkins scale, where is she in the ruthlessness scale?
Well,
it was like fire at 10 and ice at 0. Where's she coming in? You're pick it to the max.
For the ruthlessness, maybe like a 6 or 7.
Yeah, what about the vibes on tour? You guys get on pretty well? You keep yourselves to yourselves? How does that work? One thing I want to ask, we talk about the squads and the Aussies hanging together. Yeah. Is that true as well in Portugal? When you're here at home, are you hanging with the other Portuguese surfers? You kind of doing your own thing? How does that work?
I think we all do a little bit of our own thing. I find myself like I hang out with whoever is around me, kind of thing. I'm a bit more international. I don't just stick with my my country per se. Yeah, I'm actually been hanging out quite a bit with Sophia Medina, so I hope I'm not biased.
You were hanging out with the Portuguese squads in El Salvador.
Yeah,
2
that
weeks
was a
ago.
blast.
Very, very nearly won that event, yo.
Super close. I mean,
one turn away, basically.
You know, I'm that thing, go big or go home. And I tried to go big for those last turns and just didn't make it. But it's okay. I was really happy the way I was performing. And the Portuguese crew was so cool. It was the greatest vibe we had in all the contests together. So I think that made it a little bit more special for me as well. For people who've seen, I posted a couple of things on my social media, like how close together we were. After I came second, they were carrying me around, the boys, and shouting, and the girls too. So it was definitely a bit of a party.
And it seems like provides quite a nice distraction from just kind of really being sort of focused on your personal goals and obviously this tour and qualifying for the CT. You just kind of put that to one side before an event like this and go out and do the teams thing.
Yeah, it was actually, in the beginning I was kind of like so focused on my thing. I was like, I'll still go out there, go practice maybe a couple more rights than lefts. But when I ended up going there, I was just in such a good mindset that I feel like when I came now to Ericeira, I'm so much looser. I think it was definitely a good contest to do to come back to this end stretch of the Challenger this year.
And obviously after you heat today, you confident about the way this one's going to work out for you?
I mean, me and this wave just have such a deep connection. I love Ribeira. I don't surf as much as I would want to, but I every time we have a contest there, I just spend as much time as I can in the water, and I just love to take this one home.
Speaking of connections with waves, obviously the Challenger Series going to Hawaii later on in the year. That's a wave surfing at Pipeline. How are you going to approach that? What's the mindset going to that famous wave and competing?
Well, first of all, I would really like to solidify this year still, so I can go to Pipe. And I love Pipe, and people who know me there know I've been surfing Pipe since I've been going to Hawaii, since the first Challenger in Alaiva that I've ever gone to, and I have no trouble with charging it. I think if we got some good size, it's going to be really fun, and I think we're going to see some really good barrels. But I'm trying not to focus too much down the line. I wanna do what I have to do now, and when I go to Pipe, I'll be free and kind of like work out, because it's such a specific wave. I've never done a contest there. It's very different than a normal contest. I find the same thing as Tahiti is. It's a lot more strategy, a lot more be 100% sure of the waves you're going to take. So I would love to go and compete and think about more of that than actually competing.
Is Eden Waller heading to Pipe early? Where's she going? She's gone wavy. Where's she off to?
She's at Pontinha. She's going to surf where... That wave is actually really fun, but I mean, she's got third priority. She's not losing anything, I don't think. She's quite smart of her. Because some waves actually come from really deep and don't even hit the bank where the other ones are sitting. She might actually get a good score from everybody underneath everybody's prior.
Yeah, that would have been discussed, you'd imagine, with her dad or a coach at the time. She would have said, look, if you get the chance to sneak up there, or do you think it would have been more of a instinctive thing, just to, maybe send a few waves up there and just paddle up?
I mean, I definitely think it was probably discussed before, or even she saw somebody doing in heats before, because it's not a mega unusual thing. It does happen when you're competing here a lot, because having for priority when the sets are kind of slow is definitely tricky. And see, now I'm not sure if this is going to hit the other girls, but it's already got a nice little roundhouse, and it's got the inside bowl.
Voila, doing good work on one that will just hug the reef for a little while. Didn't quite run all the way through. Why not? Free hit for her from third priority. Also getting inside her adversary's head, but she is chasing a number 5.65, that requirement. How's that going to compare?
It's going to be tricky. The wave is a little bit smaller, but she definitely worked as much as she could in this wave before it kind of like died out. We'll see what the judges think of it.
So there's two roundhouses, wasn't there? If she'd had one, it would have been a variety in that third turn or a steeper face. It may have really went to advantage. She surfed it really well, but that is the problem with that section of the reef. That it can die out, or the opposite can go all the way through, but then your opponents can block you, can't you? So that's part of the risk.
I mean, this wave is so tricky. It like no matter how much time you actually spend here, and even people who live here call it like quite a tricky wave, because depending on swell directions and winds, and if there's sand on the reef, is just always kind of hits a bit different.
15 minutes on the clock here. Sophia Medina leading this one. A couple of good scores in for her. The high score of the heats with the Aussie Harrison, 6-5 for Ellie. The backup is slightly more modest, so she's in second by about half a point or so at the moment. And Sophia Medina, who has shown us already this year the ability to surf a multitude of conditions to get out of tough situations, get good rhythm with the ocean.
Try to stay warm there, potentially. Just limbering up a few exercises. The water is quite cold. Just trying to stay on top of it.
I was cooking.
Well, I mean, we've been going out in board shorts, you see, yo. So,
but it is. The water's quite cold. I didn't stop paddling much.
Yeah, in a heat, 30 minutes when you're non-stop, I can imagine why. Pretty nice temperature, isn't it? Really, the sun's out, the air temp's great.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's just you started walking and it's a little bit of a temperature shock. But I just came from Scotland from the wave pool, so the water's definitely warmer here than it's there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting prep. You were up there at Lost Shore.
Yeah. That was really fun. I mean, another thing is kind of like surfing. I feel like my surfing is there, so I'm just doing stuff to clear my head and just having fun in between these such important contests.
And that was the Rookie Rippers?
Yes.
Who impressed you from the Rookie Rippers?
I mean, the girl who won, Cheyenne, she was actually being coached by Jason, like Marcos Mignon coach, and she improved a lot. That was obvious. All the kids were like ripping, and there was like quite a few improvements through even those 4 days we were there. But as a girl, and also she was in my team, so I ended up seeing much more of her surfing than some others. But she had a really good improvement.
Live action here. Sophia Medina, your heat leader. Good looking opportunity. Nice work on the rail, off the bottom, pushing. Really nice flow and speed and drive. That's a great turn. Look at this section. Wow, slides the tail. She is on a tear here. Another visit to the lip, and again, and she'll just dry dot that in the rocks. I cannot believe how far she has taken that into the rocks. She is giving it everything. That's going to be a monster of a number, but her main concern, number one priority at the moment, get out of there without any damage to board and to body.
I get on. I love that.
Just
I
take it
love
on.
shooting flat on the rocks. It was definitely worth it. That wave is going to be probably maybe one of her best scores.
Yeah,
in my opinion. That was really well surfed wave, and the wave had size too.
Talk us through it, yo.
She started really nice. The wave was a little bit slack in the beginning, but she just went back to the wider water and hit that first one. And then this one, really nice, released the fins. Just came straight away again, released the fins again, just a little foam climb, and then just finishes right on the rocks. Love it.
Incredible commitment and surfing, and already with a solid score. So Medina really going through the motions, and Premier got a lock on this seat. Oh my gosh, that is radical. Look at those things, they look horrible.
It's actually, it's pretty bad, but it's not too
not
bad.
As bad as it looks.
No, not.
Well, yeah,
it's not like J-Bay rocks.
Yeah, you did spend pretty much most of 2019 in them from memory, so yeah, I do know.
Quick in and out the back from Eden Waller. Meanwhile, she had to make way for Sol to do this. And Sol out of sorts, really, with that section. I think she's still a bit rattled from her trip to the rocks. Of course, someone who knows more about this venue than anyone here is our Iconis director, Miguel Fortes. He's out and about. I think we're going to try and have a chat with him in a sec. In the meantime, we'll just stick with the live action. Here goes Ellie Harrison, who's bumped down into third right now. Eden Waller did jump up. Here goes Ellie with the reply. She's a little bit stuck in the whitewater early on. The chance to open up for her. The wave's not offering loads in front of her. She's have to measure the pace, but a good finish. She'll do well to make that angle while we wait for judges. to deliberate on that exchange. Let's go and hear from our instructor. Miguel Fortes is with... Well, we're just going to hang on before we go down.
He's got to do his hair.
It'll be
you
worth,
know what he's like.
Waiting for anyway.
Whatever
that's guaranteed.
I didn't have to hear him speak. It's on the camera.
10 minutes on the clock here. We're all gathering our thoughts. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Harrison on the paddle back. We'll have more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after the break.
Welcome back to the Ericeira Pro 2025. I'm out here at the Mafra stand and I just run into the perfect local to give us not only the advice on the background in every call, in every moment that this contest is going through. The eyes of the team are into the water, analyzing what's the right call at the right time, at the right wind. How do you analyze it, Miguel Forte?
So basically we take all the information with the sites. We cross different sites like Surfline and other sites. We get all the information about the direction of the swell, the size of the swell, the winds, the period. And then we observe all that information, and then with our experience still looking on the sea, we give the calls, and we have to pay attention basically with the tides, when it's peak tides. And especially today, we had almost stopped the competition because the swell was a bit small in the morning, and then it was high tide and was very slow. We almost stopped, but then we just increased a little bit the time of the hits. Instead 30 minutes, we did 35, and things like that. And
you're chosen for a reason. You're also one of the ambassadors of this region of Portugal. What can you tell us about Ericeira and this beautiful coastline?
Man, Ericeira, as everybody knows, it's full of good waves. We have like 3 or 4 world-class waves, and it's always one is working. This is one of the most consistent waves because it gives with all the direction of the swells and winds, and it's protected from the north wind. And then with different swells, we have Pedra Branca, we have Coxos, we have many waves around.
He doesn't want to give his local spots.
Local spots, you have to come and find out.
Going back to the action in the water.
Oh man, Fortes, like a cross between sort of a Portuguese sea god a sort of warrior poet and just a really handsome philosopher. I mean, it's like the perfect package of man right there.
I agree with
Isn't
all
it?
that, but I also agree what another talent he's got is to try to make like his job more difficult than it is. Or I think he just comes down, sees there's waves, and says, "Yeah, we go." So yeah, what a man to have a firm hand on the rudder.
He's so connected here. Huey actually asked him what the surf's going to be like in the morning. He gets a text from Huey. He's like, "Yeah, I think there's going to be swell."
Yeah, the tide's checking with him as well. So when do you want it? What time high? So what a legend and such a good surfer. He's got some young boys coming through the ranks. There's been some waves ridden here while that was going on. Still so much action going on. 5 minutes on the clock. What is, what? Hold that thought. We see some live action here, Paul.
Yeah, let's go. As we see, nice entry into this wave. And some good snaps with a bit of crispness. And, ooh, really close to the rocks in there. Oh, Ellie was just surfing, trying to get round them. You can do that on a lower tide. Right now, that's tough. She actually did well to not sort of duck dive down then. She kind of duck dive up. Good call. Great looking wave for Waller here. What's she going to do with it? Big section. Projects over. Couldn't get out onto the face quite. Tell you what, there's numbers to come in for everybody. We've had 10 waves ridden by Sol, and she wanted an 11th right there. Judges judging furiously. It's all happening.
Yeah, there's a lot to come in. And we see there's even going to be more to log because there's more action. Aguirre, Sol, she's having a... How do you get... She's in a situation where she's had a couple of right waves, but she just seems to have lost the protocol. Lost a balance, a bit of a perspective. What do, Yo? You got 3.5 minutes on the clock. You need some scores. How do you sort of reset, and attack?
I mean, it's pretty hard. Like she definitely gave it a go on quite a few waves to see which one was the best. I don't know. It just for me seems like she's catching the ones that look too much like a closeout. She wants a section, but it's just going too fast for most of the waves. Eden had it looked really nice wave, but then kind of closed out after that little turn. She wanted that finishing turn, but just didn't give it to her.
This score's an important one here as well for Harrison, chasing a number. There's more to come in, but it could be a 4.8, we think. So, and just couldn't get that last section.
Yeah.
Just managed the rock. So whether that's going to be one of the key determinants, whether she can get up in that all-important second place. There's more waves to come. 3 minutes in this stage, as you said. Sol Aguirre's, well, she's surfed maybe 12. She's gone off our monitor.
She's off the screen.
She's literally gone off the chart.
OTS.
She's like... So, yeah, she's caught a lot of waves and not a whole lot of good ones, but she's still hammering away. She's trying to get something, but there's been so many opportunities in this heat. You would think with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, there's going to be more.
Yeah, there's all sorts coming through. Priority crucially with Sophia Medina. That'll be telling. Eden Waller, second prio in second place, but a number to come in for Ellie. She needed a 4.8. That was just a requirement. That's why she pushed so hard with that wave.
Yeah.
And we're getting more surfboard checks all around, really. Everyone's looking for holes in their equipment.
Yeah.
It's been quite a hectic heat.
Everyone rubbing their hands together. There's a ding fixer up the road there. He's just like,
100%.
He's like bipping his horn.
I think this was also quite a good wave for Sophia. Just no one stopped catching waves pretty much this heat. It's got a nice, real drifty finish. She liked that. But back again in the rocks.
Yeah, she's taking your advice.
Yeah.
You were saying off air that you told her that she's got to go for it, and you've been happy with the commitment.
Yeah, I love that she's doing everything and going for the rocks. Just love that.
Yeah, it looks like she's pretty safe out there in first place. As we see, Brains Trust trying to work out the scores. Harrison netting a 4.8.
Still chasing a 6.3. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining on the clock.
Pretty heavily trying to watch this so close.
Well, yeah, the improvement 6.03 for her last wave, so just extending the lead. Priority as well with Medina. She looks like she's got this stitched up, but hang on, here's Ellie Harrison now in third. Looking for 4.8 still. Slashes. Puts herself a little behind the section because she had to push, and she'll go up again. So into the lip. A quick whip. 4.8, Ben?
I don't think so. I don't
Yo?
think so.
4.8?
I mean, I think it might go into the 4s. I'm not 100% sure. She's like a nice little snap back, and then she has this little jam. The wave is quite small. She does finish it quite solidly. Just don't know.
It's not going to be there, is it?
No,
it's underpowered.
He didn't have any of that wow factor, and 4.8's relatively needs something, a bit of exclamation of breath. So yeah, unfortunately for Elle, I think that's not going to be enough. But the judges know better than us. We'll wait for that call. The heat is over.
You guys are the experts. I only came here for this little trip.
Come on, Hopkins. If anyone knows about judging and scores,
I know
it's you.
my judging, only my waves. Everything else I just tend to.
Well, so
leave it to
far,
the judges.
mate, they've been pretty high, from what we can gather. So
I'm pretty happy.
It's been a really entertaining heat out on the water. One more to come from this round. Still a few more to come for the day. We're going to make the most of conditions, but here's official results for this. Sophia Medina pretty dominant out there. She looks great. Eden Waller, her story will continue as well. The young American, she's been brilliant already in this event. Plenty more yet to come. Yo, thanks for coming in. It's been epic having you. Good luck for the rest of the event. What are you going to do?
Smash it.
Yeah, smash it.
Obviously.
yeah, and every time you win, you come in here and talk to us. How about that for a deal?
That's okay. I don't mind that. It's a nice little crew. I like you guys.
Thanks, Yolanda. I mean, that's why. That's Hopkins, classic Hopkins.
Keep it rolling, mate. Thanks for coming in. We're going to go to a break here. When we come back, we'll finish off this round as well. Still fun waves out there. Maybe even starting to pulse slightly more. Stay tuned. More action right after this. Waves will continue to pulse in our World Surfing Reserve. Having a look at 4 surfers looking to get to round of 16 in a crucial stage of competition for the likes of Nadia Erstabe, India Robinson, Sanoa Demfle Olin, Minami Nonaka. No sign of the F word at the moment. It's clear, sunny skies, blue waters, a little bit of wind out there, but that's all part of the fun. Ben Mundy. Here goes Naka. Quick up and down for her. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good, thanks, Paul. Yeah, that fog just seems like a distant memory, doesn't it now? This breeze has kept it away. There was a little bit out in the horizon, but it never really threatened to come in. So we've had a full day and we're still not done yet. I think the plan is to finish off the round of 32 and then just go on into the men's for a couple of heats.
Yeah, a couple of heats of the men's coming up.
That's what I suggested. And, yeah, we are go, Paul.
You made a really strong case for that.
I said, look, why would you want to finish early? It's pumping. There's waves. Let's keep going. Let's see the best surfers of the world do their stuff. It's a replay here at the backhand. That's Ericeira. So Hada also pretty solid year.
She's had a great year, hasn't she, Nadia?
Yeah, she's been ripping. Had a few CT experiences as well, so getting a taste of that big stage. getting experience, which will come in very, very handy when, let's say when she makes a tee, and that's a better looking wave. Whoa! So, India Robertson driving down the line and finishing off. So the Aussie, another Victorian, has just seen her friend go down, but she's come out swinging. You just see this first turn was sort of backlit. You see the spray at the top, maybe a bit late to the second, but then she was still driving down the line and a big finish. So a strong start for India.
Yeah, Indy surfing with the power right there. And that's a pretty good weapon to have at this wave. Plenty of time left to go. You see lines way on the outside. It's a long paddle back for Robinson. She's got another number to come through. A 4-5 locked in already. Pretty brisk and lively start on the surfer out of Jan Juk. Meanwhile, Nanaka, just a quick turn in the twos. Be a similar sort of small number for Ericeira, baby. Been watching her show get a lot of success, Nadia. She's at that stage of her career now where she's got experience. She's not a newcomer anymore, no longer that upper. She's quite established. She's one of those names, bit of a target on her back here in the red jersey, of course, seated really high coming into this. How do you think she's handling that relative amount of pressure on her shoulders at the moment, Ben?
Yeah, I think she's doing well, actually. I think she's come to the realisation that she really, really belongs at this level. Here she goes. So this is what we're about to see. There's a new confidence to a surfing pool. There's a sort of bit more sharpness as she's had to go up against the world's best surfers, and you can see how that manifests in 4 really nice turns. So if there's a pretty, you know, probably the best answer to that question was that type of surfing we just saw then.
Nadia Ericeira working a runner over on the backhands. Be her best number, you reckon? Because she only had a 2 before that. Fades a takeoff and then goes to town.
Yeah, I like that. That turn there was nice. You get that real sort of unique knee placement and really hitting the sections and throwing spray. So yeah, really, really good. Just good timing. It's one of her strengths. The backhand is also, you know, one of her go-to weapons. And from Zerouts, she's she's looking strong already.
28.5 minutes on the clock. Let's go check in with winner of the last heat, Sofia Medina, with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have a happy Sofia Medina. Sofia, talk me through the breakthrough this round here in Ribeiradilhas.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm super happy to make it through. It's a tough wave to compete, to choose the right waves, to see it in the right spot. It's been like, I've been coming here for 4 years, I think, and I haven't passed through the second round, and it's a victory to me, like, just to make this round, because it's a really hard one. You have to choose wisely, and you have to pay attention in everyone too, because it's 4 competitors out there, and like some of them go to the more like deeper and some stay with you, so you gotta pay attention in everything, and it's a tough one to compete, but I'm really happy I made through. All the glory to God that guides me, and I pray a lot just for him to guide me, because the ocean moves a lot and we have no power over it, but we can ask the creator to help me choose wisely, so I'm glad I could.
When on a plane coming here, what goes through your mind after knowing it's such a hard spot for you? What goes through your mind? Like, do you go like and think, oh, here we go again, this wave? Or you kind of like always do like a reset and try to come with a new fresh mind?
That's a really good question, actually, because thoughts goes through our minds like all the time, and coming here, before I left home, actually, I was thinking like this year gotta it gotta happen, you know, like I have to make it through. Like, I've been going there for so long. I love that place, but also like I haven't made a good result there until now, and yeah, you have to break through that like it's kind of like a snowball where you just like go and you're like, yeah, you have negative thoughts about like some place, and you can't do that because you have to connect to the place. You have to feel good. You have to have positive energy, and I feel like the ocean kind of feels it. Like you gotta be like positive, you know, about the place, and you gotta love it. And so I came here with my mom, my dad. I was like, this year I'm doing differently. I asked Carolina Mendes too to help me here. So I kind of switched that in my mind. I was like, something gotta change, and I'll do everything I can to make it through. It could not work, but it worked, so I'm really happy it worked.
Yeah, it worked really well. You surfed really well, made the right decisions. You break through, and I want to send a quick message back home to your brother, possibly.
Yeah, sure. Obrigada a todo mundo que estava torcendo. Toda honra e glória a Deus. Só tenho que agradecer a ele por me enviar as ondinhas e fazer o que eu amo. E obrigada a todo mundo que estava na torcida. Bi, se você estiver assistindo, te amo, tô com muita saudade. A Isa também. O Juca que tá aí. Todo mundo que me assiste, obrigada. O Tuba também com as minhas pranchas. A gente conseguiu chegar numas pranchas boas para essa onda, que também é um trabalho difícil de fazer. Então, obrigada, Tuba. Obrigada a todo mundo que me apoia. E é isso, vamos nessa.
Vamos nessa, todo mundo. Beijo. Back to you, boys.
She's got the big guy on her side.
Yeah.
Not Chico, the almighty.
I was going to say, I mean, there's a lot I enjoyed about that interview, but probably the first bit where she just looked at Chico's face and started cracking up.
She laughed when she saw Chico. We all feel the same way about him. He just makes us smile and happy.
Yeah, just
she just
giggle.
looked at him and started laughing.
Just a giggle. So she's a live wire. And she's got through that important second round.
Unbelievable. Like,
she's improved so much.
Yeah.
You know,
most improved over on the Challenger the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, and she's just probably dealt with that legacy of having quite a famous name surfing-wise, and now she's just carving her own path. She's got some good positive energy. She's got the big, you know, the big guy on the side as well, which always helps. Yeah, and she's through. So yeah, she'll be super dangerous after that performance.
Ever felt any pressure with the Mundy name, living up to being that, or not so much?
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of.
It sort of sounds a little bit like an adjective, doesn't it, Mundy? What's Ben like? He's quite Mundy.
Yeah, well,
it's like, he's pretty Mundy.
Look, every day is a Sunday where your name's Ben Mundy, Paul. Yeah, that's the adage I try and live by. And I had, you know, some pressure. Could I head up the Progress Association like my dad did, the president? You know, could I?
And the answer was no.
No, it was too much work. Yeah, no, I'd like to think I've just, you know, just kept the name there, haven't lost it. You know, haven't denigrated it too bad, and yeah, it's I'm happy where I'm at. Not as happy as Sophia. She's super happy. She's on fire. Meanwhile, this surfer here, Nonaka.
Yeah, covering some ground here. Needs to get going. There's some scores going on, and now she's involved in that conversation. Really nice, radical whippy release of the fins. That'll help her for sure. It will count. A 6-point ride for India Robinson is the best of this action. We've got a 5 in as well for Ericeira. We'll have a look as she gets pretty busy and then it goes down at the end.
Yeah, what's probably one of the sort of areas of her surfing she's really improved as well in terms of those completions. It's the reason why she's just got up to the upper echelons of the Challenger Series and right on the cusp of the CT. And then just a mistake there that you haven't seen in a while. Comes around the corner. She's got that whip. You know, she really should be able to finish this wave off. A bit late to it, but it wasn't a particular tricky section, so she'll be a little bit annoyed with herself.
This was spicy.
This is a great little turn. Just wiving up. Look how cracked she is, and then just love that little bit of flair, bit of body torque. And she's so light and whippy. Look at this. That's the angle. That makes it look way more technical and shows you just how difficult that turn was and the fact that she put risk into it, Paul. So
yeah,
that's a big turn.
It's pizzazz with panache, isn't it? Which is a great combo where I come from. Here goes Dempfley Olin. That was a big hit. Really well timed. Showed plenty of power. Look at this double up section. She'll belt that as well. It will keep going here. A vertical climb of the foam and a clean finish for Sonoa.
Yeah, real nice contrast in styles there between the Japanese surfer and the Canadian. Saw the whip and the pizzazz and the panache. Then you just saw the good old, the more sort of traditional surfing, the carving of Sonoa. who just measured every section and belted it, and then a few nice foam climbs at the end. So the judges just trying to work out disparate styles and the different waves. And yeah, enjoyed them both immensely.
This one will just settle down for a minute. Scores to come in from absolutely everybody in the water at the moment. Let's see where that puts us. Plenty of time, 21 minutes over that left to go. So a chance really for everyone for a couple of waves. Another look here at Sanoa.
Yeah, you like that first, and see the spray she generated on that first section, and then went up over the handlebars there, and then just got a late one in there, and it's still functional. So yeah, it was really well surfed in terms of the options she had. She's done well. The Canadians, good to see the Canadians. Got a bit of a, you know, not known as traditional surfing powerhouse, but they are coming into their own. More waves getting found, more and more surfers surfing them, and like obviously the Pete DeVries of the world, and you know, I think, well, you know, now Sanoa.
Aaron Brooks.
Aaron Brooks is surfing under the maple leaf. So yeah, it's become, you know, it's sort of an emerging sort of talent, you know.
I think it's emerged. Yeah, very much so, at the forefront.
Probably 5-10 years ago, you wouldn't laugh, but you just wouldn't know that there was great waves there. You didn't have a lot of footage or visuals of Canadian surfers coming through, and now you can pretty much identify, you know, some of those well-known waves. You know who the surfers are. So, like, as with surfing, just spreading across the globe like wildfire, it's great to see Canada right in the mix.
Under the 20-minute mark here, Nia Robinson leading this one, the Aussie. The 6 and the 4-5. She's in third prio at the moment.
They're always very good swimmers, weren't they, the Canadians? Commonwealth Games, always up there, weren't they?
Naka, first priority for her. And a chance to sort of think about trying to really find something, connect with it, throw a bit more into the turns, make them look a bit bigger. You think about Ericeira and how hard she hits it. We've already seen Indy do that. Sanoa as well, similarly. So Nunaka, you have to connect with a bigger section, you feel, to go up and score majorly. Ericeira, with the number that comes in, she'll just jump up for now. Not with a big number, 3-6, but a helpful one in terms of her overall position. And we're looking at lines coming through. Interesting to see one surfer heading way deep. That is Sanoa. Meanwhile, the more traditional part of the takeoff zone. I'll have a look here at Nonaka. So beautiful wave for Minami. She'll cover some ground and then pull a snap down in the pocket, up back into the lip, close out re-entry. Managed to do that ahead of danger. Meanwhile, Ericeira real late. She's kind of snatching at the opportunity, really. Putting it down. Bang! Another great hit. Wow, massive hit for Sanoa. There's another. A spray she is throwing is huge. She'll try and get the double up here, and she will connect onto an inside. Another great backhand turn. That's going to be a really significant score for her. Her best by far. Chance to be the biggest scorer of the heat. We're looking at the 6 for Indy. How's that wave of Sanoa going to compare?
Yeah, I think it's going to be better. Looking at this is a better angle. There's the first big turn. It's huge. And then she winds up, and she's generating so much spray. As we said, this wave's had more pace, more speed than as you said, Paul. She identified that section. Can she finish it? Absolutely. So, yeah, I think that's going to be an improvement in her scores. Really, really well surfed. I really enjoyed that. Look at that nice green wall that opened up. And that first turn, the judges really like you to attack that if you've got an open section. And then she just sort of solidified it well. And just before, you were talking about the Japanese surfer having a section to hit. Well, she got one here. There's that first little carve, and here she goes. She's eyeing it off. Can she finish? She does. An acceleration through that one. So that was just a bit bigger wave, bigger size, a bit more power. And so that's going to improve her a lot as well. So, yeah, we've got an absolute great heat on our hands now.
That was dynamic.
Absolutely. She got a 4.8 almost for that last one turn on a last wave. So a bigger wave, and dynamic. That's the point. She accelerated as she went through that last turn. It got quicker.
It's going to be her best. It's going to be Sanoa's best. We're going to be game on here with a really entertaining heat setting up down past the halfway mark in it. When the numbers come in for this pair, just not looking at where it will put them in terms of advancing positions at the moment, but just overall numbers, they will be really, really useful. As it just simmers down for a minute now. Chances for the judges to go to replays, figure out numbers. And we're enjoying the afternoon here. Not quite as much as our mate Chico Alves. He's out and about having a wander. Chico, what have you got for us, mate?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm here on the beach. On my left, we can see the shelf is out, which means tide is getting lower. And we can see by the faces of the waves on this heat that is a little bit steeper. Another thing that it's interesting, and you can listen on my microphone, it's quite windy out here. But if you look on the inside, the faces of the waves are really, really clean, which allow our athletes to just demolish those sections. And on my right, just a beautiful crowd. Ribeira de Ilhas at its best. Everyone is here. It's not the weekend and everyone is here, so it's lovely to see everyone enjoying the best in the world. Oh. And I'm enjoying the best in the world as well.
Okay, Chico, good to see you down there, mate. It's good. Speaking of clean faces, you've got one yourself there, but it's pretty warm down there. It might be time for cold Estrella de Galicia once you knock off. Can you taste that first beer? Yep.
What? Sorry, say that again.
I said, are you looking forward to a cold beer after you knock off work?
Yeah, for sure. I'm quite warm. Sun is out. It's a bit of wind, but if you go low a bit, with me, it's fine. The wind doesn't affect too much. That's why the crowd is here, and of course I'm going to have Estrella afterwards.
Lovely, mate. Thanks for that. Appreciate your hard work, son.
Yeah, you've earned yourself an Estrella Galicia. Nadia Ericeira, she's doing pretty good work herself. She's rallying here. That was a 7th wave for her. The Basque Goofy now on the inside with some paddling to do. She's out of an advancing position. She'll bump down. Currently 4th place position. So Nanaka 6.33, Dempha Olin 6.23. This was Ericeira. This is setting up to be really interesting finish. Everyone in the 6s except for Nadia. She's trying to get there.
Yeah, she's trying to get there. You know that she's got what she's capable of. She won in Bolito, won Challenger Series, 10,000 points she's already got in the locker. So comes into this heat as favourite. She's going to need the big waves. Look at this, how much bigger this wave is compared to Nadia's though. That's absolutely massive. And so the Japanese surfer, she's got that bit more readership of the lineup now and that really fast acceleration through that last turn to rack up a 6.33. So Ericeira, for all her style, her talent, and the knowledge of this wave, she's just her opponents are getting better waves, and that's why she's she needs some big numbers now.
It's a recurring theme on the Challenger Series. It's brutal. The 4 surfer heats, and you can win an event and then just really struggle to find any connection in the very next event. A connection there from Dempha Olin. She'll rally. She's got that 6.23 locked in as we see some great hooks with power from Robinson. Working it over and belting with plenty of spray. Now, busy. Ericeira again. Backhand. Up. Not super vert, but it's quite sprightly. And that was a nice finish as well.
Yeah, and despite how sort of short that section was and didn't have a whole lot of room to move, she got her board right in that pocket and straight a lot of spray just before she hit the rocks. Again, just out of rhythm. I mean, she's surfing so well. That's really hard to get those 3 turns in those really tight pockets. She did do, and through spray, just so much less wave face to show her magic, whereas India's way more open. Oof. And she could just start to unleash. I think she's home in the Bell's Bowl there. It's got that sort of green tinge to it. It's got that sort of powerful section. That's what she's growing up with. And Robinson surfed that really, really well. I like that wave. So India trying to improve on a 4.5. And that could even push up in the first, I'd imagine.
Yeah, 12 on the clock here. She's going to be back in control for sure. Brilliant surfing from India Robinson. We're enjoying the action here as we finish off the round of 32 for the women. Time for a quick break. When we come back, we'll finish off this heat. A couple of heats of the men to come as well. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the beach. It looks great from wherever you are, whether you're watching online, whether you're here on the beach, whether you're in the Estrella Galicia bar, getting some icy cold, crisp, delicious refreshment. You're enjoying the view and the action. 10 on the clock here. The Aussie, India Robinson, in the lead right now. This kind of surfing in the pocket, whipping with power, pay dividends.
Yeah, the last wave was a 5.2, so she's trying to improve on that. She could have done that. She's looking really strong. And also a replay here of Nanaka. She's looking so zippy and zappy and S-turning. Those little arms go up, nice bit of style, and she's just carving through these green walls and clicks off before the rocks come here. So good surfing too from the two current heat leaders. Sanoa now in third place with priority needing a 4.91.
It's so close, isn't it? Particularly, you look at those numbers, and there's not a lot to split. Nanaka and Dempfli Olin, they're real tight there in terms of numbers. We'll wait for that score to come in, see if it helps. Nanaka. And Nadia Aristabe, as you mentioned, already tasted victory. No better feeling on the Challenger Series, but right now, I mean, it's no lack of effort. 8 waves she's up to now. She's still got over 8.5 minutes. She's on the wrong end of a number at the moment, 6.14 at least. She's going to need to try and connect with. Her best has been a 5 some while ago. She's been a little out of sorts here. Would you change your busy approach? Be more selective, keep going?
No, well, I think now she's finally sort of got up into second priority. So I just think she's been out of the priority loop where she's been forced to kind of feed off scraps. I think with 8 minutes to go, knowing that she needs a 6, which she's so capable of, I think she's now going to probably just try and, well, you can see, just get out there, wait for a set and try and make it happen with one good wave. That's what I think.
It's at least a 6, isn't it, really?
So, yeah, I think she probably needs just to sort of trust. You know, there's an element of risk, an element of hope in that. It's up to the ocean, but I still think it's the best strategy with 7 minutes to go.
Your advice would be trust the process?
Trust the process. Yeah. There's one thing that I do, I just trust my process. I mean, it's just, the process is there, trust it. It's not rocket science, Paul.
Yeah. 7.5 on the clock here. Robinson on the prowl out the back. 4th prior for her. First place position in the heat, though. Nanaka's score's taken a while to come in. We'll get a number, obviously, for India as well. Just ridden away. That's why she's in 4th prior. Look at these sets just coming through. We'll fly above on the drone and just watch a wave that doesn't entice anybody to look at it. So Nadia, as you mentioned, with 2nd prior now, looking for something significantly more quality in terms of shape and scoring potential, crucially. First priorities with the Canadian, Sanoa. And here is your heat leader, Robinson from deep. Whoa, good first turn. Speedy surfing, crisp wrap in the pocket all the way back. And she'll go again. And just turn on a rail in a tight pocket. Do it with nice sort of whipping energy, which makes it look dramatic. So, let's see where that goes for her. 5.2's the backup from 4th prior. No one else looking at that. Are you surprised no one showed any interest?
Absolutely no right to be on that wave. That showed her experience. She just was in 4th and heat leader. She moved up the reef just enough to get this, and that was a really nice first click. There's a roundhouse. And then she just starts to go through this little soupy section. She gets a turn here again. So probably, you know, Aristabe would have loved to have been working a backhand on that type of wave. So it was really, you know, not only a good piece of positioning, but then she capitalised with some great surfing. So, yeah, fair play. Steve's just swooping and carving, always in the power source, and that wave, despite just being another 10 metres up the reef, just gave enough room to escape her opponents. Anything above a 5.2 will help her cause. So we'll see if she can manage that. Interesting. Also see Sanoa's been patient. She only needs a 4.91 as it stands. So that's also a pretty small number given the chunks of ocean she's been displacing throughout the course of this heat. So, yeah, I think we're in for a pretty epic finish to this heat, Paul. You know, I can feel it in my bones, feel it in my waters. I've read the tea leaves, and I like it.
Live action right now. Using priority, the Canadian pulling the trigger. Softer outside section, sort of zigzaggy type stuff. Not super convincing, Ben.
No, that wasn't the wave she needed with priority. That's what's probably a mistake. She's got a little bit of time, but she waited a while for that one. It's a tricky one, that. You hold on to priority, you sort of leave waves, you pull the trigger, and it just didn't work out. So chasing a 4.91, not one of her better waves, you'd imagine. So she goes back out. That does leave the Basque surfer and the current top seed in this particular heat out with priority. 4 minutes to go. Chasing what we think is going to be a 6.14, Paul. Just juicy enough that she's going to have to go for it. She can't tap it. She can't play it safe. Not anything above a 6. You really got to connect pretty well. We've seen all day. So I like the scenario that it's sort of set up for us. Nadia won't like it particularly, but
Joe Ford does it. I would say the 6, but definitely the way you surf it. Don't want to underdo anything at all. Think about where the numbers have gone in this. Only 2 scores above the requirement throughout the whole heat. Not belonging to her currently, so needs to get up in those 6s. We do have 6s elsewhere. India Robinson got a couple of them. That's why she's leading this one. 3.5 now. Some energy as lines filter through from deep. Nanaka from second priority on a speed run here on a backlit afternoon at Ribeira Dilhaz, doing neat work. There's another slash. She's not throwing the spray that her competitors in this heat are, so she's going to have to try and do other things to make it look good. We saw that kick out there from Ericeira, so she's used priority. Not sure if she's used it well. Robinson pushing on a rail again. Really nice big turn. There's another aggressive. Wow. Oh, won't quite get that last turn, but so critical and tight in the pocket. Pushing hard. Another good wave for India.
yeah, she manages again. I couldn't have had that stronger priority place, but just paddled back out after that last wave and tore it apart. That sort of forehand wrap she's got is, when that's on song, you know Robinson is on song. That last wave wasn't complete, but she went for it, which I like. And just this wave hugging the reef nicely, and she just kept ringing that bell effectively. That last one was fins out. That was really, really risky and just doesn't come up, but she's out in lead anyway, so she should be happy with that. Oh, you can see the body language of Ericeira there. Didn't look good. She's had that priority, not sure how she used it. Looks like some scores to come in. So 2 minutes on the clock. Surfers strewn all over the lineup. And still numbers to come in for all three surfers. So they're all going to paddle back out. It's kind of a bit like, forget the current situation. So this was Ericeira, we didn't see. There's the first turn, and then that's a float of the top. You can tell that wave wasn't going to deliver anything of the 6 she needed. Meanwhile, the Japanese surfer just fanging down the line. Lacks the power, but what she loses in power, she makes up for it in timing. Just gets a little stuck there. Nice little wrap. There's another one. I like that little karate chop behind her, but still needing a 4, in second place. So just trying to put some more pressure on her opponents. Live action.
Yeah, wave here for Sanoa. Important one, bang, nice combo. 491 the requirement, up there again, a big hit. Whoa, one more, there it is. 491's the number. That felt like being a score of that magnitude or better, but hang on. Nanaka, she's got something to say here, dealing with foam on the face. A vigorous snap and then a layback jam to finish. Great exchange is what we like to see at the end of a heat. So, the offense for the Canadian, Dempfle, Olin, and then Nanaka of Japan, trying to have something to say herself. We will have a number to come through. The Indian Robinson, Nadia Ericeira, is in a bit of trouble here in terms of her position and amount of time left. It will be India with priority, but will take this wave. Nadia might see something behind. We'll stick with India Robinson. Carving. We'll watch from above as she applies power. Tries to douse our drone. And then onto an inside section and another really nice hit. Gets out before the rocks. And she has put in so much effort into this heat. Here's Ericeira. Did get a wave. Did manage to ask a question. We'll just pick up the end of it. She needed to find a wave, and she did do that.
I've got the feeling that that might have been after the hooter. We'll see here. She first turn. It's nice, but it's not critical. And then you can see by body language the wave just, again, like she struggled with all heat. No, yeah, it's just no big sections to show what she's got. So this could be, well, it is going to be a massive upset. Ericeira, the best surfer, winner in Bolito, way up there in the all-important top 7 rankings, and she's going to be out of the event. So there's going to be some real estate opening up. And tell you what, if India Robinson keeps surfing like this, she's going to start gobble up that real estate. She'll be making moves. She's got CT experience. Injuries have played their part in just stopping some of her momentum over the years. But right now, she looks fit and firing, and really impressive surfing from the Victorian.
Numbers to come in all around really here. Judges with a little bit of work to do. We've heard from Fortes, we've heard from Hopkins. The only other person that I'd really like to hear from to make this afternoon really, really good is Rob Gunning. And as luck would have it, he is down there with Claudia Pinto.
That's right. Situation change here at the beach. Rob, what's the call for the rest of the day?
Yeah, this is the last heat of the day. The glare is just too strong. We can't see what the surfers are doing, so we're getting towards the pointy end of the heat draw. It's quite important, all the following rounds, so we'll be back again tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
What can we expect for tomorrow?
Forecast looks still good. The direction of the swell looks fine. Maybe a little bit smaller than today, so hopefully the frequency of the sets will be okay, and we'll see another great day of competition.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Gunning borrowed Travis Logie's cap. Has he got Travis' hat on? This is huge. This is huge if true.
Well, it's when you do those calls, you've got to step up. You've got to inhabit the role. And if you get Travis's cap, it's a big wave. It's like it's handing over the mantle. And yeah, I think he was. And I'll tell you what, he nailed it there. Rob, he's pretty happy with the performance, but the glare's too much. So it's a shame. Paul, I mean, I'm upset. I understand. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Major scoreboard news here. A massive number in for Dempfle Olin, the 767. A huge number for her. And she is up into first place right now.
That's got to be a younger
What
brother.
a moment for her. In the previous opportunity, we saw that and we were thinking, oh, time not on her side. She did so well to rally India down to second. We're still waiting for a score for Nanaka.
Yeah, now netting 5.8 for that last little layback turn at the end there. So
now it comes in under, not enough. 4.67 for Minami. And that'll wrap it all up. What an entertaining heat. Loads of waves ridden out there. Hotly contested, as has every heat in the round been, really. India Robinson will be delighted to make it through. She led for much of the heat, but right at the end, Sanoa Dempfle Olin getting the heat win with a big number. What a fun day of competition. Don't forget, we've got the post show, all of the big talking points and action from the day right after the break. Ericeira, you beauty, providing us with another really fun day of competition here on the Challenger Series as we wrap things up for the day, get into the post-show. A lot of big talking points to break down. We saw some big performances throughout today. We're still really relatively early on in competition, but we've seen the intensity with which the heats have gone down, and we've seen emotionally how much it means, Ben.
Yeah, there's a lot went down today. So many narratives, so many good surfing. Yeah, now every heat we lost 2 surfers, 2 very good surfers. So yeah, it's been, as you said, it's been emotional. I mean, we came out early this morning with a bit of PTFA, post-traumatic fog angst. We thought, is this going to happen again? Are we going to get taken away? Is the surfing going to get covered up? It wasn't. And, it's been incredible days of wave riding.
JJ, part of the reason we love the Challenger Series, how brutal these heats are. 4 surfers in the water. We're looking at names going out every round, and we're like, I can't believe they're going out at this stage. But it makes it really entertaining for us as fans to watch. For the surfers to compete, you can see how emotionally it really does take its toll.
Oh, yeah, it's the Kiwi Warrior meets Championship Tour surfing. There's a lot going down on these Challenger Series events, and it means so much to all of them. I mean, you get here, you have a fighting chance to finally achieve your dream, and it's hard. It's really hard. I mean, 4-man heats, it's never easy, but to do it at this level and how much talent is in both the men and women fields, yeah, props to the people who get through. It's not easy.
Aside from, I guess, a couple of heats today that were slower as well, it's really encouraging to see so much opportunity going through with loads of sets, multiple sets throughout the day. So it's been a really fun day of competition, just seeing everyone have a chance to have at it. But obviously some big talking points from the day in particular. So our first topic that we're going to go through is the Heat 13 from the round of 64. And we look at names of people with a lot of spark, and they include the likes of Eli Hanneman, who showed us loads of that.
Yeah, he served so well. Just bided his time, and then as soon as he got these long wally waves, he just went to town on them. Really spiky, really sharp. And then at the very end of the heat, we'll see he went from a massive closeout air to seal the deal. He was out there saying his mantra was, if I get the wave, I get the score. But Mateus Hurdy fought back strong.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, we've been talking about him a lot. He's such a big personality here on the Challenger Series, and is backing it up with his surfing. He's coming close. He's really up there on the rankings. He knows how vital these points are, all on the line here, just absolutely throwing everything at these end sections, and I think he might have liked that one.
Yeah. He's such a good guy to have as a showman. He was behind for a little bit here. Just sort of dig deep enough. It wasn't easy. But then he just started getting these waves. He had flair, he had control, he had sort of just main character energy, as you mentioned. But then, I'll tell you what, Hanneman, well, he wasn't going to go anywhere. He just kept plugging away. He said he's a hard worker, and he did that sort of stuff.
Oh, wow. Yeah, really asking the question. No, he's trusting in the process, as he said, and trusting that his time will come. And if he just keeps putting his best foot forward, it'll all unravel for him. So, yeah, a really big standout heat today with those 2 surfers just looking really in form.
Yeah, to the previous point they were making, the likes of Bronson Meddy going down in that heat as well. So we've lost him. That's a bummer. Also, Jose Francisco has competed really well. He's out as well, and that's the sort of quality we're dealing with here.
Yeah, it was a massive heat. It was stacked. And those 2 other surfers surfed really well as well. Bronson went to the world junior champion. Francisco was also just that heavy hitting backhand, but they couldn't match those 2. They were elite.
One of the other themes we love on the Challengers here, it's a recurring theme, is that mix of the experienced campaigners, some of the iconic names of the sport from the Championship Tour coming up against the youngsters. It's exactly what happened in terms of our second topic as well. In this case, both of those 2 advancing. So it's that classic blend of the experience with the youthful exuberance. And, of course, who else could we be talking about other than Sally Fitz, an absolute icon, and TT Sabrowski, and both of them making it through a tough heat.
Oh, yeah, this was a rematch of last year's final. Not so much the men on men, but every time these guys come up against each other, you feel them lift. They both want to beat each other so bad. Sal, she's doing it for the vets. She's doing it for the ladies who've been around for a long time, and she got the jump on the pocket rocket, Tia Zabrowski, today, and in a really classy manner as well. I mean, Sally, just timeless surfing. She's always had this game where it's 100% or nothing, and it works for her every single time. Not saying Tia Zabrowski didn't fight back. She did in a really great way, but Sally here finding this massive inside wall, just unleashing on it, and then time and time again just putting that beautiful rail work to the very test, and dodging some rocks as well, because why not?
It's kind of cool to think that these two have already established, you know, a rivalry. How many rivalries has Sally established throughout her career? She's gnarly, but she's also a good mentor, so she's managed to maintain that balance throughout her whole career. And they had a great ding-dong battle last year in the final, and now they're going at it again. They're already bringing out the best in each other.
Be right in thinking that Tia wasn't born when Sally first got on tour.
That's true.
That's quite mad, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Crazy. Look at the gold now there, Paulie.
Yeah, beautiful moment at the end of the afternoon here. Moments at the end of heats, they're intense as well. Clutch situations require clutch performances. Exactly what we got in our very last heat of the day. And our surfer out of Canada, Sanoa, putting in a massive score to get herself right up into the lead and get the win. Let's go and hear from her. She's with Claudia Pinto.
Samoa, massive score, massive performance. How got us through your heat?
Yeah, I'm so happy I got the score at the end. I mean, all you ever want, you know, in heats is opportunities to show your surfing, and it was down to the wire, a little stressful, but I'm so happy I got the score at the end. And yeah, just like, I don't know, it was like a good wave. It came to me, and it was kind of funny. It's kind of like redemption from last year here. I got one, but it was like a half a second after the buzzer that would have been the score. So as soon as I was standing up on that wave and like I knew I was going to have an opportunity before the heat ended, I was really happy. And yeah, just, you know, it's always much nicer coming in to the beach knowing that you're going to be going on to another day.
Looking forward for the next round?
Yeah, very much so. Getting to surf, you know, out here, kind of better quality waves, right hand points. I love surfing on my backside, and, you know, like getting to surf against Nadia in India, and yeah, all the girls in this division, like, you know, they're such amazing surfers, and I feel like you learn so much from each round. So, yeah, super excited to be on to the next day.
And wrapping up the day with this amazing performance, back to the post-show.
Yeah, thanks so much, Claudia. A really thoughtful debrief as well from Sanoa there. And you can see just her energy just dial back a bit. She wants to go deep into this event. She's going to have to surf several more times if she's going to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, if she just keeps putting it up there like she did in that last heat, there is no denying that she can't go really deep into it. I mean, those backhand whips she had, they were legit. They had a lot of, I don't know, energy behind them. I feel like she was really pushing hard through those sections, and knowing that she can keep her cool under that much pressure, that's pretty lethal as well.
Yeah, well, energy throughout the day, consistency from the swell. That's a key ingredient here, and with our forecast with that west swell kicking in, we're expecting a bit more than that. You know what? Let's dive in to our Surfline forecast once again and see what's in store over the coming days. The waves just keep on coming here at Ribeira Dillas.
Yeah, it hasn't changed too much since the day. It's pretty predictable. This storm's a long way off. You can see there, next 4 days, so Thursday's tomorrow, 3 to 4 foot faces, similar to today, with that a little bit bigger in the afternoon. Friday's the same, Saturday's the same, but then, yeah, there's a real jump Sunday, which could potentially be finals day. Probably will be finals day. 6 to 8 foot, that's solid here, and that's absolutely ideal. So we could just get through with excellent conditions like we saw today, but with a real icing on the cake on Sunday, Paulie. I'm excited.
Yeah, different people crunch those numbers differently. 6 to 8 foot. What are we talking there? That's what, double overhead type surf? This is potentially really, really big and powerful out on the reef here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be solid for sure. I feel like 6 to 8 foot is enough to make anyone a little bit nervous, especially going into a heat. You know, you got to be able to read the ocean, understand what exactly is going on out there, have experience when it's that big as well. I feel like that's where those veterans are really going to come into play. They've surfed it big. A lot of these new rookies only surfed it around that 2 to 4 foot mark, which is comfortable for everyone. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting playing field to see who makes it to finals day and who really knows this right-hand point break.
Yeah, it's a nice dynamic, isn't it? The double bonus. Make it to finals day, good in itself. We also get to see the surf at its biggest. We'll see how all of that unfolds. Meanwhile, looking back on today and some of our top moments for the day, it was inevitable that the rocks were going to be involved. They're never not part of the story here. So our first topic...
It's actually in the contract, every top 5 moment has to be some rock-based. And I'll tell you what, it
had to be him.
It's just a function of everyone being so committed and really going for it. And Morgs, well, he knows he's always going to put on the line. He was surfing really sharp too, wasn't he? And then just comes down to the bottom here, and he's going, I could pull out. You could pull out there, or do I want another 0.5? Doesn't get that, and then just you'll see him in here, gets caught right down the bottom. There's some nice surfing from Morgs, but come on, let's get to the rocks. That's what we're here for, guys. Let's get,
Hold on for
let's
the
cut to the
rocks,
chase, guys.
guys.
I mean, I'll watch Morgan surf all day, but, top 5 moment.
Yeah,
He did.
ended up on his head.
Look at that. Oh, he just...
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah. You can laugh because we know he was fine, but he just went over, went through that little gap, feet in the air, head between his legs, and he still won. And so look at that, massive emotion, and just because he knows he's alive.
And Nomura Suzuki flying the flag for Japan. What a convincing heat she had here. I mean, this is the fine form we know that she has, and she feel like she's been dialing it back all year a little bit, but it's finally unleashed here, just absolutely laying that rail in, dodging a competitor in the meantime. Morgs dodges rocks, Amuro her competitors, but these bigger waves gave her this more opportunity just to really push harder off this back foot and crack it when those lips really started to come towards her. Really nice flow from start to finish there for Amuro.
Took her bomb below in the process. Well, we talked about this. We saw Eli just going for it. He had a really interesting heat interview after. Hard work's not a problem. He's always been really committed, really likes doing the hard yards. He said it's more about just clearing his thought process and just trusting himself a lot more to do surfing like this when it mattered. And you can tell by the way he's sort of just approaching these waves that he's doing that pretty well. He's trusting himself. And with surfing, a lovely little claim and a big hug, and he's a happy man and surfed great. So yeah, great surfing.
Oh, the lady of the hour, Yo-Yo. We had her in here in the booth, and she's just flying the flag for Portugal here, and just felt like as soon as this heat started, it was going to be her heat. She got better throughout the heat too, just kept building on every single opportunity. So much speed. As soon as there was a vertical face, she was up and over that lip, just projecting down the line, just like that one there, right on cue from Yo-Yo. Really lovely rail turns as well. She gave us a lot of variety to work with and pretty much fangirl over. And Yo-Yo making the Portuguese very happy down here today.
Yeah, great surfing, and then came in the berth and talked us through it. But it came down to Japanese surfers having a really good day today. So many great performances, but Hiroto Ohara, I don't know if we can put him in the veteran just yet, but he's been around a long time, and when he's on song and when he's getting all his timing together, he's absolutely lethal. One of the really great surfers to watch because he's got so much flair, so much speed. And you can see him here just going through the paces, just tearing into it, variety, spice. And yeah, this was one of the great performances. He went excellent. He absolutely deserved that. Excellent scores. And the Japanese clan, they loved it. And rightfully so, it was incredible surfing.
Beautiful scenes down on the beach as we reflect on a big day. Just thinking about some of those big scores that we've had. Is that just maybe you just temper that slightly with the fact that you're throwing down 9s, 8s maybe on the Wednesday. You want to kind of be doing that on Sunday. Have you ever really seen anyone go with that kind of form throughout the whole week? It's not easy to do.
Well, Hiroto was very humble in his post-heat interview, just said that he just was doing a couple of calves. So if that's his couple of calves, love to see what his big roundhouse cutty or something would be like. His standard. If that's like, 50%, let's see 100. Maybe he is pacing himself.
What are we expecting to see tomorrow, Ben?
More of the same, Paul, but just better surfers.
Yes, please.
Better surfing, better surfers. They've calibrated what the waves are doing. They know it's going to be similar size, similar kind of direction. So
more pressure? Will that affect performances?
Oh, I don't think so. These guys are so good. They're so committed. They've been here before. So I just think we can expect, they've got to go bigger and better, and we're gonna enjoy it as a result.
Pretty confident about the waves showing up tomorrow. We're going to be down here. I hope you can join us too. We're going to do a 7:45 a.m. call for a potential 8 a.m. start. Stay tuned for updates and all the good stuff at worldsurfleague.com. We'll send you out with some highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in.
I wrote myself. It's a story about a girl that would rather go blind than to watch her man leave her. Something told me it was over, babe.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.